Chapter 001. Astonishment. This transmigrator surprisingly lacks a system. In the divine realm, a blue-haired man wielding a golden fork furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "What is happening? Why has an inexplicable change manifested within the Chosen One? Could my observations be in error? No, that is impossible. How could I be mistaken? I am a God King." Point 498.499.500 AS. The sun began its descent in a secluded courtyard of the Duke of White Tiger's estate. A boy set down the long blade he had been wielding. Performing 500 strikes each day had been a habit he maintained since his previous life, and even after transmigrating to this Douluo continent, he had scarcely faltered in his routine. This practice was not merely a habit, it was a means of honing his body. Upon returning to his room, he sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating the passage of time. Calculating the days, it will soon be time for my martial soul awakening. Damn it, why is there no precise timeline described in the books? The emergence of the heavenly dream silkworm and ilex is still approximately 5 years away, with at least a month's variance. Time is of the essence. I must intensify my training. Unlike other transmigrators who arrived with system panels, gaining top-tier enhancements merely by signing in or clocking in, he found himself entirely destitute. With no other recourse, he resolved to seize the opportunities laid out in the original text, striving to carve out a promising future through his own efforts. By his own hands, he would secure a life of abundance. His relentless training was aimed at seizing the two greatest enhancements of this era in 5 years. Ilex and the heavenly dream silkworm. Regardless of the outcome, one must endeavor to try, mustn't they? The boy was named Qian Zhao Guang, a native of the Blue Planet, who grew up alone and trained in martial arts from a young age. 6 years prior, during a routine tirade against a certain trio, he inexplicably found himself transported to the Douluo continent, where he was taken in by the retired steward of the Duke of White Tiger. In his infancy, Qian Zhao Guang spent over a year mastering the language of the Douluo continent and came to understand his current location and era. Now, it was 10,000 years after Tang San's ascension, during the era of the unparalleled Tang Sect, within the Duke of White Tiger's estate. Having thoroughly studied the 4 great texts of the Tang family, he recognized the significance of physical prowess prior to the awakening of one's martial soul. To attain a higher innate soul power level upon awakening, he consciously began strengthening his body after the age of 3. In a fortuitous turn of events, he instinctively activated a nameless ancestral technique said to belong to his family. Previously, during his time on the Blue Planet, he had attempted this thousands of times, yet had never succeeded. That ethereal sensation of energy seemed nothing more than a mere fantasy. However, this attempt left him astounded, as he discovered that the elusive energy he had sought for nearly 2 decades in his past life was indeed real. It materialized almost instantaneously. It was not the cultivation method that was flawed, it was the Blue Planet that was at fault. In the room, as his breathing gradually steadied, Qian Zhao Guang immersed his spirit within himself, nurturing the nascent energy within his dantian to continuously refine his body. The opening of this method designates this phase as the 3 refinements period, encompassing 3 distinct cultivation techniques. The body refinement technique, the Golden Body Sutra. The Qi refinement technique, the Qi refinement sutra. The spirit refinement technique, the Spirit Communication Sutra. Each of these must be practiced sequentially, not concurrently. Thus, unlike others who must awaken their martial souls before beginning meditation, Qian Zhao Guang could absorb the ambient elemental energy of heaven and earth for his own use. Even before awakening, from the age of 3, he diligently practiced this so-called Golden Body Sutra every day. Although he was merely a 6-year-old child yet to awaken, his physical prowess already surpassed that of most young adult men, placing him ahead of other children who had yet to awaken their martial souls. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Guang, it's time to eat. I'm coming. Upon hearing the call of the old steward, Qian Zhao Guang opened his eyes and walked towards the door. Unlike other servants who must collect their meals from the dining hall within the Duke's mansion, the old steward, despite his retirement years ago, still enjoyed certain privileges, allowing him to prepare meals in the small courtyard, the dining table. The old steward slid a plate closer to him, smiling warmly as he spoke. Zhao Guang, you are in a crucial growth period. You often train your body, eat more to gain strength. This is soul beast meat specially purchased by your grandfather, hoping it will aid in awakening more innate soul power. Thank you, Grandpa. Qian Zhao Guang replied earnestly. The old steward had treated him exceptionally well in his past life. He had no family, and in this life he regarded the old steward as his beloved grandfather, treating him with utmost respect. Tomorrow morning, Do not take the little girl to train. We must not miss the martial soul awakening time. The old steward affectionately patted his head, his eyes filled with kindness. I wonder what kind of martial soul you will awaken and how much innate soul power you will possess. If there is no innate soul power, it would be unfortunate. In these turbulent times, ordinary folks cough. Suddenly, the old steward was seized by a fit of coughing. Qian Zhao Guang hastily set down his bowl and rushed behind him, gently patting his back. In his youth, the old steward had suffered a severe lung injury, leaving him with lingering health issues. Qian Zhao Guang replied earnestly, "Perhaps it will be a blade, for I have always harbored an inexplicable fondness for knives. Look at my robust physique, surely. I must possess innate soul power." Indeed, that may very well be the case. The old steward ceased coughing and added 2 more pieces of meat to Qian Zhao Guang's bowl. "All right, eat up. After you finish, take some to the 2 ladies as well. Life within the Duke's mansion is not easy for anyone. For someone of her background, lacking soul power will only make things more difficult." Dai Hao. Sigh. That rascal hasn't returned in years. Qian Zhao Guang did not engage with the topic, but obediently replied, "All right, grandfather, you should eat more as well." "Ah, yes, indeed." As he chewed his meal, he harbored no significant expectations regarding the impending awakening of his martial soul. He possessed a cultivation method alien to this world, allowing him to carve out his own path regardless of a formidable martial soul. Since he could cultivate, he need not worry about failing to awaken soul power and becoming an ordinary person. Yet concerning his innate soul power, he feared it might disappoint the old gentleman. Since he began practicing the golden body technique at the tender age of 3, Qian Zhao Guang had discovered a small mass of energy nestled within his dantian. With the assistance of this energy, he swiftly grasped the fundamentals of the golden body technique. This soul power would, on a daily basis, replenish itself ever so slightly. Consequently, Qian Zhao Guang began to entertain certain conjectures. This massive energy was likely the innate soul power that every soul master in the Douluo continent possessed. However, he found no need for it. He did not require innate soul power to define his talents. Instead, it served adequately as a resource for refining his body. It seemed prudent to reserve some of this energy in the coming days of physical refinement, lest he find himself unable to gauge his soul power level upon awakening his martial soul, which would certainly be an awkward predicament to explain to others when he commenced practicing the qi refinement technique. After finishing dinner and assisting the old steward with the dishes, Qian Zhao Guang retrieved 2 servings of food from the steamer, placed them in a lunchbox, and swiftly made his way toward the firewood shed behind the Duke's residence. En route, 2 malicious servants obstructed his path. The burly figure on the left barked menacingly, "Boy, are you off to deliver food to those wretched women again? Are you defying the lattice wishes? It seems you are courting death." This was not the first such incident. Ever since the old steward had instructed him to deliver meals to the home mother and daughter, troublesome servants often emerged to provoke him. It was evident that the Duchess was orchestrating these confrontations from behind the scenes. A flicker of anger crossed Qian Zhao Guang's brow as he coldly spoke, "Do not block my path. This marks the 3rd occurrence this week. Should you continue to harass me, do not blame me for being unkind." Despite his appearance as a mere 6-year-old boy, beneath that youthful facade resided the soul of a man in his 20s. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had been a vigorous practitioner of martial arts, harboring a deep-seated disdain for villains. Having grown up alone, he was no pushover. He had taken up martial arts precisely to avoid being bullied. If not for the fear of causing trouble for the old steward, he would have preferred to resolve this issue once and for all. The old steward had been the last steward of the White Tiger Duke. Since his retirement due to illness over a decade ago, the Duchess had seized all power within the estate. Therefore, Qian Zhao Guang was unwilling to allow trivial matters to bring trouble upon himself and the old steward. "Will you grant us a chance?" "I must have misheard." The gaunt servant on the right cackled mockingly. "Little brat, I am most eager to see how you intend to disrespect us. This time, there will be no escape for you." As he spoke, he bent down, reaching for the lunchbox in Qian Zhao Guang's hand. The hefty man on the left crossed his arms, a derisive smirk plastered across his face, taunting, "I've had my eye on this slippery fellow for quite some time. It's high time we teach him a lesson." In the face of the towering, malevolent servant and the outstretched hand, Qian Zhao Guang remained remarkably composed. He slightly turned his body, his right hand lightning fast grasping the man's middle finger, and with a swift motion, he twisted it downward. Ah! A wretched howl pierced the air, accompanied by the faint crack of bone. The slender servant, overwhelmed by pain, instinctively dropped to his knees. "Let go, let go!" He bore the agony, struggling to free himself from Qian Zhao Guang's grip. Witnessing his companion's misfortune, the large man on the left's demeanor shifted drastically. He swung his massive hands, bending down to seize Qian Zhao Guang. "Oomph! Qian Zhao Guang scoffed disdainfully, executing a perfect iron bridge stance to evade the incoming fist while placing the lunchbox steadily on the ground. Simultaneously, he pressed down on the handle of the lunchbox with his left hand, applying force to the slender servant's fingers with his right, while his arms and left leg exerted power, propelling his entire body upwards at an astonishing angle like a spring. Twisting his body, his right foot landed precisely on a pressure point near the ribs of the hefty Manjaman, one of the 36 fatal points in the human body. Striking here would damage the liver and spleen, rupture the diaphragm, and impede blood and energy flow. Qian Zhao Guang, mindful of the potential repercussions from the Duchess, moderated his force. He did not strike with full intensity, merely delivering a blow at 70% power, landing softly on the side. Had he unleashed his full strength, though the man would not perish, he would certainly be bedridden for an extended period to recuperate. Hiss! The intense pain proved too much for such a robust adult male, causing the hefty servant to clutch his left side and collapse in agony. Now, he could muster no cries, only gasped for breath. As Qian Zhao Guang released his right hand, the slender servant on the right crumpled to the ground, having fainted from the pain. With a decisive motion, Qian Zhao Guang bent down to realign the dislocated bone of the fallen servant, forcefully pushing it back into place before nonchalantly picking up the lunchbox and departing. His control over the inflicted injuries was remarkably precise, ensuring that the Duchess would have no opportunity to exploit the situation. To the casual observer, the most apparent signs of the altercation were merely a bruise on the hefty man's body and a stiffened middle finger on the slender servant, nothing more could be discerned. Though the old steward had long since retreated from public life, he had witnessed the White Tiger Duke, Dai Hao, grow up. The Duchess would still extend a modicum of respect due to this connection, preventing her from ruining her reputation over such a trivial matter. Moreover, the old steward himself was a formidable soul saint. Whoever wishes to challenge him must first weigh their own strength. With the torment of the malevolent servant behind him, Qian Zhao Guang effortlessly arrived at the woodshed behind the Duke's manor. "Brother Zhao Guang, you are here." The dilapidated wooden door swung open, revealing a young girl with a delicate countenance. Her ebony eyes sparkled as if illuminated by starlight. "Yes, I'll come and bring you some food." "Has Aunt Hor returned?" "She has. Mother is inside." Upon seeing him, the girl beamed with joy, eagerly grasping his hand and leading him into the room. The woodshed was shrouded in darkness, lacking the various lamps that illuminated the other rooms. Huyuner leaned against the window, mending clothes by the fading light of dusk. Though the spring chill lingered, she wore only thin garments. Qian Zhao Guang had grown accustomed to this sight. Such circumstances had become a daily occurrence over the past 3 years. However, the frostbite on her hands suggested that the Duchess' oppression had intensified. Disregarding these trivial matters, Qian Zhao Guang retrieved a candle from his pocket, igniting it to brighten the modest space. Mother, Brother Zhao Guang is here." At the sound of her daughter's voice, Huyuner finally noticed the visitor, awkwardly rising to her feet. "Young Guang has arrived." "Hello, Aunt. Come, let us eat. Grandfather has prepared some delicious dishes that are good for your health." Qian Zhao Guang nodded lightly in greeting, placing the food on a rickety wooden table. "Wow, it smells amazing." The girl hopped over to the table and inhaled deeply, her expression one of sheer delight. "Eat while it's hot, or we'll get cold." Qian Zhao Guang affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, lifting a matching food container from the foot of the bed. Inside were clean utensils, already washed. "Aunt Hua, tomorrow is the day for the awakening of the martial spirit. Please do not forget to take Xiao Tong. I remember. Thank you, young Guang. Then I shall not intrude further." In the woodshed, the girl eagerly awaited her mother's command to begin the meal. Huyuner, however, gazed at the departing figure with a myriad of complex emotions. "You truly seem more mature than a child of your age." "Mother, I'm so hungry. Can we eat now? Quickly, let us not waste the kindness of young Guang and old Zhu." Returning to his own chamber, Qian Zhao Guang assumed an unusual posture, preparing to continue honing his physique. Yet, unlike before, his mind was restless and could not find tranquility. Qian Zhao Guang furrowed his brow. Forcing himself to cultivate could lead to missteps, and he had no desire to fall into chaos. Since he could not find his focus, he chose to extinguish the soul-guiding lamp, lying down on his bed to close his eyes and rest. Perhaps it is due to the impending awakening of his martial spirit. The nature of his martial spirit and the extent of his innate soul power are of little concern to Qian Zhao Guang. However, he holds a deep interest in the young girl who is to greet him today. She possesses a melodious name, Hui Yutong. Chapter 003. The First Encounter with Hua Luoli. The first meeting with Hui Yutong occurred 3 years ago, shortly after he gained the ability to move freely. On that day, he was wandering through the Duke's mansion, observing his surroundings. Suddenly, a burst of crying and the sounds of several children playing came from the corner. Qian Zhao Guang, who did not want to cause trouble, planned to pretend he didn't see anything and just walk past. However, when he looked closely, he found that several older children were bullying a little girl of about 3 years old. The little girl was huddled in the corner, holding her head, while the other children were laughing and throwing dirt and stones at her, saying some dirty words. He recognized the bullies. They were the children of the servants and were all troublemakers who were generally disliked. The combination of these factors made Qian Zhao Guang's anger rise instantly. Damn it, what kind of skill is it for a few boys to bully a little girl? Although his physical condition was not much different from that of an ordinary 3-year-old at the time, the skills, reflexes, and sharp eyes he had developed over the years were still intact. After easily taking down a few little brats, Qian Zhao Guang grabbed the girl and ran, not stopping until he reached his own small courtyard. "Thank you, big brother," the little girl said timidly, crouching on the ground. Qian Zhao Guang waved his hand dismissively, handed her a wet towel to wipe her face, and casually asked, "What is your name? I don't think I've seen you in the Duke's mansion." I'm called Hui Yutong," she replied. Qian Zhao Guang was stunned at that moment, his face filled with shock. "What did you say your name is?" "Hui Yutong? Is your mother named Hui Yuna?" Hui Yutong seemed a bit afraid of Qian Zhao Guang's questioning and suddenly fell to the ground. She tightly closed her eyes, curled her body up, and hugged her head with both hands, trembling all over. "Oh, brother, please don't hit me, don't hit me." No, I won't hit you, I promise." Qian Zhao Guang, shocked in his heart, hurriedly comforted her. The Yutong trembled as she opened her eyes a crack, a hint of mist appearing in her gaze. "Really, is it true?" "Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I have saved you before?" "You're right? Whoa, thank you, brother." It was fine until he said that, but after he did, Hui Yutong suddenly buried herself in his arms and started crying. Qian Zhao Guang, at a loss for what to do, was frozen on the spot, not knowing how to react. Although he was an adult in his past life, he truly had no experience comforting little girls. "Zhao Guang, what's going on?" The old butler had just returned from outside, and, upon seeing his grandson being hugged and cried on by a little girl, immediately felt puzzled. Qian Zhao Guang hurriedly explained, "Grandpa, it's like this." Just now, after he explained the situation to the old butler, Hui Yutong gradually stopped crying, sobbing intermittently. Seeing another old man who looked difficult to deal with, she immediately hid behind Qian Zhao Guang, tightly clutching his clothes, her body trembling again. "So she is Hui Yuner's daughter. No wonder." The old butler said little, carrying the items in his hand as he entered the house. As the old butler of the White Tiger Duke's residence, even though he hadn't been in charge for many years, he still kept an eye on everything happening in the manor. He was naturally aware of Hui Yuner and Dai Hao's situation. "You did well today. In the future, if you see those little brats who have a mother but no one to teach them, beat them up badly. Your grandpa is still alive, and no one dares to touch you. You don't blame me?" The old butler glanced at him from the open door, frowning. "Blame you for what? You did the right thing. A man should have some guts. That little brat Dai Hao has been away for years every time he leaves, and when he comes back, it's for military affairs. He has it easy as a hands-off manager, and the White Tiger Duke's residence is getting worse." Hearing this, Qian Zhao Guang felt pleased. This old man has a temper. He must have been quite a rebel in his youth. As for Hui Yutong, get some hot water for her to wash up. I'll find her a couple of clothes she can wear, and grab another set of chopsticks. Let's eat lunch early, and after we finish, you can send some to her mother. Sigh, she's also a pitiful one. Can't eat or wear properly. Okay. During lunch, Qian Zhao Guang's thoughts had already drifted far away. An hour ago, his understanding of this world had been severely challenged. Wait, this is the Douluo continent during the era of the Supreme Tang Sect. This is also the White Tiger Duke's residence. Her mother is Hui Yuner. What about Hui Yuhao? The future emotion god, Tang San's son-in-law. Where is he? Can someone explain to him why Hui Yuhao has turned into a little girl? No one could explain, and no one could tell him the truth. After he confirmed it through various means, Qian Zhao Guang was completely certain. Hui Yutong is definitely the Hui Yuhao from the original work, but for some reason, she has turned into a little girl. No wonder he couldn't find Hui Yuhao anywhere in the White Tiger Duke's residence. It turned out she had directly changed gender. However, this meant that his plans would have to undergo significant changes. 2 years ago, after Qian Zhao Guang confirmed the timeline of his transmigration, he had already set a small goal for himself. He planned to try to seize the 2 biggest external aids of the current era, Ilex and the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, after 6 years. As for why it was try, because he wasn't confident enough that he could awaken a spiritual type martial soul amidst a 1 in 10,000 chance. Without a spiritual type martial soul, going to the Stardow Forest would be basically useless. The heavenly dream eye silkworm would likely completely ignore him. As for Ilex, there was a slight chance, but it would depend on luck. If all else fails, he could only bring Hua Yuhao along and try to intercept the remnants of the divine consciousness of the undead saint god while he was merging with the heavenly dream eye silkworm. Unexpectedly, Hua Yuhao turned into Hua Yutong, transforming from male to female, becoming a pitiful little girl. Suddenly, he felt a little reluctant, just a little bit. Even if Hua Yuhao had changed gender, it couldn't stop Qian Zhao Guang's firm resolve to seize these two great aids. It was hard one to transmigrate. It would be a shame not to become a god. But at this time, the first-generation Shura god and Sea god had retired, with goodness and evil inherited by Lai Yin and Ji Dong, respectively. Rong Yinbing was solely focused on escaping. The only one who could compete with Tang San, the destroyer, was only concerned about how to expand the divine realm, completely ignoring other matters. As such, the divine realm had completely become Tang San's one-man show. He didn't want to toil for decades, only to ascend and become Tang San's dog. Who knows? One day he might feel that he was on the path to death and kill himself. Therefore, Ilex's importance to him was maximized, especially that experience of creating planes was of utmost importance. Thus, Qian Zhao Guang was resolutely determined not to waver in his intention to seize external aids. It wouldn't work no matter who tried to dissuade him. Originally, to avoid the factor of Hua Yuhao, the child of luck, his plan was to completely change the original trajectory of her life. However, since Hua Yutong has now turned into a little girl, perhaps he could adjust his plans. After all, her talent in soul tools was genuinely strong. Rather than being enemies, it would be better to be friends. Isn't it better to have an extra ally? Mastering soul tools to the peak, even the God King couldn't handle it. The first step to overthrowing the God King starts with winning over Hua Yutong. There's no way Tang San, that daughter slave, will be crazy enough to turn Tang Wudong into a boy to seduce her. Chapter 004. The changed innate soul power since that day when he re-established his small goal. Qian Zhao Guang has slightly modified his original cultivation plan. Since he intends to win over Hua Yutong as an ally against Tang San in the future, he can't let her awaken innate level 1 soul power as in her original life trajectory, right? If that were the case, Hua Yutong without a few great aids would truly be useless. Qian Zhao Guang carefully recalled the details in the original work. The Heaven Dream Eye Silkworm once said that the reason for Hua Yuhao's low innate soul power was due to malnutrition during childhood. The strong members of the Body Sect and Shrek also stated that the essence of the spiritual eye is a combination of a top-level body martial soul, eye, and the brain. The foundation is very good. It is just that the postnatal development is poor. With that, things became much easier. The foundation and core are not bad. It's just a matter of postnatal development. Isn't it just childhood malnutrition? I can make up for it. Anyway, the old butler was also dissatisfied with Dai Hao's negligence and supported him in opposing the Duchess. The plan was successful. Therefore, after that, Qian Zhao Guang fixed his routine of bringing a relatively lavish dinner to the Hua family mother and daughter every night to supplement Hua Yutong's nutrition. At the same time, he would secretly take Hua Yutong out through the back door of the mansion every morning for some exercise and a little extra meal. For 3 years, it was uninterrupted. Under such circumstances, Hua Yutong's frail body gradually became healthier, unlike the weakness described in the original work. With the help of Qian Zhao Guang and the old butler, although they could not completely help the Hua family mother and daughter out of their predicament, their living conditions improved significantly, to the point where they could at least have a white flour pancake to eat. Hopefully, tomorrow Hua Yutong can awaken a higher, innate soul power that would make the Duchess hesitant, and those tragic events in the original work should not happen again. Reflecting on the bits and pieces experienced in the Duke's mansion over the past few years, Qian Zhao Guang gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Qian Zhao Guang got up early. After washing up and having breakfast, he followed the old butler to a training quiet room in the White Tiger Duke's mansion. Every year on this day, a soul awakening ceremony is held for the children of servants here. Several children of appropriate age were brought in by adults and lined up in the room. Hua Yutong and Hua Yuner happened to be right in front of them. Seeing Qian Zhao Guang arrive, Hua Yutong quietly turned around to greet him. Children, next. A middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar was explaining to them the points to pay attention to during the soul awakening. Qian Zhao Guang, already familiar with this, didn't pay much attention. His focus was on something else. Looking at the 6 pitch-black, awakening stones in the center of the room, he couldn't help but think of the Douluo period in the original work. At that time, The staff of the Spirit Hall would go to various villages to hold soul awakening ceremonies for children, tirelessly traveling through mountains and rivers. Wait, wasn't there anything special needed for the soul awakening ceremony? Why didn't the old butler host the ceremony himself? Thinking of this, he quietly asked Grandpa, "Why don't you help me awaken at home?" The old butler smiled and patted his head, replying, "Little Guang, do you see those 6 stones surrounding the child? Those stones are called awakening stones. Their origin is unknown, and only the major forces control the method of making them, and they are never leaked. Even someone in Grandpa's position cannot privately own them." Cannot privately own? Qian Zhao Guang was secretly taken aback. You have to know that this awakening stone could be purchased with gold soul coins during the Douluo period, and even if you weren't a soul master, you could still buy it. Even someone as strong as you, a soul sage, can't buy it? Of course not. The old butler said with a hint of emotion in his eyes. These little brats are actually quite lucky, born in this duke's mansion. They can awaken their martial souls no matter what. Those truly poor families are the ones with no way out, no door to enter. To awaken their martial souls in any force, the costs are quite high. Even if the country sets up some stations in cities for free awakenings, how can they possibly get there? Some people living in remote areas might not have left the vicinity of their village for their entire lives. At this moment, it seemed that something had touched Qian Zhao Guang's body, causing a strong tremor. "Your name is Hui Yutong, right?" Stepped to the center, just as he was lost in thought. It was already Hui Yutong's turn to undergo the soul awakening. Qian Zhao Guang looked around the room, and the only children who had not yet awakened were him and Hui Yutong. The others had already left. 6 faint beams of light flowed into the awakening stone on the ground, and a layer of golden light emerged from the stone, forming a light golden shield that enveloped Hui Yutong. Golden light spots entered her body and gradually gathered upward. With clenched fists resting on her waist, the middle-aged man's voice, after the martial soul embodiment, sounded somewhat cold, far less eager and gentle than before. Hui Yutong instinctively followed his instructions, but nothing happened. At the back of the awakening room, a middle-aged woman was peering through a peephole, observing the scene before her. She quietly let out a sigh of relief, revealing a cold smile. It's good that she didn't inherit the white tiger martial soul. Hello, brat. In the next moment, the earlier golden light spots surged rapidly upward. Hui Yutong's eyes burst forth with a deep blue light, and a slight mental fluctuation emanated. The original martial soul? Her eyes? Hui Yun'er covered her mouth, feeling extremely anxious. What should I do? Little Tong didn't inherit the white tiger martial soul. What should we do? The middle-aged man was clearly taken aback and secretly glanced at the peephole. Soon, he regained his composure and said to Hui Yutong, who was still in a daze, "Stop dazing off. Next we will test your innate soul power." Hui Yutong looked at her hands, feeling somewhat at a loss, then raised her head and blinked. "Uncle, where's my martial soul? Why don't I have a martial soul?" The middle-aged man appeared somewhat impatient. "Your martial soul is your eyes. All right, you will know more about this later. Now let's test your innate soul power. Place your hand on the crystal ball." "Okay." Hui Yutong timidly replied in a small voice. Her delicate little hand rested above the crystal ball, contrasting sharply with the large, fierce tiger claw below. Almost in an instant, the crystal ball lit up fiercely, radiating brilliant light. The adults present were stunned. The middle-aged man and the old housekeeper both exclaimed simultaneously, "Innate level 9 soul power." Hui Yun'er was overjoyed and almost stumbled from excitement. Hui Yutong was also very happy, looking back at her mother and the 2 elders. The old housekeeper's heart sank, secretly thinking this was bad. But when he saw Hui Yutong had innate soul power of level 9, he knew Hui Yun'er was in danger. An innate level 9 soul power with a physical martial soul could potentially challenge a title Douluo, given the Duchess's jealousy and harshness. It was impossible for her to let the whole mother and daughter live until Daihao returned. However, he did not show this outwardly, but instead forced a smile, helping Hui Yun'er up, saying, "This time you 2 have made it through. When that brat Daihao returns, I will have a good talk with him." He could only be more forceful from now on, hoping that the Duchess's contempt for the mother and daughter would allow him to move away from this trouble after Hui Yun'er died. If it were innate level 1 soul power, it would be fine, but with a high innate level 9 soul power. Hui Yun'er was unduptedly domet. Chapter 005. Is this martial soul so hasty? Some were happy, while others were worried. The old housekeeper, who had been in the mansion for many years, was right on the mark. In the secret room behind the peephole, the Duchess was trembling with rage, watching the mother and daughter embrace. She wished she could rip them apart and drink their blood. Meanwhile, Qian Zhao Guang, who was also happy for Hui Yutong, was unaware that his action of helping Hui Yutong increase her innate soul power had actually done more harm than good. The original text mentions little about the Duchess, who exists only in a background story, but she is extremely jealous and suspicious, wanting to eliminate any potential threats to Dai Huabin and Dai Yaoing. An innate soul power of level 9 with a physical martial soul. So what if she didn't inherit the white tiger martial soul of the Duke's lineage? This was still a top-tier talent. The Duchess watched the figures of the Huang mother and daughter leave, nearly grinding her silver teeth in anger. And her determination to suppress the Huang family grew even stronger. If such a genius were discovered by the returning Dai Hao, given Dai Hao's affection for that little wench Hui Yuner, he would never let her off for the oppression she had faced over the years. Damn it. Simply put, let's settle both old and new scores. Before I get rid of this pair of brats, Dai Hao should obediently stay at the border. All of this was unknown to the three present. After the excitement, Hui Yutong had already left with Hui Yuner, eagerly planning for a bright future. Now, it was Qian Zhao Guang's turn to undergo martial soul awakening. Come on, child, you're the last one today. The middle-aged man had adjusted his mindset. When facing him, his tone was noticeably much gentler than when addressing Hui Yutong. Qian Zhao Guang calmly nodded and consciously stood in the center of the awakening stone. As the 6 paths of soul power were infused, a faint golden light shone brightly again. Warmth, that was his first feeling. It was as if he were wrapped in a gentle sunlight, an indescribable comfort. The warm aura permeated inward, and Qian Zhao Guang clearly felt that his body was undergoing some unknown changes. The most intuitive change was that the tiny remnant of innate soul power in his dantian was stirred, flowing upward toward his body. Qian Zhao Guang subconsciously stretched out his right hand, and to his disbelief, the same situation as when Hui Yutong awakened occurred. There was no martial soul appearing in the palm of his right hand. Behind his body, there was also no phantom appearing as it did during the beast martial soul awakening. Suddenly, a cold aura filled the room, causing the overall temperature to drop several degrees. The middle-aged man shivered and looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. What? What kind of martial soul is this? Not to mention he was just a soul sect. Even the soul sage-level old butler looked bewildered. What on earth has awakened? As the awakening ceremony was completed, Qian Zhao Guang looked at his body with confusion. He also wanted to know what kind of martial soul he had awakened. Why is there nothing at all? It just feels a bit chilly in front of his chest. The old butler stepped forward, circled around him several times, and finally noticed a clue at his chest. Zhao Guang, lift your clothes up so Grandpa can take a look. Okay. Qian Zhao Guang followed the instructions. This time, both the middle-aged man and the old butler saw clearly. At his chest, there was a ball of pure light. The old butler reached out to touch it and felt a faint chill. Qian Zhao Guang realized that this seemed to be his own martial soul. My martial soul is light, but why does it feel cold? Isn't light martial souls usually mixed with fire or holy attributes? The old butler smiled wryly and said, Goodness, I named you Zhao Guang, and you really awakened a light martial soul? If I had known, I should have named you Qian Jiji, and you would definitely have awakened an ultimate martial soul. Ha ha ha. A middle-aged man interjected, Old Jew, what exactly is this martial soul your grandson has awakened? I've seen light martial souls, but not like this. And look, this light is actually chilling to the bone. It's truly strange. The old butler shrugged. Who cares? There are all kinds of bizarre martial souls in the world. Who knows what it really is? Come on, let's test the innate soul power. From the fluctuations during the awakening, I estimate it shouldn't be low. It's very likely to be full innate soul power, at least at level 8 or 9. The middle-aged man took out the earlier crystal ball. Qian Zhao Guang placed his hand on the crystal ball and felt a faint stir of soul power in his dantian. The crystal ball emitted a weak glow. Innate soul power. Level 1. The middle-aged man's expression was strange, and his words were somewhat hesitant. The old housekeeper's previous smile had completely vanished. He furrowed his brows tightly, a frown forming on his forehead. Level 1? Could this broken thing be faulty? How could such a unique martial soul as Zhao Guang's be only level 1? Based on the fluctuations that appeared at the time of awakening, it should at least be above level 8. Douluo. This is the soul power crystal ball that Xiao Xin just retrieved from the storeroom. It was just unsealed today, it can't be wrong. The middle-aged man said while injecting his own soul power. You see, I'm level 45, there's really no problem. The old housekeeper also tried it, and the crystal ball displayed a soul power level of 79. This is truly absurd. How could it be level 1? On the way back, the old housekeeper still pondered over what had just happened. his face filled with worry. Qian Zhao Guang, who understood the situation, comforted him. Grandpa, it's fine. It's just that my innate soul power level is low. I will work hard to cultivate in the future, and I still have a chance to become a top-level expert. Innate soul power is a manifestation of talent for soul masters. Soul masters cannot cultivate before awakening at the age of 6. So those with good talent can awaken more innate soul power before officially starting their cultivation. However, for Qian Zhao Guang, his low innate soul power was simply because he had used up the accumulated soul power in advance. It's like using a bottle to collect rainwater. The bigger the bottle, the more it collects. The collected water is what is referred to as innate soul power. The more water collected, the higher the innate soul power. Therefore, a soul master's talent is indeed linked to innate soul power, and that is correct. But Qian Zhao Guang is not a proper soul master. He just drank the water before the test. The bottle doesn't shrink because of that. But this side, the old housekeeper hesitated to speak. Having once been a graduate of Shrek Academy, how could he not understand the importance of innate soul power for future achievements? Aside from those medicine jars in the Sun Moon Empire, having innate level 1 soul power and still being able to cultivate the soul sovereign would be due to great merits accumulated by one's ancestors. Grandpa, don't worry. Tomorrow I will learn a skill so I won't starve in the future. I still want to support you in your old age. How about I learn forging? Striving to become a soul mentor in the future is also a good path. Qian Zhao Guang had long planned his future cultivation path. Starting to learn forging now has 2 benefits. First, he could try to replicate the spiritual forging methods from later generations to prepare for making battle armor in the future. Second, even if he cannot experiment with the spiritual forging methods, simply using forging to temper his body is also a good choice. Seeing such a sensible and obedient grandson, how could the old butler bear to say no? He let out a deep sigh. Well, since you want to learn forging, I'll take you this afternoon. The Duke's mansion has its own blacksmith, and I'll definitely find you the best craftsman. Thank you, Grandpa. Chapter 006. So what exactly is this? Xiao Guang. Grandpa is going out for a while. You stay at home for a bit. Okay. The old butler looked somewhat troubled and kept mumbling to himself. Light martial soul. Innate first-level soul power. What can this really do in the future? Sigh. After returning to the small courtyard, Qian Zhao Guang immediately went back to his room, eager to study the newly awakened martial soul. In his previous life, he had been very curious about this magical martial soul while reading the original work. Now that he had one himself, how could he resist experiencing it firsthand? He took off his shirt, exposing his chest to the air. After thousands of days of continuous training, the muscle lines on his upper body were slightly visible. Qian Zhao Guang reminisced about the feeling during his martial soul awakening. With a thought, his soul power was unconsciously stirred, and the temperature in the room quietly dropped a little at that moment. A fist-sized ice blue had appeared on his chest, illuminating the room even brighter. What kind of martial soul is this? Is it a body martial soul? Qian Zhao Guang felt a bit bewildered. Many details about martial souls were never mentioned in the original text, which made it difficult for him to judge. Now, apart from feeling a slight chill where the blue light appeared, he had no special sensations. He didn't feel any significant improvement in his physical attributes, and there seemed to be no other enhancements. How strange. He took a piece of paper from his side and held it in front of his chest, using his mind to try to channel the trace of soul power within him toward the location of his martial soul. After a moment, a beam of blue light shot forward, and the temperature in the room seemed to drop even further. Some fine ice shards appeared on the paper as well. Qian Zhao Guang put it down with a mix of laughter and tears and redressed himself. The martial soul had awakened and was quite special, looking impressive, but he didn't know what use it would have. Forget it. Anyway, he didn't plan to rely on the strength of his martial soul to win. So whatever happened was fine. Having a bit of ice attribute was a pleasant surprise. It should increase the success rate of his efforts to collect the heavenly dream ice silkworm 5 years later. Since his martial soul manifested as light and had some ice attributes, he might as well call it extreme ice light. When it came to names, it's better to choose something pleasant. Qian Zhao Guang no longer struggled with his martial soul, turned, picked up the long knife, leaning against the wall, and walked out the door. The awakening of his martial soul had delayed him for half the morning, and he still hadn't completed today's training plan. Just as Qian Zhao Guang was sweating profusely in the small courtyard, the Duchess was listening to the report from the middle-aged man. What martial soul did old Zhu's adopted grandson awaken? Light, the middle-aged man replied respectfully. However, his martial soul looks a bit strange, not like the usual light-type martial souls. The Duchess sneered disdainfully. So what? He's just a waste with innate soul power at level 1. Old Zhu's old ailment is worsening, and even if a healing-type titled Douluo intervenes, he has at most 5 years left to live. I want to see how this little brat protects those cheap people in the future. At this point, she gritted her teeth again, her voice almost squeezing out from between her teeth. The main body martial soul is an I, with innate level 9 soul power. How can a worthless person like me, who isn't even a soul master, give birth to such a good seed? Do what I instructed you to do quickly. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and quietly asked, but, Madam, should we really not inform the master? An innate level 9 soul power, main body martial soul has a great chance of entering Shrek. What if the Duke finds out later? Before he could finish, he was rudely interrupted by the Duchess. Am I your master, or are you mine? Do you need to teach me how to do things? Your subordinate dares not. Then hurry up and get lost. Your subordinate takes his leave. The Duchess, in a fit of rage, slammed the teacup she was holding onto the table, revealing a cold smile. Shrek? Bah, that little cheap person is worthy? Without a recommendation letter from City Lord, how can she enter Shrek? After lunch, the old steward handed Qian Zhao Guang a method of meditation. After he roughly read and memorized it, the steward took him out and headed towards the forging room in the Duke's mansion. In the clanging forging room, the old steward introduced Qian Zhao Guang to a very skilled blacksmith. Although this old blacksmith was not a soul engineer, his forging skills were by no means inferior to those of mid to high-level soul engineers. Qian Zhao Guang's specially crafted long sword, which he has been using for daily exercise in recent years, is his own masterpiece. Under the initial guidance of the old blacksmith, he picked up 2 forging hammers and began his forging studies. The old blacksmith stood by with a beaming smile, observing Qian Zhao Guang's body movements, and said with satisfaction, All right, old Zhu, this grandson of yours is quite impressive. He has a sturdy build and a quick mind. Don't worry, since you've spoken, I will definitely pass on all my skills to him. There aren't many kids these days willing to put in the effort into forging. The old steward revealed a bitter smile and said, Zhao Guang has been sensible since he was young, but his innate soul power is really not up to par. Learning a craft from you will at least help him support himself in the future. Come on, old Zhu, think positively. This kid has high comprehension. Who knows? He might even become a soul master one day. Besides, just look at his strength. He doesn't look like a 6-year-old at all. In the future, even if he joins the military under the Duke, he will definitely land a good position. I hope so. In a couple of days, I'll find you a recipe that my old man got from somewhere back in the day. It's said to be really effective. You should gather some herbs and give little Guang a medicinal bath or something. Don't waste his strength. The 2 elders were discussing Qian Zhao Guang's future, while he himself was completely unaware of all this. He was fully immersed in the world of forging, working hard and sweating profusely. With each hammer strike, the golden body technique unconsciously began to operate. He felt every muscle in his body tightening, undergoing the tempering of his own strength and soul power, as if he had become a piece of metal being forged. With every effort he made, Qian Zhao Guang surprisingly felt a peculiar sense of exhilaration, as if his entire body had become transparent. The originally painful mechanical movements became the best aid for his training, allowing his physique to improve rapidly. The blacksmiths nearby gradually set aside their tasks and focused their attention on him. It was unbelievable that a 6-year-old child could persist in wielding the hammer for so long. The old blacksmith proudly said, His name is Qian Zhao Guang, my new apprentice. You all need to keep an eye on him from now on. Thus, until Qian Zhao Guang was nearly exhausted, he followed the old steward back to the small courtyard. During the forging process, the progress of his cultivation of the golden body technique far exceeded his expectations. If he could maintain this high-intensity forging every day, he should be able to complete the first layer of the golden body technique within 5 years. Chapter 007. The embrace of Hollow Li. Since that day, Qian Zhao Guang had not paid any attention to his seemingly useless martial soul. Apart from the fixed 500 sword swings every day, he practically lived in the blacksmith shop. This method of utilizing forging to temper his physique was far superior to simply meditating for cultivation. While forging, Qian Zhao Guang also discovered some differences between the techniques of today's blacksmiths and those from 10,000 years ago. First was the issue of technique. The passage of 10,000 years had led to the gradual fading of the violent forging methods represented by the chaotic hammering technique from the blacksmith's view. Today's blacksmiths have begun to control the intensity of their forging rather than merely pursuing brute force. The ability to remove large amounts of impurities in a short time using extreme techniques was no longer the standard for judging a blacksmith skill. Artisans like the old blacksmith with their high level of expertise, were gradually moving towards the path of spiritual forging. Although there was still some distance to go before reaching the level of 100 forgings 10,000 years later, it could be said that the initial form had already begun to take shape. Qian Zhao Guang had been trying his best to control the intensity of his strikes during the forging process, recalling the forging techniques from the original text of Do, San, and consciously attempting to communicate with the metal. In this fulfilling yet exhausting forging career, more than 2 months had passed. The high-intensity quenching, combined with the old butler's frequent purchase of medicinal materials for Qian Zhao Guang's medicinal baths, had significantly accelerated the cultivation speed of the golden body technique, steadily advancing towards the threshold of the immortal body. He had already completed a preliminary refinement of his physique. Although his soul power level still remained at the first level, his physical quality could already rival that of a powerful attack-type soul master with a beast martial soul. Considering his own martial skills, killing a great soul master with a beast martial soul or a weapon martial soul would not be difficult, provided he had a blade in hand. He was just a bit lacking against elemental and control-type soul masters. Even though his physical quality was formidable now, he was still merely a mortal flesh body, right? A burn from fire would still cause blisters. One morning, Qian Zhao Guang was in the courtyard, as usual, wielding his knife and chopping at a wooden post. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Qian Zhao Guang put down his long knife and wiped the sweat from his forehead. A small head peeked through the crack in the door, timidly calling out, "Brother Zhao Guang." Seeing the visitor, he couldn't help but smile and said, It's you, Tong. Long time no see. How have you been?" During the past 2 months of intense training, his life had been a routine of going back and forth, leaving him with no time or energy to bring meals to the Hua family mother and daughter. Before Hu Yutong could respond, the old butler walked out of the room. "Little, cough, cough, cough. Little Tong hasn't had it easy these days, cough, cough, cough." Qian Zhao Guang hurriedly ran to his side and patted the old steward's back to help him calm down. "It's nothing, I'm fine," the old steward waved his hand. "That nasty woman has recently become more brazen in her oppression of them. Sometimes even when I go to deliver food to them, I get stopped. She's truly a venomous woman. It's fortunate that Xiao Tong is a soul master, but Hui Yuner is already weak. I'm really worried." Sigh. The old steward didn't continue, only letting out a heavy sigh. He had been retired for many years, and the coldness of people in the royal mansion was evident. He had managed to protect himself for so long thanks to the residual influence from years ago and his own cultivation as a soul sage. The only one who could give him face, Dai Hao, needed to remain vigilant against the Sun and Moon Empire's sneak attacks in the Mingdo Mountains. And coupled with concerns about the old emperor's suspicions, he hadn't returned home for several years. There were quite a few spies sent by the emperor around this large mansion, and the whole family faced various restrictions when going out. Originally, Duke Baihu had a few opportunities to return home, but his wife had used various excuses to send him back. The old steward's only backing was not in the mansion, and the power-hungry duchess could easily bypass him to oppress a weak mother and son who were utterly defenseless. Being able to occasionally send some food to the home mother and daughter and teach Hui Yutong some knowledge about cultivation was already the maximum tolerance of the duchess. Anymore, and that venomous woman would surely tear her relationship with the old steward apart. The old steward didn't bring up Hui Yuner again and turned to ask, "Xiao Tong, how's your preparation going? Is there no issue with your mother?" Hui Yutong gently nodded. "Grandpa Zhu, I'm all set. Mom said she can handle being alone in the mansion during this time." "Good, then wait for Grandpa to tidy up and we'll set off." Saying this, the old steward told Qian Zhao Guang, "You should go back and change into some clothes and take the knife you forged yourself. We're going on a journey." "Huh? Wait, Grandpa, what's going on? Where are we going?" Qian Zhao Guang, who had been an outsider for a while, looked confused. "Where else would we go?" "To the Soul Beast Forest, of course. Xiao Tong reached level 10 yesterday, and once she gets a soul ring, she'll become a true soul master." From inside the room came the old steward's irritated voice. "What? Already level 10? Qian Zhao Guang finally reacted, looking at Hui Yutong with excitement. She had been forging for over 2 months, and considering her hard work and innate soul power, it was about time for her to level up. "Oh, look at my mind, I almost forgot about this. Xiao Tong, congratulations. You're about to become a real soul master." "Thank you, Brother Zhao Guang." At this moment, a faint smile finally appeared on Hui Yutong's previously sullen face. "Once I become a soul master and can earn money, I will definitely take my mom and move out of this Duke's mansion. Keep it up, a wonderful life is waiting for you." Qian Zhao Guang intended to give Hui Yutong a hug. However, when he stepped forward to embrace her, he realized he was still bare-chested and covered in sweat. It didn't seem appropriate to hug her like this. Unexpectedly, during this moment of distraction, Hui Yutong instead wrapped her arms around his waist. Feeling the delicate head nestled against his neck and a faint fragrance emanating from her long hair, Qian Zhao Guang was momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. No, no, Xiaotong, I'm all sweaty and dirty. He would have been better off not saying anything. Upon hearing his words, Hui Yutong hugged him even tighter. The gentle warmth of her breath brushed against his skin, causing an unusual tingling sensation. In both his past and present lives, Qian Zhao Guang had never had such close physical contact with the opposite sex, even though Hui Yutong was still just a 6-year-old girl. A few drops of warm tears suddenly fell from his chest, and Hui Yutong began to sob softly. Yes, she was still just a 6-year-old girl. How could she have the resilient mentality of Hui Yuhao from the original story, who had been trained to be submissive? Silly boy, just hug me. What are you waiting for? He heard the voice of the old butler in his ear, and instinctively, the stiff Qian Zhao Guang closed his arms, gently pulling Hui Yutong into his embrace and softly patting her back. Chapter 008. First Soul Hunting Soon. Hui Yutong's quiet sobbing turned into a loud cry, her face streaming with tears, as if all the grievances she had endured over the past 2 months were contained in this breakdown. The old butler also used his voice to inform Qian Zhao Guang about the recent situation of the whole mother and daughter over the past 2 months. During this time, the Duchess's bullying of the mother and daughter had escalated, and Hui Yuner had fallen seriously ill. If it weren't for the old butler's strong intervention against the Duchess and his invitation to a doctor for treatment, this unfortunate woman might have died even earlier than in the original story. Under continuous blows, Hui Yutong could only watch helplessly. The only thing she could do was convert her sorrow and anger into motivation for her training, striving to rescue her mother from this hellish situation as soon as possible. After a long while, her cries subsided, and she sniffled as she wiped away her tears, her eyes red. This pitiful appearance made Qian Zhao Guang's heart soften. He gently said, "Don't cry, don't be afraid, I'm here." Hui Yutong's eyes glistened with tears again, and her words came out in fragments. "Wu, Zhao Guang, brother, I'm so scared." Qian Zhao Guang said nothing and once again pulled her into his embrace. The strong heartbeat and warm body temperature comforted Hui Yutong's fragile heart, and the solid arms gave her a strong sense of security. The two embraced for a long time in the small courtyard, and only then did her wildly beating heart gradually calm down. The old butler, who had been peeking through the crack in the door for a long time, chuckled softly and muttered to himself, "This little brat, his brain is like a wooden block, but his peach blossoms are not shallow. If these two kids can get together in the future, then I can also." Cough, cough, cough. It wasn't until she boarded the carriage heading to the Soul Beast Forest that Hui Yutong, who had cried several times, gradually recovered from her earlier breakdown. Qian Zhao Guang didn't say anything, just silently handed her a box of snacks. Remembering what had happened earlier in the courtyard, Hui Yutong's face turned red with embarrassment as she lowered her head to eat the food in her hands. The carriage was silent, with the old steward personally driving the carriage along the path, heading northwest. Qian Zhao Guang looked out at the scenery, listening to the creaking of the carriage and the gentle chewing sounds of Hui Yutong, his thoughts drifting far away. It seemed that the wings of this little butterfly of his were much larger than he had anticipated. He felt a twinge of guilt towards Hui Yutong. He had initially intended to enhance her innate soul power, hoping to spare her and Hui Yuner from the immense suffering they endured in the original story. However, it turned out that his good intentions had backfired. He hadn't expected that the Duchess had already gone mad to a certain extent, not even sparing the girl. In this era, in most cases, girls had no inheritance rights, so how could it possibly affect Dai Yoheng and Dai Huabin? He would find a chance to compensate her later. After all, it was his actions that had altered everything. It would be impossible to say he felt no guilt in his heart. The three of them traveled along, stopping and going, and before they knew it, 3 days had passed. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. Over these few days, Qian Zhao Guang had gained some insight into the unique customs and culture of the Douluo continent, freed from the constraints and oppression of the Duke's mansion. Hui Yutong's mood gradually relaxed during the journey, her curiosity piqued by the fresh experiences along the way. With a sigh, the carriage came to a stop. The old steward turned around and said to the two, "We are almost there. I will store the carriage shortly, and we will proceed on foot." "Okay, Grandpa," the two replied in unison. On the way, the old steward had already briefed them on some precautions and related knowledge about hunting soul beasts. This time, the old steward was taking them not to the renowned Star Dove Forest from the original story, but to a smaller soul beast forest. According to the old steward, although this forest was small, it was home to many rare mental-type soul beasts, due to the relatively small number of soul masters who specialized in mental power. And with only a few 10,000-year soul beasts, this place had managed to survive the massacre of soul beasts over the last 10,000 years and avoided the fate of extinction. As for the hunting soul forest that had been domesticated 10,000 years ago, please, the spirit hall is gone, spirit awakening is no longer free, and subsidies are not given to ordinary soul masters anymore. Even the limited subsidies that were given to the top students at Shrek have now been reduced to just 1 gold soul coin per month. Calculating that, it amounts to a miserable 12 coins a year, which is nothing compared to 10,000 years ago. In this time of inflation, not eating or drinking for a year would barely cover Shrek's tuition for the year. Only a bunch of idle brains from the Empire would engage in such thankless and wasteful endeavors involving manpower and resources. As they entered the soul beast forest, the air gradually became cooler. Along with the coolness, there was also a special heaviness. Qian Zhao Guang's senses have always been very sharp. In his perception, the soul beast forest before him seemed like a giant monster with its mouth wide open. At any moment, that mouth filled with sharp teeth could come down and take away vibrant lives. It was also his first time personally entering the legendary soul beast forest. After a brief moment of tension, his emotions shifted more towards excitement, with adrenaline surging in his heart. After over 3 years of diligent cultivation, it was time to test his training results. Just thinking about the upcoming battle with soul beasts made Qian Zhao Guang feel a rush of blood. And even his hand, gripping the hilt, trembled slightly. Zhao Guang, slow down a bit. Since we have this rare opportunity to go out, let me share some knowledge about soul beasts with you. When we encounter a weak 10-year soul beast later, you could try to practice a bit, said the old steward, pulling the somewhat anxious Hua Yutong along behind. Although his face wore a smile, his free right hand was rhythmically moving, and his sharp gaze swept the surroundings, guarding against any potential dangers that might appear at any moment. Look, over there is a plant soul beast, a 10-year-old sword bamboo. The way to identify it is, learning from books always feels shallow. To truly understand, one must practice. As the old steward provided straightforward explanations, the two gained a lot of knowledge during their search for soul beasts and developed a certain understanding of this species. Hua Yutong focused her soul power on her eyes, and with a faint flow of air swirling, her spiritual eyes emitted a soft blue light. With the enhancement of her martial soul, she possessed strong warning abilities. At the same time, the spiritual eyes allowed her to see farther and clearer, greatly improving her dynamic vision. As they continued forward, suddenly, a strange feeling appeared in her mind. Hua Yutong swiftly drew a dagger from her waist and warned, "Brother Zhao Guang, something is approaching us." Received. Qian Zhao Guang stood still, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly, with his legs slightly bent, adopting a defensive stance. His eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit, eager to personally engage in a battle with the soul beast. Unfortunately, the previous soul beasts they encountered were quite powerful, and the old steward, worried about their safety, had directly intervened to chase them away, leaving Qian Zhao Guang somewhat disappointed. This time, the old steward did not speak, indicating that the incoming creature was indeed a target they could fight. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed out from behind the trees ahead and pounced in front of the three. It was a jackal, about 1 meter tall, covered in gray-black fur, with sharp teeth and eyes glowing with a ghostly green light. Chapter 009. This guy seems a bit weak. The jackal stared intently at Qian Zhao Guang, who was holding the knife, and kept circling around in small steps. The old steward said, "This is a wind jackal, a small soul beast known for its speed. This one has about 20 years of cultivation. Remember, canine soul beasts have tough heads and bodies, but weak waists. Find its weakness and respond calmly. It is not a match for either of you." Qian Zhao Guang responded with a sound, his gaze fixed firmly on the wind wolf before him. He could clearly feel his adrenaline surging, his blood racing, and his heart pounding like a war drum. He was completely exhilarated. After years of hard study, he finally had the chance to put his skills to the test. The wind wolf, with its somewhat irritable temperament, couldn't contain itself and let out a piercing howl, suddenly launching itself towards Qian Zhao Guang with a powerful push of its limbs. As a 20-year-old soul beast, this wind wolf lacked much intelligence. However, its instincts told it that this bipedal creature before it had no fluctuations of soul power and was weaker than itself. Qian Zhao Guang reacted quickly, responding in an instant as the wind wolf moved. His body crouched down, hence tightly gripping the knife handle, with the blade angled upward to the side. His muscles were tense, his whole being coiled like a tightly wound top, ready to spring into action. A green cyclone rose from the body of the wind wolf in the air. This move not only changed its landing point, but also accelerated its speed again by a fraction. On the left, be careful. Hui Yutong's spiritual eyes had already seen through the opponent's trajectory, loudly warning Qian Zhao Guang. Facing the soul beast that was so close, Qian Zhao Guang remained incredibly calm. With a swift motion, he slashed upward from below with the long knife, the blade carving an ice-blue crescent arc in the air. Qian Zhao Guang's movements did not stop. He continued to rotate his body and arms. The long knife drew a figure eight in the air, and then, from bottom to top, he suddenly delivered a second slash toward the upper right. The two lightning-fast strikes were completed in the blink of an eye. This was a knife technique he had practiced for many years, ingrained in his very bones and formed into muscle memory. As soon as this thought flashed through his mind, his body instinctively responded quickly. Hui Yutong, watching from the back, gasped in surprise. She felt as if two blue lights had streaked through the air. With two muffled sounds, the fierce wind wolf had already disintegrated into 4 pieces in midair. A spray of blood rained down, accompanied by shattered internal organs. Sensing the impending danger, Qian Zhao Guang quickly dodged, avoiding being drenched. The old butler stared in astonishment at the scene before him, hardly believing his eyes. After 20 years of the wind wolf, even elite soldiers in the army could find themselves in danger, yet his own grandson had taken it down in just 2 strikes. Although he had always known that Qian Zhao Guang possessed extraordinary strength, this was simply too astonishing. After all, he was still a 6-year-old child with only first-level soul power. Qian Zhao Guang swung his long knife, and droplets of blood slid off the blade, shimmering with a cold light. This wind beast doesn't seem very strong, but why was I able to directly cleave its body in 2? The blade isn't that long, is it? The old butler led the frowning Hui Yutong forward to examine the wind beast's corpse. A circle of white soul rings floated above the flesh, emitting a faint glow. Hiss! The cut is clean and neat. Both strikes went through the weak points of the bones. Xiao Guang, you really haven't practiced in vain these 3 years. Your eyesight and wrist strength are impressive. At this moment, Hui Yutong looked at Qian Zhao Guang with stars in her eyes. Brother Zhao Guang is so amazing. Qian Zhao Guang smiled shyly and no longer dwelled on the previous question. He wiped the blade with a cloth and sheathed it behind his back, looking regretfully at the 10-year soul ring. It's a pity to waste a soul ring, and my blade has also damaged its skin. The old butler casually kicked it a couple of times and said, it's quite normal to kill soul beasts for self-defense during soul hunting, as long as one doesn't deliberately go on a killing spree. The materials from soul beasts are somewhat useless to soul masters and aren't worth much, generally. Only soul beasts that are over 10,000 years old have some collectible value. So what do we do now? Just leave it here? Hui Yutong hesitated to speak. Watching a living being vanish right before her eyes made her feel somewhat reluctant and a bit nauseous. Qian Zhao Guang didn't feel anything, not even a ripple in his heart. In his previous life, when he helped in the kitchen of a martial arts school, he had killed pigs numerous times. He was quite familiar with such scenes and the division of meat. Moreover, it's only natural to kill when one is attacked. The old butler, well aware of Hui Yutong's current mindset, gently patted her head. Let's leave it here. We still need to continue searching for suitable spiritual-type soul beasts. In nature, survival of the fittest is the rule. As soul masters, killing soul beasts is a matter of course, and there's no need to be overly concerned. After sensing the surrounding environment, the old butler signaled Qian Zhao Guang to head in another direction. Let's go. Wind wolves are social animals. The smell of blood here will quickly attract their kin. Having distanced themselves from this place of trouble, the 3 of them set off again on the path to find spiritual-type soul beasts. The practical training of the 2 and the old butler's outdoor classes proceeded in an orderly manner. By the end of the day, they had encountered several types of soul beasts, ranging from 10 to 100 years old, with the majority being 10 years old. After Qian Zhao Guang once again killed a 10-year soul beast in an instant, he hadn't made a move since. Soul beasts under 100 years were too weak. With his immense strength and years of refined swordsmanship, he could defeat them almost instantly. Soul beasts over 100 years old could still pique his interest, prompting him to engage seriously. Hui Yutong also tried battling 10-year soul beasts a few times with her white tiger dagger. With the enhancement of her spiritual eyes and guidance from the old butler, she grew rapidly. From her initial panic in battle to a calm and steady demeanor, she only needed 4 fights to transform. In her 5th battle, she was even able to single-handedly kill a 10-year soul beast without taking any damage. For a 6-year-old girl who appeared cute and harmless, this was nothing short of a miracle. In the evening, the three set up camp in the woods to rest. With the old butler's powerful abilities as their backing, they didn't have to eat cold rations. They could light a campfire and enjoy a warm meal. "Let's have fish tonight," said the old butler as he casually splashed the surface of the water by the small river, effortlessly catching several large fish. This unique fish from the Douluo continent, with few bones and plenty of meat, was a rare delicacy for outdoor camping. Qian Zhao Guang skillfully killed several big fish, opened their bellies, scraped off the scales and sinews, and took out some prepared wooden sticks from his storage ring to skewer the fish, handing them over to Hui Yutong. Then, he took out a grilling rack with an iron net, skillfully added charcoal, lit the fire, and pulled out a bunch of bottles and jars filled with seasonings. Yutong also got to work, evenly applying various powders on the fish inside and out, placing a few leaves of perilla inside the fish's belly, and deftly setting it on the iron net. The whole process was smooth and seamless, leaving the old housekeeper dumbfounded. Their tacit cooperation made it clear that they had done this many times before. Throughout the entire process, the two didn't exchange a single word. This skilled movement, these professional tools, and the neatly arranged seasonings. If they didn't do this often, the old housekeeper would never believe it. The old housekeeper, both amused and exasperated, asked, "You two little ones, it's obvious you've done this a lot, huh? Zhao Guang, you used to take Xiao Tong to the back mountain every morning, saying it was for running. You weren't secretly going to barbecue, were you? The small stove you asked me for earlier was for this, right?" Hui Yutong lowered her head, pretending to be seriously grilling the fish, but her flushed face had already betrayed her completely. Qian Zhao Guang chuckled a few times and said, "How could that be? I'm really exercising. Otherwise, how could Xiaodong have such good stamina now? The grilled fish is just a bonus. You don't know, Xiaodong's grilled fish is delicious." To be fair, Qian Zhao Guang wasn't exaggerating. Ever since he started delivering meals to the Hua family, a little tail had appeared behind him every time he went for a morning run on the back mountain. With the idea that exercising to stay healthy could also help awaken more innate soul power, Qian Zhao Guang didn't refuse. And so, the two of them teamed up to run, doing it for 3 years straight. Well, it was just a way to improve their diet while running. Before Hui Yutong officially awakened her soul power and martial soul, she was really just a little girl, and her stamina couldn't compare to Qian Zhao Guang, who was practicing the golden body technique. Therefore, this running routine often turned into the two of them running to a small river, where Qian Zhao Guang would catch some fish, prepare them for Hui Yutong to grill, and then continue his training. By the time he returned from running, the fish would be nearly done. They would feast together and then head back to their respective homes. Hui Yutong would help Hui Yun'er with her work, while Qian Zhao Guang continued his training. This morning running habit lasted until a little over 2 months ago, when it was broken after the awakening of their martial souls. The old butler squatted down with a smile nearby. Today, that grandpa was ready to enjoy the ready-made dish and let him taste Xiaodong's cooking. Hui Yutong revealed a sweet smile and continued to focus on grilling the fish. Before long, a special aroma wafted above the fire. As Hui Yutong slowly turned the fish, the carp gradually turned golden yellow. Combined with the rich fragrance, it was incredibly tempting. The grill could accommodate 3 large fish at once, so there was no need to take turns. "Grandpa Zhu, please try it first." Hui Yutong, being very considerate, picked the largest and most appealing grilled fish and handed it to the old butler beside her. "Ah, thank you, Xiaotong." The old butler received the fish with a beaming smile, gently blew on it, and took a bite. Crunch! The sound of his teeth meeting the fish created a faint noise. The crispy, golden fish skin, mixed with the rich fragrance of the fish meat and the unique aroma of charcoal, burst in his mouth, leaving a lingering taste. The chili powder ground by Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong gives a slight spicy to the mouth, accompanied by a faint taste of perilla, bringing out the fragrance of the grilled fish to the extreme. With every bite, the delicate garlic meat has a slight chewiness, and the wonderful texture makes the chewer unwittingly addicted. Before he knew it, the old butler had finished an entire fish, even chewing up some small bones that weren't removed and swallowing them down. To describe it as endlessly enjoyable would not be an exaggeration. Hui Yutong was already grilling the second batch, while Qian Zhao Guang squatted beside her, eagerly waiting, looking as if he could hardly wait. Once, when he first tasted the legendary Xiao Hua grilled fish, he felt a similar dazed sensation. It was truly astonishing. It was really absurd that a little girl who had never been in contact with barbecue before could grill fish that could be considered a delicacy, using only simple salt and perilla for seasoning. She even managed to conquer the picky palate of Qian Zhao Guang, who had been trained in modern cooking techniques. It must be said that this was an extremely ridiculous cooking talent. Let us not forget, Qian Zhao Guang was a member of the great foodie empire. Such a wonderful flavor. Being able to eat it endlessly is definitely not an empty statement. Even after 3 years of continuous eating, he still loves this taste immensely. Hui Yutong's grilling skills have also rapidly improved over these 3 years, reaching an incredible level now. Even someone with anorexia would have their interest in food reignited upon tasting this grilled fish. As night fell, with a strong guardian watching over, listening to the rustling white noise in the forest while in the tent, this should have been a perfect place to sleep. However, Qian Zhao Guang found it hard to fall asleep. He helplessly pushed away Hui Yutong's arm that she had placed on him and shifted to the side. But after a while, the clingy little girl would come over again, wrapping around him like an octopus, making Qian Zhao Guang quite anxious. The faint scent of her body continuously invaded his nostrils, making it even harder for him to sleep. Looking at the little girl with a smile at the corner of her mouth, Qian Zhao Guang let out a deep sigh, feeling quite helpless in his heart. She was sleeping comfortably, while he felt a bit uncomfortable, unable to move like a stiff corpse. After finishing his meal, the old butler thought straightforwardly, what is there to be afraid of with 2 6-year-old kids? They could just sleep together. He happened to see that the two of them seemed to have some romantic feelings, so he decided to give them a little push, solidifying this pair of childhood sweethearts. Hui Yutong didn't see any problem with it either. In the open world of Douluo continent, there was no issue of boys and girls not being close. She was very happy to be able to sleep with her beloved brother. However, for Qian Zhao Guang, he felt a bit awkward. After all, inside this shell was the soul of an adult male. He wasn't like Tang San, who had a preference for little girls, saying no while being quite honest physically, sharing a bed with Xiao Wu for 6 years. In such an anxious situation, Qian Zhao Guang began to ponder his recent cultivation path to distract and divert his attention. Gradually, he lost track of how much time had passed. Listening to Hui Yutong's steady and gentle breathing, he finally couldn't withstand the wave of sleepiness and fell asleep unknowingly. In the morning, when Hui Yutong woke up from the tent, the sleeping bag on her right was already empty. Qian Zhao Guang got up early and, after doing a simple set of exercises, prepared 3 simple breakfasts. Although he didn't have exceptional cooking talent growing up alone in his previous life, he could still cook well, and making breakfast was a piece of cake for him. Hui Yutong was drawn out of the tent by the enticing aroma, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and said softly, "Good morning, Brother Zhao Guang." "Good morning, Grandpa Zhu." "Good morning, Xiao Tong." Qian Zhao Guang had finished eating and casually handed her a breakfast. "You arrived just in time, as I was about to call you." Thank you, brother." After receiving the breakfast, Hui Yutong immediately transformed into a little glutton and started eating. The old butler watched Hui Yutong devour her food while secretly chuckling at the dark circles under Qian Zhao Guang's eyes. Chapter 011. You finally have some use today is the 4th day since the 3 of them arrived at the Soul Beast Forest. Since the first day, the old butler had not allowed Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong to face the soul beasts alone, instead personally driving away any soul beast that crossed their path to speed up their search. However, even with this, they still had nothing to show for 3 days of effort. Qian Zhao Guang, who was well-versed in the original work, and the experienced old butler both understood the rarity of mental attribute soul beasts and did not feel anxious. Hui Yutong, however, was different. She was worried about her mother, who was left alone in the Duke's mansion, and appeared somewhat uneasy. Seeing Hui Yutong looking conflicted and hesitant to speak, the old butler couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed difficult to find a suitable mental-type soul beast. If this continued, he and Qian Zhao Guang would be fine, but he was concerned that the Duchess might take the opportunity to make things difficult for Hui Yun'er. Without his protection, her days in the mansion would truly be like walking on thin ice. We should speed up a bit. If we still don't find a suitable soul beast after staying for another day and a half, we will head back tomorrow afternoon, the old butler said. Grandpa Zhu, why don't I just randomly find 100-year soul ring to absorb? As long as it's a soul ring, can I become a real soul master? Hui Yutong tugged at the old butler's sleeve and expressed her thoughts. I've already delayed you and Brother Zhao Guang for several days in order to get my soul ring. No, absolutely not. Qian Zhao Guang and the old butler spoke in unison. The old butler squatted down and patiently explained, even if we temporarily don't obtain this soul ring, we can't just settle for any random one. Xiaodong, your talent is excellent, and you even have the potential to become a title Douluo in the future. If you casually absorb any soul ring, it would be a complete waste. This is a matter of a lifetime. Don't you want to live a good life with your mother in the future? Don't you want to take revenge on that bad woman who bullied you and your mother? If you can achieve the level of a titled Douluo, even that brat Dai Hao will have to come personally to apologize to you. Hui Yutong said with hesitation. Of course I want to, but be careful. Something is approaching. I feel a bit of danger. Qian Zhao Guang suddenly interjected, interrupting her unfinished words. The silver long sword was unsheathed with a sharp sound, already pointing towards the location where the danger was coming from. The old butler also stood up, a smile involuntarily appearing on his face. It seems we are in luck. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to go home in an hour. Roar! A roar shook the mountains and forests, and a red shadow came rushing from afar. Beast, you come at just the right time. In Qian Zhao Guang's eyes, the fighting spirit burned fiercely, and the power of his blood and energy surged suddenly, pushing his strength to the limit. He lowered his body and suddenly lunged forward. With a simple and unadorned salted fish thrust, the tip of the knife made contact with the shadow, sparking a flurry of sparks. Both retreated simultaneously, taking up a defensive stance. Qian Zhao Guang then saw clearly that the visitor was actually a blood-red tiger that was over 1 meter long but less than 2 meters. Unlike other tigers that are strong and majestic, this blood-colored fierce tiger appeared somewhat slender and delicate, resembling a larger cat. With around 400 years of cultivation, the blood tiger, a rare mental-type spirit beast among tigers, should be able to provide Xiaodong with a good skill. The old butler protected Hui Yutong behind him, his left hand moving rhythmically, clearly intending to capture it personally. Grandpa, please don't take action. Let me give it a try. Qian Zhao Guang felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the blood tiger, his gaze fixed intently on it. Over the past few days, he had carefully studied the reasons behind his ability to sever the wind wolf. After much speculation, he still couldn't figure out, and could only suspect it had something to do with his mysterious martial soul. However, he hadn't had the opportunity to test it since then. Now that he was about to leave, he had encountered such a suitable opponent. If he didn't try now, he might not get another chance like this. Qian Zhao Guang has already made a clear comparison of his physical fitness. Defeating this century-old soul beast, which does not excel in physical strength, should not be too difficult. The old housekeeper hesitated and said, "Don't be reckless, kid." Although the blood tiger mainly relies on mental attacks and is physically weaker than most century-old soul beasts, it is still a genuine century-old soul beast. Even ordinary great soul masters need to be cautious when dealing with it. You can rest assured, I won't take on something I'm not confident about. Besides, you're here watching, right? Opportunities to spar with century-old soul beasts are rare. Qian Zhao Guang agreed with a nod, and a faint blue light flickered on his chest. The old butler thought for a moment and reminded him, in that case, be careful. If you find it beyond your capabilities, don't push yourself too hard. Remember, the blood tiger's innate skill is chaos, also known as frenzy. Using it on yourself can trigger a part of your physical potential, while using it on enemies can cause temporary confusion or even dizziness. As the grandfather and grandson conversed, the irritable blood tiger grew impatient, suddenly roaring loudly and launching itself toward Qian Zhao Guang. Kill! Qian Zhao Guang strode forward without flinching or avoiding, channeling his internal energy to the extreme as he executed 3 consecutive strikes. Whoosh! The silvery crescent flashed in the air, colliding with the same tiger claw. The blood tiger in midair let out a mournful cry, bouncing sideways just before Qian Zhao Guang's second strike could reach it. And after painfully rolling on the ground for a full turn, it managed to stand up again. The lightning-fast 3 strikes had chopped off a quarter of the blood tiger's left front claw. Qian Zhao Guang was also feeling uneasy, secretly taken aback. To his surprise, several chips had actually broken out on the blade, covered in mist. How hard? This was Qian Zhao Guang's first impression. A 100-year soul beast was indeed much stronger than a 10-year weakling. A regular long knife, forged from high-quality steel, was already somewhat inadequate against a 100-year soul beast. Moreover, the opponent's reaction speed was not something a 10-year soul beast could compare to. If he had been facing the previous Feng Chai, those 3 strikes would have already sent the opponent to the afterlife. Although he was deep in thought, his movements did not pause. As the blood tiger landed and rolled, he had already raised his knife and pursued. With the blade thrusting forward, the advantages of the long knife were highlighted to the fullest. The long-handled spear knife could not only be wielded with both hands like a regular knife, but could also incorporate some techniques from spear fighting. Just as the injured blood tiger flipped itself over, it was met head-on by the deadly long knife. It roared and leaped up from the ground again, its red fur gleaming, and an invisible wave emanated from the king character on its head, rushing straight towards Qian Zhao Guang's mind. What is that? Qian Zhao Guang let out a muffled grunt, as if a silver needle had struck his head, causing the movements of his entire body to slow down. The blood tiger leaping in front of him seemed to have a double image. Is this the chaos skill? He gritted his teeth against the pain, stomped his right leg hard on the ground, and let out a loud roar, channeling his energy into the long knife, continuing to thrust it forward. In an instant, his spirit seemed to reach its peak with that roar. At the same time, the blue light in his chest erupted with a surge of icy blue power, flowing through his arm into the long knife. A blue light blade over a foot long burst forth from the tip of the knife, directly piercing into the blood tiger's waist and abdomen. The blue light blade carried a chilling power, and fine ice shards had already formed around the punctured wound. As Qian Zhao Guang pressed down hard with both hands, a very obvious wound appeared on the blood tiger's abdomen. After this slash, the blue light blade vanished from the tip of the knife, as if it had never existed. If it weren't for the mist formed from the low temperature on the cold blade, Qian Zhao Guang would have thought he had seen it wrong. Bang! It whimpered as it fell to the ground, struggling to get up. Xiao Guang, stop it! The old butler leaped up and casually kicked the blood tiger unconscious, then called out to Hui Yutong. Xiaodong, come quickly and give it a stab. Your soul ring is ready to drop. Hui Yutong hurriedly ran over and obediently thrust the white tiger dagger hard into the spot pointed out by the old butler. As a stream of scorching blood gushed out, a rich yellow soul ring gradually formed above the corpse. Focus on your martial soul. Use your will to draw the soul ring. The old butler was guiding Hui Yutong in absorbing the soul ring, while Qian Zhao Guang carefully wiped the long knife before sheathing it. He touched his chest, still feeling a slight chill. His meager level 1 soul power had been completely depleted. This ordinary steel long knife had also shattered into 2 pieces due to the intense clashes and the infusion of martial soul power. That blue light blade, was it the effect of his martial soul? If this thing could be attached to his long knife to extend the attack range, that would be quite nice. He had solved the mystery. The earlier Wind Wolf had likely been killed by the martial soul light blade he had inadvertently triggered. Hui Yutong was already in the zone, and the old butler walked over, patting Qian Zhao Guang on the shoulder. Kid, you did well. With your extraordinary strength and superb knife skills, if it comes to life and death, even a beast martial soul grandmaster with a low-quality martial soul wouldn't stand a chance against you. TSK, 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 with such vigorous vitality. I can't help but feel that your strange martial soul resembles a true martial soul. Qian Zhao Guang smiled and didn't say much. This vigorous energy and blood was indeed unrelated to the extreme ice light. It was purely a result of practicing the golden body technique. By the way, what was that blade of light that burst forth from the tip of your knife? It should be my martial soul, but I'm not entirely sure. After all, my cultivation level is still too low, and it disappears after I use it. The old butler showed a satisfied expression, looking at him with a sense of sentimentality, and said, then you must practice diligently in the future, striving to raise your soul power level as soon as possible. If I'm not around in the future, cough, 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 you will have some self-defense. Cough, 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 cough. Qian Zhao Guang hurriedly comforted the old butler, complaining, Grandpa, what are you saying? Don't always talk about these inauspicious things like something is gone. Ha ha. All right. Grandpa won't say it anymore. Then I'll strive to live a few more years. Live until you and Xiaodong have your wedding before I. You little rascal. Are you trying to kill me? Cough, cough, cough. This time it's Qian Zhao Guang's turn to cough dryly. In my previous life, I didn't experience the pain of being urged by elders to get married. And now that I'm only 6 years old, you're making me feel in advance, right? When Hui Yutong opened her eyes, the sky had already changed from the sun to the moon, and it was completely dark. She looked down at herself. Her originally small frame seemed to have grown a little taller due to absorbing the soul ring, and her clothes felt a bit tight. Her body had become stronger, and her skin now had an additional layer of luster, looking incredibly supple and fairer. All aspects of her physical fitness had improved under the effect of this soul ring. She instinctively summoned her spiritual eye, and a bright yellow soul ring was particularly striking in the darkness. Now, even without intentionally operating her soul power, she could see extremely clearly in the night. I've become a soul master. Hui Yutong suddenly stood up, exclaiming, Yes, congratulations to you. Congratulations, Xiaodong. Qian Zhao Guang and the old butler sat in front of her, both feeling happy for her. Mom, I finally became a soul master. You don't have to suffer in the Duke's mansion anymore. Her nose felt sour, and tears kept flowing from her beautiful eyes. Brother Qiao Guang, Grandpa Zhu, thank you. Thank you. While saying this, Hui Yutong suddenly hugged Qian Zhao Guang and started to cry. Qian Zhao Guang's body suddenly stiffened, unsure of where to put his hands, constantly gesturing to the old steward who was watching the show from the side. The old steward seemed oblivious, returning to the tent on his own while mumbling to himself. I'm getting old. I really need to rest early. Damn, this old man. The next morning, the three who had successfully completed this soul-hunting journey set off on their return journey in a carriage. Qian Zhao Guang unlocked the correct usage of the extreme ice-light martial soul and understood his current strength, gaining a lot. Hui Yutong obtained a very practical soul skill from the blood tiger, called frenzy. The specific effects depend on the mental strength of both parties. Just like when the blood tiger itself is used. When applied to oneself, it can stimulate the mind, enhancing various bodily functions for a certain period. If applied to another target, it will cause confusion, dizziness, and a sharp pain in the head. If the mental strength is too low, the target may even attack teammates due to disorientation. This effect, which completely depends on the mental strength of both enemies and allies, is the most practical soul skill, avoiding the awkward situation of being completely useless later on. Moreover, mental-type soul masters are inherently stronger in the mid to late stages, and the power of the soul skill will continuously increase as Hui Yutong's mental strength improves. After returning to the Duke's residence, Hui Yutong's first task was to go home and share the joyous news of her becoming a soul master with her mother. The two embraced and wept, overwhelmed with joy, during their absence. Although the Duchess continued to oppress Hui Yun'er, she was still mindful of her image and did not resort to harsh measures. Instead, she strengthened the supervision of the White Tiger Duke's household and replaced various positions with her trusted subordinates. As a result, it seemed that the idea of Hui's mother and daughter moving out would be quite difficult to realize. 10 days later, upon returning to the familiar White Tiger Duke's residence, even Qian Zhao Guang felt a sense of relaxation. This era of Douluo continent is not like the peaceful times 1,000 years ago when the Spirit Hall's judgment troops were everywhere, as evil soul masters could emerge at any moment, posing a danger to low-ranking soul masters. Although Shrek Academy claims to maintain peace on the continent, honestly speaking, with just over 60 students, it is not much different from a joke. Did you not see how even a small fry from the Holy Spirit cult could severely injure many inner court disciples right in front of a certain level 98 super Douluo? In this era, it is indeed dangerous for low-ranking soul masters to travel far. Even though the old steward is a soul sage, Qian Zhao Guang still feels quite insecure. After returning, he only took a short half-day break before reporting to the old blacksmith and diving back into the intense and thrilling training. Chapter 013. This grudge is not over. Spring goes and autumn comes. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. As Qian Zhao Guang expected, Hui Yutong's desire to move out with her mother came to nothing. The Duchess used all sorts of rules to obstruct them, and even the old steward could not contend with her. Ultimately, due to overwork and the Duchess's constant targeting, Hui Yun'er passed away when Hui Yutong was 7 years old. The only right the old steward could secure was to move Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong out of the White Tiger Duke's residence after properly burying Hui Yun'er, settling down in Xingluo City. As a powerful soul sage and the former steward of the White Tiger Duke's residence, he had quite a bit of savings. Buying a small courtyard to raise and educate the 2 children was more than enough. In fact, these matters were anticipated in advance, and preparations for the move had already been made. In this regard, the Duchess did not obstruct them and even provided some conveniences. Her intention was clear. You can leave, but Hui Yun'er must die in this duke's residence under her watch. The blow of her mother's death left Hui Yutong without a smile for a full 6 months. She trained frantically every day, determined to one day stand before Dai how to avenge her mother. Now she has officially become a second-ring great soul master, steadily progressing towards the rank of Soul Zun. Of course, Qian Zhao Guang is not lagging behind either. Although he left the Duke's residence 2 years ago, his forging teacher, the old blacksmith, also had many connections in Xingluo City. He found another esteemed and skilled old blacksmith to be Qian Zhao Guang's new teacher, and for the past 2 years, Qian Zhao Guang has continued his training there. After 3 years of forging, both his cultivation and forging skills have significantly improved. In just about a month, Qian Zhao Guang would be able to complete the first stage of the golden body technique, refining his body to the point of being leak-free. At that time, he could shed the awkwardness of having no cultivation and officially begin practicing the Qi refinement technique. Aside from the extreme ice light still being the same, everything else was quite good. It is worth mentioning that Qian Zhao Guang no longer relies on chance for activation. Instead, he has found a way to stabilize the manifestation of the blue light blade. However, the duration is still short. With the little soul power he has left, he can only maintain it for about 3 seconds. Late at night, Hu Yutong had already begun her daily meditation in her room, while Qian Zhao Guang was in his own room contemplating the upcoming days. Suddenly, the door opened quietly, and the old steward stood outside. Qian Zhao Guang looked up in surprise. Huh? Grandpa, you're finally back. How was it? Did everything go smoothly? Half a month ago, the old steward suddenly said he had to go out to take care of some matters. He initially said he would be back in a week. Unexpectedly, it dragged on until today. The old steward made a shushing gesture, but it seemed he overdid it and was constantly sucking in cold air. Grandpa, you're hurt. Qian Zhao Guang immediately noticed that the old butler was bleeding from his waist and hurriedly helped him into the house, starting to take out medicine from his storage ring. No, don't bother. Cough, cough, cough. The old butler grabbed Qian Zhao Guang, who was pulling out a pile of medicine, gasping in pain, and in his urgency, he aggravated an old injury. Zhao Guang, I don't have much time. Listen to me carefully. Time is running out? A loud bang echoed in Qian Zhao Guang's mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. His waist and abdomen had suffered severe injuries, and he arrived home twice as late as planned, which could only mean one thing. He had been ambushed. His eyes were already red, and he struggled to contain the sadness and anger in his heart as he trembled and replied, you said, cough, cough, cough. The old butler spat out a mouthful of dark blood and shakily removed the silver bracelet from his wrist. This bracelet contains all of Grandpa's belongings. Specifically, you can see for yourself. Make it last. It should be enough for you two to live on. After I die, remember to burn my body, along with the blood-stained bedding and clothes in the house. Don't leave a trace. Qian Zhao Guang, possessing a light-type martial soul, is inherently sensitive to certain powers. Being well-versed in the original work, he has roughly deduced the cause and effect of the situation. In the Douluo continent, where cremation is not practiced, the old butler has asked him to burn his own corpse. What other reason could there be besides that of a sinister soul master? The extreme ice light has unknowingly manifested in front of his chest, emitting a chilling temperature that is even colder than before. Moreover, the temperature continues to drop. It was a sinister soul master who ambushed you, wasn't it? I will make them pay in blood for their debts. Qian Zhao Guang's voice became extremely eerie, and the knuckles of his clenched fists creaked. The old butler weakly grasped his fist. An ambush. The people who ambush me have already been dealt with. Don't try to seek revenge on them. You're not their match. Don't go to your death. Take care of Yutong and live well. Qian Zhao Guang clenched his fists tighter and tighter. How could he possibly give up on avenging the old steward? In 2 lifetimes, the only family member was about to fall before him. How could he remain indifferent? Holy Spirit Church, from now on, we are sworn enemies. But in front of the old steward, even though his heart was filled with raging anger, Qian Zhao Guang had to suppress it. I promise you. Seeing him finally agree, the expression on the old steward's face gradually relaxed. It seemed that the wound on his abdomen, which was oozing blood, no longer hurt, and his face looked extraordinarily peaceful. Unfortunately, Grandpa will no longer be able to accompany you on your journey. I'm sorry to the person who entrusted you to me. The old steward laughed freely, gently holding Qian Zhao Guang's hand, just like in the past. Grandpa, Qian Zhao Guang's voice trembled, and he could no longer hold back his emotions, breaking down into tears. Large drops of tears slid from his eyes, falling to the ground and the bed, turning into small shards of ice. The old butler's eyes were gradually losing their focus. Yet he still stared intently in Qian Zhao Guang's direction. In his black eyes, Qian Zhao Guang's figure was reflected. A real man. Why cry? From now on, treat Xiaodong as your own sister. Live well. Blood of a dark color seeped from the old butler's 7 orifices, and his breath grew increasingly weak. His vision had become somewhat blurry, and his right hand waved aimlessly in the air, trying to touch his grandson's head. Qian Zhao Guang choked back tears, bending down to place the old butler's hand beside his face. Once that hand was so swift and strong that even a 1,000-year-old soul beast couldn't withstand its might, capable of launching hundreds of attacks in the blink of an eye. But now it could barely straighten. The old butler used his last bit of strength to pat Qian Zhao Guang's head, just like before. It felt a bit cold. With that, the hand suddenly fell, as if all its strength had been drained away. In that moment, the old butler's breath vanished completely. Chapter 014. If the gods block my way, I will slay the gods. No, Qian Zhao Guang roared, and the extreme ice light erupted with unprecedented power, turning everything in the room into an ice blue hue. Next door, Hui Tong, who was cultivating, was awakened by this powerful icy force and quickly rushed into the room. Brother Zhao Guang, what happened? Grandpa. As she entered the room, what met her eyes was Qian Zhao Guang holding the body of the old butler. The extreme ice light flickered on his chest, exuding intense cold, causing Hui Tong to shiver involuntarily. The light was already extremely weak. All that remained was endless cold. Grandpa is gone. Qian Zhao Guang's words were as flat as an ancient, unchanging ice. He raised his head to look at Hui Tong, his eyes already turned bloodshot, filled with sorrow and hatred. Hui Tong covered her mouth, suppressing the impulse to scream. Tears flowed from her eyes, freezing into ice on her cheeks in the cold air. How could she not be heartbroken at the loss of the old butler? In Hui Tong's heart, the old butler held a position equal to that of her mother. Hui Yin'er, who would have thought that their meeting half a month ago would be a final farewell? She could still clearly remember the kind smile of the old butler before he left. Little Tong, be good and practice at home with little Guang. Grandpa is going on a long trip. When I come back, I'll bring you some Crisp candy. Okay? Goodbye, Grandpa. Hui Tong squatted on the ground, silently shedding tears. This was the second time she had experienced the departure of a loved one. Tears blurred her vision. She squatted on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, her body trembling. She wanted to ask the heavens why fate was so unfair, why the heavens had to treat her this way. Qian Zhao Guang held the old butler's corpse, sitting on the bed in a daze. He trembled as he extended his hand, laying the old butler flat and gently covering his lifeless eyes. At this moment, reason gradually returned to his mind, and an indescribable sadness filled his body. Grandpa, I won't let you die in vain. Once I achieve my cultivation, I will search high and low, even in the underworld, to bring your soul back from the realm of the dead. No one can stop me from reviving you. The extreme ice light erupted violently again, causing a layer of frost to form on the walls. Hui Tong was forced to awaken from her overwhelming sorrow, and as she opened her mouth, a white mist escaped. Brother Zhao Guang, cold. Hearing Hui Tong's voice, Qian Zhao Guang finally snapped out of that strange state. In an instant, the ice and snow melted, and the temperature began to rise. The extreme ice light stopped flickering, and warmth gradually returned. What is happening to me? Without time to reflect on his earlier state, Qian Zhao Guang instinctively embraced the trembling Hui Tong, circulating his own vital energy to emit warmth. Tears had frozen into little ice particles on her pale face. The intense sorrow combined with the ongoing low temperature left her expression somewhat dazed. Hui Tong murmured, unclear words spilling from her lips. Mama's gone. Grandpa doesn't want me anymore. Don't be afraid, Xiao Tong, I'm still here. From now on, I will be your real brother. Brother. Under the successive heavy blows, Hui Tong could no longer hold on and fainted. Her spiritual sea was now in violent turmoil. Qian Zhao Guang held her for a while longer, confirming that her body temperature had returned to normal before sending her back to the bed, where she slept every day. Returning to his own room, Qian Zhao Guang took several deep breaths, forcing himself to calm his turbulent emotions, and stored the bed stained with black blood along with the old butler's corpse into his storage bracelet. Taking advantage of the night, he quietly left the city. He ran all the way to the mountain where he and Hui Tong usually practiced in the morning. Here, there was already a grave. It was Hui Yin'er's tomb. Digging a pit, chopping wood, lighting a fire. Watching the old butler's body gradually being consumed by the flames, Qian Zhao Guang cried once again, sobbing loudly. As the fire burned out, he placed the old butler's ashes into a porcelain urn and buried it here, laying him to rest. Carving, erecting a tombstone, bowing, burning incense. The tombstone was engraved with a few simple but powerful characters. Zhu Kitchen's tomb. When he had finished all this, dawn had broken. Light and warmth once again fell upon the earth, covering the darkness. When Qian Zhao Guang returned to the small courtyard, the sky was already bright, and Hui Tong was still in a coma. He went back to the empty house, opened the storage bracelet with his soul power, and counted the belongings left by the old housekeeper. 1,056 gold soul coins, 32 silver soul coins, and 78 copper soul coins. For an ordinary family, having over 1,000 gold soul coins in savings would be enough to be considered wealthy and live without worry. However, for a soul master at the soul saint level, and one who was about to break through to soul Douluo, this amount of money was really too little. Qian Zhao Guang felt a bit choked up. The old housekeeper had spent almost his entire life savings on his and Hui Tong's cultivation over the past few years. Just the large amount of medicinal materials and rare treasures used for his medicinal baths alone was a considerable expense. Besides the direct financial assets, there were also 3 boxes, a token of identity, and some miscellaneous items. The heavy token was engraved with a vividly realistic tiger head design on the front, which was the emblem of the White Tiger Duke. The back was blank. Qian Zhao Guang opened the first box, which contained a rare treasure known as the Golden Spirit Fruit. Renowned for its excellent effects on refining the physical body of soul masters, priceless and hard to come by. The second box, however, held nothing precious, just a simple box of crisp candy. Upon picking up the third box, Qian Zhao Guang felt something was off with its weight. Upon opening it, he found 2 envelopes neatly arranged inside, along with a crumpled piece of letter paper. On the back of the letter paper, there were unevenly sized, hastily written purple-red characters that exuded a faint trace of blood. Qian Zhao Guang's heart tightened as he carefully unfolded the letter. Zhao Guang, by the time you read this letter, I should already be dead. Do not seek revenge for me, and do not make pointless sacrifices unless one day your cultivation can break through to title Douluo. Here are 2 recommendation letters personally written by the city lord, one with your name and the other with Xiao Tong's name. If possible, try to go to Shrek Academy before you turn 12. I was once a part of it. If you can't get into Shrek, it's okay. I've told you before that there is a sect on the continent called the Body Sect. Go to the Heaven Do Empire and see if you can find luck. Perhaps they will recognize your strange martial soul. As for the Golden Spirit Fruit, you can gather the remaining herbs yourself. It should help you. The letter's content abruptly ended there, with no further words. Qian Zhao Guang flattened the letter paper, folded it, and carefully placed it back in the box, along with the 2 recommendation letters, storing them in his storage bracelet. Shrek, if this is your last wish, I will give it a try. When he was just planning his future, Qian Zhao Guang had considered whether he should go to the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire. Although Shrek was indeed powerful and possessed abundant resources that many other sects and academies lacked, there were many educational philosophies of Shrek that he found difficult to agree with. Now, he no longer needed to consider this issue. As the state religion of the Sun Moon Empire, the Holy Spirit sect was his sworn enemy. In this case, how could he possibly join the Royal Soul Engineer Academy of the Sun Moon Empire? Chapter 015, Breakthrough in the Afternoon. Yutong awakened. After enduring the sadness and paying tribute to the old butler, she worked much harder than before in her training. This time, she did not cry, but became stronger, transforming her sorrow into motivation, greatly enhancing her mental strength. In the room, Qian Zhao Guang held a gold spirit fruit the size of a lychee in his hand, and without any hesitation, he directly swallowed it. If other soul masters saw this, they would surely be shocked. The gold spirit fruit, like whale glue, could help soul masters refine their bodies, containing extremely domineering energy. It was generally used in conjunction with various auxiliary materials to create potions for medicinal baths. While taking it directly had better effects, it was highly likely to lead to explosive death. Qian Zhao Guang, with a strong physique, did not have to worry about this. As he operated the golden body arts to the extreme, the surging blood energy within formed a furnace, extracting all the energy from the gold spirit fruit. This domineering energy, under the influence of the golden body arts, acted like steel needles piercing through various acupoints in his body. A fierce expression appeared on Qian Zhao Guang's face. It was the first time in many years that he had fully operated the golden body arts to its limit. This energy stimulated his body like 10,000 blades piercing his heart, continuously strengthening every inch of his flesh. As the blood energy circulated to its peak within him, it forced the temperature of his body surface to rise sharply. From the outside, Qian Zhao Guang's skin had turned a terrifying red, and his whole body swelled up a bit. The not-so-abundant soul power in his dantian was being violently swept along by the blood energy and energy, rushing towards the unrefined flesh and bones. He could clearly sense that his body was gradually becoming stronger, sealing all the energy within, forming a powerful lock. Blackened blood began to seep out from Qian Zhao Guang's skin, gradually staining his clothes red. When the power of blood energy reached its peak, Qian Zhao Guang could no longer suppress the pain within his body and let out a fierce roar. A sound came from within him, like a tiger's roar or a muffled thunder, releasing a rumbling noise. Boom! Just when Qian Zhao Guang felt that his body was about to explode, he suddenly sensed that an invisible limitation had been broken, and he felt an immense sense of relief throughout his body. As Hui Yutong rushed over, surprised, he noticed that a trace of red steam was gradually evaporating from his skin. Qian Zhao Guang stood up with the momentum, roaring up at the sky. This time, it was no longer a painful howl, but a joyful release. After 6 long years of cultivation, with the help of this golden spirit fruit, he had finally completed the training of the impervious body. Once the first stages of the 3 techniques were fully completed, he would be able to smoothly break through to the second level of the golden body technique, the realm of blood chi smoke. At the same time, the completion of the impervious body training also signified another matter. Qian Zhao Guang finally began to practice the qi refining technique, rapidly increasing the soul power within him to level 10. Since that day, he had become much more silent than before, and his face bore fewer smiles. At least, that was how Hui Yutong perceived it. What she didn't know was that even in his past life on Blue Star, Qian Zhao Guang's personality had been cold and somewhat ruthless. Having witnessed the warmth and coldness of the world since childhood and experienced the various facets of life, he had long adopted an attitude of indifference towards matters that did not concern him. The death of Hui Yun'er served as yet another wake-up call, making him hesitant and unwilling to interfere in affairs unrelated to himself. It wasn't until he crossed over to this Douluo continent that the kindness of the old butler and Hui Yutong's affection had managed to crack open the ice in his heart. Now, that crack had sealed up again. Aside from forging and cultivating, there was almost nothing else that could attract his attention. Whenever Hui Yutong spoke to him, Qian Zhao Guang would revert to his previous smiling demeanor. But Hui Yutong, who understood him very well, knew that this was merely a facade. He had buried his sadness deep within his heart. Half a year had passed, and under Qian Zhao Guang's frenzied cultivation, he had successfully raised his cultivation to level 10. This was a characteristic of the 3rd refining phase. Once a cultivator completed the training of the flawless body during the 3rd refining stage, their cultivation would experience a sudden surge, rapidly reaching the peak of their current level. After hardship comes sweetness, which reflected the current state of this technique. Next, what awaited him was the more arduous mental power cultivation, the spirit communication technique. This was also the reason he was not in a hurry to obtain his first spirit ring. Qian Zhao Guang had a premonition in the depths of his mind that if he rushed to break through his realm without perfecting the first level of the Tong Shinju divine communication technique, death would certainly await him. Unlike the relatively simple and easy-to-learn golden body technique and qi cultivation technique, the cultivation difficulty of the Tong Shinju is much greater than before. At the transcendent stage, the cultivator needs to constantly visualize a specific pattern given in the technique in a special way in their mind to enhance their spiritual power. Once the spiritual power reaches a certain level, it must be compressed as much as possible until it becomes a single point, marking the completion of the transcendent stage's cultivation. After Qian Zhao Guang obtains his first soul ring and officially advances to become a soul master, the 3 major techniques will be seamlessly integrated, unleashing a power far more formidable than before. Perhaps due to his experience from 2 lifetimes, his soul is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person. Therefore, his innate spiritual power is also much greater than that of a normal soul master. Even Hui Yutong, when she had just awakened her martial soul, was far inferior to him. This is also the reason why Qian Zhao Guang was not overly affected by the chaotic skills when facing the blood tiger a few years ago. However, even with this much stronger innate spiritual power, Qian Zhao Guang still spent a full week before officially entering the cultivation of spiritual power. This shows how high the difficulty of the Tong Shanju is. This did not slow down Qian Zhao Guang's cultivation speed. According to the usual situation, such a high cultivation threshold would certainly yield extremely rich rewards after successful cultivation. Gaining powerful strength a day earlier would allow him to take revenge for the old butler a day earlier. Half a year later, Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong were already over 10 years old, with only 1 year left until the main storyline of the original work began. As his spiritual power continued to strengthen, some details that he had long forgotten in the corners of his mind began to resurface. Qian Zhao Guang recalled the details before meeting the heavenly dream ice silkworm from the original work and wrote them down in Chinese, placing them in his storage bracelet to prevent forgetting. At the same time, during these 6 months, he has been tirelessly practicing the divine refinement technique day and night. The mass of mental power in his mind, which was originally the size of a basketball, has now been compressed to the size of a longan, still a bit away from reaching a point. Compared to other soul masters, his mental power is already on par with that of a soul respect level mental system soul master. Despite this strong level, he is still a step away from reaching the perfection of transcendence. In at most a month, he will complete the final training and meet the standards to advance to the next stage. In cultivation, One must find a balance between tension and relaxation. Even though Qian Zhao Guang is eager to break through, he still needs to relax appropriately. Thus, forging and practicing with a knife became his way of unwinding. Chapter 016. Gifts, Part 1. In the small courtyard, there is a special small room that the old housekeeper prepared for Qian Zhao Guang as a forging room, making it convenient for him to refine his body through forging at home. Since 2 years ago, Hui Yutong has also been taking time out of her daily routine to learn forging techniques from him, which not only trains her body but also lays a foundation for her future as a soul mentor. Now, Hui Yutong is acting unusually. She did not practice at home, but went out right after lunch. Qian Zhao Guang was standing bare-chested and muscular in the forging room, sweating profusely. The enhancement of his cultivation had accelerated his physical development, making his physique hardly resemble that of an ordinary 10-year-old boy. Clang, clang, clang. 2 black forging hammers collided with the red-hot metal, producing a rhythmic and crisp sound of forging. Forging is a craft that requires thought. It is not as simple as the mechanical casting of 10,000 years ago. Both of Qian Zhao Guang's forging masters had told him to feel the unique structure of each material, to adapt to local conditions, and to select the corresponding forging methods. Only by judging the current texture characteristics of the metal through striking and constantly changing his forging techniques could he become a qualified blacksmith. Initially, Qian Zhao Guang did not have much insight into this. After all, a worldview formed over 20 years is not easy to change. His understanding of metal was still limited to it being just a piece of metal, and he could not appreciate the subtle details. Therefore, aside from enhancing his memory, his exploration of the spiritual forging method had remained stagnant. It wasn't until he began practicing the Tongshan Ju, and, as his mental strength improved, that he gradually discovered a method to perceive metals. When he first sensed the interior of a rare metal, his worldview, built over the past 20 years, collapsed. He even began to doubt whether the highly similar worlds of Blue Star and Douluo continent might have significant discrepancies in their physical rules due to elemental and soul power factors. With such feelings, he cast aside the blind confidence of a traveler and began to understand, read, and comprehend this strange world from a completely new perspective. It was at that moment that he truly grasped the rudiments of the 100 forging technique. After 20 minutes of intense, storm-like striking, the piece of tungsten steel on the forge had transformed into a high-quality metal ingot. According to modern measurement standards, this piece of tungsten steel could definitely be considered a top-grade product of the 100 forging technique. If sold to a blacksmith shop or certain low-level soul masters, it could easily be exchanged for a considerable amount of gold soul coins. It seemed like something was still missing. Qian Zhao Guang put down the forging hammer, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and activated the extreme ice light to lower the temperature in the forging room a bit. Next to the forge, there were 9 identical tungsten steel ingots. These were the materials ordered by the blacksmith shop for him. After the old butler passed away, he didn't intend to sit idly by, so he relied on occasionally taking some forging orders to earn some income. The most basic technique, the 100 forgings, had already been successfully completed during the month. He practiced the refining spirit technique. This technique had already taken shape in this era, but it had always been just a step away from being fully realized. Incompetent blacksmiths had only grasped the edges, while capable soul mentors focused more on the engraving of core formations, discarding it as worthless. Thus, this technique was not discovered until thousands of years later. Now, Qian Zhao Guang had already mastered this technique in advance. The essence of the 100 forgings lies in optimizing the arrangement of certain textures through forging without damaging the internal structure of the metal, thereby enhancing the strength of the metal itself. The 100 forgings are easy, but to truly enter the realm of spiritual forging, the 1,000 forgings is the starting point. Only by successfully completing 1,000 forgings can Qian Zhao Guang be considered to have truly transcended the category of an ordinary blacksmith. It is indeed very difficult to reverse engineer this technique based on the sparse descriptions in the original text. Dingling, just as Qian Zhao Guang was feeling regretful. The bell hanging on the door rang. A small head peeked in. "Brother, are you busy?" "No, why?" Hui Yutong darted into the forging room, holding a piece of rare metal the size of a human head. Today is your birthday, so I got you a gift. This is Qingtian iron." After working in the blacksmith trade for so long, Qian Zhao Guang recognized the essence of the metal in Hui Yutong's hand at a glance. This material is considered quite good among rare metals. A piece of Qingtian iron of this size would at least be worth dozens or even nearly 100 gold soul coins. The money at home, apart from giving Hui Yutong some of his pocket money each week, was mostly in his hands. It was already self-evident where she got the funds to buy rare metals. He couldn't help but wonder how long this little girl had been saving up. Qian Zhao Guang sighed helplessly. You sneaked out to do something illegal again, didn't you? I've told you so many times that it's very dangerous. Hee. Isn't it your birthday? Huo Yutong held the lapis lazuli iron and smiled foolishly, just avoiding the main point. Qian Zhao Guang has always strictly forbidden her from going out to do things. She is still too young and has grown up in the White Tiger Duke's mansion, having never been exposed to society. Qian Zhao Guang worries that she might be deceived or tricked, and is also concerned that she might attract the attention of evil soul masters. A young girl with low cultivation and no backing, who possesses a spiritual type martial soul, is simply the perfect target in the eyes of evil soul masters. However, how could he really bring himself to scold Huo Yutong, who's been by his side for so long? Qian Zhao Guang took the lapis lazuli iron from her hand and affectionately patted her head. Just this once, no next time. Hey, brother is the best. Then I'll go make a big meal for brother. Huo Yutong dropped a sentence and disappeared in a flash. This girl really. Qian Zhao Guang shook his head, holding the piece of azure gold iron in his hand. Feeling the faint warmth left on it by Huo Yutong, it seemed that something within him had been touched. Why not? Try again. As soon as this thought arose, it grew in Qian Zhao Guang's heart like wild grass, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. He skillfully stoked the fire, placing the azure gold iron at the nozzle. A few minutes later, the originally light green surface of the azure gold iron was burned to a faint blue, indicating that it had reached the proper temperature for forging. Qian Zhao Guang placed it on the iron anvil and secured it. Adjusting the nozzle, holding his breath and focusing, he gently swung the forging hammer. Ding! The hammer touched the metal, emitting a pleasant light chime. Ding! 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 A strange melody rang out again, and the process of 100 forgings was rapidly underway. This time, Qian Zhao Guang seemed to enter a peculiar state, the hammer and metal forming a unique resonance, as if the forged lapis lazuli iron had come alive, communicating with him. Gradually, the lapis lazuli iron began to shrink, and the effects of the 100 forgings and purifications were gradually revealed. Qian Zhao Guang himself didn't know how many times he had struck. The sound of hammering seemed to have faded away, and in front of him, the lapis lazuli iron appeared to be emitting a faint glow. With each strike, it seemed to breathe in sync with him, gradually merging with Qian Zhao Guang's own breath. His eyes grew brighter, the forging speed quickened, and all his strength seemed to coalesce in the pair of forging hammers. The power of his blood and energy was fully mobilized, gradually rising to the surface with each blow. It was a feeling that could not be described in words. Only those who had truly experienced it could understand. At this moment, Qian Zhao Guang had only one thought in his mind. There's a way. Chapter 017. Gifts, Part 2, Unknowingly. 2 hours had passed. After waiting a long time for Qian Zhao Guang to return, Huo Yutong gently opened the door to the forging room. The wonderful rhythm, the symphonic sound of hammering, resonated deeply within her soul. In Huo Yutong's perception, it seemed as if Qian Zhao Guang had become one with the lapis lazuli iron, like intimate friends who shared everything. Not wanting to disturb him, she understood that absolute focus was required during forging. Huo Yutong quietly closed the door and stood silently behind her brother, watching. After 2.5 hours for the first time, Qian Zhao Guang's complexion changed from rosy to pale, which was unbelievable for someone with his vigorous blood and energy. His soul power level was simply too low. The little soul power within him had long been depleted, and for nearly an hour afterward, he had been relying on his blood and energy to hold on. His iron will made Qian Zhao Guang grit his teeth and persist. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would have the chance to touch the threshold of 1,000 forges again. A feeling deep within him told him that he was close to success. Clang, clang, clang. Just when his body was on the verge of collapse, suddenly, the lapis lazuli iron trembled at the last touch of the forging hammer. Immediately after, a flash of blue light burst through the flame's confinement, reflecting throughout the entire forging room. A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Qian Zhao Guang took a final deep breath, bringing both hammers down simultaneously, striking fiercely on the lapis lazuli iron. At that moment, the pair of forged metal hammers shattered completely into a pile of debris, disintegrating in the air. Whoosh! The flames grew smaller, and the blue light became increasingly wild. Qian Zhao Guang casually picked up a fragment from the ground and, amidst Huo Yutong's exclamation, cut his wrist. A stream of blood sprayed out, landing precisely on the piece of lapis lazuli iron. Bro, what are you doing? Huo Yutong hurriedly took out some medicine from her storage ring. wanting to bandage Qian Zhao Guang. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Qian Zhao Guang gently took a breath, and the blood that gushed from his wrist showed signs of stopping. The fresh blood splattered onto the lapis lazuli iron, producing a hissing sound as it evaporated. With smoke swirling around, the flames subsided, and the blue quickly retreated, revealing the true appearance of the metal. The originally dark blue lapis lazuli iron had now turned to jade green. On its surface, there was an additional layer of fine hammer marks, resembling the layers of waves in the sea. Qian Zhao Guang smiled. He succeeded. A wave of intense weakness surged over him like a flood, causing him to sit down on the ground. Only then did Hui Yutong hurriedly step forward, wrapping his wrist with gauze and medication several times for bandaging. "Brother, what are you doing?" Qian Zhao Guang forced a smile and leaned against the table to stand up with difficulty. "This is the forging method I have been pursuing all along. Thanks to you, I finally succeeded today." "Xiaodong, look, I named it Qian Duan metal." He held a piece of blue gold iron in his hand, which felt incredibly smooth. The blue light touched his palm and immediately sank in, transforming into a dark green color like ink jade. Hui Yutong's eyes widened as two yellow soul rings appeared beneath her feet. She gently touched the surface with her hand. The sensation that came back felt nothing like metal. Why do I feel like it has emotions?" Qian Zhao Guang explained. "Of course, because it has already given birth to a faint spirit. Qian Duan is the process of communication between the smith and the metal. When this communication reaches its peak, the emotion will be sublimated, transforming from a quantitative change to a qualitative change. It seems to have produced some special effect, which still needs to be explored. This rare metal called Qingshan iron has not appeared in the original work, so Qian Zhao Guang also does not know what sublimation effect will occur after completing Qian Duan. He only knows that the metal forged for the first time will produce a nice special effect after a blood sacrifice, somewhat similar to a beginner's guarantee." Listening to her brother's endless narration, Hui Yutong thoughtfully looked at the piece of Qingshan iron, and then, in the face of Qian Zhao Guang's astonished expression, snatched it away and placed it on a nearby storage shelf. "No matter what, let's go eat first. It's already dark." "Bad brother. The fish I carefully roasted for you has gone cold. It's all my fault, it's all my fault." Unable to resist her, Qian Zhao Guang raised his hands in surrender, helplessly being pushed out of the forging room by Hui Yutong. After dinner, Hui Yutong went to practice, while Qian Zhao Guang returned to the forging room. The completely cooled Qingshan iron had turned into a matte color, deep and restrained. When Qian Zhao Guang held it in his hand and played with it, he surprisingly felt a wonderful sensation of being connected by flesh and blood, as if it were already a part of his body. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly in a smile, completing Qian Duan at the age of 10. Surely his talent in forging could not be considered low, although he achieved it a year later than Tang Wulin in the original work. He had no teacher to guide him and relied entirely on self-exploration and insights. If it weren't for the high quality of spiritual power cultivated through the Tang Shenju, he might have been stuck before Qian Duan for much longer. As the saying goes, the first step is always the hardest. After completing this Qian Duan, forging other metals in the future will be much simpler. Qian Zhao Guang placed the lapis lazuli iron at the mouth of the furnace, gently caressing it as if touching the face of a lover. "Now let me see what kind of special effects you have sublimated." In the following days, Qian Zhao Guang was completely immersed in forging, and Hui Yutong could hear the clanging sound from the forging room every day. The sense of accomplishment from completing the first 1,000 forges ignited his endless motivation. After 5 days of hard work, Qian Zhao Guang finally forged the birthday gift that Hui Yutong had given him into a pair of forging hammers. From the outside, these lapis lazuli iron forging hammers appeared to be carved entirely from high-quality ink jade. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a faint glow flickering within, incredibly mysterious. It was only now that Qian Zhao Guang truly completed his first 1,000 forge work. It began on the iron mat. A piece of metal that was entirely orange-yellow had been heated to the appropriate forging temperature. Qian Zhao Guang took a deep breath and firmly grasped the two azure hammers. The moment the hammer handles made contact with his hands, he instantly felt the soul power and vitality within him surge forth, connecting him to the forging hammers. In his hands, the hammers noticeably felt lighter, and he lifted them steadily. However, what he did not expect was that as he infused his soul power into the hammers, an unexpected event occurred. A wave of ice blue light enveloped the hammerheads, forming a layer of luminous membrane on the outside. Chapter 018, Awakening the Spirit. Qian Zhao Guang was not sure what was going on, so he could only try it out first. He lifted the hammer and lightly tapped the piece of metal in front of him with the right hammer. Ding! A lingering and melodious sound echoed, clearly reaching his ears. Qian Zhao Guang's gaze sharpened as he spun his right arm and struck fiercely against the metal. Clang! Another long echo resounded. What happened? No teacher was there to guide him. Everything depended solely on himself. The spiritual power, cultivated through the divine communication technique, spread out under his control, continuously sensing the condition of the metal before him in the heat. The emotional energy feedback from within, it seemed to have strengthened a bit. It was much more noticeable than before. Hesitating for a moment, Qian Zhao Guang swung the hammer again, the clinking sounds echoing like rain on banana leaves in the forging room. As he continued to forge, it felt as if something within him was awakened. The extreme ice light martial soul emitted a faint glow on his chest. Did the ice power seem to weaken? Was it just my illusion? Focused on forging, Qian Zhao Guang had no time to delve into the mysteries of the martial soul, instead pouring all his energy into forging the metal before him. With each strike, the block of metal gradually shrank, and tiny points of light appeared on its surface, as if something within was about to be birthed. At the same time, Qian Zhao Guang clearly felt that the feedback power became increasingly evident. The emotions bursting forth from the metal were incredibly vivid, as if a real person was conversing with him. Buzz! With each strike, the light on the metal gradually connected into a piece, resonating with a humming sound. The metal being forged was a piece of flame iron, known for its excellent thermal conductivity and often used to make fire tribute soul guide devices. Once completely covered in light, the interior of the flame iron erupted with an even stronger high temperature than before, almost melting the iron mat. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools to do good work. Using two Qianduan blue gold hammers, Qian Zhao Guang effortlessly entered a fused state, creating a marvelous integration with the flame iron. In this state, the metal absorbed the emotions and concepts of the blacksmith, often giving birth to exquisite products. Boom! With the next hammer strike, the flame iron erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, and the temperature in the forging room sharply increased at that moment. Qian Zhao Guang quickly grabbed a glass bottle filled with blood from his left side and threw it towards the flame iron. The glass shattered upon collision with the metal, scattering into countless fragments. The blood inside splashed onto the metal, creating a new wave of heat. Blood sacrifice, Qian Duan, succeeded. He hurriedly opened the door of the forging room to release the extreme ice light for cooling. If he delayed any longer, some dry furniture would definitely catch fire. When the extreme ice light illuminated the entire forging room, Qian Zhao Guang keenly noticed something was off. The power of the cold ice contained within was indeed weaker than before, and the temperature wasn't as low as it used to be. This can only be described as strange for a martial soul. He looked at the flame iron, which was continuously emitting high temperatures in the forging room, and decided to set aside the matter of the martial soul, just like before, and not worry about it. To be honest, the sublimation effect after the blood sacrifice of the blue gold iron was quite something. With its enhancement this time, Qian Duan was completed quite easily, saving at least half the effort. Since that's the case, this sublimation effect might as well be called awakening spirit. Perhaps 10,000 years later, this awakening spirit effect won't be considered particularly outstanding. It could only be regarded as mid-tier among top-notch effects. However, in this era, where spiritual forging has just begun to take shape, this is undoubtedly a top-tier effect. Forgers in this era are not lacking in rare metals or time. What they lack is the approach to rise again during the forging process. With this pair of blue-gold awakening spirit hammers, Qian Zhao Guang's future exploration of spiritual forging will be greatly eased. For him, this is the best top-notch effect. Qian Zhao Guang imagined the future path in his mind as he slowly walked back to the forging room. The fiery iron, once glowing with a bright orange-red light, now resembled a piece of exquisite red agate, quietly waiting for a master to carve it. I wonder what the sublimation effect of the fiery iron is. The second piece from 1,000 forgings must not be wasted. 3 days later, on her birthday, Hui Yutong received a dark red barbecue grill, a dark red pot, and a set of sparkling silver utensils. Feeling the faint connection from them, Yutong was captivated and loved them dearly. If this scene were to be seen by future soul masters, they would surely spit blood in shock, exclaiming about the squandering of resources. Such precious 1,000 forging metal, and you actually used it to make kitchenware? That's right, these 2 pieces of kitchenware were crafted from the fiery iron that Qian Zhao Guang forged 3 days ago. Originally, he intended to use its strong fire resistance to create a piece of armor for Hui Yutong's protection. However, he did not expect that the sublimation effect of the fiery iron after being forged would actually enhance its flame attachment and heat resistance. Simply put, this material can withstand extremely high temperatures without being damaged, has excellent and uniform thermal conductivity, and under the activation of soul power, possesses self-heating and insulation functions, making it an excellent raw material for kitchenware. After thinking it over, Qian Zhao Guang decided to make full use of his strengths and create 2 kitchen utensils. Coincidentally, Hui Yutong was also very fond of cooking, so gifting would be more meaningful if it suited her interests, right? Later, he crafted more than 10 sturdy knives using top-quality tinching steel based on various advanced designs from the Blue Star, assembling them into a complete set. He hadn't used them himself, but according to Hui Yutong, they were quite good. In the late night, Qian Zhao Guang, for the first time in a long while, did not continue his cultivation, but instead picked up a pen and wrote something on paper. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Douluo calendar marked with Arabic numerals and Chinese characters. Both his and Hui Yutong's birthdays were in January, which meant that there were still 12 months and a few days left until the start of school at Shrek Academy. The entire vacation was the enrollment period for Shrek, lasting until the night before school started. The old butler had once told him that Shrek had a month-long holiday in January and officially started school on February 1st. Based on this, Qian Zhao Guang bought a universally used calendar for the continent and retroactively calculated according to the time descriptions in the original work. He subtracted 6 days for traveling, a small amount of time spent merging with the heavenly dream eye silkworm, the unknown time spent exploring and battling the mandala snake. More than an hour for Tanya to absorb the spirit ring, 5 days to get to Shrek, and 3 days of waiting within Shrek. Qian Zhao Guang had a rough estimate of the timeline of the original work. According to the original, Hui Yuhao should have set off around the 16th or 17th, encountering the heavenly dream ice silkworm around noon on the 21st at the southern edge of the Stardow forest. He rubbed his temples and sighed lightly. The time descriptions in the text were often vague, and reducing the error to within 3 days was already the limit. In the time that followed, he would continue to diligently practice the divine communication technique. If he could advance to the next stage of condensing his spiritual consciousness ahead of time, it would increase the likelihood of attracting the heavenly dream ice silkworm by a bit more. If the heavenly dream ice silkworm really ignored him, then he could only stand by the Stardow forest, calling out like a fool. With the sun and moon in hand, I grasp the stars. There is no one like me in this world to attract Ilex's attention. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly. After all, this plan is really quite foolish. Chapter 019. That Kiss 11 months later. Shrek City, located to the north of the Stardow forest, in the corner area of the original Douluo 3 Kingdoms. This place is a sacred land that soul masters across the continent flock to, and it is also the location of the continent's top university, Shrek Academy. At this moment, just past noon, the sun was blazing. The mild subtropical climate made it feel like spring all year round. Under a tree outside the city, 2 young people, a boy and a girl, walked over. They carried no luggage. The boy was tall, with a handsome face that looked youthful, but he was already over 7 meters tall, dressed in dark athletic gear, looking very neat. The girl beside him had a beautiful face, with long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her upper body was only lightly covered, and her already developing figure made countless women envious. Of course, if one were to point out the most striking feature about her, it would undoubtedly be her pair of eyes. Her bright eyes seemed to contain a pool of autumn water, as if stars were residing within them, sparkling with brilliance. The girl turned to the boy beside her, looking worried. "Brother, do you really not need me to accompany you? That's the perilous Stardow forest. I now have a level 27 strength, after all." The boy gently hugged her and smiled. "What? You don't trust me? Others may not know, but you should know better. Every time we spar, when have you ever won against me? Besides, when I was hunting for my second spirit ring, I could easily deal with century-old soul beasts." The girl mumbled softly, "Isn't it because your strength is too abnormal and you're so fast? How can I, a mental-type soul master, compete when you're close? I can't even use the white tiger dagger." The boy reached out and playfully scratched her delicate nose, chuckling. All right, let us hurry in. Take good care of the recommendation letter that Grandpa left you. With your current soul power level, Shrek will definitely be eager to enroll you. Don't be stingy with spending on meals these days. Treat yourself well. If you spend, I'll earn it back. I'll put all the daily necessities in your ring. Clean up your dormitory first when you get in. A blush rose on the girl's face as she listened to the boy's endless instructions. Silently, she pulled out a dagger from her storage ring. The dagger was about 1 foot 2 inches long, with a dark green sheath made from tough soul beast leather. The handle was 5 inches long, without any fancy decorations, yet it gave off an ancient feel. If someone knowledgeable were present, they would recognize it as an expensive level 5 melee soul guide weapon. The boy was taken aback and declined, "Xiao Tong. You're a mental-type soul master and lacks self-defense ability. I heard that the entrance test for Shrek requires actual combat, and you'll likely have to fight soul beasts. I'm used to using long knives. You should keep the white tiger dagger for yourself." The girl's tone was not open to refusal, her eyes showing stubborn insistence as she shoved the white tiger dagger into the boy's hands. "If you were really that confident, you wouldn't have given me most of your gold soul coins. I'll wait for you to come back at Shrek." Saying this, she stood on her tiptoes and quickly pecked him on the cheek during the embrace. Before he could react, she had already disappeared into the flow of people entering the city. The boy stood there holding the dagger in his left hand, stunned for a while. This little girl? Really? The boy and girl were Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong, who had come from the Star Luo Empire. Almost a year had passed, and they had finally reached this critical point in the original storyline. Hui Yutong's cultivation was already very close to Soul Master, with a soul power level of 27, which would absolutely run rampant in the new student class at Shrek. If nothing went wrong, the strongest Wang Dong was only at level 21 at most. In the more than 10 months that followed, Qian Zhao Guang did not continue to study forging and body tempering, but instead focused all his efforts on the divine communication technique. He crazily practiced again on the foundation of his original mental strength, expanding it to the size of a basketball, and then compressing it into a point. He would expand it again, then compress it again. This process was repeated until he had done it 3 times, after which a change occurred. Within the compressed mental strength, a point of starlight appeared, dazzling like a gem. Compared to this point of starlight, ordinary mental strength seemed like the difference between a firefly and a bright moon. There is a specific term in the divine communication technique to describe this level of mental strength, pseudo-divine consciousness. Watching in the direction where Hui Yutong had left, Qian Zhao Guang stored the white tiger dagger in his storage bracelet and turned to rush back the way he came. 10 years of sharpening a sword, all for this moment. 4 days later, Qian Zhao Guang's figure appeared in the southern part of the continent, in a grove about 70 kilometers from the starry forest. In the small grove by the roadside, the sound of flowing water could be heard under the shade of the trees. Qian Zhao Guang recalled the description from the original work and drove the pseudo-divine sense in his mind to expand outward for perception, quickly determining the direction. Less than 200 meters away, there was a creek about 3 meters wide and 2 feet deep. Indeed, this was the place. He let out a long breath and sat down by the water's edge. After several days of intense travel, even he, with his remarkably strong physique, felt extremely fatigued. He arrived at the destination a few days earlier than planned, and now all he had to do was wait in place for Bei Bei and Tang Ya to arrive. 3 days later, Qian Zhao Guang was cooking by the creek, as usual. The fat from the lamb's skewers dripped onto the charcoal, releasing a strong and intoxicating aroma that wafted in the wind. Although he didn't have the exquisite fish grilling skills of Hui Yutong, he had once helped in the school cafeteria, so he could manage to make something like meat skewers that had a strong flavor. After all, in his previous life, he lived in a food paradise. And aside from extraordinary talents like Hui Yutong, anything Qian Zhao Guang made was a pure dimensional reduction strike. The conditions in the wild weren't suitable for braised pork with caramelized sugar, so he decided against it. Listening to the crackling sounds, Qian Zhao Guang sighed helplessly. Bei Bei and Tang Ya still hadn't arrived. Why couldn't someone be a bit more meticulous and write the time clearly? Would he have to wait in vain again today? He casually sprinkled some cumin and chili on the skewers that were about to be grilled. If he sprinkled it too early, the fire would burn it and would taste bitter. Taking a bite, the rich meat juice burst in his mouth, and the aromas of cumin, lamb, charcoal, and chili filled his nostrils, providing the most exquisite culinary experience. As the saying goes, there's nothing a barbecue can't solve, and if there is, then 2 barbecues. So fragrant. Just then, a girl's voice rang out, clear and melodious. Qian Zhao Guang immediately trembled with excitement, almost leaping up from a stone. After waiting here for so long, the person he had been waiting for was finally coming. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a boy and a girl walking along the stream towards him. The girl, about 15 or 16 years old, had long black hair tied in a ponytail and was dressed in a light blue outfit. At this moment, she was staring intently at the large skewers of meat in Qian Zhao Guang's hand. The boy behind her had short dark blue hair and exuded an elegant aura. After carefully comparing with the description in the original story in his mind, Qian Zhao Guang was sure that the newcomers were Tang Ya and Bei Bei, whom he had been waiting for many days. Tanya quickly hopped over to Qian Zhao Guang, looking eager and drooling. Little brother, are you selling that roasted meat? It smells amazing. I could smell it from far away by the roadside. Qian Zhao Guang smiled and handed half of the meat skewers to Tanya, then took out a handful of raw meat skewers from his storage ring and placed them over the fire. What I'm eating isn't anything precious, so if you don't mind, you can have some, he said. The lamb skewers have chili on them. Can you handle it, sister? Of course I can, Tanya eagerly replied, her eyes fixed on the food as she quickly took a handful of lamb skewers and sat down on the spot, eating while puffing out her breath. It was hard to tell if it was because they were hot or spicy. At that moment, Bei also walked over, raised his hand in greeting, and said to Tanya, Xiaoya, this little brother hasn't eaten yet, and you're already digging in. Tanya's beautiful eyes widened in anger. What did you call me? Bei raised his hands in surrender. All right, teacher Xiaoya, is that better? Tanya rolled her eyes at him. That's more like it. You need to be mindful of your own identity. Qian Zhao Guang sat beside, secretly pleased, and handed a few skewers of grilled meat to Bei, while giving him a knowing look that only men understand. Want some? Bei waved his hand and smiled slightly. A gentleman doesn't take away what others enjoy, little brother. You haven't eaten yet. Oh, what's this and that? This thing cooks quickly, just eat a piece. Qian Zhao Guang used a small fan to fan the stove. The wind helped the fire, and the strong charcoal combined with the lamb fat, releasing a more fragrant aroma. This was all meat that my sister had marinated for me in advance before I came out, stored in a soul guide device with ice blocks to keep it cool, ready to be roasted over fire when it was time to eat. Ideally, lamb should be roasted directly, but the quality of this meat was not great, so I had to settle for using some marinade to cover it up. Hearing this, Bei took a few skewers of meat and sat down next to Tanya. Excuse me, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Bei, and this is Tanya. May I ask for your name, little brother? My name is Qian Zhao Guang. While roasting, Qian Zhao Guang observed Bei and Tanya's actions with his mental strength. These two were too trusting. They dared to eat things given by a complete stranger without knowing their intentions. Didn't they fear any ill intentions? Whatever, it was convenient for him. Building a good relationship with the great-grandson of the dragon god Douluo would also help him in his future life at the academy. Under Qian Zhao Guang's skilled handling, a large handful of lamb skewers was quickly roasted over the fierce fire, turning over and soon ready to eat. The three of them ate with grease dripping from their mouths, thoroughly enjoying it. Before long, a small bucket that Qian Zhao Guang had prepared was already filled with skewers. So delicious. I've never had such tasty skewers before. Zhao Guang, how about you come and be my chef in the future? I will hire you at a high salary. Tanya lay on the grass, stretching contentedly. Qian Zhao Guang smiled and began to tidy up the things and garbage on the ground, steering the conversation elsewhere. My skills are far inferior to my sister's. The grilled fish she cooks is a masterpiece, definitely a delicacy. Tanya's eyes lit up as she suddenly sat up. Really? I must try it if I get the chance. Well, if we meet again in the future, I will definitely invite you and Brother Bei to taste it. Qian Zhao Guang stood up while speaking, having already put away all the clutter on the ground into his storage bracelet. I'm leaving now. May we meet again if fate allows. Bei hurriedly said, little brother, this is a remote area, and it's not far from the Stardow forest where soul beasts appear. Where are you going? Qian Zhao Guang pretended to be mysterious as he waved goodbye to the two, leaving behind only one sentence. I'm going to get stronger. After Qian Zhao Guang left, Tanya and Bei began to whisper to each other. Naturally, Tanya was attracted by Qian Zhao Guang's superb grilling skills and wanted to recruit him into the Tang Sect. Bei, however, was not optimistic, primarily because Qian Zhao Guang wore a valuable silver bracelet on his wrist. Additionally, he didn't carry a bag, leading Bei to speculate that this was likely a high-capacity storage soul guide. Well, actually, it was because Qian Zhao Guang had mentioned it earlier, and Tanya was too busy eating to pay attention. With various reasons stacking up, Bei concluded that Qian Zhao Guang probably had some background and likely wanted to hunt for soul rings in the Stardow forest. Despite Bei's analysis, Tanya insisted that Qian Zhao Guang was alone and used herself as an example. Unable to argue against Tanya, Bei decided to take a break and then follow up to see if there was anything she could do to help Qian Zhao Guang as a way to repay the favor of the grilled meat. On the other side, Qian Zhao Guang estimated the speed of Hu Yuhao from the original story and steadily approached the Stardow forest. When he saw a wooden sign that read entering the Stardow forest in 50 miles ahead, beware of soul beasts, and pay attention to safety, a stone in his heart finally settled. He hadn't gone the wrong way. This was indeed the route from the original story. He was about to reach his destination. A day he had waited for a full 10 years. At this moment, besides excitement, Qian Zhao Guang also felt a bit nervous. He took a long knife from his storage bracelet and strapped it to his back, stepping forward with determined strides. Tiaming I silkworm, Iliex, I'm coming. The air gradually became cooler, and the unique scent of the forest flora permeated the area, seemingly isolating it from the outside world. Without the protection of a path guardian, Qian Zhao Guang didn't dare to be careless. He drew out a shimmering long knife from his back and held it in his hand. The long knife was entirely made of ice-attributed rare metal, with a faint white light flashing on the blade, sharp and menacing. Even if it was just ordinary cold iron forged into a fine weapon, it was still a rare divine weapon in this era. Suppressing his excitement and anticipation, Qian Zhao Guang carefully prepared to enter the Stardow forest, step by step, spreading out his pseudo-spiritual sense. Suddenly, a swift figure appeared within his perception. It felt like something had flashed past right in front of you while you were daydreaming. In the next moment, a shadow darted out from the left side of the forest, instantly appearing before him. In the perception of his pseudo-spiritual sense, the newcomer had nowhere to hide. And Qian Zhao Guang had already seen its appearance clearly. About 1 meter tall, it was covered in brownish-yellow fur with brown eyes, extraordinarily long arms, sharp claws, exposed canine teeth, and a fierce glare in its eyes. Finally, it had arrived. The wind, almost successful godslayer, baboon. Qian Zhao Guang's lips could no longer suppress a smile as he swung his long sword fiercely forward. The wind baboon reacted with incredible speed, unexpectedly leaping backward at an angle with a strange cry just as it was about to pounce, causing the powerful slash to merely graze its edge. Injured from a counterattack, the wind baboon covered its wounded left paw and let out a low growl towards Qian Zhao Guang before leaping at him again. As it jumped high, it raised its upper body with force, pounding its fists against its chest, producing a drum-like sound, and a burst of white light shot from its mouth towards Qian Zhao Guang. Qian Zhao Guang did not flinch or evade, his vital energy boiling within his body, causing the surrounding air to suddenly cool down. A blade 1 foot long extended from the tip of the long knife, further lengthening the already long blade. Chapter 021, arriving as scheduled. Under the influence of the pseudo-divine sense, the rapidly approaching white light sphere and the ferocious wind baboon seemed to slow down. The long knife, wrapped in a cold, sharp light, swept diagonally upward, slicing through the air to create a semi-arc of blue light. The white light sphere was cleaved by the blue light, transforming into 2 bursts of wind element condensed into gas that exploded on either side. The collision between the flesh and weapon was without suspense, the Qian Zhuan long knife, along with the light blade formed by the extreme ice light, easily cleaved through the leaping wind baboon. Qian Zhao Guang swiftly dodged, avoiding the embarrassment of being drenched in blood. With a flick of the long knife, the blood droplets on the blade instantly fell off, leaving no trace behind. Indeed, I was overthinking. It was just an ordinary wind baboon. After all, even a physically weak Hua Guo was able to kill it with a white tiger dagger. So how strong could such a weakling be? The fact that it was able to unleash a single skill was already a great respect for this legendary supporting character who almost committed god-slaying. After all, even Tian couldn't force Hua Guo into such a predicament. Qian Zhao Guang sheathed his long knife behind his back, his gaze fixed on the severed body of the wind baboon beside him. A faint white light appeared in the air, gradually condensing into a white soul ring. The soul ring was not clear, and its light flickered in and out. This indicated that the soul ring barely reached the 10-year mark. Had it come a few months earlier, this wind baboon might not even have qualified as a soul beast. The wind baboon was not important. Now, it was the critical moment. Qian Zhao Guang sat cross-legged, operating the divine communication technique to its utmost limit. His pseudo-divine consciousness spread out like a tide, enveloping a radius of 1 kilometer centered around him. Just as he was dispersing his pseudo-divine consciousness, a white figure appeared within his perception, almost right in front of him. Wow, such powerful mental energy. I thought I was dreaming, but it turns out to be real. The quality of this mental power is completely on par with mine. Finally, I found another human like this. It's a pity I can't cry. Otherwise, I would be in tears. At that moment, the ground in front of him trembled without warning, and cracks began to appear 2 meters ahead. The cracks gradually widened into fissures, and a faint golden white light shimmered from within. A round, plump head with a diameter of 1 meter emerged from the fissure, its body exceeding 7 meters in length, with 10 golden patterns adorning its surface. The temperature in the air began to drop, and a faint white mist appeared, retrieving his pseudo-divine consciousness. Qian Zhao Guang suppressed the overwhelming joy in his heart, quickly drawing out his long knife and preparing for battle. A blade of light formed from the extreme ice enveloped the tip of the knife, pointing toward the Tianming ice silkworm. What are you? Wow, it even has an ice attribute. It's like the heavens are helping me. The voice of the Tianming ice silkworm echoed again in Qian Zhao Guang's mind, the excitement almost overflowing. Don't be afraid, I'll 1T harm you. Are you talking to me? Qian Zhao Guang began his performance at this moment, while Tianming Binkan started a pleasant conversation. Tianming Binkan kept nodding its head, continuously introducing its plans and boasting about its glorious past, mostly just bragging. Qian Zhao Guang was quietly flattering him from the side. Who doesn't love to hear good words? Listening to Qian Zhao Guang's overwhelming praise filled with admiration and pretended admiration. This giant bug that had slept for hundreds of thousands of years, with no social experience whatsoever, was instantly lifted into the sky, completely unaware of its own name. Tianming Binkan turned to glance in the direction of the Lake of Life, then squinted its small eyes, happily looking at Qian Zhao Guang. Oh my, I really admire you, come on. Let's get started and closely combine together. Don't worry, I'll be gentle and won't hurt you too much. What kind of nonsense is that? The original character Hua Guo didn't understand, but Qian Zhao Guang did. He was taking advantage of his brother, wasn't he? The wheels of the car were rolling right on my face. Before he could react, the golden ring on Tianming Binkan's body began to move, swiftly wrapping around Qian Zhao Guang's body. Its main body transformed into a stream of white energy, continuously flowing into Qian Zhao Guang's body. After Qian Zhao Guang regained his senses, he ignored him and unleashed his extreme, ice-light martial soul to its limit, almost forming a blue beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Huh, you didn't faint? What a strong body. It seems you and my brother are truly a perfect match. Ha 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 ha. Wait, where's your spiritual sea? In his mind, the voice of the heavenly dream ice silkworm had already changed to a worried tone. Without a spiritual sea, where would his wisdom soul ring reside? Moreover, without a spiritual sea, where was his powerful mental strength stored? Just then, a muffled thunderclap resounded in the sky. Qian Zhao Guang's face suddenly broke into a smile, incredibly happy. A gray airflow descended from the sky as if attracted by a tremendous force. In an instant, it quietly entered through Qian Zhao Guang's forehead. What is this? Daring to compete with me for a person? No. Where the hell are we going to stay? Tianming Ice Silkworm was both angry and agitated, wanting to drive the gray airflow away, but was also anxious about why Qian Zhao Guang didn't he have a sea of consciousness, holding the sun and moon to pluck the stars. There is no one like me in this world. Unexpectedly, I still have a remnant soul that can be preserved. Huh, such a peculiar light. In the face of Tianming Ice Silkworm's powerful mental impact, that gray figure was not affected in the slightest. Just as it was getting anxious, Qian Zhao Guang's voice appeared in its mind. Tianming Ice Silkworm, right? I forgot to tell you, my cultivation method is special, and I currently do not have a sea of consciousness. Tianming Ice Silkworm was stunned. No sea of consciousness? Then how do you live? Kid, don't joke with me. Although I haven't seen many humans, I'm not a fool. If you don't have a sea of consciousness, where does your mental power come from? You can choose not to believe me, but if you want to continue being a soul ring, it's best to cooperate with me to help open up the sea of consciousness. Having gained the favor of iLeaks, Qian Zhao Guang was in a good mood and took the time to tease Tianming. Sea of consciousness? What is that? Tianming Ice Silkworm was again confused. It vaguely felt that something was off. It seemed like it had become a big fool, falling for a big trick. But there was no way out. The moment it injected its true body into Qian Zhao Guang, it had no way to retreat. It wasn't convenient to explain now. Just follow my instructions. If we don't open the sea of consciousness, we'll both be finished. Outside, Qian Zhao Guang sat cross-legged, hands forming a seal before his dantian, tongue against the roof of the mouth, embracing the origin and guarding the unity. Golden body technique, qi cultivation technique, divine communication technique. The three major methods began to operate rapidly at the same time. Mental power, soul power, and blood energy also began to boil simultaneously. A warm current flowed out from the dantian, bursting from the tailbone, rapidly surging along the spine, directly reaching the back of Qian Zhao Guang's head. The blood energy was activated to the extreme, dyeing his skin an abnormal red. Chapter 022. Stunned Tianming Ice Silkworm. Tianming Ice Silkworm was very nervous, trembling as it said, "What are you doing? I don't understand your actions at all. Start merging now. Hurry." Qian Zhao Guang didn't explain, but quickly said a sentence in his mind, then fully operated the Tang Shanju, driving his pseudo-divine consciousness to move upward. How did I end up meeting such a strange human kid? The Tianming ice silkworm complained angrily, stealing its heart, and began to increase the fusion of spiritual origin. The dense white light became more solid, gradually infusing into Qian Zhao Guang's body, while its own body gradually became transparent and shrank in size during this process. The Tianming ice silkworm had already realized that what Qian Zhao Guang said earlier was correct. If they didn't quickly open up the sea of consciousness that the other party mentioned, they would both perish immediately. According to the description of the Tang Shanju, this was a very difficult barrier, and a slight misstep could lead to demise. After a cultivator's cultivation reached the first layer's perfection, to continue further, they must first open up something called the sea of consciousness. Only by opening the sea of consciousness could the subsequently transformed spiritual power have a place to reside, preventing it from exploding and turning the cultivator into a fool. Right now, Qian Zhao Guang was going through this process. He controlled his pseudo-divine consciousness, carrying a large amount of the Tianming ice silkworm's spiritual origin, continuously rushing upward until it reached the mud pill palace, known as the Upper Dantian. Unlike the traditional soul master cultivation methods of Douluo, Qian Zhao Guang's sea of consciousness was naturally located differently from the traditional soul master's spiritual sea. The pseudo-divine consciousness shone brightly at the top, relying on the Tianming ice silkworm's vast source power, easily breaking through the closed bottleneck and advancing straight in. Get ready for the impact. I will detonate the spiritual power after extreme compression. When I detonate the spiritual power, you quickly inject the origin. Success or failure hinges on this one move. What? Detonate the spiritual power? Are you crazy? Qian Zhao Guang suddenly said something, startling Tianming ice silkworm. In its view, mental power is the essence of a being. Once it is detonated, the consequences will be dire. However, it was useless to oppose it. Before Tianming ice silkworm could say anything, a pseudo-divine consciousness surged like a beating heart, and a violent rumble exploded in Qian Zhao Guang's mind. Inside his Naiwan palace, an explosion akin to the birth of the universe occurred, and a massive amount of compressed mental power violently burst forth, expanding to an incredible degree. This was the nascent sea of consciousness. At that moment, something astonishing seemed to happen at the center of his brows. The ancestral orifice opened, seemingly becoming a bridge connecting the heavens and the nascent sea of consciousness. Points of light, like stars, began to diffuse, scattering everywhere and dyeing the entire sea of consciousness a light golden color. The pseudo-divine consciousness had completed its transformation at this moment, evolving into true divine consciousness. Tianming ice silkworm stared blankly at everything before it. It could feel that this divine consciousness was immensely powerful, and the sea of consciousness was as solid as an eternal barrier, but it couldn't understand what had happened. In its perception, Qian Zhao Guang's level of mental power had instantly surpassed it, evolving to a tangible and qualitative state. To it, this was simply unbelievable. As an unprecedented million-year soul beast, it had struggled for 100 years without achieving transformation. Yet at this moment, the host it chose had done so. Don't just stand there, accelerate the fusion. This is just the first step of a long journey. How far we can go in the future depends on now. Expanding the sea of consciousness later will be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The voice of Qian Zhao Guang echoed in the nascent sea of consciousness. At some point, the divine consciousness of Ilex also shifted into the sea of consciousness. Qian Zhao Guang's spiritual power and Yulakisi's spiritual power are both referred to as divine consciousness, but the two have essential differences. The former's divine refers to the spirit of the mind. It relies on one's own strength to directly elevate the spiritual body to a very high level through a special method before beginning cultivation, akin to being born in Rome. Thereafter, it is essentially a process of accumulation with almost no bottlenecks. In contrast, the latter's divine refers to the deity's divinity. It is an enhancement and transformation of spiritual power obtained after elevating the essence of one's life, resulting in a fundamentally significant gap. It is hard to say who is superior or inferior. The emergence of divine consciousness allows Qian Zhao Guang to perform various flashy operations in the early stages using his spiritual power. But the price is that the difficulty of cultivation rises sharply in a geometric progression. This is primarily reflected in speed. Well, however, Qian Zhao Guang does not have time to think about these things now, as there are more challenging situations awaiting him. Under the control of the newly born divine consciousness, His soul power also experienced a violent explosion in his dantian. This explosion did not destroy his dantian, but it shattered all the meridians in his body into tiny fragments. Qian Zhao Guang let out a monstrous roar, his face twisted in an incredibly ferocious expression. Severing all his meridians, the pain was almost beyond description. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, in the midst of the fusion process, had already become dazed. First, it exploded its mental power, and now it was exploding its soul power, along with severing all its meridians. Was this really seeking death? Was there still time for him to escape now? The bones and tendons in Qian Zhao Guang's body began to emit a series of dense cracking sounds. This seemingly small noise gave a heart-pounding feeling, as if he was about to explode at any moment. The surface of his body was also continuously oozing out purplish-red blood, with shattered veins bursting forth alongside the blood. If someone were to observe from the side at this moment, they would surely be stunned by the sight before them. Qian Zhao Guang had completely transformed into a blood person, his clothes fully soaked in purple-red blood, which was then frozen into a layer of blood clothing by the cold air of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, making him look extremely horrifying. The meager life energy remaining in the Tianmeng ice silkworm continuously infused into his dantian, replenishing the deficits within. Now, a vortex composed of soul power gradually formed inside Qian Zhao Guang's dantian, with the soul power that had previously exploded and scattered throughout his body being controlled by the vortex and consciousness, continuously gathering into the phantom of meridians. Yes, reshaping the meridians. This was the first step of officially practicing the qi cultivation technique, and also the reason why the earlier cultivation progressed so quickly. Because that was not normal cultivation at all, it was merely a resource for reshaping the meridians. At this moment, Qian Zhao Guang was too weak to roar, his throat constantly producing gasping sounds. This was truly painful. The Tianmeng ice silkworm exclaimed in the newly opened sea of consciousness. Hey, are you okay? You're not going to die, are you? Shut up. Accelerate your fusion process. Qian Zhao Guang let out a painful roar in the sea of consciousness, and then began to guide the remaining essence of the heavenly dream ice silkworm to merge with himself. At that moment, his aura rapidly dropped, going from level 10 straight back to his pre-awakening state. The soul power vortex in his dantian emitted a powerful, drawing in the surrounding natural energy of heaven and earth, as well as the last trace of power within the heavenly dream ice silkworm. This power could not be absorbed by Huogua in the original work, but Qian Zhao Guang's physique was strong enough to withstand it, making it just right for him to use. The vast natural energy of heaven and earth was drawn into the dantian, continuously compressed and formed within the soul power vortex, solidifying into an inverted trapezoidal golden base that looked as if it were crafted from pure gold, extremely magnificent. At the moment the golden base took shape, Qian Zhao Guang's plummeting aura rapidly soared, directly reaching the realm of level 13 before finally stopping. The most crucial part of the Qi training technique, the Qi Sea, has been successfully opened. Chapter 023. Today is a good day. Qian Zhao Guang's body had completely transformed into a jade-like white beneath the blood-stained clothing, just like the earlier Tianmeng ice silkworm. Ha! No matter what, I am finally free. You little brat are indeed a genius. This living condition is even better than I expected. Those bastards who treated me as food, you no longer have a chance. Ha! The voice of the Tianmeng ice silkworm gradually diminished, and the previously expansive psychic energy retracted back into the sea of consciousness at an astonishing speed, eventually disappearing. Deep in the Stardow forest, several terrifying auras fluctuated violently, raging in the core area, just as the voice of the Tianmeng ice silkworm completely vanished. A thick black halo silently emerged around Qian Zhao Guang, continuously spiraling upward around his body, then gradually turning white, fading away, and merging into his body. The lustrous white gradually receded, and Qian Zhao Guang could no longer maintain his seated posture. His body tilted and fell towards the ground. The shed skin of the Tianmeng ice silkworm flew into Qian Zhao Guang's arms, and the previous cracks had closed up. Aside from Qian Zhao Guang, who was covered in blood, and the dismembered wind baboon, everything else seemed to return to normal. Within the sea of consciousness, Qian Zhao Guang was chatting with the Tianmeng ice silkworm. So your name is Qian Zhao Guang. What a strange guy. I almost thought I was going to die with you. But I have to admit, your talent after the reshaping is truly outrageous. The strength of your meridians is already comparable to that of the tidal Douluo I previously exploded. Your body can even accommodate the power of a 1,000-year spirit ring. It's truly a miracle. Now I'm becoming more and more confident in my plan. Qian Zhao Guang laughed and said, "You're getting cocky just from me flattering you a bit. Have you seen my power? Stick with me and just wait to win effortlessly. Become a god, as long as you have a martial soul. Aren't you afraid of blowing your own trumpet? Also, call me Brother Tianming." "Okay, Tianming. I will definitely next time." "You bastard, Qian Zhao Guang. You weren't like this to me before. What the hell, bro? Wait, why am I saying this?" Qian Zhao Guang was suddenly taken aback. With his personality, why would he start bickering with the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm? This was impossible. Qian Zhao Guang was greatly shocked. While listening to Tianming Banqian boast about his past, he was also pondering the issues that had arisen in his own body. After merging with Tianming as a soul ring, it seemed that his personality had been affected. He had become a bit of a jokester, struggling to deal with Tianming Banqian. Qian Zhao Guang attempted to use his long knife to prop himself up, as this was not a safe place, and without any self-defense capability. He was in a very dangerous situation. Unfortunately, the intense pain earlier had drained him of his strength, making it very difficult for him to even move his arms now. He could only take out the white tiger dagger that Hui Yutong had given him before parting, holding it tightly in his hand, on guard against any potential danger. Fortunately, he had removed the sheath earlier, feeling the surging soul power within him, and with the sleeping Elix in his sea of consciousness along with the chattering Tianming Binqian, as well as the three major methods fused into one, Qian Zhao Guang couldn't help but smile. After 10 years of planning, he had finally succeeded. Compared to Huoguo in the original work, he had obtained much more. The broad and resilient meridians after reconstruction were definitely top-notch, and with the foundation built in the sea of qi and the soul power vortex, it would undoubtedly elevate his cultivation speed to an incredible level. Even if breaking through was several times more difficult than for a normal soul master, it was worth it. With such strong support, he should be able to keep up with the general cultivation pace. Even if he couldn't keep up, it didn't matter. His combat power was there, and overpowering opponents. No, defeating opponents of a higher level was not a difficult task for him. The improvement brought by the third refining period was not particularly obvious. He estimated that relying solely on his blood and strength, combined with his sword techniques, he could handle a soul venerable without any problem. It was hard to say who would win in a spar, but if it came to life-and-death combat, he was confident he would win. However, the 4 skills that Tianming Banqian had bestowed upon him were a bit troublesome, and their compatibility with extreme ice light was indeed somewhat poor. Light sharing, light impact, light interference, and another skill whose usefulness was unclear. Forget it. One should be content. At worst, he could just major in the Ice Emperor martial soul in the future. Just as Qian Zhao Guang lay on the ground, trying to operate the qi refining technique to absorb the world's elemental power and recover his strength, 2 figures rushed over at high speed. "Is that Xiaoya and Bei Bei? I should pretend to be unconscious. Everything now is hard to explain, and it's best to let them come to their own conclusions." Qian Zhao Guang decisively withdrew his consciousness back into his sea of consciousness, focusing on listening to Tianming Bingsan's words while pondering the issues that had arisen within himself. Why had his personality suddenly become a bit more cheerful? How could this guy, so sturdy, be beaten to such a state by a wind baboon? Tang pinched Qian Zhao Guang's arm hard and looked at Bei Bei with a questioning expression. Earlier, Bei Bei had helped Qian Zhao Guang change into a new set of clothes and cleaned his body, peeling off the blood shell on the surface. Bei Bei smiled gently and said, maybe he encountered a stronger soul beast? Perhaps something like a blood-spraying toad that uses blood as an attack method. Look at Zhao Guang's hand. That's a level 5 close combat soul guide. The long knife on his back, although not a soul guide, is forged with exceptional skill. Its sharpness and hardness alone can easily outperform an ordinary level 3 soul guide. Moreover, look at the cross-section of that wind baboon's corpse. It's clear that it was sliced in half with a single blow, the cut incredibly smooth and accurately avoiding a lot of bones, which is the only way to achieve such an effect. This is enough to prove that Zhao Guang must possess incredibly proficient swordsmanship. However, I don't quite understand. Could it be that he's truly alone without a mentor following him? That seems a bit too. Tanya huffed. I said that Zhao Guang, like me, should be the last inheritor of a certain family or sect. Now, how do you see? My judgment was correct. Bei Bei smiled helplessly, tacitly agreeing with Tang Ya's statement. It's just a pity that this wind baboon was only 10 years old. Given the swordsmanship Zhao Guang has displayed, it's likely he could kill a 100-year soul beast on his own. Tang Ya rolled her eyes at him and said irritably, are you stupid? Before absorbing the wind baboon's soul ring, Zhao Guang was just an ordinary person. Are you suggesting he continued deep into the Stardow forest to look for a 100-year soul beast? What if a 1,000-year soul beast pops up? Isn't that asking for death? That does seem to be a valid point. After Tanya and Bei finally finished their own mental deductions and came up with a reasonable explanation, Qian Zhao Guang ended the awkward conversation with Tianming Binqian and pretended to wake up. Zhao Guang, you finally woke up? I was so worried. Tanya exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Qian Zhao Guang open his eyes. Qian Zhao Guang, the Emperor of Shadows, pretended to be stunned for a moment before hoarsely saying in a weak voice, Sister Tanya, Brother Bei, we really are quite fated. His weakness was not an act. He truly had no strength left. Chapter 024. Let's forget about the Tang Sect. Tanya laughed and said, You really have some guts to dare to come alone to this perilous Stardow forest? Qian Zhao Guang pretended to smile awkwardly and explained softly, Well, there were some discrepancies from my initial estimates, but the result is still quite good. Indeed, there were some discrepancies. Qian Zhao Guang had his own estimation of the difficulty of the breakthrough, but he never expected the changes in his body after the breakthrough to be so significant. Compared to other soul masters, his breakthrough process can be described in just 2 words, seeking death. Oh what? Qian Zhao Guang is not a normal soul master? Then it's nothing. As he spoke, the soul power cyclone within Qian Zhao Guang spun rapidly, surging soul power rushing wildly through his wide meridians. A circle of luminous white soul rings rose from beneath Qian Zhao Guang, slowly ascending and enveloping him completely. At the same time, the extreme ice light martial soul also underwent some changes. After merging with the dream ice silkworm, the extreme ice light, which had initially increased in temperature, became cold again. And even in the warm Stardow forest, the effect was quite noticeable. Bei and Tang almost instantly felt a wave of coolness surrounding them. The ice-blue halo on Qian Zhao Guang's chest was even more radiant than before, and even through his clothes, one could easily see the brilliant blue circle. Is this an ice attribute light-type martial soul? The usually composed Bei couldn't help but change his expression slightly. An ice attribute light-type martial soul? This almost violates the common understanding of martial souls. How could these 2 seemingly contradictory attributes form a martial soul? Moreover, why is his martial soul still located at the chest? Could this be a type of body martial soul? Bei and Tanya exchanged glances, both shocked by what they saw. Tanya couldn't help but ask Zhao Guang, what kind of martial soul is this? Why? Why is it like this? Qian Zhao Guang chuckled and said, I'm not sure either. It's just like this after awakening. I've given it a name called the Light of Extreme Ice. If possible, I would like to study at Shrek Academy. My grandfather always praised Shrek as the best academy on the continent when he was alive. I think they should know what my martial soul is, right? Your grandfather when he was alive. Tanya subconsciously repeated, but before she could finish. Bye huavitli politia azida. Of course they can. Shrek is the holy land for soul masters. If there's a place that can fully understand your martial soul, it must be Shrek. Tanya also realized she had said something wrong and quickly remedied. Yes, Shrek is the holy land for soul masters. They will definitely solve your problem. Then I'll take my brother and sister's good words, but I'm afraid with my talent. What if they don't accept me? Qian Zhao Guang forced a smile, pretending to feel regret. My grandfather told me that the admission standard for Shrek Academy is under 12 years old and a cultivation level above level 15. But I only have a maximum of level 13. Looking at the regret and frustration in his eyes, Tanya felt secretly pleased and gave Bei a signal. Understanding immediately, Bei asked, Little brother Zhao Guang, who else is in your family besides you? Qian Zhao Guang's expression suddenly changed, and a flash of hatred crossed his eyes. It was just me and my sister. Bei calmly continued to ask, Is your sister at home alone now? Do you live nearby? No, I sent her to Shrek City ahead of time. Her talent is far stronger than mine, and she will definitely be admitted. As he said this, Qian Zhao Guang recalled the little gesture that Hui Yutong made before leaving and couldn't help but smile with a lack of confidence. If nothing unexpected happened, she should already be a student at Shrek now, right? Tanya's enthusiasm grew even more. Since Qian Zhao Guang said his sister could join Shrek, it meant she must have surpassed level 15. If both of these siblings could be attracted to the Tang Sect. Thinking of this, she quickly said, Zhao Guang, why don't you join our sect? Qian Zhao Guang pretended to be surprised and said, Sect? What sect? Is it similar to the body sect? My grandfather mentioned to me before that if Shrek doesn't want me, I should go to the Heaven Soul continent and try my luck with the body sect to see if they recognize my strange martial soul. but they have always kept a low profile, so I don't know if I can find them. Tang nodded seriously and said, yes, it's that kind of sect. Our sect was once the number one in the continent, so you won't be at a disadvantage if you join. Moreover, our sect has several unique skills, and mastering them is quite powerful. And didn't you want to join Shrek Academy? Coincidentally, our sect has a quota every year for a student to enter Shrek without taking the entrance exam. You can use this quota to join Shrek. And as long as you work hard enough, meeting the retention standards shouldn't be difficult. Once the number one in the continent, Qian Zhao Guang murmured softly, as if recalling something. Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany and tentatively asked, Sister Tangya, your surname is Tang. Is your sect called Tang Min? The Tang Min established by Senior Tang San? Tangya and Bei Bei were genuinely astonished this time. They didn't expect that in this day and age, there would still be someone who recognized the great name of Tang Min. 1,000 years had passed, and the once prosperous Tang Min had fallen into decline. Now only Tangya and Bei Bei remained. It was surprising to be recognized by a little kid. Little brother Chao Wang, have you heard of Tang Min? Qian Zhao Guang nodded seriously, and at the same time, his gaze changed, becoming incredibly resolute, yet filled with deep apology. Of course, my ancestors had significant ties with the Tang sect thousands of years ago. If Sister Tangya and Brother Bei are indeed from the Tang sect, then I cannot join. Although I am the last remaining descendant of my family, the orders of my ancestors cannot be violated. Sigh, joining the Tang sect? It's impossible to join. It will never happen in this lifetime. If he really joins the Tang sect, wouldn't that mean he acknowledges Tang San as his ancestor? In the future, if he opposes them, it would be tantamount to betraying his own ancestors. This is something that cannot be done. I will just find some excuse to get past it. Tangya's expression changed slightly, and she asked calmly, why is that? Do you have a grudge against the Tang sect? No, it's not that serious, just some historical issues that have become dead accounts. Qian Zhao Guang waved his hand and began to showcase his persuasive skills on the spot. One can only say that there are differences in ideology. His ancestor had top-notch achievements in forging 1,000 years ago, but during a forging exchange, he had a disagreement with the then-renowned Titan, the master of Tongmen's Power Hall. During the exchange, there were some unpleasant moments, and even some disciples of the Power Hall mocked him. In a fit of anger, his ancestor boldly declared that he would compete with Titan in 10 years at, what was it called? It seems to be called Gengxin City. He also wrote down a family instruction that future generations must never join Tang Min unless Titan could surpass him in forging. Chapter 025, both sides win big. But circumstances are unpredictable. His ancestor was ready to make a breakthrough in forging skills and eagerly prepared for the 10-year battle. He received unfortunate news. Titan had already passed away, and the first-generation ancestor of Tang Min, Tang San, was nowhere to be found. His ancestor then became the only divine craftsman of the time. As a result, there was no one in the Power Hall to represent the master in battle, and this matter came to an end without any further developments. Qian Zhao Guang's expression was quite sighing, filled with nostalgia. Of course, the family ancestor did not strictly limit the ancestral teachings. The ancestor said that if the future Tongmen's Hall master could surpass our Qian family's head in forging skills, then this matter could be considered settled, and a restriction on future descendants joining the Tang Min could be lifted. Upon hearing this, Bei Bei and Tang, you were completely bewildered. Qian Zhao Guang's boast is 1 part true and 9 parts false. The name definitely existed, but the events are all fabricated, and even the timeline doesn't quite match up. For example, if the Titan really died as he claims, then the fictional ancestor couldn't possibly have been the only divine craftsman at that time. And what about Tang Hao and Tang San? Even if Tang San really ascended, with Tang retained soul power at level 97 during the bloody battle at Jiaoling Pass, combined with the Haoyan hammer, he would have been unbeatable in the forging field back then. The problem is that the Tang sect has no records of the Titan's life details. Only a few notes are found in the archives of past sect leaders. Moreover, even in the Tang sect, not many people knew the names Titan and Li Tang back then, as the last leader of the Li Tang was over 3,000 years ago, shortly after the Soul Master profession was introduced to the Douluo continent from the Sun Moon continent. The blacksmithing industry had already declined completely. No one purchased hidden weapons from the Tang sect, making the dissolution of the Li Tang inevitable. Therefore, even Tangya only learned these 2 names as a child from her parents, recounting the glory of 10,000 years ago, and even Bei Bei was unaware of them. The phrase dead men tell no tales describes this situation perfectly. As for why Qian Zhao Guang is certain that the 4 halls of the Tang sect were abolished thousands of years ago, that's obviously because the only descendant of the Min Hall, Ma Xiaotao, is no longer in the Tang sect. Let's not forget that Ma Hongjun was the deputy leader of the Tang sect back then, and Old Bai Niao was the leader of the Min Hall and Tang Hao's uncle. If the two sides had a closer relationship, such a situation would definitely not have arisen. After inquiring with Tanya about the Titan and the Li Tang, Bei Bei sighed and said, I didn't expect that Brother Chao Wang's ancestor had such a connection with our Tang sect. Now, the Tang sect can't even muster 4 people, let alone 4 halls. And there are no blacksmiths or soul masters left. Who could possibly compete with Qian Zhao Guang in forging? The Li Tang has long since disappeared. Now, only Bei Bei and I remain in the Tang sect, and I am the current leader of the Tang sect. After hearing Qian Zhao Guang's account, Tangya's mood clearly fell. Qian Zhao Guang's mood seemed a bit low. Isn't our family also down to just me? Bei Bei suddenly thought of something and asked, Hey, wait a minute, Zhao Guang. You said your family only has you left, but what about your sister? She's not my biological sister. I've grown up with her since she was 7 when our mother unfortunately passed away and then my grandfather took her in. Does that mean, Bei Bei, I know what you're thinking. My sister can join the Tang sect. Qian Zhao Guang smiled in his heart again. Everything was proceeding according to the script he had written. My sister's martial soul is the I'm martial soul, also known as the spirit eye, with an innate 9th level soul power, primarily focusing on mental strength. She is currently a 27th level control system battle soul master. If the records of our ancestors are not mistaken, she should be very suitable for a technique from the Tang sect called, it seems to be something like purple. What was it again? Purple extreme demon eye? Bei Bei supplemented. Qian Zhao Guang quickly got up and gently patted his thigh. Yes, that's right. It's the purple extreme demon eyes. That's the name. Sister Tanya, how about letting my sister join your Tang sect? What do you think? With this, I could be considered half a member of the Tang sect. Yes, of course. I couldn't ask for more. Tanya was overjoyed and suddenly stood up. She had almost missed a good opportunity for recruitment, but unexpectedly, there was a turnaround, and new hope emerged. Moreover, the mention of the name Purple Extreme Demon Eyes further proved that Qian Zhao Guang's earlier words were true, right? A spirit master with a psychic body martial soul and innate soul power at level 9 already has the potential to challenge the title Douluo. The Tang sect has definitely struck a big bargain. Furthermore, that soul power of 27 is almost catching up with her. But Zhao Guang, are you really unable to join the Tang sect? Qian Zhao Guang's sister Tanya, please don't make it hard for me. Bei Bei pulled Tanya and smiled. Teacher Xiaoya, don't make it difficult for little brother Zhao Guang. He has his own difficulties. All right, Tanya pouted. Bei Bei said, Little brother Zhao Guang, although you are not a member of our Tang sect and cannot take the exempted exam, we still have some connections at Shrek Academy. Since your sister has joined the Tang sect, we are considered family now. Don't worry, I will convince the academy to give you an exam qualification. But whether you can stay will depend on yourself. Really? I really can't thank you enough. Brother Bei Bei and Sister Tanya. Qian Zhao Guang's face showed a look of surprise, and his joy was evident. This time, his happiness was genuine, not pretended. Without Bei Bei's promised help, he would have been at a dead end, and it would have been extremely difficult to get into Shrek Academy. Of course, Tanya smiled proudly, returning to her demeanor from when they first met. You don't know, Bei Bei is quite formidable in the academy. Wow, Bei Bei is so impressive. Qian Zhao Guang timely paid a compliment, and the two of them awkwardly sang in harmony to Bei Bei, quickly shifting the topic to inquire about Qian Zhao Guang's health. After learning that he was in good condition, Bei Bei explained the purpose of her and Tanya's trip to the Douluo forest. After several exchanges, both sides were very satisfied, believing they had both come out on top. The Tang sect had gained a promising new member in Hui Yutong, expanding their future power. Qian Zhao Guang has obtained the qualification for the Shrek Academy entrance exam, while also finding a good place for Hui Yutong. Getting 5 martial arts for free is quite appealing, as the Purple Extreme Demon Eye can provide epic enhancements to the Spirit Eye. Both sides benefit, so who loses? Oh, it turns out to be the Douluo forest. The Douluo forest has lost everything, losing a high-quality charging treasure, a wind baboon daring enough to challenge gods, and also losing a 1,000-year-old mandala snake. After some discussion, the three decided to venture deep into the Douluo forest to hunt a soul for Tanya. On the way, Bei Bei also educated Qian Zhao Guang about some of Shrek's admission matters and the possible exam items. Similar to the new student assessment, the admission standards, besides talent, heavily weigh on practical combat, which is why he is confident that Qian Zhao Guang will definitely be able to stay. Chapter 026. The Fraud of Light. The events that followed were as Qian Zhao Guang had anticipated. Tanya swiftly eliminated a wind baboon that attempted to ambush them and discovered the newly respawned 1,000-year mandala snake nearby. Xiaoya, protect Zhao Guang. With that, Bei activated his blue electric Tyrannosaurus form and engaged in a fierce battle with a 1,000-year mandala snake, resulting in a stalemate. Tang anxiously watched the situation, fearing that Bei might encounter any accidents. Qian Zhao Guang observed the battle before him while contemplating his Force Soul skills. The first skill, Brightness Sharing, was a purely useless skill, at least for now. Its effect allowed him to attach his extreme ice light to his teammates, enabling them to briefly wield the power of light. However, as everyone knows, aside from the Body Sect and Jijuechen, soul masters on Douluo continent are essentially useless without the assistance of soul skills. So, this was quite awkward. It might have some effect only if the other party had a light-type martial soul. The second skill was called Light Impact, somewhat similar to Superman's laser eyes, which unleashed beams of light from his eyes to attack opponents. It was an unremarkable skill in every aspect, with the only advantage being its instant activation. The third skill was called Light Interference, but Qian Zhao Guang preferred to call it Light Pollution. Its effect was to release a strong burst of light to interfere with the enemy's line of sight, which was barely useful. However, this thing couldn't distinguish between friend and foe, creating a collective blindness with a burst of light pollution. The fourth skill seemed to be the most disappointing, called Light Mimicry. Aside from being able to shape light into various forms, Qian Zhao Guang was still unclear about its actual usefulness. He could already turn extreme ice light into light blades without any skills, so why not just claim that the other three skills were imitations using light mimicry? That seemed plausible enough. Just as Qian Zhao Guang pondered his soul skills, the mandala snake had already started fighting desperately, and Bei was momentarily struggling, being pushed back continuously. Tang gritted her teeth and summoned blue silver grass to rush forward to help. Before she could act, someone moved faster than her. Two beams of light shot from Qian Zhao Guang's eyes, instantly hitting the mandala snake's vital point. The moment the extreme ice light made contact with the mandala snake, it created a gap in its hard scales, shattering the scales and exposing the soft flesh beneath. The intense cold froze the skin underneath the scales, further weakening its surface defense. The power seemed decent, and the consumption was average. Qian Zhao Guang finally felt a bit of psychological comfort. The speed of the light impact was so extreme that it hit instantly. The mandala snake was momentarily stunned by this attack that arrived after the fact. Before the two and the snake could react, Qian Zhao Guang had already unleashed 3 consecutive light impacts, causing the mandala snake to emit hissing cries, with multiple areas of its body frozen. After all, being the leader of Shrek Academy's outer court, Bei only hesitated for a moment before seizing this opportunity. The Thunderous Strike and Thunder Dragon Claw were unleashed fiercely, striking again at the mandala snake's vital spot. The terrifying lightning knocked it unconscious. The Millennium Mandala Snake is known for its powerful physique and lightning-fast speed. However, it is still a mortal body and cannot withstand the power of thunder. Bei exerted force in a fit of rage, causing its bones to crack loudly, as if they could burst at any moment. Xiaoya, Bei called out softly. Tang naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity, flying to the side of the mandala snake and plunging a half-foot-long flying knife directly into its mouth, ending the life of this little unfortunate creature. The lightning's brilliance receded. Seeing the purple soul ring slowly forming, Bei also breathed a sigh of relief. Tang seized the opportunity to sit down and absorb the soul ring, while Qian Zhao took the chance to chat with Bei. Big brother Bei, is Tang Ye's martial soul blue silver grass? Bei nodded and said, 8,000 years ago, our ancestor Tang San forged the glory of the Tang Sect with his blue silver grass martial soul. After he became a deity, the descendants of the Tang Sect have persistently taken pride in the blue silver grass martial soul to commemorate him. Unfortunately, it has been proven that not everyone can unleash its powerful potential. Since our ancestor Tang San's departure, no one has been able to stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Blue silver grass. I hope, Sister Tang, you can be as powerful as the leader of the Tang Sect from 1,000 years ago. Blue silver grass? Nonsense. Qian Zhao Guang was dealing with it verbally while secretly cursing, and at the same time felt sorrow for these descendants of the Tang Sect. Tang San was just a dog basket's blue silver grass, which was clearly the blue silver emperor, a top-tier plant martial soul. What is blue silver grass? The most worthless martial soul, almost without exception. Even if Tang received an epic enhancement in the original work, she was merely a dark blue silver king, which was still a far cry from the blue silver emperor. Before his ascension, Tang San was probably trying to highlight his grassroots, rise, and inspirational journey. as well as to promote Yu Xiaojiang's theory that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters, without ever telling his descendants what his martial soul truly was. Look, he has trapped the Tang sect for a whole 10,000 years, then glorified it by saying, descendants have their own blessings, and gods should not intervene in earthly matters. Bah, disgusting, despicable. You pure as ice and jade. I hope so. Climbing to the top of the continent's strongest with blue silver grass has always been Xiao Yu's dream. Bei Bei was unaware that Qian Zhao Guang was furiously criticizing Tang San in his heart, and a smile appeared on his lips. Compared to this, Zhao Guang, you have indeed given me a big surprise. The instant light strike, this attack power, is truly not weak, and it can even be unleashed 3 times in a row. If you reach my level of cultivation, you could probably single-handedly defeat the mandala snake. Qian Zhao Guang also smiled and said, I was just curious to try it out, but I didn't expect it to have any effect. Bei Bei said seriously, Zhao Guang, you mustn't belittle yourself. Instantaneous soul skills are rare, and those that can be continuously released are even fewer. Plus, your martial soul's strange ice power greatly weakened the mandala snake, which allowed me to achieve success in one strike. By the way, Zhao Guang, what is the name of your soul skill? Light impact? Light strike? Does it just release light to strike the enemy? Is the consumption high? Qian Zhao Guang happened to want to lead Bei Bei's understanding of him down a wrong path. And now he was just going with the flow. Big brother Bei Bei, this skill of mine is called light mimicry. In simple terms, it allows me to mimic my own light martial soul into various forms. Look, for example, like this. While speaking, Qian Zhao Guang drew the long knife from his back. The extreme ice light instantly enveloped the blade, and a blue light blade extended from the tip of the knife. The blade also emitted a chilling aura, exuding a dangerous vibe. Under Bei Bei's astonished gaze, the blue light blade gradually transformed into a blue hammerhead, even detaching from the blade and flying upwards. But like just now, I can condense the light into a beam and release it from my body to attack the opponent. Since it is essentially a mimicry of my martial soul, there is no attack interval, and I can decide the attack intensity myself. If my soul power and mental power are sufficient to support it, I can even keep it going indefinitely. No way. Bei Bei stared at him in disbelief. Mimicry? I've never seen such an outrageous skill. Can this really drop from a wind baboon? Our Douluo continent has been researching martial souls for thousands of years, but in all the books I've read, there has never been a record of someone like you. It's truly unimaginable. Qian Zhao Guang smiled and replied, isn't that normal? After all, Brother Bei, you don't know why my martial soul is so strange, right? This time, it was Bei Bei's turn to scratch his head. After a long pause, he managed to say, what you said seems to make a lot of sense. Chapter 027. Fantasies of exploiting bugs while Tang Yu was absorbing her soul ring. Qian Zhao Guang and Bei Bei began to study his light mimicry together. After half an hour of research, he felt he might have underestimated this skill. Theoretically, light mimicry can indeed produce effects similar to light impact or even light interference, but consumes more soul power and mental energy and requires divided attention to control, making it somewhat not worth the effort. In Qian Zhao Guang's view, he still preferred to attach the extreme ice light to his blade, making it more practical to slash through with sparks flying. It has low consumption, a long duration, and decent effects. He could cut from Huadao all the way to Urshian Bridge without stopping. Regarding this extremely outrageous skill, Bei Bei didn't know how to evaluate it. He thought left and right, and couldn't shake the feeling that a wind baboon couldn't possibly condense such a skill. However, with the facts before him, he could only attribute it to the peculiarity of the extreme ice light martial soul. The absorption of a 1,000-year soul ring takes quite a long time. Bei Bei scattered some beast repellent powder he carried with him around the area to guard against any sudden attacks from soul beasts. After a while, Tang Yu slowly opened her eyes, her bright gaze shining with brilliance, and her overall spirit had greatly improved. She succeeded. Excited, Tang Yu leaped up from the ground and pounced on Bei Bei. Give him a big hug. Bei Bei, thank you. Bei Bei wrapped his arms around her delicate figure, his smile containing a hint of indulgence. I promise to help you achieve your dreams, and I will definitely do it. Tang Yu happily leaned against Bei Bei, but inadvertently noticed that Qian Zhao Guang was staring at them with wide eyes, looking quite amused. Realizing that there was an awkward third wheel, she blushed and hurriedly broke free from Bei Bei's embrace. What are you looking at? Never seen a teacher-student romance before? Teacher-student romance? Is this really something new? Can it compare to Brother Gongba's experience? Can it compare to Brother Heba's experience? Can it compare to the Tang family's ancestral furry control? What a big deal. Although Qian Zhao Guang really wanted to respond this way, he had to maintain his image, so he could only pretend to look innocent and shake his head honestly. Sister Tanya, I really haven't seen it before. I've been working hard in cultivation with my sister all these years. Bei cleared his throat awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. All right, since you've finished absorbing your soul ring, we should leave here quickly. In recent years, there have been more and more incidents in the Stardew Forest, so we shouldn't delay. Let's go. At this moment, the sky was already getting dark, and the Stardew Forest was clearly not a good place to stay overnight. After about an hour of travel, they returned to the small grove where the three had previously encountered each other. After another meal of roasted meat, Tang had already fallen asleep early, while Bei kept watch and Qian Zhao Guang immersed himself in cultivation. If the Qi refinement technique of the third refinement stage was purely for enjoyment, then the current Qi refinement technique had completely gotten back on track. Within his broad and resilient meridians, energy flowed freely like a river, making Qian Zhao Guang feel comfortable all over, with a slight burning sensation emanating from his body. Inside his dantian, a golden vortex spun rapidly, resembling a black hole capable of devouring everything in the world, efficiently absorbing the surrounding elemental energy. This mist-like elemental energy, after entering the dantian, was quickly refined by the soul power vortex into droplets of luminous liquid, continuously flowing down along the faint golden trapezoidal base, solidifying and thickening. At the same time, this soul power was also constantly stimulating the blood and energy within Qian Zhao Guang's body, further enhancing his physical condition. The golden body technique had entered the second layer, and the surging and vigorous blood energy had also undergone a special transformation. When the blood energy operated to its peak, it could form a special power form known as blood qi signal smoke. It was named because it resembled the smoke released when a beacon is lit. This second layer of the golden body technique was named after it. If the blood qi signal smoke flowed along the meridians and blood vessels in a specific trajectory, it could even be used to launch external attacks against opponents or form a protective layer to shield oneself. Therefore, to activate this powerful force, a strong physique was essential. Refining blood vessels and meridians to complete their transformation became the most important direction for Qian Zhao Guang's current stage of cultivation and an indispensable prerequisite for advancing to Soul Master. As the dark sky gradually turned dark blue and a hint of white appeared in the distance, Qian Zhao Guang's night of cultivation was coming to an end. Several hours of accumulation had already formed a barely noticeable bulge beneath the base. Once this bulge formed a complete second layer base, Qian Zhao Guang's cultivation would undergo a qualitative change. He estimated that it would at least take until he advanced to Soul Master for this second layer base to fully take shape. He was not in a hurry with the cultivation of spiritual power. When operating the Qi refinement technique, the communication technique would also operate alongside it. Once the communication technique fully entered the realm of spiritual consciousness, the visualization diagram had completely materialized in his mind. Each person's visualization pattern was different. In the center of Qian Zhao Guang's sea of consciousness was the shape of a long knife. Once the visualization diagram materialized, even if he did not actively cultivate, his spiritual power would steadily increase at an extremely slow pace. Qian Zhao Guang slowly withdrew his energy and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Bei and Tang had already begun to practice the Tang Sect's purple extreme demon during this time. With his divine sense, Qian Zhao Guang also faced the east and saw a faint hint of purple qi. He tried to capture a trace of it with his divine sense and draw it into his eyes. A cool sensation slowly flowed through his pupils, making his vision slightly clearer. After refining it, his mental strength increased by a barely discernible trace. For Qian Zhao Guang, who was practicing the Tong Shenju, relying on the purple extreme demon to cultivate mental strength was really too slow. He only had a tiny bit of time to practice each day, about a quarter of an hour. Without the help of celestial herbs like Wang Chuan Xiu Shui, it would be nearly impossible to reach the final vast realm. Watching Tanya and Bei's serious expressions, Qian Zhao Guang couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, thinking of a certain so-called empire on which the sun never sets on Blue Star. If he could continuously move rapidly at sunrise, wouldn't it be possible to capture the purple qi all day long for 24 hours of practicing the purple extreme demon eye? When he reached a sufficient level of cultivation, he could use a flying soul guide to try this with Xiao Tong. Practicing continuously for 24 hours would be equivalent to over 3 months of practice for an ordinary purple extreme demon eye practitioner, definitely able to quickly max out proficiency. When Bei and Tang finished their training, the purple in Bei's eyes gradually faded, and having not slept for a day, his face looked somewhat pale. He patted Qian Zhao Guang's shoulder and said, "Zhao Guang, I'm going to rest for a bit. Let's head out again later." Qian Zhao Guang nodded, "Allericht, Bazabai." An hour later, Bei woke up from his cultivation, his fatigue completely gone. At this moment, Qian Zhao Guang was diligently practicing, leaving only a trace of spiritual awareness outside to prevent any unexpected occurrences. After a night of cultivation, he realized that his soul power accumulation was too profound, and breaking through his realm would likely be more difficult than he had previously estimated. After all, what limited his breakthrough was not only the accumulation of soul power, but also his mental strength and physical quality. Chapter 028. Successfully going off track, seeing that Qian Zhao Guang was still cultivating, Bei took the opportunity to whisper to Tanya. Of course, it was their version of a secret conversation. The moment Bei opened his eyes, Qian Zhao Guang had already half woken up from his cultivation, ready to listen to what they had to say. After a round of cheesy flirting, Tanya finally brought up serious matters. "By the way, do you think Brother Zhao Guang can hold on in the academy? After all, his cultivation is really..." Bei glanced at Qian Zhao Guang and lowered his voice. If it weren't for the factor of soul power cultivation, he would definitely be the most dazzling presence among the freshmen, even without using his martial soul. Just based on his sword techniques and strength, ordinary great soul masters wouldn't stand a chance against him. When you were sleeping yesterday, I secretly sensed his physical condition. His surging vitality and strength are astonishing, almost comparable to soul beasts of the same level, truly resembling a humanoid soul beast. Tanya was taken aback and also lowered her voice. Could it be that Brother Zhao Guang is a transformed soul beast? Bei chuckled. "Teacher Xiaoya, what are you thinking? A transformed soul beast would only carry its original power. In terms of vitality, it would be no different from a human. Moreover, fierce beasts that transform into human martial souls are all their own bodies. If Zhao Guang were truly a soul beast, he couldn't possibly be a manifestation of the light element, right?" At this point, Tanya couldn't help but giggle. Bei continued to explain, "So, Zhao Guang is undoubtedly human. His incredible strength, I guess it could be called a prodigious talent. I just wonder if what he mentioned earlier about his ancestors' grievances with the first generation of Tang Sect Strength Hall is true. Tang Yashirag, unconcernev. Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. How much worse can our Tang Sect be? As long as Zhao Guang has no malice towards us, then he is family. Don't forget, he even recommended his sister to join us. She's a martial soul master with innate soul power level 9, a treasure even in a body sect. As for the ancestral teachings he mentioned, I believe they are likely true. After all, even the name of Senior Titan and the organizational structure of Tang Sect from 4,000 years ago aren't recorded in the academy, if there were no deep connections. You wouldn't know. That's true. Bei nodded. It seems that Brother Zhao Guang's family must have once been a powerful hidden family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a strong physique and peculiar martial soul. Moreover, his extraordinary forging skills are also quite impressive. The long knife behind him seems almost alive. And that's the only way to explain it. Sigh, we are both people fallen from grace. Brother Zhao Guang's background is much more tragic than mine. At least I've seen some remnants of the Tang Sect's former glory, but he hasn't even met his parents. Tang ya rarely restrainet her lively nature. And her gaze towards Qian Zhao Guang softened. People always empathize with those whose fates resonate with their own. Listening to the two of them clearly sorting out the origins of his background, Qian Zhao Guang felt a warmth in his heart and also breathed a sigh of relief. Their thoughts had finally extended in the direction he had hoped for. On Tanya's side, that was fine, but it was mainly Bei, as Muin's great-grandson, a future member of the Sea God Pavilion, and the partner of the Tang Sect's master. His identity and influence were indeed substantial. If he began to doubt his identity and origins, to be safe, he might have to flee with Hui Yutong at lightning speed to the body sect and try his luck. Fortunately, none of that happened. After Qian Zhao Guang pretended to wake up from his cultivation, the three of them set off, racing westward. The journey from the surrounding area of the Stardow Forest to Shrek Academy was roughly 1,000 miles, and without the need to hurry. 3 days was enough to reach. On the way, the physical qualities that Qian Zhao Guang displayed gave Bei and Tanya a new understanding of him. At first, Tanya and Bei were worried that Qian Zhao Guang would struggle to keep up, so they deliberately increased their speed. However, to their surprise, Qian Zhao Guang showed no intention of using soul power. He just kept running at a hard pace, faster than both of them. Doubting her luck, Tanya kept increasing her speed until she reached her limit, but Qian Zhao Guang was still as carefree as ever, running effortlessly. Thus, the three of them maintained the speed of a soul respect while traveling. It wasn't until Tang Ye's soul power was nearly exhausted and she needed to rest that Qian Zhao Guang, relying solely on his physical body, showed no signs of fatigue, not even sweating. I say, Brother Zhao Guang, how on earth is your body built? You've been running for so long and you're not tired at all? Tang Ye leaned against a tree trunk, gasping for breath. Qian Zhao Guang smiled and said, my talent for cultivation is not great, so I can only put in hard work on my body. Plus, I've always relied on forging for my rewards, so my physique is a bit stronger than average. It's nothing special. After saying this, he also sat cross-legged and began to cultivate while Tang Ye took a break. Tang Ye curled her lips and said nothing more, seizing the time to rest. In the following days of travel, Bei also introduced Qian Zhao Guang to the current situation of Shrek Academy and some related matters. When Qian Zhao Guang mentioned his desire to become a soul engineer, Tang Ye showed strong hostility towards soul tools, believing they were the culprits behind the downfall of the Tang sect. Hearing this, Qian Zhao Guang shook his head repeatedly in his heart. Did soul tools cause the decline of the Tang sect? Perhaps there is some relation, but that is not the main point. The Tang sect has been stagnant, unwilling to make progress, blindly worshipping the teachings left by Tang San from 10,000 years ago, treating them as standards and truths. This is the main reason for the Tang sect's decline. Just a moment ago, Tang Ye was still saying, the exquisite craftsmanship and clever design of Tang sect's hidden weapons are absolutely superior to soul tools. This is truly absurd. For thousands of years, countless soul engineers from the Sun Moon Empire have poured their heart and soul into innovation. How could a mechanical structure that has not progressed for 10,000 years compare in intricacy? That's just pure nonsense. The top-ranked hidden weapon of the Tang sect, the Buddha Fury Tang Lian, can only instantly kill an unprepared soul sage and seriously injure a soul Douluo without their martial soul true body. How could it compete with high-level soul tools? Let alone strategic-level 9th-grade soul tools. Even 8th-grade fixed soul cannon shells could obliterate the Buddha Fury Tang Lian. And those things are relatively easy to manufacture, just based on Tang Ye's attitude towards soul tools and her blind trust in hidden weapons. Qian Zhao Guang had reason to suspect some things. Before the collision of Douluo continent and Sun Moon continent, there was no technological progress in 6,000 years. And the Tang sect must have played a role in this obstruction. An organization that monopolizes technology is particularly terrifying. Such things have occurred countless times throughout the vast history of Blue Star. However, regardless of where the people of Blue Star are from, they will break free from the shackles that limit technological development in a short period, attempting to seek a brighter tomorrow. Well, except for certain lazy dogs that can't even be bothered to farm. Chapter 029. Your knife is not bad. 3 days later, the three finally arrived at Shrek City. Shrek Academy is located in the eastern part of Shrek City, facing the direction of the Stardow Forest. Zhao Guang, if you can successfully join the academy this time, you'll be 3 grades lower than me and Xiaoya. This time of year is always the busiest time for us in Shrek City. Qian Zhao Guang asked softly, Brother Bei, is the assessment very difficult? Bei replied readily, if I negotiate smoothly with the examiner, the assessment content shouldn't be difficult for you, and it could even be considered simple. Qian Zhao Guang pretended to be clueless. Huh? Is the assessment about who is stronger? Ha, of course not. Tang Yaqing couldn't help but laugh. The assessments at Shrek Academy have always been about practical combat. A teacher once said that any data is pale in comparison to real combat. Real combat. It doesn't seem too difficult. Qian Zhao Guang murmured softly. Bei kindly put his arm around his shoulder and said, let's go. Next, we'll see if my big brother's face works. The two of them led Qian Zhao Guang around the crowd from the side and arrived outside the east gate of the city. After greeting a few second and third year students, they easily entered Shrek Academy in Shrek City. They walked forward for about 200 meters and several huge statues blocked their view. Bei had already started to introduce the origins of the statues to Qian Zhao Guang. To be honest, the statues looked very similar to the characters in the anime. And without his introduction, Qian Zhao Guang had already recognized who these 10 people were. It was just the Golden Iron Triangle and the Shrek 7 monsters. If it came to understanding these people, Qian Zhao Guang considered himself second in the world, and no one would dare to claim first. Back then, in order to scold someone in various ways, he had almost memorized all 4 parts of Douluo continent. Who could be more familiar with them than him? Except for the 7 monsters who had already ascended, Bei was still introducing the situation of Shrek Academy. While Qian Zhao Guang looked at the statue of Tang San in the center, his eyes filled with disdain. In the minds of Tang Ye and Bei, The flawless ancestor of the Tang sect was much darker than their perception. As Bei spoke, Tanya and Qian Zhao Guang listened to his detailed explanation, and before long, they arrived at the assessment area. Brother, before the three of them reached the door, a crisp voice rang out. Following that, a white figure jumped into Qian Zhao Guang's arms. I knew you could do it. Qian Zhao Guang smiled and directly picked up Hui Yutong, spinning her around a few times. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? This time, the audience switched positions, becoming Tanya and Bei. The two of them were being lovey-dovey for a while, and it was only when Hui Yutong, in her excitement, realized that there were two third wheels beside them that she hurriedly jumped down from Qian Zhao Guang. Her face flushed and at a loss. Qian Zhao Guang smiled silently and introduced, Brother Bei, Sister Tang. This is my sister I mentioned before, Hui Yutong. Little Tong. This is Bei, and this is Tanya. They are the seniors who are about to enter the 4th grade. Hui Yutong felt a bit shy and said softly, Hello, seniors. Bei didn't say much, just showed a gentle smile and greeted Hui Yutong. On the other hand, Tanya was more enthusiastic. She stepped forward, took Hui Yutong's small hand, and said boldly, Hey, don't be so formal. Just call me Xiao Yijia. Hui Yutong's face turned even redder as she helplessly looked in Qian Zhao Guang's direction. Qian Zhao Guang smiled and said, It's okay, don't be shy. Sister Tanya and Brother Bei are both very nice people. Thanks to their help, I was able to return to Shrek Academy smoothly. With his assurance, Hui Yutong relaxed a bit and whispered something to the familiar Tanya. However, most of the time, it was Tanya who spoke while she responded a few times. Seeing the two women chatting enthusiastically, Bei shook his head and said, Let's go, Zhao Guang. I'll take you to the assessment. Okay, thank you, Brother Bei. After meeting the person in charge of the new student assessment, Bei promised to exchange Tang Min's exemption from the entrance exam this year for a testing opportunity and handed over the recommendation letter from the city lord that Qian Zhao Guang possessed. The person in charge did not make things difficult for the two and immediately agreed, allowing a teacher to take them to the beast fighting area for the test. Beast fighting area. The beast fighting area is mainly divided into two parts. One part is the beast enclosure that the students cannot see, and the other part is the arena they have now arrived at. From the outside, it looks very similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum, almost a one-to-one replica. At this time, during the holiday, and as the entrance exams are coming to an end, the other registered students have basically completed their entrance tests and moved into the dormitories. The preparation area outside the arena is extremely spacious, with only the three of them present. The assessment teacher said, Qian Zhao Guang, right? Please wait for a moment. We need at least 3 teachers to guide the spirit beasts here to ensure the safety of the students and record scores. I've already notified them, and they're on their way over. Qian Zhao Guang nodded vigorously, a determined look on his face as he drew his long knife from the sheath on his back and waved it slightly in his hand. Hey, this knife is quite nice. The assessment teacher couldn't help but compliment. This assessment teacher was from the soul guidance department and had some knowledge of forging, immediately recognizing the exceptional quality of Qian's long knife. However, weapons are not allowed during the assessment, you know? Using a weapon will be deemed a violation. Huh? No weapons allowed? Is it a rule? Qian Zhao Guang was taken aback and hurriedly explained, Teacher, this isn't a soul guide. It's just an ordinary long sword that I forged myself. Isn't that acceptable? Of course not. Before the assessment teacher could respond, a deep voice came from behind the three of them. The speaker was a robust man in his 50s, with no wrinkles on his face but a head of white hair that resembled steel needles, giving him a somewhat weathered appearance. His tall and muscular frame seemed sculpted from marble, standing at least 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and incredibly solid muscles. I wanted to abolish this ridiculous rule for a long time, but those damn guys have always disagreed, insisting that soul masters must rely on their own abilities, showing no flexibility at all. Hello, Vice Dean Qian. As soon as Bei and the assessment teacher saw the robust man, they hurriedly bowed and greeted him, along with the confused Qian Zhao Guang, who also bent his waist. Bei took the opportunity to introduce the identity of the newcomer to Qian Zhao Guang. Vice Dean Qian, the disciple of Dragon God Douluo and the Vice Dean of the Soul Guide Department, Qian Duo, is he bored out of his mind to come and oversee the new student assessment? Qian Zhao Guang wasn't the only one thinking this. The assessment teacher was also puzzled and quickly asked, Dean, why did you come personally? Qian Duo chuckled. I only have a few days of free time throughout the year, and just so happens they're all busy and can't get away. Since I had nothing to do, I came over to take a look. So that's how it is. The assessment teacher hadn't expected this. He just wanted to find 2 colleagues from the Soul Guide department to help out, but he ended up bringing in this big shot. Oh, Kid, this sword of yours is not bad. Qian Duo waved his hand and said nothing further. But he was instead captivated by the long sword in Qian Zhao Guang's hand, echoing the exact words of the assessment teacher earlier. Can I take a look? Of course. Qian Zhao Guang readily handed over the long knife. However, it might not be too willing to be held by you. Oh, it can be unwilling? That's new. Qian Duo smiled, not taking Qian Zhao Guang's words to heart. As an 8th level soul mentor, he was quite skilled in forging, and it was the first time he had heard of a knife exhibiting such emotions, especially coming from a child. Qian Duo's left hand gripped the handle of the knife, while his right fingers glided over the back of the blade. He gently flicked the blade, producing a clear and resonant sound. Really? I have a faint feeling that it seems quite resistant to my grip. Qian Duo infused a bit of soul power to test it further. This test was concerning. The blade emitted a slight tremor and chill, as if it might break at any moment, startling Qian Duo into quickly stopping and returning the knife to Qian Zhao Guang. Kid, quickly tell me, how did you do this? And what material was used to forge this knife? It looks like cold iron, but the properties of this material are far superior to cold iron. Qian Duo couldn't help but be curious. After all, in his understanding, cold iron was merely a very ordinary low-level rare metal. However, after undergoing the miraculous transformation of thousands of forges, forged cold iron was already sufficient to rival high-level rare metals and could be used to carve the main core formations required for 5th to 7th level soul guiding devices. Qian Duo instinctively asked, then why not use it? Qian Zhao Guang carefully replied, this sword is indeed made entirely of cold iron. Plus, it is forged using our family's unique inheritance technique. Actually, if we mix frost titanium in during the forging process, the final product would be even better. He then sheathed the long sword back into its scabbard. Qian Zhao Guang's face turned red, and he stammered, it's too expensive. I can't afford it. Of course, that thing is sold by weight, over 100 gold soul coins per gram. Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong's entire fortune combined wouldn't be enough to buy 30 grams. Over the years, they mostly relied on exchanging high-quality, refined metals for a little money to spend. Considering the costs of cultivation and daily necessities, saving over 3,000 gold soul coins was already quite difficult. As for selling Qian Dui metals, forget it. He still wanted to live a couple more years. Can't afford it. Qian Duo suddenly realized something, his eyes widening in surprise as he asked, Kid, are you saying that this knife was forged by you? Yes, Dean. I come from a fallen hidden family, and now I'm the only one left. I have depended on my adopted sister since childhood, relying on forging to earn a meager income for living. After enduring countless hardships, I came to Shrek Academy, hoping to see if I could have a chance to become a soul master. However, my soul power level is too low, only 13th rank. Brother Bei used Tang Sect's quota to exchange for a testing opportunity for me. My cultivation talent is too poor. The only thing I can rely on is my brute strength and this unremarkable forging skill. At that moment, Qian Zhao Guang once again channeled his interacting talent and began to weave his story. He had initially planned to try his luck in the soul guidance department after some time, but unexpectedly, he encountered the big boss of the soul guidance department right after entering the school, which was indeed a stroke of luck. Qian Duo's mind started to churn with ideas. He casually asked, so where is your sister now? She's also at Shrek Academy. Qian Zhao Guang honestly replied, my sister has a much stronger cultivation talent than I do, and she is already at level 27 now. The assessment teacher beside them couldn't help but interject, level 27? Is your sister the little girl with the martial soul? The one who specializes in spiritual power? Yes. My sister's name is Hui Yutong, and she has innate soul power of level 9. Although her forging level isn't as high as mine, she also wants to become a soul mentor. Qian Zhao Guang appeared very happy and enthusiastically introduced Hui Yutong to Qian Duo. Before the assessment teacher could speak, he felt an aggressive gaze, almost tinged with a hint of murderous intent, fixed on him. Who else could it be but Qian Duo beside him? A soul master with innate level 9 soul power and a body martial soul. Others might not know, but Shrek's teachers certainly do. This is a genius that one couldn't find even with a lantern. Spiritual type soul beasts are hard to find in other factions, but when Shrek steps in, how would it be difficult? If such a genius is not courted early, what if they are snatched away by those from the martial soul system? Now, his gaze was almost lethal. The assessment teacher hurriedly raised both hands. Dean, please let me explain. I didn't know she intended to become a soul engineer. You know, we usually assign classes after the new student assessment. All right, it's not your fault. Qian Duo waved his hand and then bent down. Looking kindly at Qian Zhao Guang. Kid, you want to take this knife to participate in the assessment, right? I'll take charge and allow it. Let me see your practical skills. If you pass the assessment, remember to bring your sister to our soul engineer department. Qian Zhao Guang's face lit up with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Dean, Qian. It's nothing, Xiao Lu. Hurry up and get started. Qian Douluo gave the assessment teacher a knowing glance, and the assessment teacher instantly understood. Jogging over to the entrance of the beast fighting area, with an 8th level soul master and super Douluo like him present, there was naturally no need to adhere to the principle of having more than 3 teachers. He alone was sufficient. Bei Bei patted Qian Zhao Guang's shoulder firmly, giving him an encouraging look. Qian Zhao Guang smiled brilliantly as he drew his long knife and walked slowly into the beast fighting area. The moment Qian Zhao Guang stood firm with the long knife in hand, Qian Duo keenly noticed that the aura around Qian Zhao Guang had instantly changed. His breath did not increase at all, but he seemed to have transformed into a sharp blade ready to be unsheathed at any moment, exuding a dangerous signal from head to toe. Kid, I forgot to ask your name just now. Dean, my name is Qian Zhao Guang. Qian Duo's expression became serious as he said sternly, Qian Zhao Guang, fighting with soul beasts is not child's play. Although it's just a 10-year soul beast, it can still pose great danger. Are you ready? Qian Zhao Guang formed a knife flower, lowered his body, and held the knife with both hands, ready for battle. He was always prepared. Start. Qian Duo gestured towards the distance, and a mechanical sound of clanking rang out as a huge iron gate slowly opened. In the dark passage, the sound of frantic running echoed. A flash of green light suddenly shot out from the deep cave, moving at incredible speed, heading straight for Qian Zhao Guang's position. Qian Zhao Guang's mouth slightly curled up, and a lustrous white soul ring appeared beneath his feet. The extreme ice light martial soul connected through his arms to the blade, rendering the long sword a magnificent ice blue. Chapter 031. Why didn't you say you were so impressive earlier? Qian Duo frowned. 10-year soul ring? What kind of martial soul does this kid have? What is this soul skill? Bei Bei timely answered from the side. Dean Qian, Zhao Guang's martial soul is called Extreme Ice Light, and his first soul skill is called Illumination Mimicry, which can condense light. Bei Bei's wird trillt off. He was now as shocked as Qian Duo beside him, staring incredulously at the outrageous scene in the arena. Qian Duo wiped his eyes in disbelief. What had he just seen? Qian Zhao Guang merely shifted his body lightly, swung his blade, and with a simple and unadorned downward slash, he split a 10-year-old wind wolf in half. The entire process was incredibly effortless and graceful, even skillfully dodging the blood that sprayed out. This script was completely different from what he had imagined. It is known that the standard for new students entering school is to withstand the attack of a 10-year soul beast for 5 minutes to pass. Those who could defeat a 10-year soul beast are top-tier elites. Qian Duo didn't tell Qian Zhao Guang the testing standard earlier because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to complete it. In that case, he could just say some random number and claim he passed, leading to a happy ending for everyone. Since Bei Bei was willing to give up his annual Tang Sect quota for Qian Zhao Guang, he definitely wouldn't cheat his own people. To this end, Qian Duo even specially arranged for Teacher Lu to select a slightly weaker soul beast to help increase Qian Zhao Guang's chances of passing. However, this poor wind wolf didn't even last a single round. It was instantaneously killed in just one encounter. Looking at the 10-year soul ring that appeared on the ground and Qian Zhao Guang, who was ready to fight again, both Bei Bei and Qian Duo had a new understanding of Qian Zhao Guang's strength. No wonder he wanted to fight with his long knife. He was so fierce. Qian Duo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared intently at Qian Zhao Guang in the arena. He feared he might have stumbled upon a treasure. Originally thinking it would be an incidental matter, he never expected this kid to be so formidable. So what if the first soul ring is 10 years? So what if his cultivation is a bit low? He could make up for it later. As a soul master, this is hardly a problem. His extraordinary strength, exquisite swordsmanship, and remarkable forging skills could compensate for all shortcomings. Qian Duo seemed to envision Qian Zhao Guang wielding a close combat soul-guiding device, competing in the Continental Elite Soul Master Academy competition, chasing enemies who were fleeing in panic. Zhao Guang, put the knife away, let me see what you can do barehanded. Qian Duo called out to the arena, while also signaling to the distance. This time, a relatively powerful 10-year soul beast, the Diamond Gorilla, emerged. Huh? Oh, okay. Qian Zhao Guang thought the assessment wasn't over yet, obediently sheathing his long knife and raising his fist to charge forward. If they wouldn't let him use it, then so be it. Although he primarily practiced knife techniques in his previous life, he had also dabbled in a few moves of free fighting and boxing. Taking down a wind wolf in one strike was basic operation. If Qian Duo and Bei Bei knew that he had done this at the age of 6, they would be shocked enough to dislocate their jaws. When the distance between the two was less than 2 meters, Qian Zhao Guang instinctively activated the golden body technique and slammed his right fist forward. As he swung his right fist, it swelled up due to the infusion of blood energy, with a layer of fine blood mist even enveloping the surface of his fist. This was the first manifestation of his burgeoning blood energy. The gorilla roared angrily, pounding its chest rapidly, and raised its right hand to smash down, attempting to meet Qian Zhao Guang's fist. An astonishing scene unfolded. In the beast fighting arena, a crisp-cracking sound reached everyone's ears. The gorilla let out a wail, like a kite with its string cut, flying backward at a speed faster than before. Qian Duo quickly leapt over to intercept Qian Zhao Guang, who was about to pursue. All right, little Guang, you've passed. Don't take its life. Huh? My assessment goal wasn't to kill it? Qian Duo tapped him on the head in annoyance. Of course not. Every soul beast in the beast fighting area is precious. How could we let you kill one so casually? Besides, do you think everyone has your kind of monstrous strength, able to knock down a soul beast of the same level with one punch? Although it didn't use skills, that's not something just anyone can do. That wind wolf and gorilla's arms won't make me compensate, will they? Dean, I can't afford it. No need to compensate. The beast fighting area has death indicators. At that moment, Bei Bei walked over with a strange expression and said, "You really do have innate strength," smashing the right arm of the gorilla, which is known for its physical prowess, into a shattering fracture. But congratulations, little Guang. You are now a member of our Shrek. Did I pass the assessment? That's great. Qian Zhao Guang intentionally revealed an extremely strong sense of excitement, waving his arms excitedly in the air. I am one step closer to becoming a soul mentor. Qian Duo once again wore a smiling expression on his face. Do you really want to become a soul mentor? Qian Zhao Guang nodded vigorously and said, Dean, of course I want to. Does your sister want to as well? Qian Zhao Guang showed a simple expression. Yes, 3 years ago, my sister started learning forging from me. And back then she said she wanted to become a soul mentor in the future, so she could earn more gold soul coins. I thought the same. Soul mentors should earn much more than blacksmiths. Ha 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 ha. Earn more gold soul coins? You two little ones are quite practical, and you're not wrong. If you can become soul mentors, it won't be a problem to live a good life in the future. Qian Zhao Guang's money-loving words amused Qian Duo, who took out 2 badges from the soul guide and handed them to him. Before the new student test begins in 3 months, make sure to bring your sister to the soul guide department to find me. I will help you both achieve your dream of becoming soul mentors. If anyone from the martial soul department looks for you, ignore them. Focus on your training for the first 3 months and aim to make a stunning debut in the new student test. Huh? What is the martial soul department, Dean? Qian Zhao Guang pretended to be clueless. I'll have Bei Bei explain it to you later. After saying that, Qian Duo turned to the side, looking at Bei Bei and the newly arrived teacher, Lu, with sharp eyes. Today's test results for Xiao Guang are known to heaven, earth, you, and me. Not a word must leak out. Bei Bei, you mustn't secretly report to Xiaozhe and Du Weilin. Bei Bei smiled helplessly and replied, I won T, Dean Xian. After Bei Bei and Qian Zhao Guang completed the enrollment procedures and found Tang Ye and Hui Yutong by the Sea God Lake. Hui Yutong had already become Tang Ye's disciple. Tang Ye also took out a replica of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, along with several Tang Sect secret techniques, and gifted them to Hui Yutong. To celebrate Qian Zhao Guang's successful enrollment in Shrek Academy, the 4 of them found a quiet place outside Shrek City and enjoyed a barbecue personally made by Hui Yutong. Among them, the grilled fish, which Qian Zhao Guang called a delicacy, made Tang Ye unable to stop eating. She shamelessly indulged until she was full. After the meal, Tang Ye and Bei Bei went back to prepare for the upgrade test, while Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong walked together toward the dormitory. When they reached the front of the dormitory building, Hui Yutong politely greeted Mu In, who was lying by the roadside. Although Qian Zhao Guang was unwilling to associate himself with this person, he understood, thanks to years of quality education, the importance of respecting teachers and valuing the elderly and the young. So he greeted Mu In. Mu In chuckled as he glanced at Hui Yutong a few times, then looked at Qian Zhao Guang and said, Your dormitory is the 3rd room on the left on the 1st floor. The 4th floor is for female students. Boys are not allowed up there, and if discovered, you'll be expelled immediately. You 2 young people should avoid making any irrational moves. Qian Zhao Guang glanced down at the dormitory, key numbered 108 in his hand, suddenly falling silent. I mean, does it really have to be this coincidental? Chapter 032. A true warrior dares to stand before the sea god pavilion master, Black Shrek. I said she is my sister. Do you believe me? Qian Zhao Guang tried to regain some of his dignity and prove that he wasn't that kind of person. Hui Yutong tightly grabbed Qian Zhao Guang's sleeve, blushing and lowering her head. Muin laughed and said, I believe you, I really do. Come on, you believe a load of nonsense. You clearly don't believe it. You're just a step away from writing. I'm lying here, quietly watching you talk nonsense on your face. Forget it, thank you. Qian Zhao Guang felt a bit dejected as he thanked Mu In and pulled Hui Yutong into the dormitory. TSK, TSK, TSK. What an interesting young couple, what interesting young people. It seems you have many secrets. Mu In muttered softly, then half closed his eyes, looking drowsy. The structure of the dormitory building was somewhat similar to that of universities in his past life. Qian Zhao Guang followed Mu In's instructions and quickly found his dormitory. As described in the original text, the long-closed dormitory had a rather unpleasant odor, and a few pieces of furniture inside were covered with a thin layer of dust. Qian Zhao Guang opened the window and flapped the dormitory door back and forth a few times, letting the musty odor escape completely through the window. Sweeping, wiping, mopping, thoroughly cleaning, organizing luggage, making the bed, and then using the icy light to cool down the stuffy temperature in the room. All of this was done in less than half an hour. I really don't know how the original character, Hua Gua, took an hour to finish cleaning. It seems a bit excessive. After cleaning the dormitory, Qian Zhao Guang went to complete the official Soul Master registration and received a very precious 1 gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin. During lunch, Qian Zhao Guang casually asked about Hui Yutong, the second-ring Great Soul Master, who was also worth 1 gold soul coin. Even Bei Bei, the Soul Master, was worth 1 gold soul coin. This wealthy person, who had no idea how many generations of riches behind him, couldn't be bothered to collect it. 10 months' worth was just enough to cover 1 venue fee at the Soul Arena. As for the Soul Sect, the Soul Sect is no more, which really follows the old tradition of the Spirit Hall from tens of thousands of years ago. To be honest, in the entire Shrek Academy, aside from Qian Zhao Guang, who wouldn't let go of a single penny, and Hui Yutong, who was terrified of being poor, as well as Jiang Nan, who had been poor until now, there probably weren't many others who went to collect subsidies, right? The biggest prerequisite for coming to Shrek is to have a handwritten recommendation letter from any official above the rank of City Lord from the 4 great empires. Students who can obtain such a thing come from families that are either rich or noble. On the way back, Qian Zhao Guang silently prayed that his roommate coming in 3 days wouldn't be that princess who disguised herself as a man and had 2/3 of her soul cut off. He just wanted to focus on his training, then create a divine realm, and enjoy eternal life with Hui Yutong, occasionally traveling through the universe. Tang Wutong, 1/3 of Tang Wutong, such a troublesome character. Please stay far away. It would be best not to end up in the same class. The teacher, Zhou Yi, whose teaching ability is negative but still feels extremely good about herself, should crawl as far away as possible and not come out to disgust people. However, Murphy's Law tells us that sometimes the more you don't want to see something, the more likely it is to happen. When Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong went to check the class list the next day, his name was prominently listed under Class 1. His gaze shifted to the upper right corner, and the bold, black font made Qian Zhao Guang instantly want to draw his knife and slash the bulletin board. The homeroom teacher for the new students in Class 1, Zhou Yi. Damn. On the way back, Qian Zhao Guang couldn't help but curse, leaving Hui Yutong very confused. In her impression, Qian Zhao Guang rarely swore. Brother, what's wrong? Qian Zhao Guang patiently explained. Our class's homeroom teacher is really terrible. I did some digging, and last year, 9 out of 10 students in her class were expelled for various inexplicable reasons. Can you believe how absurd that is? 9 out of 10? That's way too many. Hui Yutong's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. There are 10 new student classes, each with about 100 students. And even without considering the 4 large classes formed later, Zhou Yi has expelled at least over 90 students. So why does the academy still keep her? Because the proportion of students advancing to the inner academy is high. Nearly a quarter of the students in her class can enter the inner academy, which is one of the top statistics in the whole school. It's better not to mention it, but once the topic came up, Qian Zhao Guang got even angrier, quickly glancing to the side and deliberately raising his voice. If you ask me, the higher-ups at Shrek are just plain wrong. What's the point of looking at the high percentage of students advancing to the inner academy if you only look at the ratio without considering the numbers? Isn't that just cheating? Oh, child, why do you say that as cheating? A sudden elderly voice came from a distance. The two turned to see Mu In lying on a lounge chair by the roadside. Old man, the reason is obvious. A high enrollment rate, right? That's pure nonsense. If they expel all the poor-performing students who can't pass, how can the enrollment rate not be high? Qian Zhao Guang knows Mu In's identity. But that doesn't stop him from continuing to make sarcastic remarks, because he does it intentionally. With a thorough understanding of the research on Do, he knows what Mu In is thinking and what he wants in his twilight years. If the quality of a teacher can be defined solely by the admission rate, without considering the number of students, then fine, let me be the homeroom teacher of this new class, and I'll dismiss all the students except my sister. With a 100 admission rate to the inner academy, wouldn't I be considered Shrek's first gold medal teacher? Which teacher could surpass my data? Young man, you make a lot of sense, and see things quite clearly. Mu In did not react much. Instead, he cheerfully praised Qian Zhao Guang. Hui Yutong couldn't help but ask, old man, if this teacher Zhou is really as my brother said, won't the academy do anything about it? They will, but they just lack an opportunity. Once people have been together for a long time, what was originally a simple matter can become very complicated. While speaking, Mu In intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Qian Zhao Guang. Beneath those aged, wrinkled eyelids lies an indescribable fervor, causing Qian Zhao Guang's body to pause for a moment. In those seemingly murky eyes, he seemed to understand a lot. Mu In saw that he recognized him, and that he was extraordinary. That's right. This is meant to be seen by him. If he couldn't see through this performance of mine as a clumsy young man, then I really need to reassess the intelligence of this dragon god Douluo. Qian Zhao Guang was certain that this elderly limit Douluo would not do anything to him. Right now, he only cared about whether Shrek could continue for another 500 years. It seemed that this dragon god Douluo had tacitly approved of some of his small ideas. With the ideal response in hand, Qian Zhao Guang happily spoke. There will be such an opportunity, and it won't be far off. That's good. With so much garbage accumulated, it's time to clean up and do a thorough sweep. The tools are all ready. It mainly depends on whether anyone comes to use them. There will be. After staying for a long time, one should occasionally move around. Opportunity? What opportunity? Why has it suddenly turned into dusting? Brother, Grandpa, what on earth are you talking about? Hui Yutong was completely baffled and had no idea what Mu In and Qian Zhao Guang were playing at. Qian Zhao Guang glanced at Mu In with a hint of meaning, feeling more confident in his heart. After bowing to Mu In, he pulled Hui Yutong away. Unexpectedly, there was indeed some unexpected gain. With assurance, he could also feel at ease to confront his future teacher. Of course, the main purpose was to alleviate some of Mu In's concerns with his performance. In the original work, Mu In had little screen time, but he was quite clever, and it was unclear how Yi Shishui saw him as dull. After a test, things indeed went as Qian Zhao Guang expected. Mu In only cared whether Shrek could continue its legacy and wouldn't delve into trivial details. Chapter 033. What comes will come. After walking a few meters away, Qian Zhao Guang finally spoke. It's nothing, I get along well with the old man. Just teasing him a bit. By the way, punch me, hit here, use some strength. Brother, are you running a fever? Why would I hit you for no reason? Don't ask, you'll know when school starts. Just hit me hard. Let's pretend we had a fight. Okay. Change your clothes quickly and come down. We haven't done our usual exercises today. We still have to exercise today. Can we take a break for 2 days, brother? School is starting soon. Exercise is all about persistence. I brought all the equipment. Fine. Mu In watched the siblings enter the dormitory, a faint smile appearing on his face. He and team misjudged them. They were indeed interesting young people, quick-witted, though their acting still needed polishing. Moreover, it seemed he knew quite a lot, and he had some fondness for Shrek. Perhaps, never mind, let us wait and see. The one that Duo secretly hid before should be him, right? After finishing their daily morning exercises with Hui Yutong, she went to find Tanya and Bei Bei to study and transformed her soul power into Xiantian Gong. Qian Zhao Guang returned to the dormitory alone, sitting cross-legged on the bed, beginning a training session that was incredibly tedious yet effective in passing the time. As the old saying goes, the dull bird flies early. But isn't there also an advantage for a clever bird that flies early? Ever since the old butler was attacked and killed, Qian Zhao Guang has felt a profound sense of insecurity, diligently practicing every day without fail. The soul power vortex spun rapidly, and the activated elemental force of the world formed a weak energy whirlpool, continuously flowing towards Qian Zhao Guang. The pale, golden soul power mist condensed into crystal-clear droplets of soul power, gradually enhancing his cultivation. As his mental power grew stronger, It simultaneously mobilized his blood vitality and the innate soul power within his body, causing his already robust flesh to undergo another transformation, forging it like a rare metal. If someone had the ability to see through, they would be amazed to find that about 1/7 of the meridians and blood vessels in Qian Zhao Guang's body had transformed into a translucent quality, resembling light casting. Huh? What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing that allows you to cultivate mental power, soul power, and even refine your body at the same time? Wow. Could it be that you're also a soul beast? Just when Qian Zhao Guang was in the midst of intense cultivation, the voice of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, suddenly appeared in his mind. Woke up. The consciousness aggregation of Qian Zhao Guang appeared in his sea of consciousness. Apart from a huge visualization radiating light in front of him, the most prominent feature was the lazy Tianming ice silkworm. Ilex's divine sense was still a mass of gray mist, quietly lying in a corner of the sea of consciousness. Indeed, your body is truly outrageous. The title Douluo I once defeated couldn't compare to your outrageousness in terms of mental strength and the solidity of the sea of consciousness. Qian Zhao Guang, don't talk nonsense. I have a legitimate sea of consciousness and spiritual awareness. Although the quantity is not much, the quality is very high. Don't compare me to that unfortunate guy. By the way, there's something I wanted to say for a while. You were pretty impressive back then too. Why did you have to find a title Douluo with 9 soul rings fully filled? Where were you going to put a 1,000,000-year soul ring? Wasn't he that bound to explode? Cough, 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 cough. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm awkwardly coughed a few times. I don't even know how its body structure manages to master the skill of coughing. Bro, back then I just didn't have experience. I had never interacted with humans before. Who knew that 9 soul rings were the limit? It was only after reading that guy's memories that I started to grasp some of the principles. So this is all thanks to you, kid. Qian Zhao Guang chuckled a few times and said, So, why did you call me here? It's not just to compliment me, is it? I accept it. Thank you for the praise, but there's nothing urgent, so I'll continue my training. Wait, there's an important matter, Tianming Ice Silkworm quickly replied. With your current physical strength and mental power, you are already capable of bearing the second martial soul I will grant you. When will you take a trip to the extreme north? I guarantee you a great opportunity then. The extreme north. Qian Zhao Guang thought for a moment and said, How about 11 months later? By then, the academy will be on break, and I hope I can reach the second ring and also solve the soul ring problem. By the way, you should still be able to handle a 10,000-year ice attribute soul beast, right? Don't worry, I'm very familiar with that area in the extreme north. I'll cover you then. Oh, and I almost forgot. Do you want to fuse a few portions of my original power now? I split it into 10 parts back then, and you can at least fuse 2 parts now. Original power. Let's wait a bit. I feel like my martial soul has been a bit off recently, and there are some things I need to think through before proceeding. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm twisted its body in the sea of consciousness and said, All right then, it's up to you. I'm going to sleep now. Call me if you need anything. Sweet dreams. The white light retracted, and Qian Zhao Guang's consciousness withdrew from the sea of consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. Fusing the original power. Let's talk about it later. Qian Zhao Guang shook his head and continued to cultivate. Ever since the Tianming Ice Silkworm became his soul ring, he felt that there seemed to be a few traits in his personality that didn't belong to him. It seemed to add a touch of playfulness to himself. If he were to act according to his original personality, it would be absolutely impossible for him to probe Mu in the morning like that. It was too reckless. Even if the feasibility of this matter was very high, he wouldn't gamble so recklessly. This was related to his own life. Qian Zhao Guang suddenly thought of a possibility, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat and gasping in shock. His martial soul. Could it be that every time he fused with a soul ring, he would be influenced by the personality of the soul beast itself? If that's the case, that would be terrifying. However, if he didn't attach the soul ring, Qian Zhao Guang summoned his yet-to-be-formed second martial soul, and a faint layer of icy mist enveloped the air. Could it be that he would take the ultimate ice as his primary martial soul? Wouldn't the advantage of having twin martial souls be wasted? Qian Zhao Guang rubbed his temples, feeling a bit irritated. Now he could only hope that Shrek really could recognize his martial soul and provide a solution to the problem. Just as Qian Zhao Guang was pondering over his martial soul, a certain indecisive guy in the office suddenly slapped his thigh. Damn! Last time he was so focused on covering his tracks that he forgot to ask that kid about his martial soul. Extreme Ice Light? Light Mimicry? I think those are the 2 names, right? No, I need to go check the library in the inner courtyard. The next morning, when Qian Zhao Guang returned to the dormitory after his daily morning practice with Hui Yutong, He found the door to the dormitory already open. At that moment, a boy with fair skin and short powder blue hair walked out from the room and froze for a moment upon seeing Qian Zhao Guang. Although Qian Zhao Guang was prepared for this, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. It seemed he couldn't escape the convergence of this timeline after all. Oh wait, maybe it should be called the scheme of a certain God King? Whatever, who cares what it is? Qian Zhao Guang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this cross-dressing one-third princess and didn't even cast a glance at her, walking into the dormitory on his own. He ignored me? How dare he ignore me? Wang Dong was extremely surprised, even a bit incredulous and somewhat angry, that Qian Zhao Guang had actually ignored her. No one had ever dared to ignore her from childhood to now. Hey, who allowed you to come in? Qian Zhao Guang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, not even giving him a glance, as she opened a cabinet and began to undress. After finishing her morning exercise and breaking a sweat, she needed to take a shower. You? Wang Dong clearly couldn't accept the fact that he was being ignored again, and this person was actually changing clothes right in front of him. Did she not care about him at all? Hey, I'm talking to you. Chapter 034. How did things develop into this? Unable to bear the humiliation, Wang Dong took a quick step forward and grabbed Qian Zhao Guang's wrist. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Let go, and then get lost quickly. I don't hit little girls. Qian Zhao Guang was quite annoyed by him, tossing his outer garment into the basin and walking out in just his big shorts. Who are you calling a little girl? Did I let you go? Wang Dong's face turned red at a visible speed, and it was hard to tell if it was from embarrassment or anger. Qian Zhao Guang was carrying a basin with his left hand while his right hand was being pulled by Wang Dong. According to his judgment, Wang Dong should be angry. However, wasn't she a woman to begin with? What was there to be angry about? What? Could it be that you're still a man? You jerk. I want to duel with you. Wang Dong felt that her dignity had been insulted, and two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, quickly rose from her feet, revealing two butterfly wings behind her. Her right foot kicked upward in an incredibly astonishing manner, heading straight for Qian Zhao Guang's chest. Trouble. Qian Zhao Guang threw the basin onto the desk without paying any attention to Wang Dong's raised right foot, instead gripping Wang Dong's wrist. In that moment, the power of blood and energy erupted, and he spun Wang Dong around in the open space of the dormitory, slamming him against the wall of the hallway with a loud smack, like swatting a mosquito. The force was perfectly measured, and the wall showed no signs of damage. Although Flander was dead, the spirit of the unscrupulous merchant lived on. Anything damaged to Shrek would incur exorbitant compensation fees. Why do you have to force me? Just bored and looking for trouble. Qian Zhao Guang shook his head and was about to carry the basin outside to continue the bath he couldn't finish earlier. Unexpectedly, just as he took a step forward, a streak of golden light with a pitch-black hammer flew over. Caught off guard, he lost his balance, and both feet left the ground in an instant. What the hell? Are you crazy? It is well known that a double room of about 10 square meters is not very large at all. Wang Dong first accelerated with the Goddess of Light's butterfly, and then canceled it, took out the Haotian hammer, and applied a strong acceleration again under his feet, crashing into Qian Zhao Guang's body with his own weight, unable to stop at such close range. In this way, the two were lifted off the ground in a very bizarre posture by this overwhelming force, also leaving the dormitory building. The two of them flew out of the dormitory window. Lying on the grass, Qian Zhao Guang was dazed from the fall. Although he wasn't hurt much, and it didn't hurt that much, he felt very confused. He instinctively caught Wang Dong's incoming fist and also instinctively grasped the rolling Haotian hammer. With one hand below, he was completely in a state of bewilderment. How did things develop to this point? Does Wang Dong really need to go to such lengths? And why is she now sitting on top of him? Let me go. Wang Dong, sitting on Qian Zhao Guang, was furious, screaming and struggling. Qian Zhao Guang, dazed by the loud noise, instantly came to his senses and said nonchalantly, "If you admit defeat, I'll let you go. Otherwise, let us just keep this up." Who lost? Qian Zhao Guang pouted. So you can't admit defeat, huh? I haven't even unleashed my martial soul yet. And here you are, a soul master with a twin martial soul, completely under my control. What are you struggling for? Just as Wang Dong was about to continue being stubborn, an old voice filled with 3 parts shock and 7 parts amusement reached their ears. Young man, you're quite playful. The academy does not oppose students dating, but shouldn't you consider the impact in public places? The two turned their heads simultaneously to see Mu In reclining in a lounge chair, wearing an expression of someone enjoying the show. Noticing the two looking back, the old man cheerfully raised his hand and pointed towards the dormitory direction. At that moment, heads of many onlookers had already poked out from the windows on the side of the dormitory building, and a few girls even let out excited screams about their ship. Perhaps there were also screams admiring Qian Zhao Guang's physique. Muin, not missing a beat, added, "The young man has a good figure. But is this really how you treat your little girlfriend? Oh no, this is bad." Qian Zhao Guang finally realized that he was only wearing a pair of big shorts. Moreover, Wang Dong was sitting straddled on him, and he was still holding onto her hands tightly, which was quite reminiscent of something. He quickly shook Wang Dong off him and hurriedly took out a long robe from his storage bracelet to put on. Damn it, what a complete social death. Fortunately, with Wang Dong blocking him, the onlookers upstairs basically couldn't see his face clearly. Wang Dong, who was released, was also dazed, her face turning red at a visible speed, almost rivaling Qian Zhao Guang when he was circulating his qi blood energy. This time, it wasn't anger, it was pure embarrassment. With her overly thin skin, she almost instantly rushed back into the dormitory building. Qian Zhao Guang silently put on the hood of his robe and pulled it down tightly. "What the hell is going on? Old man, we were just having a little fun, that's all. This time it's really true. Young people, it's normal, don't be shy. Our school's atmosphere is very open." Muin looked at Qian Zhao Guang, who was fleeing in a panic, and his smile grew even wider. Hee. This kid is indeed very interesting. When Qian Zhao Guang successfully finished his shower and returned to the dormitory, Wang Dong had already curled up on a neatly made bed, looking like he was about to cry. Qian Zhao Guang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him, picked up the basket of unwashed clothes from earlier, and prepared to head out. "Hey!" Qian Zhao Guang pretended not to hear and continued to walk out. "Don't go." Wang Dong grabbed his arm again, her eyes red, clearly having just cried a lot. "Can we talk? It's really troublesome." Qian Zhao Guang muttered softly, hooked a chair with his foot and sat down, looking at Wang Dong, who had red-rimmed eyes like a duck, without an ounce of pity or sympathy in his heart. "Of course, why would I pity you? You just caused me major embarrassment, okay? If I'd been hit by the Hao-Ian hammer up close, without a martial soul, wouldn't I'd be badly injured given my weaker constitution? If it weren't for Hui Yutong not seeing it, Qian Zhao Guang wouldn't bother with this big trouble at all. With the thought of reducing trouble in the future, he reluctantly said, "Say what you want to say. Hurry up. Why are you so crude? Happy to listen, if not, hurry up to the 4th floor, don't argue with me here. I'm a man. A man. Okay, you're a man. Can you get to the point already? Don't waste time." Wang Dong's eyes reddened even more, looking like she was about to cry. She had never suffered such grievances in her life. Not only did no one ignore her, but no one had even given her a slightly unpleasant look. Now the person in front of her not only kept ignoring her, but also had an expression of extreme disdain on his face. If she could, she really wanted to hit him with a hammer. "Do you really not want to talk to me?" Wang Dong finally spoke, sounding like a resentful woman after decades in seclusion, sending chills down Qian Zhao Guang's spine. So without hesitation, he stood up with the basin and was about to leave. Wait, don't go, I really have something to say. Say it quickly, get to the point, okay? You're just like those old street women who drag things out to death, and you still call yourself a man? Chapter 035, strong on the outside, honest on the inside. Can you not change clothes in front of me in the future? Qian Zhao Guang stood up expressionlessly and picked up the basin, ready to leave again. Who raised you with such a bad habit? Don't go. Wang Dong was about to go crazy. She had never encountered someone who disliked her so much. At least say something to refuse me. Or at least have a reason, right? Qian Zhao Guang said irritably. What reason could there be? I'm not your dad. Why should I spoil you like this? What benefit do I get from not changing clothes in front of you? Are you going to pay me? After saying this, he immediately turned and walked away. Damn, he really didn't want to have any interaction with this one-third little princess. However, what he didn't expect was that the speaker was being casual while the listener took it seriously. Just like that, a casually spoken angry remark made Wang Dong start to think seriously. When Qian Zhao Guang returned after washing the clothes, Wang Dong was still sitting on the bed in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Hey, Qian Zhao Guang casually threw out a broom. Although Wang Dong was deep in thought, his reaction was quick, and he caught the broom in one grab. However, when he realized what he had caught, his expression changed instantly. You. What about me? The floor you just dirted is all covered in dust. You clean it yourself. Wang Dong jumped out of bed, pointed at himself, and said in disbelief, You want me to sweep the floor? Qian Zhao Guang glanced at him sideways and said, Otherwise? Looking at you, you seem to have a cleanliness obsession, right? Perfect, we could take turns cleaning the dormitory every week, no problem, right? No way. Wang Dong screamed. This person must be doing it on purpose to mess with her, asking her to clean. Qian Zhao Guang scoffed. If you want to clean, then clean. If not, get lost and apply to switch dorms. If you think you can live here without doing any work, then I'll start throwing something from the cesspit onto your bed every day and see who gets disgusted first. I'm not like you, a pampered young lady. Although I like cleanliness too, I have no manners and can do all sorts of lowly things. After hearing Qian Zhao Guang's reckless words, Wang Dong's face turned green with anger. She was about to say something harsh in rebuttal when Qian Zhao Guang calmly spoke again. I don't know who used 2 martial souls and still couldn't beat someone like me who hasn't even activated a martial soul. You didn't have any strength to fight back at all. After saying that, Qian Zhao Guang closed her eyes and began to meditate. Wang Dong clenched the broom tightly in her hands, her expression changing repeatedly. In the end, unable to contain her anger, she actually broke the broom in half. Qian Zhao Guang opened one eye and, quite surprised, praised, "No wonder you are the little princess. Your family is wealthy. You must not have seen the school rules, right? A Shrek broom costs 50 gold soul coins. Remember to pay the fine." Wang Dong was so enraged that he felt like a Buddha leaving his body and ascending to heaven. He raised his fist and swung it toward the cross-legged Qian Zhao Guang, shouting, "You bastard! I'm going to kill you." Qian Zhao Guang had been observing with his spiritual sense and hadn't truly started cultivating. He instantly knelt on one knee from the bed, grabbing Wang Dong's incoming fist, and with an extremely graceful posture, made the other party disappear from the room. Wang Dong was thrown out through the window. It's really a good habit to have ventilation in the dormitory. Otherwise, one window would cost 300 gold soul coins. After murmuring quietly, Qian Zhao Guang truly entered a state of cultivation this time, leaving a trace of spiritual sense as a warning in the outside world. Wang Dong, with her hair disheveled and wielding the Haotian hammer, charged in with killing intent, swinging the hammer down towards Qian Zhao Guang's head. However, at the moment the hammer was about to strike, Wang Dong couldn't help but pull back her hand. Instead, she picked up a broken broom and cursed loudly. "Damn it, I'll be generous this time and not hold it against you." Then, she went to the logistics office to get a new broom and paid a fine of 50 gold soul coins before returning to silently sweep the floor. At the same time, she was seriously considering 2 questions in her mind. First, should she spend some gold soul coins to make Qian Zhao Guang follow her rules? Second, how much would be appropriate? If Qian Zhao Guang knew her thoughts, he would definitely agree immediately and set a clear price, saying that 1,000 gold soul coins per semester would be best, and he hoped for more rules. He had no psychological burden about being a big spender, especially since Qian Zhao Guang was currently in dire need of money, at least before the elite soul master competition across the continent. He needed to find a way to save up, gather, or borrow over 100,000 gold soul coins to bid for that rank carving knife. He didn't want to owe favors to Shrek if he could avoid it. When Qian Zhao Guang woke up at noon, Wang Dong had already cleaned the floor and was now lying on the bed in a daze. Without the urging of Huogua from the original story, Wang Dong was just a pure lazy dog. If no one pushed her, she absolutely wouldn't cultivate. If it weren't for this, with the energy concentration of the divine realm's spirit energy, even practicing casually would at least make her a soul emperor now. Her current 21st level soul power was likely directly given to her by Tang San as a divine gift at level 20. And then she absorbed 2 soul rings to reach level 21. After waking up from cultivation and estimating the time, Qian Zhao Guang prepared to take a shower and change clothes before going to have lunch with Hui Yutong. Naturally, he began to undress in the room. As for whether Wang Dong was willing, that was none of his business. He would rather Wang Dong hurry up and move out so he could have the dormitory all to himself, which would be delightful. Wang Dong suddenly sat up from the bed, a blush rushing to her face. Why are you changing clothes in the room again? What else? Should I change in your bed? Pervert. Wang Dong quickly wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, her face full of fear. It's hard to say who the real pervert is. What does it matter to a big guy? If I say you're a little princess, you wouldn't be happy to hear it. Qian Zhao Guang looked at Wang Dong with disdain, fully aware that she was disguised as a man. Yet she deliberately tried to provoke her. You say you won't let me, but the moment I change clothes, you sit up and stare at me intently. Who's the real pervert here? I warn you, my sexual orientation is perfectly normal, so don't harass me. Get lost. Who would harass you? Wang Dong, infuriated, buried her head under the blanket and began to play dead. TSK. Inside the dormitory, icy mist suddenly began to spread, but it was controlled by a strange force, condensing into a stream of water that washed over Qian Zhao Guang's body and then accurately landed on the grass outside the window. Ever since gaining consciousness, he discovered that he had a strong control over this formless second martial soul. At least, creating some icy mist for a cold shower was not a problem. Qian Zhao Guang changed his clothes and left without looking back, leaving Wang Dong in bed with a face full of Spartan rage and frustration. For more than a day afterward, neither Qian Zhao Guang nor Wang Dong spoke to each other, and Wang Dong still didn't know Qian Zhao Guang's name. Wang Dong was afraid that if he spoke, Qian Zhao Guang would continue to anger him, while Qian Zhao Guang hoped that Wang Dong wouldn't talk to him again until graduation. What Wang Dong didn't expect was that Qian Zhao Guang had been cultivating these past few days. Aside from a fixed morning workout and addressing necessary physiological needs, he had almost no other activities. Even more surprising to Wang Dong was that she couldn't sense any aura of strength coming from Qian Zhao Guang. Could it be that he had already become a soul master? Is that why she couldn't feel it? If he was a soul master, then losing to him would be quite embarrassing. After all, she was the rightful heir of the Qian sect. How could she lose to someone who hadn't even awakened their martial soul? Moreover, this guy often acted like a rogue. Chapter 036. Why don't you let him take a shower? Time always flies quickly during cultivation, and in the blink of an eye. It was already the day of the official start of school. In the days leading up to this, aside from cultivating, Qian Zhao Guang often went to the library to look for information and asked around for news to prepare for the new semester. The doors of the white teaching building were wide open, and the new students entered in a line, all wearing white uniforms, each with a green little monster emblem on the left chest, symbolizing Shrek Academy. Looking at this green badge, Qian Zhao Guang couldn't help but think of a movie called Shrek. As he let his thoughts wander, he led Hui Yutong with ease to the first classroom on the left side of the first floor, securing a good spot in the center of the first row. Soon, Wang Dong arrived as well. Unlike the suffocating atmosphere when they were in the same room, Wang Dong seemed to regain that air of arrogance in public, wearing a proud expression on her face. Hui Yutong tugged at Qian Zhao Guang's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, that person looks really handsome, but he seems unapproachable, acting indifferent to everyone, a bit arrogant." Qian Zhao Guang scoffed and glanced at Wang Dong, who was sitting there pretending to be aloof. "She's got a screw loose. Keep your distance from her in the future. She's not a good person." Hui Yutong gathered her soul power, her spirit eyes shimmering slightly, and looked at Wang Dong a few times before asking in surprise her, "Don't you think she looks like a proud little princess?" Qian Zhao Guang retorted. Hui Yutong looked again, hurriedly lowering her head to hide behind Qian Zhao Guang before Wang Dong's gaze turned towards them. "It seems a bit. Wait, no. I've never seen what a princess looks like either. You'll have the chance in the future, Zhou is coming." Just as the siblings were talking, a person walked in through the teacher's door. It was an elderly woman with thin skin and white hair. From the look in her eyes, the sensitive Hui Yutong felt a strong mental pressure. When the teacher entered, the previously noisy class instantly quieted down. All eyes focused on the podium. Zhou's gaze calmly swept from left to right, and an invisible pressure immediately settled in everyone's hearts, causing them to lower their eyes and refrain from making eye contact, except for Qian Zhao Guang. Zhou paused briefly, seemingly surprised that a student could so calmly make eye contact with her. But this did not affect her subsequent boasting. "My name is Zhou, and I am your homeroom teacher. I'm not sure how many of you will walk with me in the coming year, but I want to tell you that in my class, no trash will pass the assessments. I'm here to cultivate monsters, not fools." After hearing her words, many people showed expressions of indignation. Among those present, aside from Hui Yutong and Qian Zhao Guang, at least everyone else was either a second-generation rich kid or a sole second generation from the Douluo continent, and they came to Shrek to study. "How can you start off by insulting us? Who do you think you are?" Hui Yutong secretly glanced at the slightly upturned corner of Qian Zhao Guang's mouth. Those unfamiliar with him might think it was a friendly gesture, but Hui Yutong knew it was disdain. Extreme disdain. What was that saying for my brother? "All right, watching a clown perform. Anyone who has fought since the registration period, stand up." Zhou, he said the familiar words, causing an uproar in the class. "Who fights before school even starts? Oh wait, I heard there were 2 new students who fought, and they even fought from the dormitory to outside." Qian Zhao Guang stood up silently with Hui Yutong. Wang Dong was surprised for a moment, but seeing Qian Zhao Guang stand up, he quickly stood up as well, unwilling to be outdone. 3. How did this fight happen? Wait, why is there also a seemingly delicate little girl? This was the question in everyone's mind, including Zhou Yi. However, she didn't say anything, instead pretending to be authoritative and said, "What a bunch of useless people. Don't you know that not daring to stir up trouble is a sign of mediocrity? Everyone except those 3, get out and run 100 laps around Shrek Square. Anyone who can't finish will be expelled." Of course, where there's oppression, there's resistance. Everyone was quite dissatisfied when Zhou Yi insulted them, and sure enough, A rebel stood up, brave enough to resist. However, this was of no use. After Zhou Yi exerted her sole emperor strength to pressure the entire class. They still had to run. As the others rushed out the door, only 4 people were left in the classroom. Zhou Yi's expression softened a bit as she waved to the 3. Not bad. Finally a few kids with some spirit. Now tell me, who were you fighting with and why? Qian Zhao Guang pointed at the still-dazed Hui Yutong. She is my sister. Ever since we awakened our martial souls, we have to practice and spar every morning, which can also be said to be fighting. Siblings? Morning practice? Sparring? Zhou Yi seemed quite interested and said, this habit is good. It can promote mutual progress. Keep it up. I think so too. Qian Zhao Guang replied. Xiao Tong, you go run first. Don't waste time here. Huh? Even if there's a fight, I still have to run? Hui Yutong's eyes widened. Zhou Yi looked at Qian Zhao Guang thoughtfully and said, of course, you are a team. Oh, fine. Hui Yutong said nothing more and turned to leave. You're very smart. Thank you. But I've just been taking care of my younger sister and navigating through society since I was young. I'm good at gathering information and have a bit of understanding of human relationships. A bit? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. With her emotional intelligence, she completely failed to notice that Qian Zhao Guang was subtly insulting her. Forget it, but why aren't you going down yourself? Qian Zhao Guang shrugged and pointed to Wang Dong beside him. Because he also fought with me. Oh, then why did you two fight? Was it just sparring? Not really. We are roommates. When he came, I had just finished exercising and wanted to take a shower, but he blocked me from going, so we ended up fighting. Zhou Yi. The look of shock froze on her disguised, old face, which was particularly amusing. Qian Zhao Guang almost couldn't hold back his laughter. She looked at Wang Dong and instinctively asked, why did you stop him from taking a shower? I didn't. Wang Dong shouted, his face turning red. Yes. It was him first. All right. I don't want to know the reason you two fought. Zhou Yi waved her hand, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying. The old human mask seemed a bit ill-fitting, twitching slightly. Fighting is a good thing, but I don't really like my students bickering. Listening to her ramble on like in the original work, Qian Zhao Guang simply began to practice his qi refining technique. It wasn't until Zhou Yi finally finished her long-winded speech, along with some back and forth with Wang Dong, that Qian Zhao Guang stopped practicing. Chapter 037. Taking the first step to resist hegemony, I ran away. You can take your time here to argue. After throwing down that sentence, he turned and left, leaving Wang Dong at a loss. Seeing Qian Zhao Guang leave, Wang Dong stomped his feet angrily and chased after him. You bastard! Wait for me. Apart from the freshman teaching building, there was only Shrek Square. Compared to the playgrounds on Blue Star, running here was a very unwise choice. 1 lap is 300 meters, all on a granite stone surface. In this era, before running shoes were invented, it was indeed a trial for the knees of developing teenagers. Qian Zhao Guang and Wang Dong joined the running team one after another, but there were no voices of schadenfreude. Zhou Yi's chatter lasted longer than in the original text, and the current class of students was sprinting for 100 laps, unwilling to expend any extra energy. After Qian Zhao Guang arrived at the square, he didn't say a word, but suddenly sprinted at the speed of others running 100 meters, leaving Wang Dong, who had just arrived, dumbfounded. For Qian Zhao Guang, 30,000 meters was nothing, just a piece of cake, not even counting as warm-up. Before coming to Shrek, he used to run back and forth up the mountain with Hui Yutong in the morning, even with weights. Not only Wang Dong and the other classmates, but even Zhou Yi was extremely surprised. Qian Zhao Guang was surpassing others at an astonishing speed, crazily catching up with everyone else, and showed no signs of fatigue at all. Wang Dong even activated his martial soul and was barely able to keep up with his speed. In just over 10 minutes, Qian Zhao Guang and the exhausted Wang Dong had caught up with the first team. At this point, Qian Zhao Guang slowly slowed down, keeping pace with the top-ranked Hui Yutong. Are you a monster? Running faster than me without activating your martial soul? Wang Dong, panting heavily from the intense speed, gasped for breath and asked. Qian Zhao Guang was too lazy to pay attention to him and pulled Hui Yutong to gradually speed up. Hui Yutong glanced at her brother in surprise and explained, my brother and I have been working out every morning since we were 3 years old. This is nothing for him. Even I can easily manage it. You started exercising every day at 3? You siblings are monsters. Although Wang Dong felt indignant, he suddenly found a bit of comfort in his heart. Can I ask what level your brother is now? Huh? I don't know. Hui Yutong was about to say level 13, but turned to see the look Qian Zhao Guang was giving her and quickly changed her words. Wang Dong was a bit reluctant and wanted to continue asking, but was abruptly silenced by Qian Zhao Guang's words. You lost to me, who hasn't even activated my martial soul, and it was a crushing defeat. Bastard. That was my carelessness. Angry. JPG time passed quickly, and, as the laps increased, the breathing of the students running became gradually heavier. At this moment, the gap in physical fitness and cultivation was vividly apparent. Except for Qian Zhao Guang. This guy hasn't even broken a sweat, and feels as relaxed as if he's just taking a stroll. More than half the time has passed when Zhou Yi's voice suddenly rings in every trainee's ears. Accelerate, with my position as the finish line. As she spoke, Wang Dong suddenly accelerated and zipped past her with a whoosh, being the first to complete 100 laps. Next were Hui Yutong and Qian Zhao Guang. The three of them were so far ahead of the others. Wang Dong, hands on his hips, gasping for breath, said to Qian Zhao Guang, "I won." Qian Zhao Guang had a very indifferent expression, casually strolling alongside Hui Yutong at a walking pace. Sitting down immediately after running or drinking a lot of water can damage heart and lung function, as well as kidney function. It's best to walk for a bit before resting. "Oh, you won. You're amazing, congratulations." Such an unremarkable sentence almost made Wang Dong's nose crooked with anger, as if it were a punch hitting cotton. Qian Zhao Guang ignored him and went for a walk with Hui Yutong. Half an hour before the end of certain time, Qian Zhao Guang appeared in the area where the rest of the class were slumped over. He spoke up, "Cheng Cheng, Xiao Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shengwan Chintan, Linziyu Zhugiyun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yin Xiaopiao. I suggest you all get up right now and finish the few laps you haven't completed." The few of them looked at this guy who casually called out their names in surprise, a bit confused. Was this their first meeting? How did he know their names? The answer was that Qian Zhao Guang had read the original work and also glanced at the roster in advance, which had simple sketches and descriptions of their appearances. With his memory, this was just a matter of a quick glance. One tall boy disdainfully said, "Who told you I haven't finished? I've already run 100 laps. Besides, whether I finished or not is none of your business." Qian Zhao Guang did not get angry, but instead used his spiritual sense to directly send his voice into everyone's ears, simultaneously coordinating with his lip movements. "Whether you finish running or not is none of my business. But I can see that teacher Zhou Yi is quite displeased, so I want to make her even more displeased. I believe you all feel uncomfortable seeing her too, right? Before the school year started, I conducted thorough information research, and she takes pleasure in expelling students, even claiming that this is her teaching philosophy, which is no different from raising a poisonous insect. Therefore, as long as no one gets expelled, she will be unhappy. There is no need to doubt the truth of my words. If you don't finish running, you will definitely be expelled. Do you think you have the strength to cheat in front of a soul emperor?" After speaking, Qian Zhao Guang pulled Hui Yutong away. If it weren't to irritate Zhou Yi, he wouldn't care whether these people would be expelled or not. The 9 of them looked at each other, seeing unease in each other's eyes. One girl said nervously, "How about we run again, just in case?" I think so too. Better safe than sorry. Anyway, we haven't lost too many laps. It's not worth it. So, let us go." Several people started talking at once, standing up to rejoin the running group. Only the previously chattering Tai Long had a disdainful expression. "You go if you want. I'm already done running." Time slowly passed, and in the last 5 minutes, all the students had completed 100 laps within the stipulated time. Standing loosely in Shrek Square, Zhou Yi turned to the students with a blank expression and said lightly, "Tai Long, step forward." Tai Long walked out leisurely. "You can leave. From this moment on, you are no longer a student of Shrek Academy." Huh? A commotion arose among the students, especially among the 8 who had just been reminded by Qian Zhao Guang, their faces showing shock. Zhou Yi actually would expel students for not finishing their runs. After a few confrontations, Tai Long left with an unwilling expression, clearly going to the academic affairs office to complain. Who would accept being expelled over such a trivial matter? However, going to the academic affairs office was probably just for fun. It was akin to kneeling in front of the judge and asking, "Why are you suing me?" Chapter 038. Zhou Yi's displeasure. Zhou Yi's husband, Fan Yu, is a prominent figure in the Soul Guidance Department, second only to Qian Duo, with extensive connections. If it weren't for him backing her, even if Zhou Yi were a soul sage, she would still have been expelled. Bei was also blind to think she was a good teacher. After Tai Long left, Zhou Yi took the opportunity to assert her authority and elaborated on her rules. In Qian Zhao Guang's view, it was pure nonsense. Although he disapproved of Tai Long's cheating behavior, he felt even more disdain for Zhou Yi's actions. If a student has poor character, shouldn't you, as the class teacher, correct them? What does it mean to be a teacher? A teacher is someone who imparts knowledge and resolves doubts. No one is born knowledgeable. Who can be without confusion? A teacher is not just someone who transmits knowledge, but also teaches students the principles of being a person and the excellent qualities of proactive learning. This is what the academy and teachers should do. But the situation is that students come to school to learn morals and knowledge. And you don't teach anything and just expel them? What use are you as a teacher? No one is perfect. Who can be without faults? The responsibility of the academy and teachers is to guide students with faults onto the right path. If you kick away a student who is on the wrong path without even a glance, then that person truly does not deserve to be a teacher. No matter how strong they are or how correct their theories may be, they are unworthy of the title of teacher. In a sense, Zhou Yi's teaching ability and philosophy are even inferior to Flander. At least Flander knew how to manage Ning Rongrong's princess syndrome and Oscar's laziness. You, Zhou Yi, are merely a sole emperor. What right do you have to be so arrogant? On the podium, Zhou Yi looked at the other students, her gaze sweeping over the 8 who had escaped a calamity, and finally resting on Qian Zhao Guang. Cheng Chen, Gu Xian Da, Tang Zhao, Sangun Tian, Lin Zai, Zhu Zun, Tang Ling, Yun Xiaopiao. You should thank Qian Zhao Guang. His kindness saved you. The 8 of them were all grateful, looking at Qian Zhao Guang with different eyes. With Tai Long as a typical example, even the dullest person knew that Qian Zhao Guang had pulled them back from the brink, essentially saving their futures. Being expelled from Shrek is almost a lifelong stain on Douluo continent. No one wants to be treated this way. We are all classmates under the same roof. And now we are a collective. Helping each other is what we should do. Qian Zhao Guang seemed to speak casually, subtly mixing in some provocative remarks within what appeared to be normal conversation. Everyone had gone through great hardships, with some classmates even spending all their savings to study at Shrek. Now, as we gather together as classmates, it is a kind of fate, and I cannot bear to see anyone regret over a minor mistake, or even waste their life. The atmosphere at the scene relaxed from its earlier tension. Some students appeared to be deep in thought, and in their gazes toward Zhou Yi, there was not only fear, but also a deeply hidden dissatisfaction. Indeed, we went through so much to enter Shrek, and you say we can just leave? Which school rule states that? Zhou Yi frowned. This was not the effect she wanted. Because of Qian Zhao Guang's interruption, the fear that the new students had towards Zhou Yi sharply decreased. Go back to your dorms to change clothes, then come to class. I give you 15 minutes. Anyone late will be expelled. Zhou Yi coldly left the sentence and turned directly back to the teaching building, with Tai Long as a cautionary example. No one dared to try to take advantage of the situation again, and they all rushed back to their dorms at a sprinting speed. When they reached the dormitory entrance, Wang Dong stood at the door, hesitating to go in. Qian Zhao Guang grabbed her by the collar, pulling her to the side like he was lifting a chick. What are you doing? Wang Dong flailed her arms in the air, but being much shorter than Qian Zhao Guang, she couldn't reach the ground at all. If you're not coming in, then don't block the way. Qian Zhao Guang threw down a furious Wang Dong and began to undress in the dormitory. Bastard. Sooner or later, I'll beat you and make you follow my rules. I'm waiting. If you don't come in, just close the door. Fine, I'll close it. Why are you making such a big deal? You've already cracked the door, and with the frame, it's a total of 500 gold soul coins. Remember to pay the fine after class. Qian Zhao Guang, I curse you. Then go ahead, as long as you have that ability. I don't mind you digging him up from the grave. I want to duel with you. Wang Dong shouted outside, his sharp voice penetrating several nearby rooms. As soon as he shouted, classmates in the hallway peeked out to watch. Under the gaze of dozens of shirtless men, some even not wearing pants, Wang Dong unleashed his martial soul and yelled angrily. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes. Aren't you in a hurry to change clothes and avoid being late for class and getting expelled? 10 minutes later, all 99 new students of Class 1 had taken their seats in the classroom. Looking at the empty seat, some people's eyes showed fear, some showed gratitude, and others showed resentment. No one wanted to attend class with such a crazy teacher. Who knows what reason they might find to expel you? As the quarter-hour mark arrived, Zhou Yi arrived punctually in the classroom. Looking at the 99 students gathered below, she nodded. We will now begin class. The test just now has generally satisfied me. The vast majority of you completed the simple running assessment. At the same time, one student surprised me. Qian Zhao Guang, stand up. Qian Zhao Guang stood up. He stood in the center of the front row, looking extremely eye-catching. Report your soul power level. Level 13. Upon hearing the words, level 13, all the students present were stunned, and those who came to their senses fixed their incredulous gazes on Qian Zhao Guang, beginning to gasp in disbelief. The hissing sounds were endless. If one didn't know better, they would think they had entered a snake pit. Just a moment ago, everyone had seen it. Qian Zhao Guang, who arrived over 20 minutes late and hadn't even activated his martial soul, had caught up with the lapse he had fallen behind in a flash. even helping Hui Yutong catch up to fourth place by several laps. Yet, this ridiculously powerful guy was now claiming to be level 13? Who the hell would believe that? Wang Dong couldn't believe his ears. Level 13 soul power, without activating a martial soul, could completely crush him? Was that ridiculous strength and physical condition something a level 13 could achieve? Burning paper at a grave, right? Look at you all, you're simply useless. Zhou, he said coldly. Since her earlier display of authority wasn't enough, she had to do it again. Qian Zhao Guang was a specially invited student of the academy. He defeated everyone except Wang Dong in the first test with the lowest cultivation level in the class. Don't you all feel ashamed? All right, Qian Zhao Guang, you can sit down. Qian Zhao Guang obediently sat down and said nothing. It seemed that Zhou, he was not foolish either, trying to stir up the class's fighting spirit using herself and Wang Dong. Don't worry, the fighting spirit will be ignited, but it won't be because of her and Wang Dong. Even after Zhou Yi's affirmation, Wang Dong still couldn't believe that he had been completely overpowered by a 13th level soul master who hadn't even awakened their martial soul. Zhou Yi seemed indifferent to the various reactions of the students, turning around to write two big characters on the blackboard. Attack defense from this moment on. Qian Zhao Guang's life at Shrek Academy officially began. Chapter 039. Who is the teacher between us? After finishing writing, Zhou Yi turned back around and scanned each person in their seats with a sharp gaze. I know that the vast majority of you are very dissatisfied with my decision to make you run laps and expel Tai Long, but you're just too pressured to show it. I have no need to explain myself to you. Those with insight will naturally understand in the future, while the foolish ones will remain confused. Now let's begin the class. Qian Zhao Guang silently shook his head. This week, Yu Yi's emotional intelligence was indeed at a certain low level. She had wasted decades of her life. If her earlier attempt to provoke division within the class could still promote other students' cultivation and shift the conflict, then her two current sentences were purely digging her own grave. The original conflict hadn't been resolved yet, and she once again hurriedly pushed herself to the opposing side of all the students. Foolish. Extremely foolish. You should all recognize the two characters I've written on the blackboard. In today's first lesson, I will talk to you about the offensive and defensive strategies of soul masters. Since ancient times, we soul masters have been divided into many factions. Some soul masters pursue extremes, while others seek balance. Qian Zhao Guang, you answer. Among the various factions of soul masters, who is better at offense? And who should lean towards defense and support? Me? Shouldn't it be Wang Dong? Qian Zhao Guang stood up, thought for a moment, and replied, those suited for offense are good at offense, and those suited for defense and support are good at defense and support. Even under the pressure from Zhou Yi earlier, someone in the classroom couldn't help but laugh out loud. Undoubtedly, they all thought Qian Zhao Guang was stating the obvious, and even Zhou Yi thought the same. Is that your answer? Yes, that is my answer. What nonsense are you talking about? Looking at Zhou Yi's grim expression, Qian Zhao Guang remained unafraid and spoke confidently. What someone is good at is a false proposition you raised. In today's world, where soul guide technology is highly developed, it is difficult for us to judge what a soul master is suited for based solely on their martial soul. Anyone can become a strong attacker, defender, supporter, and so on. Just like the two words you wrote on the blackboard, attack and defense. Today, they have become blurred. As long as a support soul master wants to, they can use a powerful soul guide to arm themselves as a cannon, achieving the attack strength of a long-range attacker, if their physique is strong enough. It is also possible for them to wield a melee soul guide as a substitute for a strong attacker. Therefore, my conclusion is that offense and defense are not determined by martial souls. It depends on what direction the soul master tends to lean towards or is better suited for. Before entering the academy, I leaned toward becoming a soul engineer. Therefore, I have a deep understanding of soul guide knowledge and am well aware of the tremendous impact this invention has had on traditional soul masters, which is why I arrived at the above conclusion. I wonder, Teacher Zhou, are you satisfied with my explanation? Qian Zhao Guang's brief and concise speech instantly rendered the classroom silent, with classmates staring at this special student who only had a soul power of 13th level with incredulous eyes. Others laugh at my madness. I laugh at their inability to see through it. In the end, am I the clown? Zhou Yi's gaze towards Qian Zhao Guang changed, becoming serious in an instant. She didn't expect that Qian Zhao Guang would steal her lines. The ambiguity of offense and defense was originally the focus of this lesson, as well as the content she intended to elaborate on. I didn't expect you to have such a deep understanding of the modern soul master system. I underestimated you. Then, in your opinion, who is superior the soul mentor or the soul master using soul guiding devices? Qian Zhao Guang smiled helplessly, spread his hands, and replied, Teacher Zhou, aren't you giving me a difficult problem? The profession doesn't determine who is stronger. It really depends on the individual. We should analyze specific issues specifically. For example, if you and I were to duel, even if I held a level 9 soul-guided device, I would still lose. Why? Because I lack the soul power to drive it. However, if I held a level 9 fixed soul-guided cannonball, the result would be very different. I would be absolutely confident in dragging you down with me. This thing doesn't require extremely high soul power to guide. It can even skip the guiding step. I just need to crush its shell with one punch, and it would unleash the full power of a limit Douluo. But what if you also held a level 9 fixed soul-guided cannonball? Then the result would be different. We would either both perish together or mutually avoid conflict, because we would both have the ability to take each other down in an instant. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. I come from a blacksmithing background, and my forging teacher taught me that to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Therefore, I believe that a soul master's development of their own power is essential. But even if I'm strong, I can't forge with my fists, right? That would be too hot to handle, and besides, I can't spit fire. Ultimately, I still need tools like a furnace, iron mat, and forging hammer. This analogy is quite interesting. Some students at the back have already understood what Qian Zhao Guang meant and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhou, he shot a sharp glance over, and the few who were laughing instantly stifled it, their faces turning a bit red. Qian Zhao Guang continued to speak without any hesitation until he finished his last sentence. Therefore, I personally believe that traditional soul masters should use soul tools that suit them to assist in combat based on their martial souls and soul skills. This is the optimal solution, just like the ancient ancestors understood how to arm themselves with armor and swords. Teacher Zhou, what do you think? At this point, he also quietly scanned the classmates behind him with his spiritual sense. Everyone, including Wang Dong, was utterly shocked. This concept was somewhat ahead of its time, and very few could understand it. Beneath the human skin mask, Zhou, he was equally shocked, even somewhat horrified. She had never imagined that an 11-year-old boy could perceive issues so thoroughly, with extremely clear logic and reasoning. Moreover, it coincided with her own thoughts. Qian Zhao Guang returned the ball to Zhou Yi with a rhetorical question. To be honest, in his view, although Zhou Yi's teaching skills and emotional intelligence were indeed lacking, the combat philosophy he imparted to his students was undoubtedly correct. People should do what they are suited for. Soul mentors, in a sense, should be regarded as scientists and scholars, and should not be considered a combat profession. The facts also prove that the vast majority of level 9 soul mentors have truly poor combat abilities, being more effective only when mowing grass on the battlefield. During the Douluo era, soul mentors were no longer seen as a combat profession, but had become true scholars, creators, and workers, among others. Powerful soul masters using powerful soul tools crafted by powerful soul mentors is the real win-win choice. Nowadays, the Sun Moon Empire has gradually awakened and is even moving towards the popularization, universalization, and demystification of soul tools. In contrast, the decayed Douluo continent, including Shrek, is still immersed in the glory of the past, basking in the achievements of 4,000 years ago. Little do they know that in the interstellar era, 2,000 years later, even the deities they fervently believe in would be nothing more than a single shot from an interstellar battleship's main cannon. You are right, take a seat. It is indeed true that to forge iron, one must be strong oneself. Improving physical fitness can enhance your survival probability on the battlefield. Therefore, the selection of soul rings and physical training remain the top priorities in your cultivation process. Zhou, he was extremely frustrated. Who is the teacher here, him or me? Qian Zhao Guang said everything she wanted to say, even better than what she had written in her lesson plan. But no matter what, as the homeroom teacher, she still had to assert her authority. For the next 3 months, your main training will focus on physical fitness. No matter who you are, no matter what your background is, no matter how talented you are, if you cannot pass my assessment 3 months from now, then just like the previous Tai Long, get out. Chapter 040. Thank you for the invitation, but next time won't work either. The class for this morning ends here. Make sure to have a good lunch. And in the afternoon, we will start physical fitness training. Class dismissed. Qian Zhao Guang, Hui Yutong, you two come to my office with me. After saying this, Zhou Yi left without hesitation, turning to walk away. At this moment, the bell for the end of class had not yet rung. She had to leave. The first lesson of the school year had already been fully delivered by Qian Zhao Guang, and there was no point in her staying here any longer. She had nothing left to teach. Until Zhou Yi walked out of the classroom door, The classroom remained quiet. However, the heavy breathing of the majority of the students proved that they were not calm at all. The collective heavy panting seemed to suck the air out of the classroom, creating a vacuum. Qian Zhao Guang pulled Hui Yutong up and walked to the podium, facing the silent classmates. He softly said, I'd like to make a small suggestion from a personal perspective. I sincerely hope everyone does not resist using soul-guiding devices, although this may go against the traditional education of Shrek. My forging teacher once told me a principle. We are human, and the biggest difference between us and soul beasts is that we can use tools. A good set of tools, combined with a good blacksmith, can forge good metal. After speaking, Qian Zhao Guang took Hui Yutong and walked out. Wang Dong looked at Qian Zhao Guang's back with a flickering gaze. Soul-guiding devices. Soul-guiding devices. In the corridor, Hui Yutong looked at the decisive Zhou Yi and tugged at her brother's sleeve, quietly asking, Bro, what do you think Teacher Zhou wants from us? She probably wants to know about our martial souls. Meow, meow, meow. How do you know? Hui Yutong asked, her face full of questions and curiosity as she looked up. Qian Zhao Guang smiled and said, because only the two of us didn't use our martial souls for assistance while running. Wow, brother, you're so observant. Not bad. The siblings followed Zhou Yi to the office next to the classroom. Zhou Yi gestured for them to close the door, then sat down behind the desk. I don't like to waste words. I'm curious about your martial souls, but I can't sense what they are. Now I want to know the answer. Hui Yutong turned to look at her brother, and Qian Zhao Guang gently nodded. Teacher Zhou, my martial soul is the spirit I, a mental attribute martial soul. Upon hearing Hui Yutong's words, Zhou Yi was clearly surprised. Eyes? Hui Yutong nodded. Zhou Yi restrained her excitement and looked at Qian Zhao Guang with a hint of expectation in her eyes. What about you? Qian Zhao Guang smiled slightly, and under Zhou Yi's dazed gaze, he lifted his shirt, pointing to the faintly glowing ice light on his chest, and said, Look, this is my martial soul. I name it Extreme Ice Light. As for what it is, I'm not sure either, because that's the reason I came to Shrek. I just want to figure out what my martial soul really is. Zhou Yi's breath caught. It was obvious that she didn't know what it was either. Apart from feeling the temperature in the office noticeably dropping, she couldn't sense anything else. Zhou Yi looked at the 10-year soul ring beneath Qian Zhao Guang's feet, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Can I know the effect of your first soul skill? Of course, my first soul skill is called Illumination Mimicry. Qian Zhao Guang extended his right hand as he answered, and Zhou Yi felt a flash before his eyes as a long blade, icy blue light, appeared in his hand. The blade was faintly illusory, like some poorly connected light and shadow. It was still somewhat difficult for Qian Zhao Guang to condense a stable and practical light blade for actual combat purely from light mimicry. Not only that, but I can also condense it into beams of light for ranged attacks, although the cost effectiveness is somewhat low. I generally prefer to use a real weapon as the base and use light as an auxiliary attack method, as it is more straightforward. Moreover, as you can see, my physical quality is quite strong. As for the versatile soul skill, I will need to look up some information about your martial soul to give you a response. Don't worry, Shrek will tell you the mysteries of the Extreme Ice Light. Zhou Yi barely calmed down and offered a slight compliment. Then it will be hard work for you. Qian Zhao Guang nodded, harboring no hope in his heart. If Qian Duo couldn't understand, it was truly ridiculous that Zhou Yi could. Zhou Yi then looked in the direction of Hui Yutong, deliberately softening her tone. Yutong, can you tell the teacher about your soul skills? Hui Yutong glanced at Qian Zhao Guang, and after receiving confirmation, she replied, My first soul skill is called Frenzy, which can make the enemy dizzy and cause a sharp pain in their head for a period of time, leading to incorrect judgments about the current situation. It was clear that the little girl had retained the latter part of the effect of Frenzy, while Zhou Yi was unaware that this was a dual-effect soul skill. My second soul skill is called Lock On, which allows me to use my mental power to lock onto one or more targets within my field of vision, ensuring that the next attack hits. She continued, if there is too great a disparity between my mental power and that of my opponent, the hit probability will decrease, but will not drop below 50%. Upon hearing the effect of Hui Yutong's second soul skill, Zhou Yi's pupils instantly contracted, and her emotions experienced a significant fluctuation. Lock on. The next attack is guaranteed to hit. What a bizarre skill. It should be noted that the reason why mental-type soul masters are so precious, aside from the difficulty in cultivation, is because their skills are too strange, making it hard for ordinary soul masters to cope. In this way, the matter that her husband, Fan Yu, mentioned to her last time about mental attribute soul masters using soul guidance devices suddenly made sense. Hui Yutong's lock-on perfectly matched many ranged attack methods of soul engineers. With this thought, Zhou Yi could no longer contain her excitement. I heard that both of you want to become soul engineers. Yes. Then come with me now. I'll take you. Teacher Zhou, please wait a moment. Just as Zhou Yi was overjoyed and prepared to take Hui Yutong along with Qian Zhao Guang to the Soul Engineering Department, Qian Zhao Guang interrupted her. This undoubtedly displeased Zhou Yi, causing her to frown deeply. Look, while speaking, Qian Zhao Guang took out 2 badges from his storage bracelet, the very 2 that Qian Duo had given him. From the front, there were just 2 student badges from the Soul Engineering Department. However, from the back, viewers would find a small golden soul coin mark, representing Vice Dean Qian Duo of the Soul Engineering Department. Upon seeing these 2 badges, Zhou Yi's expression stiffened. Soul Engineering Department badges? Where did you get those? A teacher from the Soul Engineering Department gave them to me and Xiaodong when we enrolled. He told us to find him after the semester started, but before class assignments. Today is the first day of school, and we haven't had the chance yet. Qian Zhao Guang still remembered Qian Duo's words when he enrolled and did not reveal his identity. He didn't even tell Hui Yutong about Qian Duo's identity, only saying that they had a powerful soul engineer from the Soul Engineering Department ready to teach them about soul tools. Of course, what he said to Zhou Yi wasn't a lie. The Vice Dean was also a teacher in the Soul Engineering Department. Zhou Yi did not doubt the authenticity of the Soul Engineering Department badge, nor did she check the details by hand. Qian Zhao Guang had no reason to deceive her in such matters, and no one dared to forge the Shrek emblem, even from the less regarded Soul Guidance Department. She feigned calmness and returned to her seat. So you already have a teacher who values you. It's no wonder, as your insights into soul-guided devices are indeed unique. If someone from the Soul Guidance Department was responsible for your entrance exam, it's possible you were pre-selected. In that case, you should go back. Don't be late for class in the afternoon. Chapter 041, A Gathering of Big Spenders. All right, goodbye, teacher. After Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong left, Zhou Yi shed her external disguise and sat angrily on the chair, banging on the desk. Even if Zhou Yi had low emotional intelligence, she knew that it was against the long-standing rules of Douluo continent to snatch another person's disciple. It's infuriating. On the way to the cafeteria, Hui Yutong asked, "Brother, should we go find that very powerful teacher tonight?" Qian Zhao Guang gently patted her head and replied, "No, there's no rush today. In the first 3 months, it was hard for us to find time to learn about soul guides." Hui Yutong pouted, "Oh, then I'll just practice by myself after school. It's such a pity that teacher Xiaoya taught me the purple extreme magic eye, which can only be practiced in the morning. That technique has a particularly obvious effect on my martial soul. Let's postpone the practice a bit. Did you forget what I told you yesterday? We need to go make some big money after school today." "Huh? Are you talking about grilled fish? But do we really need money right now?" Hui Yutong suddenly recalled what Qian Zhao Guang had said during dinner last night and looked at him with wide, confused eyes. Although their old housekeeper had passed away when they were young, they had not been considered poor before coming to Shrek. With Qian Zhao Guang, who was like a human-shaped walking forging machine, their lives could even be described as somewhat affluent, at least among the common folk. Ever since Hui Yutong started learning forging 3 years ago, they had been able to afford some natural treasures that could assist in their cultivation, the more ordinary kind. Even if we sell a grilled fish for 1 silver coin and manage to sell 100 in one night, that is only 10 gold soul coins. It's not as good as forging together. I feel like I'm almost able to complete the 1,000 forgings. Didn't you say that teacher is very interested in our forging? Qian Zhao Guang smiled slightly. 1 silver coin? That's too little. The perspective is too narrow. Xiaodong, broaden your horizons a bit. We need to save up 100,000 gold soul coins before next year, and we still lack more than 90,000 now. Huh? 1 silver coin is still not enough? Then how much are you planning to sell it for? 100 gold soul coins. Wow, are you serious, bro? That's enough for our food expenses for the past 6 months. Hui Yutong couldn't help but exclaim. If it weren't her brother saying this, she would have definitely rushed over to make the other person calm down and stop daydreaming. Of course, aside from the 2 of us and a few special cases, those who can enter Shrek are either rich or noble. Selling off family assets doesn't hurt for them. To them, 100 gold soul coins is not an astronomical figure, nor is it a huge sum. Do you think it's so easy to get a recommendation letter from someone above the city lord level? Qian Zhao Guang's lips curled into a cold smile. In the original story, many newcomers opened their own gambling tables, putting out tens, hundreds, or even thousands of gold soul coins, which was just the average level. Losing over 20,000 gold soul coins only meant a temporary shortage of pocket money. That's all. This amount was nothing for the mining offspring of Shrek. Moreover, the best 8 stall in Shrek Academy's cafeteria had a starting price of 30 gold soul coins per dish. And there were always long lines, which further proved their considerable financial strength. If we were to erase the names from the 2 letters left by Grandpa and put them up for auction on the black market, they would be worth at least 500,000 gold soul coins, enough to exchange for a soul bone of average quality, with no market to speak of. Hui Yutong shrank her neck and cautiously glanced around. Seeing that no one was nearby, she whispered, "Brother, do you really think there will be big fools? Gullible people coming to buy. Just listen to me, 100 gold coins is just the minimum number, and when the time comes, we will do it this way." After finishing their meal and returning to the dormitory, Wang Dong was lying on the bed, as usual. Upon seeing Qian Zhao Guang return, she quickly got up from the bed. "Qian Zhao Guang, I have something to tell you." Qian Zhao Guang sighed deeply. After making enough mental preparations, he helplessly sat on his bed, facing Wang Dong, and casually froze a cup of ice water to drink in big gulps to stabilize his possibly rising blood pressure. "My little princess, do you have any new ideas?" "Don't call me little princess." Wang Dong's face instantly turned bright red as she slammed the bed. "Earlier, you said I didn't give you money, so you wouldn't agree to my rules. I've thought about it carefully these past few days. Oh, and then 20,000 gold soul coins per line. What do you think?" Fortunately, Qian Zhao Guang reacted quickly and turned his head just in time before the water sprayed onto Wang Dong's face. Otherwise, this tsundere, cleanliness-obsessed little princess would have continued to nag him endlessly. "Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious," Wang Dong said with a serious expression, even taking out 2 handwritten contracts from her storage soul guide. "Here, I've even written the contracts, take a look." Qian Zhao Guang looked at the paper with an incredibly strange feeling. First, no bringing people back to the dorm casually. Second, no entering when I'm changing clothes. Third, no snoring at night. Fourth, don't disturb me casually. Fifth, clean the dormitory. Qian Zhao Guang. Isn't this the reason why she had a conflict with Hua Guokaitu in the original work? This Wang Dong hasn't given up yet? I thought she had some clause that wouldn't allow me to confront her. Wait, no coming in while she's changing clothes? This guy has finally given up on making me change in the hallway. And this don't disturb her. Clearly, it's you who has been disturbing me all along, right? I don't want to pay any attention to you at all. Qian Zhao Guang always feels that there are many grievances in his heart, but he doesn't know where to vent them. "Hey, do you agree? At least say something." Seeing Qian Zhao Guang staring at the contract in silence for a long time, Wang Dong forcefully slapped the bed, making a dull thud. At this force and the creaking sound, if this drags on for a bit longer, this little princess will soon have to pay a fine again. The iron bed at Shrek is not cheap, you know. Qian Zhao Guang squinted slightly and looked at the anxious Wang Dong, not speaking immediately. Theoretically, exchanging 100,000 gold soul coins for his compliance with these 5 rules meant he was making a huge profit. Apart from cleaning, the other 4 rules were completely negligible. In fact, he often cleaned himself. But to not take advantage of the largest household in the Douluo continent felt somewhat unfair to his conscience and his wallet. Now, Wang Dong was equated with a sand in his mind. Foolish rich, come quickly. What do you really want? Seeing that Qian Zhao Guang had not spoken, Wang Dong felt a bit uneasy. She now understood that this guy could do anything when he got anxious. Chapter 042. This is how we old Shrek people come together. Qian Zhao Guang casually tossed the contract onto the bed. 100,000 soul coins, 5 rules. I'll follow them for a year. If you want to continue next year, we'll negotiate again. Or you can pay me a lump sum of 550,000 gold coins. And I'll abide by your rules for 6 years in the outer courtyard. Wang Dong's face turned red, and he shouted in anger. Are you dreaming? I don't have that much money. Then there's nothing to talk about. Qian Zhao Guang spread his hands, pretending to leave. 120,000. 1 year? 6 years. Then I might as well leave. You come back here. 150,000. Is 150,000 okay? I really don't have that much. Next time for sure. Before the first class in the afternoon, the two finally settled on the final price. 200,000 gold soul coins in exchange for Qian Zhao Guang adhering to these 5 rules for 6 years. When it came time to sign and pay, Wang Dong was so heartbroken that he was almost in tears, his hand trembling while signing, and he gritted his teeth to take out 70,000 gold soul coins in cash. A huge pile filled Qian Zhao Guang's entire bed, along with an IOU for 130,000 gold soul coins. Oh, it was an IOU for 130,000 gold soul coins. Originally, she planned to give only 50,000 for now, and the remaining 50,000 would be given after graduation. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. He didn't expect Qian Zhao Guang to be so ruthless, doubling the price in one go. Now, besides calling Qian Zhao Guang a jerk, Wang Dong also added another title, a money grabber. Qian Zhao Guang was completely unaware of this and generously stated that he wouldn't charge interest, as long as the debt was settled within a year, which infuriated Wang Dong. In response, she could only lie in bed and silently comfort herself. I bought tranquility. I bought tranquility. I bought tranquility. In the classroom of the new student class, 10 minutes before the afternoon class bell rang. The room was fully occupied except for one conspicuous empty seat, and it was very quiet. Even if some students wanted to chat, they would instinctively lower their voices. Although most of them were not fond of Zhou Yi, no one dared to offend a neurotic teacher, especially since one could be expelled for any unpredictable reason. Since there was no assigned seating, Qian Zhao Guang still sat in the central seat of the first row with Hui Yutong. In a sense, this location, closest to the homeroom teacher, should be seen as a hellish place by others. This was quite evident. After all, the empty seat was right next to Hui Yutong. When Zhou Yi walked in slowly, the atmosphere in the new student class instantly tensed up, and all whispering ceased. Everyone stood up, gathering in the square. Zhou Yi dropped a sentence and left. No one dared to be lax. A group of students rushed out of the classroom and orderly lined up behind Zhou Yi as they walked to Shrek Square. Zhou Yi, leading the way, felt very pleased. Fear, she believed, was the best way to control students. Little did she know, the rebound of a spring after high pressure could be even more intense. All it took was a hand to gently alter the balance. Upon reaching the square, Qian Zhao Guang saw a pile of iron chains discarded to the side. As expected, it was the age-old tradition of Shrek weight-bearing runs. Hui Yutong stepped forward. Zhou Yi said sternly, I have reviewed your entrance exam results and soul power levels. And based on the morning test, Hui Yutong, with a cultivation level of 27, is the best among you. Therefore, I announce that from now on, she will be the class monitor of the new student class. The position of monitor is not fixed. Whoever can defeat her can become the monitor. Is that clear? Understood. Except for Wang Dong, who seemed to be pondering, the students had no objections. If the original work had Wang Dong at level 21 still posing a slight challenge, Hui Yutong at level 27 left no room for any other thoughts. In fact, half of the class was suppressed by Hui Yutong by 9 to 10 levels. Challenging her would simply be self-humiliation. Hui Yutong seemed reluctant to take on the role of class monitor and was about to speak, but was quickly pulled back by Qian Zhao Guang. Zhou Yi pointed at the pile of iron chains. This is iron clothing, specifically used to enhance physical fitness. Each person gets one. After you put it on, start running laps around the square. You will run until class is over. You may use your soul power, but not soul skills. Rankings will be based on the number of laps run, and the last one will be expelled. I want to emphasize again in my class, someone can be expelled at any time. Today, 99 students will become 98. Begin now. As she spoke, Zhou Yi flicked her toes, and an iron suit flew in front of Hui Yutong. A 30-pound iron suit was not heavy for Hui Yutong now, having trained and forged with Qian Zhao Guang since childhood. She found it quite easy to handle. Qian Zhao Guang is even more exceptional. With his physical fitness, he doesn't feel anything after putting it on. However, the others don't think so. 30 pounds of iron armor isn't too heavy for a group of novice soul masters, most of whom are only at level 16 or 17. But running with this gear for 2 hours until class ends, that's a bit ridiculous, and no one can complete it. Zhou Yi coldly said, I know many of you want to say this is unfair because there are natural differences in physical strength between boys and girls, and different soul masters have varying physical qualities. But I want to tell you, in my class, everyone is treated equally. Think about it on the battlefield. Would the enemy spare you just because you are weaker? Now start running laps. Qian Zhao Guang frowned slightly, almost imperceptibly. If you only listen to the latter half of the sentence, it seems to make some sense at first glance that the battlefield is fair. However, it is clearly a shift in concepts. First, this is training at school, not on the battlefield. Moreover, this is physical training, not simulated combat training. A good school always emphasizes teaching according to the student's abilities. For someone like Qian Zhao Guang, who is physically strong, it can just be considered a warm-up. The first-tier students like Wang Dong and Hui Yutong can indeed achieve good training results. But those few auxiliary system girls, even if they are exhausted to the point of vomiting blood, have no possibility of completing it. Executing the same standard for everyone, isn't that just cheating? Secondly, even on the battlefield, the roles of different troops vary. Do you really want to let the auxiliary soul masters charge in a battle and fight face to face with the enemy? How ridiculous is that? If it ever comes to that, it only means one thing. The front line has been completely wiped out, and the remaining logistics troops have all their long-range, soul-guided devices disabled, waiting to die in place. At that time, the good physique developed over the years should allow you to die a little further away than your comrades. After Zhou Yi finished speaking, she left, standing far away in the square, looking at the scene. In Chapter 043, taking the second step against hegemony, regardless of how these students cursed in their hearts. They dared not show it, only frowning as they put on their iron suits and prepare to run laps. Classmates, can you give me a minute to say something? At this moment, Qian Zhao Guang stepped forward. Not for any other reason, even if just to annoy Zhou Yi, he could not let anyone be eliminated. Life and death are trivial. If you're not satisfied, just fight back. I believe no classmate wants to be eliminated, right? Upon hearing Qian Zhao Guang's words, the students who were about to start running instinctively looked at him. The 8 students he saved in the morning looked at him with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Teacher Zhou said that the last one will be eliminated. So here's the question. If we all run the same number of laps, there won't be a last one, right? This way, no classmate will be expelled. Most people's eyes lit up, especially the students with weaker cultivation and physical abilities, whose eyes shone with excitement. Wang Dong said irritably, "You're being too naive. How can you guarantee that everyone will run the same number of laps and at the same speed? If one person runs an extra lap, wouldn't everyone be done for? Good job, great assist." Qian Zhao Guang took out a huge stone, taller than a person, from his storage ring, threw it high into the air, and then punched it with a single blow. The stone shattered into countless fragments, raining down on the ground and hitting many people. It hurt. It was real stone and of remarkably high quality. Why? Just because of my fist, which is as big as a sandbag. I thought, surely there aren't any classmates in our class who are this selfish, dark-hearted, right? If there are, then with one punch, you'll definitely be the one eliminated today. As he spoke, his gaze swept over a few individuals in the crowd who seemed to be plotting mischief. These people, confident in their own strength, looked down on Qian Zhao Guang's words. After the punch, they all became obedient. No one doubted the truthfulness of his words. Everyone vividly remembered the terrifying strength he displayed that morning when he managed to run himself in circles 2 or 3 dozen times. After considering which was harder, their heads or the giant rock, they decisively abandoned certain small ideas. Qian Zhao Guang mouthed the words, but actually communicated telepathically to the group. There's no need to doubt my motives. The classmates from this morning are well aware that I simply can't stand our homeroom teacher. With this kind of straightforward physical training, I can easily outperform everyone, including my sister Hui Yutong and Wang Dong. I'm also the least likely to be eliminated. So, I hope everyone can cooperate with this thankless task. You wouldn't want to live in fear of a lunatic every day, right? As soon as he said this, the entire class, one of the freshmen rallied together, including Wang Dong. Damn it. You should have said so earlier. We've been fed up with Zhou Yi for a long time. We're all exceptional talents. Each one raised with a silver spoon, spoiled at home. Even with great upbringing, it doesn't change much. Who doesn't have a bit of a temper? Brother Guang, just tell us what to do. Right, we'll all listen to you. Brother Chao Guang, you're too modest. How can this be a thankless task? We all appreciate you. Exactly. Hearing the collective outrage, Qian Zhao Guang's lips curled into a slight smile. Now let us assign some roles. Based on my observations this morning, Peng Qingwei, you are from the support department and the weakest in our class, so we'll use your speed as the benchmark for running. Wang Dong, you're the strongest in terms of physical fitness after me, so when the time comes. The running session for class, one of the freshmen began. They arranged themselves in a specially adjusted formation, following Qian Zhao Guang's count of 1-2-1 and breathing rhythmically as they moved forward with synchronized steps. At first, their steps were somewhat chaotic, and some even instinctively tried to speed up. However, Qian Zhao Guang, who was on the edge of the group, monitored each person with his spiritual sense. Whenever someone fell out of sync, he would promptly remind them to maintain the order and specific pace. At the same time, he still had the energy to pull out a large jar during the run, the contents of which were unclear, resembling some kind of transparent, colorless, and odorless liquid. Under the influence of Qian Zhao Guang's determination to frustrate Zhou Yi and instill a sense of unity in the class, these 11 and 12-year-old boys and girls burst forth with remarkable enthusiasm, quickly aligning and supporting each other. Zhou Yi watched the scene from a distance, frowning but saying nothing. Qian Zhao Guang seems to have organized and united the new students class with some plans, but it appears that the results are a bit different for what she expected. When the class collectively reached the 14th lap, the weakest group in terms of cultivation and physical fitness began to show signs of exhaustion. The longer the time stretched, the more evident the effect of the iron clothes became, and even Wang Dong and Hu Yutong had beads of sweat appearing on their faces. Drops of sweat started to dampen the ground of the square. As the time approached nearly an hour, Qian Zhao Guang sensed the state of the entire team. The weakest group was already on the brink of their limits. No matter how much they tried to conserve their energy, their soul power had been completely depleted. Bearing a weight of 30 pounds was quite a challenge for them. Therefore, she decisively issued a command. All stand still. Change positions. Replenish water. Under Zhou Yi's puzzled gaze, the new students' class came to a halt, changing their positions in the lineup with astonishing discipline. At the same time, they all scooped water from the large vat that Qian Zhao Guang had placed down, using their own cups to drink, thanks to the storage soul guide. This was salt water. Zhou Yi had only mentioned to keep running. She never said they couldn't drink water during the run, right? If they were forced to run for 2 hours without replenishing anything, the damage to their bodies would be too great. Even with subsequent soul sage treatment, it wouldn't completely erase all the after effects. It was heard that injuries could be treated, but there was no mention of treating them in a way that allowed patients to skip meals or replenish lost nutrients and salt. Even marathon runners from Blue Star need to replenish enough energy during their long 42-kilometer runs. For instance, bananas are an excellent natural energy bar, but unfortunately, they are not available here. Qian Zhao Guang controlled the water intake of each person, silently thinking. It's a pity there are no heating conditions. It would be better if the water were warm. In the distance, the sharp-eyed Zhou Yi noticed that the trainees who had drunk water seemed to be arranged according to some kind of rule. There would definitely be strong trainees around those with weaker bodies. Qian Zhao Guang stood in the front row, with several of the weakest students on his left and right, who were almost about to collapse. If it weren't for the need to control the speed, he would have stood in the center for a better effect. In Chapter 044, Initial Results, there were also girls on both sides of Hu Yutong and Wang Dong who were on the verge of exhaustion. Qian Zhao Guang arranged the two of them in the center of the group. Everyone, support your partners and let's jog. Qian Zhao Guang first showcased his martial soul in front of his classmates. The cold, sharp light condensed into a powerful arm, slightly lifting several classmates who were having trouble even standing, leading the way as he ran forward. Zhou Yi was astonished. Could this kid use his soul skill like this? Wang Dong, Hu Yutong, and a large number of other students who still had some stamina and soul power followed suit, as this had been discussed beforehand. They didn't have Qian Zhao Guang's light mimicry, but they still had arms and hands. The team from class, one of the freshmen began to run again at a slow pace, each person's face filled with determination. They didn't want to give up. They were unwilling to accept the bizarre teaching tasks left by a crazy teacher without resistance. No abandonment, no giving up. This was what Qian Zhao Guang had told them an hour ago to ignite the fire in their hearts. Now, these adolescents in their rebellious phase were doing their utmost to carry out this goal. Time passed slowly. In the running line of class, one of the freshmen began to slow down. Qian Zhao Guang's soul power can no longer be sustained. To be precise, half an hour ago, the light mimicry had completely disappeared. No matter how deep his accumulation or how miraculous his cultivation method, he is now only at the 13th level. Being able to maintain it for half an hour is already an astonishing feat, but so what if it disappeared? During this time, those classmates with the weakest physiques have already recovered quite a bit of stamina, and even without relying on other strength, they can grit their teeth and hold on. Qingwei, do you still need to? Qian Zhao Guang looked at the smaller girl on her left, whose condition was the worst in the class. Her body was trembling, sweat dripping from her hair to the ground, and she looked as if she might collapse at any moment. No, I can. She bit her teeth hard and forced out a few words. Step by step, she wobbled forward, tried her best to run. I can't give up. Time passed unknowingly. Aside from Qian Zhao Guang, no one else remembered the time. Their stiff bodies and chaotic minds no longer allowed them to remember or think about anything other than running, moving mechanically. Even the two with the best stamina, Wang Dong and Hu Yutong, were nearing their limit. And it was only thanks to the faint recovery of soul power from Qian Zhao Guang that they managed to hold on until now. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell finally rang, its crisp sound seeming to come from the salvation of heaven. The new students of class 1 collapsed collectively to the ground. The sound of iron clothes hitting the floor and colliding with each other, creating a series of noises. Like a row of dominoes, the students pulled each other down, people leaning against each other, crowding together. Even Qian Zhao Guang couldn't help but sit down, easing her stiff body. Nearly 3 hours of high-intensity soul power release, mental effort, and soul skills were indeed quite difficult to endure. Truly, feeling completely drained, JPG, the cleanliness-obsessed Wang Dong, looked helplessly at Hu Yutong, who was panting heavily and drenched in sweat, lying on her lap. Although she wanted to move a little, the classmates next to her had packed the space tightly. So, Wang Dong also gave up and unceremoniously laid down on the thigh of another girl beside her. The group, now a heap on the ground, exchanged smiles and burst into a fit of laughter. It was unclear whether they were laughing at each other's lack of dignity or celebrating their small act of rebellion. In that moment, the relationships between people grew closer. They were no longer strangers from all corners of the world, but a collective, classmates in the same class. Comrades helping each other. Zhou Yi looked at Class 1 with a complex expression, took a deep breath, and waved to the distance. A man in white floated over, 7 soul rings rising beneath his feet. He raised his hands, and a soft green light spread out, transforming him into a towering tree. Green leaves gently fell onto each student, rapidly restoring their stamina and injuries at an astonishing speed. Qian Zhao Guang stood up and moved around a bit, his muscles relaxing and stretching, achieving great relief. The flow of energy gradually coursed through his body, allowing the fatigued muscles to release their tension and preventing any aftereffects. After a moment, he was fully recovered. Everyone started to pat each other's arms and legs, avoiding stiffness and distortion when they returned later. The trainees helped each other up from the ground one by one, their faces showing a joy they weren't even aware of. They heard Qian Zhao Guang's call and began to pat each other, relaxing their muscles. Just from this one run, a fundamental trust had been completely established. Qian Zhao Guang poked Hui Yutong, who was lost in thought beside him. Hui Yutong immediately understood and looked at Zhou Yi with determined eyes. Teacher Zhou, all 99 students of Class 1 report to you. Zhou Yi looked at the students standing up one by one and calmly said, I must say you have given me an unexpected answer. This is something I have never encountered in my years of teaching at Shrek. Today, no one will be eliminated. Except for Qian Zhao Guang, who possessed spiritual awareness. No one noticed Zhou Yi's wildly fluctuating mental waves. This indicated that this monstrous teacher was actually not calm at all, and her mindset had undergone a drastic change. As soon as these words were spoken, the students of Class 1 erupted in cheers. Zhou Yi did not know that the cheers were not because no one would be eliminated, but because they had successfully fired the first shot in their path of resistance. This was the result of everyone's joint effort. You should thank Qian Zhao Guang. He has saved you once again. At the same time, you should feel ashamed because you have once again brought shame upon your cultivation. He cannot save you for 6 years. Zhou Yi struggled to suppress her unsettled heart, maintaining a cold demeanor in her words, mocking them. Hui Yutong, step forward. As the class monitor, it is your responsibility to unite your classmates. But this task has been taken over by Qian Zhao Guang. From now on, I will strip you of your position as class monitor and appoint Qian Zhao Guang instead. Great! Hui Yutong exclaimed in joy, unable to hold back her thoughts. She had never wanted to be the class monitor and had wanted to say so before class. You seem quite proud? And no, your decision is very correct. Seeing Zhou Yi's predatory gaze, Hui Yutong shivered and almost hid behind Qian Zhao Guang. 045 chapter. Oh, really? Then guess who has a stronger backing between us? Qian Zhao Guang couldn't help but speak up. Teacher Zhou. Zhou Yi raised her eyebrows and put on a serious face. Do you have something to say? Yes. Qian Zhao Guang nodded seriously and said something astonishing. I think I'm not suited to be the class leader. My cultivation level is too weak to earn the respect of others. I might end up being the laughingstock of other classes. So I recommend Wang Dong to take the position. Qian Zhao Guang said, whoever is willing to be the class monitor can take the position. Just don't come to me. It's a bunch of annoying issues every day. I can't be bothered to deal with them. I only became the class monitor back in college on a whim, and now there's so many tasks and it's so easy to get scolded. Zhou Yi stared at Qian Zhao Guang expressionlessly, her words even carrying a hint of anger. Are you not capable of earning the respect of others? Do you think there is anyone else besides you who can take on this role? Huh, there might be, right? Students, do any of you want to, don't back away. Why is everyone looking at me like that? Qian Zhao Guang was just about to decline this troublesome position when he turned around and saw over 90 expectant gazes from the new students, all taking a collective step back. This included Hui Yutong, who also feared trouble, and Wang Dong, who was full of thoughts about seeing him face difficulties. Qian Zhao Guang, you guys are really united? Huh? Just leaving one brother here. I really don't want to be the class leader. I just want to go against Zhou. What's going on with you all? In this situation, even if Qian Zhao Guang was unwilling, he had no choice but to tough it out, or else he would end up displeasing everyone. Zhou Yi said with a gloomy face, let us disband. Everyone take your armor back. Tomorrow is a theory class. I suggest you meditate well and digest the gains from today as physical training. The day after tomorrow afternoon is still my class. And I hope not to see any useless people by then. Yes, the students all responded loudly, their faces filled with immense joy as they rushed towards Qian Zhao Guang. Wait, come back later. I need to talk to the homeroom teacher. Qian Zhao Guang dashed away and caught up with Zhou Yi, who was heading to the office. Is there something else? Zhou Yi's tone carried an artificially imposed coldness. I just wanted to say one thing to you. Go ahead. Fear will not earn you respect. It will only bring you hatred. Zhou Yi turned her head, squinting at the smiling Qian Zhao Guang, as if trying to discern something from his eyes. Qian Zhao Guang's face was filled with smiles and sincerity. He had Mu En's tacit approval, and even had Qian Duo as a backing. So he was not afraid of Zhou Yi's biggest threat of expulsion. If Zhou Yi dared to expel him, Qian Duo would definitely confront Zhou Yi that same day. It could also be Fan Yu. Zhou Yi sneered and said, "Are you here to show off? Do you think that just because you have a teacher in the Soul Guidance Department, I won't dare to expel you? Of course not. I am just fulfilling my duty as a class monitor, trying my best to bridge the gap between teachers and students, and to fight for the corresponding benefits for my classmates." Qian Zhao Guang still smiled in response, and he was not intimidated by the people behind him. Of course, if you think I'm threatening you, you could try it. Although Teacher Fan Yu is strong, he is ultimately not the top authority in the academy. Zhou Yi was taken aback, but quickly calmed down, coldly saying, "What does this have to do with him? It has nothing to do with him. I was just saying it casually. Teacher Zhou, although my cultivation is a bit lacking, my ability to gather information is quite strong. I mentioned this to you this morning. As far as I know, during your teaching career, you have expelled at least over 500 students. 500 students from Shrek Academy, even without considering the families and forces behind them, is still a considerable power. Perhaps this is why you have never left Shrek City in all these years, except to hunt for spirit rings. Shrek Academy is full of talent, and Qian Zhao Guang easily found out this information. With thousands of people, there are bound to be some who are dissatisfied with Zhou Yi. Not everyone has Stockholm Syndrome. Based on what Qian Zhao Guang has learned in the past couple of days, there are quite a few. This is a very exploitable point. Zhou Yi appeared somewhat impatient. What exactly do you want to say? Do you really think that such a terrifying educational method is correct? Removing the mask and having a calm conversation with students will not harm your authority. Qian Zhao Guang said seriously, "You are still afraid, aren't you? After all, you are just a Soul Emperor, not a titled Douluo. However, according to the information I've gathered in the past few days, among the many students you expelled, at least a dozen have already become Soul Saints, and there are countless Soul Emperors and Soul Kings. That's enough," Zhou Yi said sharply. "Now, get back to your dormitory. You better pray that I don't find any dirt on you. All right then, since you have no intention of accepting my suggestion. As you wish, goodbye, teacher." Qian Zhao Guang politely responded. In his mind, Zhou Yi's fleeing figure was so disheveled. She was anxious. She was also scared. It was true that Zhou Yi had rarely been out of Shrek City. Qian Zhao Guang had exerted a lot of effort to learn this from a 5th grade senior who Zhou Yi had once mentored. This person harbored deep resentment towards Zhou Yi and had secretly collected information and data for years in preparation for revenge. Qian Zhao Guang obtained some extremely explosive information from him. One piece particularly caught Qian Zhao Guang's interest, and he planned to start gathering intelligence tonight. As for the Soul Sage and Soul Emperor he mentioned later, that was just a casual bluff. He didn't expect Zhou Yi to be this frightened. Being able to enter Shrek Academy after more than a decade. Achieving a Soul King or Soul Emperor was not too difficult, and with good talent, becoming a Soul Sage was also possible. Qian Zhao Guang immediately checked the class schedule after the school started, but there was completely no content related to quality education in Shrek's courses. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that some of the expelled students harbored resentment towards Zhou Yi. Fear would surely breed hatred. According to a senior from the 5th grade, he knew a former senior who was about to advance to Soul Saint. This senior was very patient, staying in Shrek City just to wait for Zhou Yi to leave the city one day, so he could seek revenge. From the conversation earlier, Qian Zhao Guang could clearly sense that Zhou Yi was very scared. She knew that her actions in expelling students were merely a show of strength. Even though many of her theories were indeed correct, and even though she was a protective teacher, only protecting good students, wrong is wrong. And there rests nothing more to say. Without Fan Yu, one of the few 8th-level soul engineers in Shrek, backing her up, she would have been expelled by Du, Weilin 100 times over. Such behavior, lacking ability, yet incredibly arrogant and neurotic, stirred up some extremely bad memories for Qian Zhao Guang. Since Zhou Yi had said so, then don't blame me for dealing with you. Chapter 046. Qian Zhao layered strategies after finishing the conversation with Zhou Yi. Qian Zhao returned to the square and received a hero's welcome. To them, Qian Zhao was indeed a hero, the great hero who led them to resist the Demon King. This quickly fostered a sense of collective honor among them. Other classes probably couldn't even dream that this absurd sense of collective honor stemmed from the collective resistance led by Qian Zhao and their hatred for Zhou Yi. This homeroom teacher was just too damn infuriating. The crowd celebrated for a good 10 minutes until the students from other classes gradually finished school, at which point they stopped and returned to their dorms to clean up. After bathing and changing clothes, Qian Zhao went out and headed to the east gate of Shrek City with Hui Yutong, who came down a bit later. After the official start of classes, the east gate of Shrek City had resumed a tourist attraction-like atmosphere. Numerous vendors gathered on both sides of the main road, with a dazzling array of goods, among which food vendors were the most numerous, their calls ringing out incessantly. Clearly, Qian Zhao was not the only one enjoying the food at the entrance of Shrek. This place was simply a food street. Right here, Qian Zhao observed for a moment and chose a seemingly quiet spot that everyone would actually pass by. Hui Yutong nodded and took out a large number of items from her storage ring: a grill, charcoal, seasonings, cooking tools, a small table, and 2 chairs. These were all essentials she kept in her storage ring. Qian Zhao skillfully started a fire and took out the prepared raw fish, casually giving his bracelet to Hui Yutong. With the enhancement of the Qian Duan flame furnace, the charcoal quickly turned red within a few minutes and gradually became covered in gray. The charcoal skipped the most vigorous phase and entered the softening period most suitable for barbecuing. If the fire is too big, it can no longer be called grilling. It's just burning. 6 fish were placed on the iron grill at the same time, and Hui Yutong carefully controlled the temperature, gradually releasing a unique smoky aroma under the roasting flames. Hui Yutong whispered, "By the way, brother, Teacher Xiaya heard about us and wants to come and eat a couple of fish later." Qian Zhao nodded. "Sister Tanya is coming? All right, no problem. But we have to wait until we finish here and find a place without people." I have to say, Hui Yutong's grilled fish skills are indeed exceptional. Coupled with some modern barbecue seasoning recipes and local spices provided by Qian Zhao, the combination makes the rich aroma increase exponentially. The fragrance drifting in the wind is more effective than any advertisement. Customers come just by smelling it. Not to mention the students from the academy. Even the surrounding vendors couldn't help but cast curious glances when the first brave soul dared to approach and ask for the price. Qian Zhao made an unexpected move that surprised everyone present. He picked up 2 fish from the grill and started eating them enthusiastically. Hui Yutong also took a small piece to eat while placing the other 3 fish in the warming area without charcoal. There was no communication between the two, only the sound of rapid chewing. Qian Zhao was bowing left and right, as if devouring 2 massive roasted meats, with rapid tearing motions that made anyone watching feel their appetite surge. In just a few minutes, under the voracious eating of the 2 siblings, the fish in the warming area was down to the last one. Just as Qian Zhao was about to continue eating, a male student who had been standing by for a long time finally couldn't help but speak up. "Hello, junior students." Hui Yutong looked at him and cutely asked, "Senior, what's up?" The student swallowed hard and said, "Junior students, I just wanted to ask, how much are you selling this grilled fish for?" "Selling?" Qian Zhao feigned surprise as he raised his head, the corners of his mouth still smeared with some cumin crumbs. "Senior, you must be mistaken. We're not selling grilled fish. We just made some for ourselves. The school doesn't allow us to start a fire, and we don't want to stray too far from Shrek City. Look, we even deliberately found a secluded corner." But, this student stared intently at the last grilled fish on the grill, his mind filled with the image of Qian Zhao devouring it and the rich aroma of the grilled fish. "Junior, 1 gold soul coin. I'll give you 1 gold soul coin if you share a piece with Senior, okay? I can't help it, it smells so good." "Huh? 1 gold soul coin? That's not even enough to cover the cost, no way." Qian Zhao mumbled to himself, reaching out to grab the last fish. 1 gold soul coin is not enough. The student widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Junior, is your fish made of rare metal or something?" "No, it's mainly because it's too much trouble." Qian Zhao shook his head and casually handed over a small box. "Senior, you can take a closer look. This is our family's ancestral seasoning. You won't find anything like it anywhere on the continent. My sister and I have carefully cultivated it ourselves, and after going through 49 processes, it has become quite precious. Not to mention the fish, it's not even my sister's skill that matters. Just the seasoning alone is worth more than a gold coin. Spices have always been incredibly profitable, and this is just as evident on the Douluo continent. Even ordinary spices are like this. Let alone the complex seasoning that Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong have gathered from many places over the years. In an era where the main dish is basically just stewed meat with a sprinkle of salt, and the staple food is mostly flatbreads. This is a pure dimensional reduction strike. With this, even grilled flip-flops would taste amazing. Qian Zhao Guang once used a word to describe the cooking level in Douluo continent as a disaster. Just take a look at our stove, made entirely of high-quality rare metals. The fish we have was marinated by my sister 2 days in advance using a special method. During the marinating process, I even had to keep massaging the fish to let the flavors seep in, which was quite troublesome. This student held the seasoning box and remained silent for a while. He was a connoisseur of food and could tell that Qian Zhao Guang was not exaggerating at all. He glanced at the pile of seasonings in front of Hui Yutong, then looked at the only remaining grilled fish, gritted his teeth, and stomped his foot as if he had made a huge decision. Junior, I'm really craving this. How about this? You name a price. As long as I can afford it, I could definitely 1T haggle. This. Qian Zhao Guang pretended to hesitate as he looked at Hui Yutong, then at the stove, and quietly asked Xiao Tong, how many fish do we have left? Hui Yutong replied in a very soft voice, just loud enough for the hungry gourmet in front of her to hear, there are 4 left, which is enough for us. If it's really not enough, we can go to the cafeteria later and eat something more. Brother, how about we give him one? This senior really looks like he wants to eat. All right, I'll go with what you say. Qian Zhao Guang's expression was extremely unpleasant, his brows furrowed tightly. 50 gold soul coins. What? 50 gold soul coins? Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, just leave quickly. If it weren't for my sister speaking up for you, I wouldn't sell it to you. Yes, yes, yes. Seeing Qian Zhao Guang's impatient look, the student was afraid he would go back on his word and immediately pulled out a large handful of gold soul coins, slamming them onto the small table beside the furnace without even counting them. Chapter 047. Don't be awkward. Have you ever seen a robbery that also offers grilled fish? The gold soul coins clattered onto the table, shining brightly under the afternoon sun. Qian Zhao Guang's divine sense swept over, revealing a total of 62 fish. This student couldn't wait any longer, picked up a fish, and took a big bite. The roasted fish, now golden brown, had a faint sheen of oil flowing down, and an intense aroma continuously wafted out. When his teeth made contact with the fish, the crispy skin produced a slight cracking sound, the enticing crunch stimulating the taste buds of every onlooker around. With just one bite, his eyes instantly widened, round and bulging, and he couldn't even spare a moment to praise it before he started devouring it ravenously. Senior, you gave me too much. Can I have another one? This is just too delicious. This student was still immersed in the deliciousness of the roasted fish, but his gaze had already fixated on the 4 raw fish that Hui Yutong had just taken out. Qian Zhao Guang glared back fiercely, still protecting 4 new fish in his hands, and angrily shouted, "Go away. Not for sale. Even if you give me 100 gold soul coins, I won't sell. I kindly shared with you, and you still want to covet my precious fish? Junior, how about 150? A senior from Shrek Academy, dressed in black, squeezed at the front and took out a small bag of heavy gold soul coins, placing it on the table. The crowd that had long been watching from the side was already drooling. Among them were always a few rich second-generation kids who were both greedy and wealthy. It was clear that this senior in black belonged to that category of people who loved to eat and had money. No way, I haven't eaten enough yet. I already gave one away, Qian Zhao Guang mumbled. 200. I said I'm not selling. Can't you hear? 300. Let's just forget it. 400. All right then. He was offering way too much. Qian Zhao Guang pretended to be gloomy as he put away the 4 large bags of gold soul coins in front of him, feeling as if he had suffered a huge loss, as if a grilled fish had cost him 400 gold soul coins. In contrast, the senior in black had a victorious expression, looking down at the onlookers around him like a triumphant winner returning from battle. Qian Zhao Guang had a helpless expression on his face, but in reality, he was already laughing inside. He was currently chatting with the Tianming ice silkworm, who had been awakened by his laughter. You brat, your heart is simply black to the core. A fish costs 400 gold soul coins. Why don't you go rob someone? Even though I don't know much about human society, I know you're doing something very shady. Don't say that. Robbing isn't as fast as my way of making money. You're basically robbing. Fine, I'll admit it's robbery, but I have principles. I even give a roasted fish with it. How conscientious. You really have no shame. Thanks for the compliment. Hui Yutong was focused on roasting fish, her face showing no expression. She had become numb. 2 roasted fish brought in 450 gold soul coins, and after deducting various miscellaneous expenses, The net income exceeded 449 gold soul coins. Is this even real? Is this what my brother meant by hunger marketing? These two seniors really do look quite hungry, just as they were waiting for the second round of roasted fish. A very arrogant senior dressed in black finally provoked others. Another senior in black burst out from the crowd. Bang! A huge bag slammed down on the small table, nearly smashing it to pieces. Small table. I endured a weight that my size shouldn't have to bear. The black-clad senior had a cold gaze and spoke coldly, pointing at the roasting oven. This is 1,000 gold soul coins. These two belong to me. All right. I can't afford to mess with you seniors. Qian Zhao Guang helplessly put away the bag containing 1,000 gold soul coins, his face filled with bitterness. Want some chili? Go ahead. As he spoke, the cold-faced senior in black provocatively glanced at the boastful one from earlier, making the other party quite angry. If they weren't all waiting for grilled fish, it seemed likely that these two would have started fighting right then and there. A group of onlookers nearby was watching this absurd scene unfold. Two senior students from Shrek Academy were spending extravagantly just for a piece of grilled fish. Truly extravagant spending. Just then, several female students in purple uniforms walked out from the gate of Shrek Academy. The stunning girl at the front immediately attracted countless gazes. Finally, they had arrived. Qian Zhao Guang's lips curved into a faint smile, which quickly vanished, returning to a displeased expression. The gold soul coins were secondary. The main reason was for this simple outer academy senior, the loyal admirer, the Xianshui Dan. This was the real good stuff. As expected, Jiang Nanan was attracted by the smell of the grilled fish and turned her gaze from the lifeless Qian Zhao Guang to Hui Yutong, who was seriously grilling fish. The onlookers quickly made way, allowing her and her friends to reach the fire pit. Just then, the grilled fish was ready. The two senior students in black clothes dug in without a care, enjoying this hard-earned delicacy, even though it was hot and steamy. They didn't stop to give Jiang Nanan a single glance. Jiang Nanan looked at the two in surprise, then at the last fish on the grill. Junior, how much is this grilled fish? 500 gold soul coins. Anyway, there were still plenty of fish in the storage bracelet, so she could just grill another for Tanya later. It didn't matter if she missed this one. Jiang Nanan was taken aback, incredulously asking again. How much did you say? 500 gold soul coins. Do you want it? If not, I'll eat it myself. Why don't you just rob it? A trace of anger appeared on Jiang Nanan's face. Can the cost of this grilled fish even be 3 copper coins? Qian Zhao Guang had a slight fondness for Jiang Nanan, a girl with an unfortunate background who had always worked hard to improve herself, but he wouldn't spare a single moment in the act he was supposed to perform. After all, he wasn't a sycophant, and Jiang Nanan didn't have any Xianshui Dan or Jin Han Bai to offer him. His expression instantly darkened. Senior, it's not a good habit to make hasty judgments based on experience before understanding the whole situation. 3 copper coins? You can take my sister's stove and ask the seniors and teachers from the Soul Guide department whether it's worth the craftsmanship. Ask them if 3,000 Jin Han Bai is enough to cover the material cost of this stove. The lucky guy who had eaten grilled fish for 62 Jin Han Bai chimed in while slurping on the remaining fish bones. Jiang, this junior isn't lying. I'm from the Soul Guide department and know a bit about forging. This junior's grilled fish stove is made entirely of a rare metal that is more valuable than flame iron, forged using unknown techniques. Jiang Nanan. This unexpectedly helpful lucky guy couldn't help but exclaim, even just this large piece of untempered flame iron is worth over 2,000 Jin Han Bai. I've never seen anyone willing to forge it into a grill. It's too extravagant. This could engrave 10 core formations. Not to mention that this is a rare metal of higher quality than flame iron. If we factor in this junior's grilling technique and the special spices used, for a seasoned foodie like me, even 500 Jin Han Bai would be absolutely worth it. I can't believe I got it for 62. It's like I got it for free. Hee hee. Today is truly my lucky day. Chapter 048. Encountering benefactors at a young age before he finished speaking. 2 malicious gazes had already fixed on him. Who else could it be but the two who had spent hundreds? Jiang Nanan paused for a moment and apologetically said, I'm sorry, Junior, you're right. I was hasty and I apologize. With that, she turned and walked out. 500 Jin Han Bai was undoubtedly an astronomical sum for someone like Jiang Nanan, who came from a humble background. Forget it. I won't grill fish here anymore. It's just too troublesome. Qian Zhao Guang picked up the last remaining grilled fish and was about to put it into his mouth. Kid, do you dare say Nan is troublesome? A deep, resonant voice filled with anger suddenly rang out. Immediately, a figure strode over, quickly bypassing Jiang Nanan and arriving in front of Qian Zhao Guang. throwing down a large bag of gold soul coins and reaching out to grab Qian Zhao Guang's hand. Qian Zhao Guang's gaze sharpened, and the power of his blood and energy surged instantly as he kicked up into the air. The moment his foot made contact with his hand, a muffled sound of impact echoed. Qian Zhao Guang pretended to be at a disadvantage and took 3 steps back. The tall young man in black was also feeling the pressure. He let out a grunt and similarly retreated 3 steps. The entire process from the appearance of the young man in black to his strike was incredibly swift. So much so that the onlookers only just began to react. Su San-si, what are you doing? It was Zhang Nan who spoke, her face filled with shock and anger. Su San-shi, you have some nerve to bully my people. Do you want to die? Another sharp cry cut through the air as Tang Min's leader, Tangya, made her entrance. She moved her hands slightly, and 2 points of light instantly entered Su San-shi's body. Su San-shi couldn't react in time, letting out a grunt as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerged from beneath his feet. Qian Zhao Guang pulled Hui Yutong back a little. The grilling tools had already been put away in the storage soul guide. He intentionally or unintentionally kicked the bag containing the gold soul coins, sending it to a corner beside him. Before Su San-shi could speak, Bei walked through the crowd of people and said lightly, Su San-shi, what do you want to do to our Tangmin people? Your Tangmin people? Bei pointed to Hui Yutong. This is my little junior sister, and this is her elder brother. Are they not from my Tangmin? Su San-shi's body shook, pointing at Hui Yutong. She's your junior sister? Bei nodded expressionlessly. Su San-shi said coldly, so what? If they don't give Nan face, then they aren't giving me face either. It's just 500 gold soul coins. Can I, Su San-shi, not afford it? Besides, I've already given the money. Where is it? Qian Zhao Guang suddenly said, where's my money, kid? Su San-shi was about to say that the money was right on the table, but when he looked down, the ground was empty and even the table was gone. Qian Zhao Guang said flatly, how would I know your money? Am I supposed to embezzle your gold soul coins in front of so many seniors and vendors? A 5th grade senior is provoking me and engaging in strong-arm tactics, right? Very well, Su San-shi. I will remember you. See you at the Academic Affairs Office. Article 15, Clause 2 of the School Rules. I hope your brain can understand what that means. While saying this, he turned to the 3 unfortunate souls who had been watching the commotion up close. 3 seniors. You also saw Su San-shi attack my sister and me earlier. I would like to trouble the 3 of you to be my witnesses. I will treat you to grilled fish for 3 days until you're satisfied. Qian Zhao Guang turned his gaze towards the large circle of onlookers. If any senior brothers, senior sisters, or classmates, as well as the business-minded folks present, want to help testify, they were welcome to join. There would be plenty of grilled fish. What? Such a good deal? Thanks to nature's gifts. The 3 exchanged glances and immediately agreed. The dozens of onlookers around were also eager to participate. After all, 500 gold soul coins per fish was indeed very expensive. Not everyone had the financial backing to go all out. Upon hearing this, Su San-shi's face changed instantly, turning from dark to pale in less than half a second. All his anger vanished without a trace, and cold sweat streamed down his back. The Shrek Academy rules state, outside the soul fighting platform, any senior student who actively provokes or attacks a junior student will be directly expelled upon discovery. Bro, wait a moment, don't go to the disciplinary office. It's my fault. I was wrong. I reflect on my actions. I'm willing to compensate you. I'm willing to admit my mistakes. Seeing Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong turning to leave, Su San-shi, disregarding his dignity and pride, hurriedly chased after them. He was already a 5th-year student. If he were really expelled, it would be a great humiliation, and, as the young master of the Xianyuan family, his position would be in jeopardy. Even his father, the clan leader, would not be able to protect him. How embarrassing. No need. Qian Zhao Guang looked at Su San-shi with a detached expression, his gaze showing no fluctuations. Being expelled from Shrek is the best compensation for me and my sister. Help me. Desperate, Su San-shi quickly cast a pleading look at Bei, silently mouthing the words. Let the relationship be exposed. He no longer cared about whether he could work with Bei in the future. If he didn't seek help quickly, there would be no future at all. Bei glanced at Qian Zhao Guang's back and silently extended 2 fingers. Earlier, Tangya hadn't noticed, but he had heard from a distance. A grilled fish costs 500 gold soul coins. It seemed that Zhao Guang was not short on money, Bei thought. Tu Xian Shui Dan? You're too greedy. Su San-shi endured both mental and physical pain, gritting his teeth and nodding vigorously. He took out 2 small porcelain bottles from his pocket and quietly handed them to Bei. Only then did Bei show a smile and chase after Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong. Qian Zhao Guang's lips once again curled into a smile. Has he already scammed 2 Qian Shui Dan? Anyway, the Su family has a large enterprise. So scamming a few more and conveniently extorting some golden soul coins shouldn't be too difficult. Just 100,000 or 80,000 will do. As for actually expelling Su Sanshi, let's forget about that. Doing so would be equivalent to completely offending the Xianming family. And it could also offend the royal family of the Douluo Empire. Until he has an absolutely strong backing, there's no need to be so ruthless. The subtle exchanges of feelings between Su Sanshi and Bei, which they thought were secret, were actually all under Qian Zhao Guang's spiritual monitoring. And he had even anticipated this outcome long ago. Bei caught up with Qian Zhao Guang, who had already stepped half a foot into Shrek City, and handed him 2 porcelain vials, leaning down and saying, "Zhao Guang, could you do me a favor for my brother? I can have him compensate you in Yutong 1 Qian Shui Dan each." This kind of pill is unique to Su Sanshi's family, and even a few that occasionally circulate to the outside world are worth a fortune, extremely precious. Qian Zhao Guang stopped in his tracks, paused for a moment, and then reached out to take the 2 Qian Shui Dan, meeting Bei's sincere gaze. He smiled and said, "Brother Bei, you and Sister Xiaoya have helped me twice before. I am someone who believes in repaying kindness. Since you, Brother Bei, have spoken, how could I dare to refuse?" Chapter 049. Frustrated Su Sanshi had been eavesdropping from behind, just when he was ready to breathe a sigh of relief. Qian Zhao Guang's words once again raised his heart to his throat, even giving him a sense of suffocation. 4 Qian Shui Dan, 100,000 gold soul coins. And this matter would be settled just like that. Hiss! Qian Zhao Guang's voice reached the ears of everyone present, provoking a continuous gasp. Some may not know what the Qian Shui Dan is, but everyone definitely understands what it means to have 100,000 gold soul coins. A single punch worth 100,000 gold soul coins. Even though Su Sanshi comes from a wealthy family, this amount would still be painful for him. So ruthless. This kid, at such a young age, has encountered a benefactor. Su Sanshi's expression was incredibly twisted, and he endured the pain to say, "The gold soul coins are negotiable. I can give them to you, but you need to give me time to gather the money. As for the Qian Shui Dan, I really can't come up with the remaining 2. Qian Zhao Guang didn't say a word and pulled Hu Yutong away. "Can't get 4. Are you kidding me? In the original story, Bei easily got 3. Isn't that a piece of cake for you? The young master who treats Qian Shui Dan like candy? Hey, wait, don't go. Here, I'll give it to you. Is that not enough?" Su Sanshi let out a desperate wail and reached out to take out all his belongings. A bag containing more than 20,000 gold soul coins crashed to the ground with a thud. But I really don't have it on me right now. 3 days. Give me 3 days. Within 3 days, I will definitely give you the remaining 2 Qian Shui Dan and 80,000 gold soul coins. I can give it to you as soon as tomorrow. Qian Zhao Guang looked at him deeply and put away the 20,000 gold soul coins. "For the sake of Brother Bei, I'll let you off this time. I hope you remember that Shrek is not run by your family. As fellow students, you should follow the rules. If the compensation is not in place within 3 days, I believe the seniors here would be more than happy to enjoy a feast of grilled fish." After saying this, Qian Zhao Guang and Hu Yutong floated away. At the same time, he gave Tangya an apologetic glance, mouthing that there would be plenty of grilled fish tomorrow. Tangya immediately smiled and accepted happily. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, the onlookers dispersed, anticipating Su Sanshi breaking the agreement within 3 days. Jiang Nan cursed "serves you right" and vanished with her friends. Su Sanshi, relieved, hurriedly pulled Bei to a corner to remove the hidden weapons. "Bei, hurry and get this off me." He had been hit by 2 dragon whisker needles for a while, and now his face was pale from the pain. "Serve you right for being so domineering. Today you got serious, huh? It was about time someone taught you a lesson." Bei laughed and scolded. "Get the turtle shell back." Su Sanshi quickly retracted his martial soul, and a wave of piercing pain surged forth, making his body tremble uncontrollably despite his soul master cultivation. Bei tapped his right hand a few times, gently tugged, and 2 strands of golden thread sprang out, quickly shrinking into 2 grain-sized golden pellets. "This time to help you. I used up a favor. How are you going to compensate me? Let me recover first." Su Sanshi nervously touched the 2 spots where he was hit. "I say, Bei, where did this guy come from? He could recite the school rules on the first day of enrollment? I didn't know the rules until the 3rd grade. By the way, he's a freshman, right? I don't recognize him." Bei seemed to recall their experience in the Stardow Forest, suddenly laughing and saying, "Zhao Guang is not someone to be trifled with. When he gets ruthless, he doesn't spare even himself." There are some things I can't tell you. But what I can say is that Zhou, he took a big fall today at his hands and is now angrily smashing things in the office. Su Sanchi's eyes widened. Zhou, that crazy old lady? Is there anyone who can go against her and not get expelled? I can only tell you that Zhao Guang has someone backing him, and Zhou, you can't touch him. How do you know that? Don't scare me. You can choose not to believe it, but I don't know which fool just got scammed out of 4 Qian Shui pills and 100,000 gold coins. So you might as well hurry home and cry to your dad. You bastard. After returning to the dormitory, Wang Dong was lying on his bed, as usual, while Qian Shaoguang took out one of the Qian Shui pills that Su Sanshi was going to compensate. Before returning to the dorm, in order to maximize the effect of the Qian Shui pill, he had Hui Yutong train until she was exhausted, activating the rebound function of the Xiantian Gong. And only then did he give her the Qian Shui pill and asked a classmate girl who happened to be passing by to take it upstairs. Originally, he wanted to give both pills to Hui Yutong, but she completely disagreed and insisted on having Qian Shaoguang use one. This thing's biggest function is to expand the meridians and increase the cultivation speed. But Qian Shaoguang's current meridian strength is already comparable to that of an ordinary title Douluo, and the effect of the Qian Shui Dan is indeed minimal. He looked at the bottle in his hand and smiled helplessly. Forget it. Since his sister had good intentions, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. After all, there were still 3 left. In his previous life, he often saw this in novels, and now he would also have taste. A deep blue, cherry-sized pill rolled out from the porcelain bottle, adorned with many orderly white patterns. After it was poured into his hand, a faint mist of blue surrounded the pill, leaving a refreshing fragrance lingering in the air, invigorating to the senses. Wang Dong sniffed and suddenly sat up. A Qian Shui Dan worth a fortune? Where did you get that? Qian Shaoguang, in a good mood after making a big sum of money, replied, a fool named Su Sanshi paid for it. He fought with me in front of dozens of students, and I didn't even extort him for 10 or 8 pills, just giving him face. 10, 8 pills. Wang Dong was going crazy in her mind. Did you think Qian Shui Dan was as cheap as cabbage? Thinking of the 70,000 gold soul coins she lost and the debt of 130,000 gold soul coins, she couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in her liver. After cursing the bastard who desperately wanted money in her heart, she continued to lie down and sleep. Qian Shaoguang naturally did not know what Wang Dong was thinking. He had already swallowed the Qian Shui Dan and was now absorbing its medicinal power. At this moment, he felt as if he was in a refreshing pool, the akin to taking an ice bath on a scorching summer day. After a while, the sun set. The fluctuations of soul power on Qian Shaoguang became increasingly intense, and he emanated a faint blue light, especially at his chest. The ice blue that almost formed a beam of light, casting a hazy glow on the wall. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that a layer of ice mist, glowing faintly, floated around his body, accompanied by a subtle fragrance, like some extremely rare treasure. Unsure if it was because he had slept too much during the day or if he couldn't sleep due to the dazzling light, Wang Dong simply jumped out of bed and looked closely at Qian Shaoguang. Chapter 050. The marvelous use of spiritual awareness, she murmured softly. So it really is Qian Shui Dan. 4 of them. Is that guy Su Sanshi really such a big spender? No wonder Qian Shaoguang called him a fool. For some reason, Wang Dong mysteriously moved a chair over and stared unblinkingly at Qian Shaoguang's back, which was drenched in ice mist and the marble-like muscles below. Soon, Wang Dong noticed something was off. She was very familiar with Qian Shui Dan. Its main function was to wash the meridians and refine the marrow. This ice mist would be continuously inhaled and exhaled through the pores of the user, bringing out a large amount of impurities from the body and meridians. However, why hadn't any impurities been expelled after the ice mist had been circulating in and out of Qian Shaoguang's body for a long time? Not only that, the fragrance was becoming stronger and more pleasant. Unknowingly, unable to figure out the reason, Wang Dong gradually leaned back on the chair and fell asleep. Of course, she had no idea that Qian Shaoguang had already undergone an incredibly thorough cleansing of the meridians when he fused with the Tianmeng ice silkworm. No, it was no longer just washing the essence and refining the marrow. It was a complete reconstruction of the meridians, far exceeding the effects of Qian Shui Dan. Moreover, Qian Shaoguang had been diligently practicing the golden body technique. After achieving the flawless body, his physique was extraordinarily pure, not an exaggeration to call it a rare treasure. Coupled with the constant refinement from the blood and qi, which washed over him day and night, there would naturally be no impurities expelled. In the deep of night, Qian Shaoguang opened his eyes, and the glow slowly retracted, plunging the room back into darkness. He exhaled a white, ice mist, slowly stretching his somewhat stiff muscles and bones. Xuan Sui Den was slightly more effective than he had imagined. Qian Zhao Guang slowly urged the soul power within his body to circulate around the great Zhou Tian, while the blood and vitality flowed through every corner of his body, in places invisible from the outside. More than 1/5 of the blood vessels and meridians inside Qian Zhao Guang had transformed into a dazzling light-casting color. As the Zhou Tian completed its operation, the brightness of these lights gradually diminished, presenting a jade-like warm and subtle luster. This feeling of advancement seemed quite pleasant. The refreshing sensation was even somewhat addictive. I wonder if the breakthrough at a higher level will also be this enjoyable. I hope it won't be as painful as breaking through the Soul Master level. Qian Zhao Guang stroked his chin, reminiscing about the feeling he had during his previous advancement. Unexpectedly, with the help of the Qian Shui Dan, he successfully stepped from the peak of level 13 into level 14. Yes, it was just a slight increase. Even though his soul power vortex and foundation almost exhausted the medicinal power inside the Qian Shui Dan to the point of nothingness, achieving perfect absorption. Qian Zhao Guang's soul power level only increased by this small amount. The downside of such a massive accumulation is evident here. Given his current situation, Qian Zhao Guang even doubted that he could advance a level even if he took a soul elevation pill capable of promoting a soul master by 1 level. The Qian Shui Dan is of very little use to me. It can only accelerate an insignificant bit of my cultivation progress. I might as well give it to Xiao Tong. 3 Qian Shui Dan should be enough to elevate her to the level of full, innate soul power. Huh? What is this guy doing? Is he staring at me the whole time? Just as Qian Zhao Guang was pondering, he sensed something was off in his peripheral vision. He instinctively looked down and saw Wang Dong sound asleep, sprawled over the back of the chair. TSK, with such a nasty personality, he looks quite pleasing when asleep. I really can't understand what those 2 fools, Ming and Erming, are thinking in their heads to agree to such an outrageous thing as Wang Dong dressing as a man. Qian Zhao Guang mumbled to himself, and with a glance, the fur blanket that Wang Dong usually covered himself with unexpectedly flew up, swaying as it draped over Wang Dong. The guy who was fast asleep didn't wake up at all except for mumbling some incoherent words in his dreams. Controlling objects with one's mind, it's a bit challenging. It seems my skills aren't sufficient to use this as a regular means of attack. Even lifting a blanket feels unsteady. After stretching his body, Qian Zhao Guang sat back down on the bed and mumbled softly, showing a rare expression of frustration, since his mental power transformed into divine consciousness. He had mastered the ability to control objects with his mind intuitively, as if it were an instinct imprinted in his genes. The first time he unintentionally lifted something with his divine consciousness, he only realized the astonishing feat he had accomplished after he had already grasped the object. However, it was evident that lifting and quickly moving a heavy object was not an easy task and required long-term practice. The dream of commanding a flying sword to dart around right from the start was shattered. He had no idea when he would reach the level of a thought. And the sword flies thousands of miles to take the enemy's head. He should focus on his training and strive to make that day come sooner. Not long after he began his training, Qian Zhao Guang suddenly woke up. Damn, almost forgot there's a good opportunity to take advantage of tomorrow morning. Nearly missed it. Should let Tianming act as an alarm clock. The next morning, the glaring sunlight streamed into the dormitory, waking the deeply sleeping Wang Dong. Hiss! How'd I end up sleeping on the stool all night? My legs are numb. My arms are completely unfeeling. Just after waking up, Wang Dong stumbled and nearly fell over. She endured the discomfort in her body, gritting her teeth as she stood up from the stool, moving very much like a creature known as a zombie. As she got up, the blanket fell to the ground, and a scream that almost penetrated the soundproof walls followed. My blanket! At that moment, Qian Zhao Guang could not hear her scream. He was currently pulling Hui Yutong, circling around the new student teaching building, heading east along the southern side of Shrek Square, and arrived at the path by the Sea God Lake. The two had been wandering around for half an hour, with no sign of Ma Xiaodao. A gentle mist mixed with fresh air rushed towards them, although the Sea God Lake was just an artificial lake. The scene could completely be described with a passage from elementary school texts about Qinghai Lake, without needing to change a word. Hui Yutong still wore a small pout on her face. It was clear that the extravagant breakfast Qian Zhao Guang had just purchased for 60 gold soul coins had not fully appeased Hui Yutong's anger over his actions yesterday. Anyone who was suddenly ordered to run until fainting while simultaneously having to circulate the Qian Gong for practice would likely not be in a great mood. Even if the one making them do, it was her brother. Chapter 051. Too many nobles cough. I didn't explain clearly yesterday. It was my brother's fault. I'll make it up to you later. How about that? Hui Yutong pouted. Bad brother. How are you going to make it up to me? Qian Zhao Guang faced the misty and bright blue sea god lake and smiled mysteriously. How about raising 1 or 2 levels of soul power? What? Hui Yutong tilted her head. Brother, did you earn too many gold soul coins yesterday and get confused? Soul power can't just increase whenever you want. I can reach level 28 in one night. Even teacher Xiaoya just said it was incredible. The Xian Shui Dan won't work, but other pills can. Xiao Tong, have you heard of the ascending soul pill? Qian Zhao Guang gazed far into the distance, staring at the island in the center of the sea god lake. A red figure was rushing towards them at high speed. It was Ma Xiaotao, whom he had been waiting for more than half an hour. Without a specific time, it was inconvenient. If she arrived too early, she could only stand there awkwardly. Bro, that seems to be a senior from the inner court? No, that's a senior sister, and she's here to deliver pills to us, a noble benefactor. Ma Xiaotao is here. We can take advantage of her again. This time it's Shrek's resources. Tianming, are you ready? I'm ready anytime. But are you sure you want to use my ultimate trump card? Even with your current body, using it once will take you at least half a year to recover. Of course, just as Qian Zhao Guang and Tianming Bankan were communicating in their sea of consciousness, Ma Xiaotao had already crossed over 1,000 meters in an instant, arriving less than 100 meters away from them. Bro, run. Something's wrong. Hui Yutong shouted anxiously, pulling Qian Zhao Guang to prepare to escape. However, just as she made a move, a terrifying high temperature had already enveloped the area around them for dozens of meters, and all the plants instantly turned a charred yellow. It seemed that Ma Xiaotao had discovered them, and a massive fiery handprint was condensing and forming, directly directed towards them below. Qian Zhao Guang moved swiftly, almost instantly striking the side of Hui Yutong's neck with a palm, knocking her unconscious, and enveloping the area in a layer of icy mist to dissipate the terrifying high temperature. In an instant, Qian Zhao Guang's expression changed, ignoring whether his clothes would be damaged. A cold blue light emanated from his chest, illuminating Ma Xiaotao. An extreme chill suddenly spread from his body, almost instantaneously driving away all the scorching heat, causing Ma Xiaotao to let out a muffled groan and stop her flight. A white soul ring with golden edges rose up like a full moon rising. Within 100 meters centered around Qian Zhao Guang, everything instantly froze, including the sea god lake. Qian Zhao Guang's forehead burst forth with a golden light, resembling a golden vertical eye. This was because he had opened a crack in the ancestral aperture that connected to the sea of knowledge, allowing the heavenly dream ice silkworm to communicate with the outside world. Qian Zhao Guang's right arm slowly lifted, and his right index finger had turned ice blue. Gaga gaga, feel my anger. The index finger pointed forward, and an ice blue beam instantly struck Ma Xiaotao. No matter how she summoned her martial soul to confront it, it was useless. Amidst the violent roar, Ma Xiaotao, with her martial soul activated, was completely frozen in ice and fell headfirst into the sea god lake. My task is complete. What should I do next? I'll pretend to faint, and we can go chat in the sea of consciousness. Let's go. As the person and the silkworm reached a consensus, all the chilling ice and snow powers were instantly retracted, and even the lake water returned to normal. Qian Zhao Guang's body lacked the manipulation of consciousness and collapsed to the ground. In the distance, over a dozen teachers rushed in from the sea god lake, and naturally discovered Ma Xiaotao in the lake, as well as the 2 siblings collapsed on shore. Everything was proceeding according to the scripted plan, without a single flaw. When everything was wrapped up, Qian Zhao Guang pretended to wake up from his unconscious state. After Hui Yutong also regained consciousness, a teacher in white, under threats and temptations, dropped 2 porcelain bottles and then left gracefully. Once the dust settled, Hui Yutong was pulled by Qian Zhao Guang towards the classroom in a daze, still feeling confused. Brother, is this the soul ascending pill you mentioned? Qian Zhao Guang smiled and said, yeah, is it fast or not? But how did you know that? The intuition from the dark. Have I ever clearly told you something that turned out to be wrong since I was little? It seems. Really not. Brother, could it be that you can foresee the future? Not exactly. It's just that occasionally I have some vague intuitions. Qian Zhao Guang casually pulled Hui Yutong and quickly walked into the classroom. The ascension pill and mysterious water pill were both in hand, and it was time to plan for other opportunities. A day passed quickly. Compared to the class yesterday, today's class was much easier for the students. both psychologically and physiologically. Qian Zhao Guang listened very attentively to the classes on martial soul classification and soul beast age identification. The explanations from the old steward in his childhood and the fragmented bits from his previous life's original work were merely scattered pieces. After attending class today and looking at the textbook, these fragments gradually took shape, forming a small part of a complete and vast, complex system. After class in the afternoon, Tang Ye found Hui Yutong and Qian Zhao Guang, who were heading to the cafeteria. Thanks to Su Gairan and Wang Yuanditi yesterday, Qian Zhao Guang no longer needed to rely on shady business tactics to accumulate gold soul coins. He could go straight to the point and even had some surplus. Therefore, today they did not need to set up a stall to sell grilled fish, and they could enjoy the food at the 8th window more often in the future. Xiao Tong, Chao Guang, here you go. This is what that bastard Su Sancher compensated you with. A total of 80,000 gold soul coins and 2 mysterious water pills. You can count it. Thanks, Sister Xiaoya. I didn't expect Su Sancher to be so quick. Qian Zhao Guang casually picked up a sack of gold soul coins and 2 small porcelain bottles from the ground. He directly tossed the gold soul coins into the storage soul guide and handed the Xian Shui Dan to Hui Yutong. Wang Dong, who was also preparing to go to the cafeteria, was left utterly speechless at the scene behind him, even overlooking the 2 Xian Shui Dan. 80,000 gold soul coins. That's over 1,000 kilograms. He lifted it effortlessly with one arm. Is this person a monster? Tang Ye asked in surprise. Chao Guang, aren't you going to count them? Aren't you afraid that guy might be a little short? Qian Zhao Guang smiled and said, I'm not sure about Su Sanchi's character, but I believe in your character, Sister Xiaoya, and Brother Bei Bei. If Su Sancher doesn't want his friendship with Brother Bei Bei to come to an end, he wouldn't resort to deception. Who doesn't like to hear good things? As soon as she heard her beloved being praised, Tang Ye smiled broadly, feeling elated. Chapter 052, What a Good Person. Let us go eat grilled fish outside the city. I didn't get to eat what I promised you yesterday. I've recently researched a new barbecue recipe, and since you and Brother Bei Bei have helped me and my brother so much, consider this a token of gratitude, Hui Yutong said softly. In front of others, she still felt a bit shy. Oh, we're all from Tangmin. What is there talk about helping or not? You are my disciple, so this is only natural. Hearing that there was grilled fish to eat, Tang Ye was even happier. Of course, grilled fish is fine too. Too bad Bei Bei is busy today, so he won't get to enjoy it. You are from Tangmin? Before Hui Yutong and Qian Zhao Guang could respond, Wang Dong, who had been following behind, spoke up. Tang Ye tilted her head and took a glance, surprised. What a beautiful little boy. What is this? Are you interested in our Tangmin? I'm the current leader of Tangmin. Isn't that shocking? Have you considered joining? Qian Zhao Guang stood between the two, feeling quite strange as he watched the scene unfold. 1,000 years later, the leader of the Tang Sect, the daughter of the founder of the Tang Sect, joined the Tang Sect, and a sense of déjà vu suddenly became strong. What surprised Tang Ye and seemed natural to Qian Zhao Guang was that Wang Dong nodded decisively. Great. I've heard about the wonders of the Tang Sect's hidden weapons. Tang Sect leader, please accept me. Huh? Are you serious? Our Tang Sect only has 3 members left now. Wang Dong pondered. Is it him and Hui Yutong? Qian Zhao Guang shrugged. No, he's Xiaoya's boyfriend. A senior at the Soul Sect level. That's great, Wang Dong said with relief, completely speaking without thinking. Qian Zhao Guang almost couldn't help but pull something out of the storage soul guide to decorate the wall. No, that would be a shame. Tangmin Master, I sincerely hope to join Tangmin and learn about hidden weapons. Tang Ye's expression became serious. I'll think about it and get back to you. Right now, our primary goal is to leave the city and eat grilled fish. Wang Dong, no, you're the Tangmin Master. Could you at least show me some respect? Is taking someone into Tangmin less important than grilled fish? Is it really that delicious? She asked, pretending to be indifferent. By the way, I just heard you guys talking for a long time. Is that grilled fish really good? What can I buy it? Qian Zhao Guang crossed his arms and glanced at her. Not for sale. My sister made it herself. Wang Dong was furious. Thinking she knew Qian Zhao Guang's character well, she immediately pulled out a large handful of gold soul coins. What? Are you afraid? Afraid I can't afford it. We're roommates after all. I know you're rich, but what is this handful of coins worth? Go find out. My sister sells this grilled fish for 500 gold soul coins each, not a single coin less. Are you robbing me? How can you talk like that? Does your family rob people and give away grilled fish too? All right, since you're so wealthy, why not pay back the 130,000 gold soul coins you owe me first? Qian Zhao Guang suddenly felt that he shouldn't have kindly covered this guy with a blanket yesterday. It would have been better to let her freeze to death. He turned around, pulled Hui Yutong, and walked towards the door, thinking that he really shouldn't have too much interaction with this big trouble. Don't pay attention to this guy. Sister Xiaoya, shout on, let's go. Tang Yi cast a helpless glance at her, then jogged a couple of steps to catch up with the two who had walked far away. I can't help it. Little kid, Qiao Guang has a very stubborn temper. Wang Dong stomped his feet angrily and quickly chased after them. If you won't let me eat, then today I'm definitely going to eat. Determined. Outside the east gate of Shrek, the place where Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong set up their stall yesterday, was already waiting for more than a dozen people. Among them were the 3 lucky ones who got to eat the grilled fish yesterday. The most eye-catching one was undoubtedly Su de Yuanzhou, who had just been scammed out of 4 Xian Shui Dan and 100,000 gold soul coins by Qian Zhao Guang yesterday. This guy was at the front of the line, staring over from a distance like a stone waiting for a husband. Seeing Su Sanshi, Qian Zhao Guang was not surprised. Just a simp, especially a wealthy soul master simp, who would do anything. Qian Zhao Guang cupped his hands towards the eager crowd and said, Dear senior brothers, I sincerely apologize. We will no longer sell grilled fish from now on. Yesterday was just an accident. Upon hearing this, some people immediately objected, shouting anxiously, Don't do that. Junior, I came right after class and have been waiting here for half an hour. If you're worried about someone causing trouble, we could keep watch for you. No one in Shrek City would dare to mess with you. The others also chimed in to express their agreement, casting glances towards Su Sanshi, making him feel extremely awkward. Qian Zhao Guang wore a somewhat apologetic smile and explained, Senior brothers, I truly apologize. My sister and I never intended to make a living from this. The grilled fish and spice preparation are quite difficult. It was only after these 3 senior brothers earnestly pleaded that I reluctantly agreed, and I'm really sorry for that. How about this? I have some meat skewers that I marinated in advance and have been kept in the fridge. Although they are not as enchanting as the grilled fish, they are still extremely delicious. This is my small token of appreciation. What do you think, senior brothers? As he spoke, Qian Zhao Guang pulled out a large handful of his stock from his storage soul guide. This was something prepared for him by Hui Yutong before he came to Shrek. And thanks to the vacuum-sealed storage and refrigeration, it was still as fresh as when it was made. The lamb skewers marinated with compound spices, while not as impressive in flavor as the grilled fish, were still quite good compared to many other dishes. Compared to the authentic local cuisine of Douluo continent, it was like a professional chef frying fish roe. After his explanation, the long-waiting gourmets finally accepted Qian Zhao Guang's meat skewers as compensation and left, slightly disappointed. However, after they found a stall to grill them themselves, no one felt disappointed anymore. Eating the uniquely flavored meat skewers, they felt their wait was not in vain. The customers who had waited patiently dispersed, but one small, chubby figure followed a few of them. That was Su Sanshi. After walking for a while, Tang stepped forward, hands on her hips, and asked, What's wrong? Su, are you still not satisfied with the compensation and planning to act as a treasure delivery boy again? Still not satisfied? The gold soul coins weren't much, but giving away 4 Xian Shui Dan almost got him scolded to death. It was predictable that he would face a beating when he got home. Su Sanshi couldn't help but shiver and shrank his neck. I just wanted to buy 2 grilled fish. I'll pay. Hearing his weak tone, Tangya's expression finally softened. Buying for Jiangnan? Really? I didn't expect you to be so infatuated, but unfortunately, she doesn't have eyes for you. Su Shanxi. Qian Zhao Guang shook his head secretly. Tangya didn't understand the love-hate relationship between him and Jiangnan, but he did. P.S. Tomorrow's chapter is going to be explosive, and the next few days will be full of high energy. Chapter 053. Imagination is a disease that needs to be treated. In a certain sense, Su Sanshi can also be considered a responsible and accountable person. It's just that his personality is really too troublesome, which leads to a very poor reputation, and Jiang Nan's disdain for him is purely self-inflicted. When the group finally arrived at a remote place and set up the stove to light a fire, Qian Zhao Guang deliberately looked at Su Sanshi and Wang Dong with a rather surprised expression. Do you two have something to discuss? I want to buy grilled fish. Su Sanshi, who spoke first, was somewhat hesitant, and there was not a trace of yesterday's dominance in his words. 1,000 for one. Uh-huh. Su Sanshi was taken aback. He had already prepared himself to be rejected. Qian Zhao Guang looked at him in confusion and said again, 1,000 gold soul coins, one line. Is what I said not clear enough? Or do you not understand Douluo language? I thought. This unexpected response left Su Sanshi dumbfounded, and he stammered for a long time without being able to say a complete sentence. Qian Zhao Guang shrugged. What? Should I fight you first, then look down on you and refuse you, with righteous indignation. Then you can cling to my leg and play the victim? I don't have such a cheesy taste for drama. It doesn't benefit me at all. I won't do things that have no benefits. And Brother Bay has already guaranteed for you. However, even though you have compensated for yesterday's actions, my impression of you is still very poor. So I will charge you double for the grilled fish. Any problem with that? None. Su Sanchi's facial muscles twitched twice, took out 2,000 gold soul coins, gently placed them on the ground, and stood quietly waiting for the grilled fish to be ready. I was not seeing well yesterday. I'm really sorry, Junior. I apologize to you. It's nothing. Everyone has moments of poor eyesight. Do you want chili? Thank you. No. Nenen doesn't eat spicy. Wang Dong stared wide-eyed from the side, exclaiming 1,000 gold soul coins for a grilled fish. You're really desperate for money. Not just her. Even Tanya looked shocked. She had indeed heard the term sky-high grilled fish from others yesterday, thinking that selling a grilled fish for 1 gold soul coin was already impressive, but she didn't expect Qian Zhao Guang to sell one for 1,000 gold soul coins. How do you even manage that? It's outrageous. After a not long wait, 6 grilled fish were ready. Qian Zhao Guang first gave Su Sanshi 2 fish, sending the bothersome guy away, then sat down on the ground, calling over Tanya and casually picking up a grilled fish to eat. Wang Dong crouched nearby, staring with longing. 1 grilled fish cost 1,000 gold soul coins. That money-grubbing bastard. Although she had money, it had mostly gone into Qian Zhao Guang's pocket. And now she still owed him 130,000. Just as Wang Dong was struggling with whether to endure the pain and spend 1,000 gold soul coins to save face, a grilled fish was handed to her. Eat. Wang Dong looked up and was surprised to see Hui Yutong. Aren't you afraid of that dead? Afraid your brother will get angry? Hui Yutong blinked and smiled sweetly. My brother won't get angry. If he really wanted to refuse you, he would just kick you out. He is just tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Qian Zhao Guang, who was playing chef, grunted in dissatisfaction. Don't say such nonsense. I can't stand this guy. I wish she would stay far away from me. She? This was already the second time her brother mentioned her. A trace of doubt flashed in Hui Yutong's mind, but she quickly suppressed it and secretly found it amusing. It seemed her brother was still somewhat displeased. Wang Dong cautiously accepted the grilled fish and tentatively asked, Is this grilled fish really that expensive? Definitely. Oh, what are you doing, brother? Before Hui Yutong could finish her sentence, Qian Zhao Guang pulled her back, resembling someone lifting a kitten. He glared at the 2 girls. Even eating can't shut your mouths. Hui Yutong secretly made a face at Qian Zhao Guang, said nothing more, and picked up a grilled fish to take small bites. Wang Dong took the fish and bit down hard, the exquisite flavor instantly filling her mouth. Within a few bites, the fish was gone, leaving her with greasy hands and mouth, resembling Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Qian Zhao Guang suddenly found it amusing and teased. Isn't someone a neat freak? I just... Wang Dong stammered, unable to finish his sentence, his gaze constantly darting to the grilled fish. Ha 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 ha. The 3 of them laughed at Wang Dong's awkwardness, and the atmosphere became filled with immense joy, while the 4 of them were eating grilled fish. Ma Xiaotao, who had been knocked unconscious by a finger from the Tianming ice silkworm, had already awakened from her stupor and was now discussing something with an old man in white. It seemed that this conversation had been going on for quite some time, and they had already covered most of the questions and guesses. Only a few final matters remained. Could it be that someone infiltrated the academy? Ma Xiaotao looked very puzzled, as if she hadn't yet recovered from the earlier shock. The old man in white shook his head. I've already had someone investigate. I originally thought it might be the 2 students' guardians sent by their families, but after verification, it turned out that this was completely impossible. Those 2 students are a pair of orphan siblings without any blood relation. The boy is called Qian Zhao Guang, and the girl is called Hui Yutong. Among them, Hui Yutong possesses a rare spiritual type martial soul and showed remarkable talent during the entrance test. If properly nurtured, she has a great chance of breaking through to the title Douluo level. However, the boy named Qian Zhao Guang is of greater concern to me. He was specially recruited by Bei using the Tang Sect's quota and is the last heir of a hidden clan, possessing a unique ice attribute light type martial soul that I have never seen before. Ma Xiaotao curiously asked, An ice attribute light type martial soul? Such a peculiar martial soul exists? How can these 2 completely opposing attributes combine? The old man in white nodded. Although it's hard to believe, the fact is indeed so. I don't even know whether to classify it as a weapon martial soul or a beast martial soul. However, that boy's talent is not very good. His soul power level hasn't even reached the admission standard of level 15 yet. I see. What the heck, a soul ascension pill? Where did you get this from? In the dormitory, Wang Dong stared wide-eyed at the walnut-sized greenish-blue pill in Qian Zhao Guang's hand, even cursing. Didn't T. Xiao Tong say you two have relied on each other since childhood? Now I'm starting to suspect you're a hidden rich guy. Qian Zhao Guang slapped away Wang Dong's outstretched hand with disdain and said, "Do you think I can conjure this thing out of thin air? It's just another foolish person paying for it. I suspect you aren't here to study at all. You're just here to cause trouble. Get lost." Chapter 054. The curtain is about to rise after sending away the overly curious chatterbox Wang Dong. Qian Zhao Guang finally had the time to calm down and carefully observe the pill called Soul Elevation Pill. Unlike the Xian Shui pill, this thing had a translucent emerald green shell, with a faint halo swirling inside, crystal clear and full of life energy. After scanning it with his spiritual sense, Qian Zhao Guang looked distressed. He had overestimated the mysteriousness of this thing, which diminished his expectations for pills significantly. The Xian Shui pill was much more like the kind of pill he had in mind. To put it simply, the Soul Elevation Pill was just a large capsule filled with some kind of high-energy liquid polymer. Apart from both being round, it had nothing in common with actual pills. Preliminary judgment indicated that it was made by extracting the essence of some life attribute, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, and under spiritual scanning, he could even find some subtle, not fully liquefied plant fibers. Theoretically speaking, calling it a high-energy extraction liquid might be more appropriate. With an incredibly strange feeling, Qian Zhao Guang opened his mouth wide and bit down on the thieving explosive bead. A rich, fresh fragrance, along with dark green, medicinal juice burst forth from the cracked shell, reminiscent of drinking fresh bamboo juice. It was quite sweet. The moment the juice entered his throat, the moment it was released, it began to atomize into some kind of energy polymer, starting to permeate throughout his body. The soul power vortex immediately went into operation, converting these hard-earned high-energy polymers into soul power droplets suitable for absorption, constantly injecting them into the base of the platform. Normally, when other soul masters absorbed the Soul Elevation Pill, some of the energy would seep out from their bodies, benefiting those around them. But Qian Zhao Guang was different. After completing his training with a no-leak body, he could completely seal the external energy within himself. Unless he wanted to, not a single bit would be lost. Qian Zhao Guang's body was continuously emanating a faint azure glow, filling his entire being with a rich and refreshing aura. Under the relentless impact of the energy carried by the Ascension Pill, his soul power and physical attributes were rapidly increasing at an astonishing rate. A large number of blood vessels and meridians were gradually transforming into a crystalline form, and even the golden base had begun to show a thin second layer. It could be foreseen that with this Ascension Pill, if Qian Zhao Guang perfectly absorbed the medicinal power, he would likely reach the 15th level. In the sea of consciousness, the heavenly dream, ice, silkworm, stretched lazily and muttered, "You exerted yourself for so long and spent a life-saving trump card just to get something like this? Is it worth it?" With full force, that finger of mine could have killed that soul emperor. The consciousness body, condensed by Qian Zhao Guang, instantly grew larger and gave it a disdainful glance. "You know how difficult it is for me to level up. This is a rare good thing. How would I know about such things? My origin is sealed. My mental power level is not as high as yours. And I can't access your memories. Even my perception of the outside world is vague. Next time, I'll remember to tell you." The outside world. Originally ready to siphon some energy, Wang Dong opened his eyes in disbelief and quietly muttered a complaint while looking at Qian Zhao Guang, who was sitting cross-legged. "Damn money-grubbing bastard. What a monster." The strange title just increased. JPG, everyone says, when a person encounters happy events, their spirits are uplifted. Qian Zhao Guang thought the same way. Even though he easily earned 173,462 gold soul coins, he felt happier leveling up his soul power. That night, after taking a soul elevation pill, he successfully advanced to level 15. When he was in a good mood, even Wang Dong, whom he previously found somewhat unlikable, seemed a bit cute to him. Of course, it could also be because she was promised that after winning the Tang in New Life competition, she could join the Tang Sect, and she had been practicing diligently lately, not causing much annoyance. Recently, Qian Zhao Guang had also been busy investigating some very secretive matters, coming and going early and late, so Wang Dong rarely saw him in the dormitory. However, there are always exceptions, like Zhou Yi. Qian Zhao Guang had no good impression of the teacher who wore a human skin mask every day, maintained a stern expression, and seized every opportunity to expel a few students. However, today Qian Zhao Guang had to see her, as the entire day's physical training class was conducted by Zhou Yi. It had been 2 weeks since the start of school, and during this time, this kind of physical training class had already occurred for the 8th time, or rather, the 8th day. The familiar scolding and belittling continued. The same routine of running laps in Shrek Square, the unchanging tradition of heavy load running, as if it were the only content of physical training in the world. As the class monitor, Qian Zhao Guang prepared salt water for everyone as usual and led the class in forming a line, lifelessly engaging in this ancient exercise. No one liked running continuously, especially not in every class. It was said that other classes did not have such monotonous training subjects. Only the first-year class was continuously subjected to heavy load running. The number of students in the line had already decreased compared to before. No matter how hard Qian Zhao Guang tried, she ultimately could not save everyone. Healing martial souls were not omnipotent, and people were not like in games, where filling up health bars would allow them to jump around happily. Some students were expelled from the academy by Zhou Yi for some ridiculous reasons, simply because they needed to rest for 2 days due to injuries sustained during training and did not complete the high-intensity physical training. After class, the first-year students, having received treatment, supported each other as they walked back to the dormitory. Qian Zhao called over Hui Yutong and Wang Dong to discuss some matters with them. After listening, Wang Dong asked incredulously, "Are you sure you want to do this? Aren't you afraid that guy will expel you? This is a thankless task." Hui Yutong also showed concern on her face and advised, "Yeah, brother, although everyone dislikes Teacher Zhou, she is still our homeroom teacher. And the shadow she casts over the students is too deep. I'm not sure. It's fine, just do your best," Qian Zhao replied. Qian Zhao smiled nonchalantly. With such a neurotic homeroom teacher around, it's hard to sleep peacefully. If it works out, everyone will be happy. If it doesn't, then let's prepare for being expelled until only 10 of us are left. I believe everyone understands the stakes after being united against a common enemy for so long, especially at this age. I have confidence in them. There is a second half of the sentence he didn't say. At 11 or 12, it's the age when one fears nothing and starts to rebel. Heaven is the eldest, earth is the second, and I am the third. This is the normal psychology at this age. Chapter 055, I said you're just trash. Don't worry too much. I started preparing for this long before school began. Otherwise, do you think I sacrificed a lot of my training time every day just to be out here? ISNT it all for this day. All right. Although the two didn't quite understand Qian Zhao thoughts, they quickly went to act on it. Even Wang Dong. She often bickered with Qian Zhao, but she hated Zhou even more. Her uncles were extreme Douluo. A mere soul emperor is just a small fry in Qian Sect. What is there to be so arrogant about? Hui Yutong didn't go to the dormitory, but instead clutched a badge and rushed to the office area of the Soul Guidance Department. Moments later, Shrek Square was almost empty. Zhou Yi passed by Qian Zhao, who was in a contemplative state, and coldly said, "Class is over. What are you doing sitting here?" "Very good. I don't even have to take the initiative. The fish is biting the hook by itself." "Teacher Zhou, I'm contemplating some things." Qian Zhao stood up and answered seriously. "What to think about?" "Thinking about why we have to keep running. Perhaps we can switch to some more suitable activities for exercise. Theoretically, while running enhances physical fitness in a comprehensive way, it may not be the most suitable for everyone. We might need more targeted subjects for training. I heard that other classes are doing it this way." "Oh, do you have an opinion on the tradition that Shrek has maintained for thousands of years?" Zhou, he seemed to take an interest in his words and asked with a hint of sarcasm. "So, what other suggestions do you, the clever one, have?" Qian Zhao remained silent, calmly gazing into Zhou Yi's eyes. Zhou Yi, refusing to back down, stared back with wide eyes. From this seemingly calm gaze, she seemed to perceive many things, but she instinctively chose to ignore them, a result of her pride and arrogance built up over many years of coaching. Qian Zhao seemed to say nothing, yet also seemed to say everything. The two sides confronted each other, and the atmosphere was particularly tense. If there's something to say, don't waste time. Soon, it was Zhou Yi who couldn't withstand the pressure first, and in a flicker of her gaze, she conceded defeat. Qian Zhao has lived 2 lives. In his previous life, he struggled alone from a young age, experiencing the ups and downs of the world and tasting the various aspects of life, even having once gone through a death and rebirth. His willpower is strong, and his experiences are numerous, far surpassing that of Zhou Yi, a teacher who lives in an ivory tower and rules over students with fear. His expression remained unchanged as he calmly spoke. "Teacher Zhou, although my grandfather passed away when I was young, he taught me a fundamental truth long ago. People need to learn mutual respect. Because you hold the title of homeroom teacher, I have maintained a corresponding respect for you. However, If you continue to treat students with such a condescending and even disdainful attitude, I think there is no need for us to communicate any further. I will also try to avoid speaking with you in the future to prevent any unpleasantness between us. Please choose another class leader. See you this afternoon, Teacher Zhou. I'm going to have lunch now." After saying this, Qian Zhao Guang walked away without looking back, leaving Zhou Yi stunned in place. Soon, Zhou Yi came to her senses. Had she really just been disrespected? By her own student? Could she tolerate this? Even do Weilin Wu Ti dare treat her this way under Fan Yu's protection? You stop right there. Hearing Zhou Yi's furious shout, Qian Zhao Guang slowly turned around, his eyes filled with confusion. What else do you want? Stand here and finish what you were going to say. Otherwise, you won't be leaving today. Looking at Zhou Yi's exasperated expression, Qian Zhao Guang suddenly felt a bit like laughing. Having lost her most significant and only means of punishment, his homeroom teacher now resembled a frustrated but powerless dog. Qian Zhao Guang even felt grateful for Shrek's incredibly open school rules. With his background, as long as he didn't violate the few explicitly prohibited school rules, he could act recklessly in front of Zhou Yi, doing things that would seem like a death wish to others. As for being expelled from the class or transferred, sorry, but Zhou Yi currently doesn't have that authority. Moreover, for Qian Zhao Guang, it doesn't matter whether he's in the martial spirit department, which class he is in, or even which department. He can always take his money badge and attend classes in the soul guidance department with Hui Yutong, where he would definitely receive much better treatment than in the freshman class. Qian Duo would surely be delighted to see this scene. In fact, Qian Duo is a crucial part of his plans. Are you sure you want me to say it? Say it. Your teaching methods and training subjects are pure garbage. What did you say? Dare to say it again. Zhou Yi could hardly believe her ears and instantly became furious. Her hair slightly frizzing up as if she were an angry lion. No one dares to say that their teaching methods and training subjects are garbage. The pressure of a soul emperor level instantly enveloped Qian Zhao Guang. This pressure, coming from all directions, squeezed his body like deep-sea water, causing even his bones to emit faint sounds. However, this pressure, which could make an ordinary first-ring soul master kneel and lose the ability to resist, did not cause any substantial harm, nor did it even make Qian Zhao Guang furrow his brow. He looked directly into Zhou Yi's furious eyes and calmly spoke. I said, "Your teaching methods and training subjects are pure garbage. Do you understand now? If you have issues with your hearing or intelligence, I can repeat it. It's no problem." Zhou Yi's aura grew increasingly oppressive, like a mountain pressing down on the scene. She coldly said, "You have some nerve. Do you know what you're saying? You are insulting Shrek. You are trampling on Shrek's glory. I know exactly what I'm saying, and my mind is perfectly clear." Qian Zhao Guang nodded seriously. After becoming a part of Shrek, I have been diligently practicing, uniting my classmates, and sincerely respecting every teacher who imparts knowledge, even working hard to mend the rifts between you and other students. As the class leader of the new students, I have a clear conscience. In contrast, as a teacher, you behave improperly, are blindly arrogant, and look down on everything. You treat school rules as you wish and often impose excessive punishments on students. Why do you think your personal behavior can represent Shrek, which has a history of thousands of years? You are merely an ordinary intermediate teacher who has been punished and warned multiple times. May I ask, who is truly insulting and trampling on Shrek? Chapter 056. Only by tearing off the facade can the true face be revealed. Unbeknownst to her, some shadowy figures appeared in the distance around Shrek Square, some of which were not clearly visible. In her fury, Zhou Yi did not notice any of this. Her gaze was fixed tightly on Qian Zhao Guang's calm and infuriating face. 10,000 years ago, Shrek's founder, Yu Shaojiang, proposed a theory. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. This is also a phrase you often say. But how have you, as a teacher, actually acted? You attempt to cover your incompetence by expelling students who cannot keep up with your so-called pace, using fear to excessively drain everyone's potential. You have given these classmates no opportunities, no guidance or education, directly erasing all their efforts, and even refusing to give them a spot to participate in the new student assessment. Aside from coercion and expulsion, I must frankly say that I see no capability in you as a teacher, especially considering you teach at a universally recognized top institution on the continent. If it's just about making students run with unlimited weight until they cough up blood, I believe the effect of having a dog tied up to supervise the students would be no different from your personal supervision. Qian Zhao Guang's words remained calm. Without the slightest fluctuation or ripple, he was merely stating a fact. This provoked a furious roar from Zhou Yi, the fierce teacher. who seemed to have lost some degree of reason after her most cherished teaching methods were touched upon. Zhou Yi didn't even realize that Qian Zhao Guang was indirectly calling her a dog. You can't see it because you're just a waste. The proportion of students I teach who advance to the inner academy is the highest. What right do you have to question me? You're just a first-ring freshman. What qualifications do you have to question me? Qian Zhao Guang's consciousness spread out, scanning the crowd in the distance at Shrek Square with an unruffled demeanor. The effectiveness of his consciousness was much more useful than he had imagined. With the combined arrangement of the heavenly dream, ice silkworm, and himself, this place had become an almost closed, one-way small space constructed using consciousness and a large amount of mental power. This small space did not block all sounds, but it did shield part of Zhou Yi's perception from the outside. The outside world could hear the voices of the two clearly and accurately, but Zhou Yi could neither hear nor see them. After realizing that the person he needed was already in place, a barely noticeable smile curved at the corners of Qian Zhao Guang's mouth. The admission rate? This is merely a loophole you have exploited for over a decade. Other teachers are reluctant and unwilling to use such a guilty method to exchange for a so-called name and profit, but only you are so persistent about it. Don't you feel guilty holding this title of intermediate teacher? Perhaps the students of other teachers have an admission rate of only 1% or 2%. But that is based on a number of students who have hardly ever been admitted. If both have 100 students, one has a 1% rate without expelling anyone, while the other has a 10% rate after expelling 90 people. Is there really a difference in numbers? I hope your basic math skills can still handle such simple calculations under 100. If you can't solve the problem, just solve the students who caused the problem. Truly, I admire your audacity to the ground. I think only a teacher like you, who has two faces, could be so ruthless in doing such things. Speaking of which, Teacher Zhou, I'm very curious. Has no one exposed you all these years? Or have your classmates who exposed you been expelled by you for various reasons? Or is it simply a case of mutual protection within the martial soul department? To take a step back, even if you really haven't been doing anything shady, do you truly believe that their admission to the inner academy is due to your good teaching? Zhou Yi's face darkened as she angrily retorted, what else could it be? If it's not my credit, is it the credit of a useless person like you? The series of questions left Zhou Yi only this one to challenge. This is also a common issue for those who are tough on the outside, but weak on the inside after their pain points are exposed. Facts speak louder than words. Unless one engages in nonsensical arguments, she cannot fully answer all the above questions and provide a reasonable and logically coherent explanation. Therefore, she would consciously avoid questions that are unfavorable to her and magnify a trivial point to divert the topic. It seems that you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Qian Zhao Guang shook his head and took out a stack of papers filled with writing from his storage bracelet. There are plenty of stubborn people online in the previous life who are skilled at distorting facts and shifting concepts. Zhou Yi's level of being a contrarian is still too low. After grasping certain irrefutable facts, Qian Zhao Guang has ample means to deal with her. From the first day I met you, I told you that I'm very good at collecting information, and clearly, you did not take it to heart. With the private badge of Duo, Qian Zhao Guang accessed many deeply hidden records in the school's medical office. Wang Qianjun, a graduate of the inner courtyard 10 years ago, had a cultivation level of 57 at graduation and was a beast martial soul of the strong attack system. You were his homeroom teacher for 6 years in the outer courtyard. But did you ever notice that he had a recurring old injury in his knee joint that flared up 33 times? Even from this not-so-detailed medical record, anyone with basic medical knowledge could tell that this was a permanent joint injury caused by overuse and excessive exercise. Unfortunately, our Shrek doesn't have courses on battlefield first aid and basic medicine. This is just the medical records from the outer courtyard's medical office. In the inner courtyard, no one knows how many times this old injury flared up during his missions. However, at that time, you covered it up and claimed to him and the school that it was due to an accident during his training, and he firmly believed it, insisting on your training plan. What a convenient excuse for an accident during training, with the first medical record appearing just 5 months after enrollment. When this senior hadn't even left Shrek's gates once, and he wasn't injured during the freshman competition either. Could it be that the reason for his injury was that he was bored and stabbed his kneecap with a knife? I think, as a teacher who has been at Shrek for many years, you should understand what this means. This senior Wang Qianjuan's leg is basically ruined. If there are no heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can completely cure his bones, this disability will accompany him for the rest of his life until death. This poor senior may never know that this was a gift from his most trusted mentor. As for the reason, you should be clearer than I am. The reason this old injury evolved into a disability stems from your relentless pushing him to his limits in every class over the past 6 years, making him run without pause, running for his life. Surely you understand the principle of moderation, right? At this point, Qian Zhao Guang looked up at the furious Zhou Yi and suddenly smiled. He raised the thick stack of documents in his hand. Perhaps you have forgotten who this senior Wang is, but that's okay. I have also collected many medical records of other students you once taught. Let us go through them one by one. Sun Xiaolei, Zhang Wanli, Yang Mo. Every time Qian Zhao Guang thought of a name, Zhou Yi's face darkened a little more. This list not only included graduates from both the internal and external departments, but also many current students still in the academy. Starting from the 3rd day of the semester, Qian Zhao Guang dedicated a significant amount of time to reviewing medical records in the infirmary and conducting investigations on those students who had previously been under Zhou Yi's supervision. These were speculations made by a senior who was preparing to take revenge after 5 years of observation. But he did not have access to the medical records and could only confirm them upon Qian Zhao Guang's arrival. As of yesterday, excluding the health conditions of students from his own class, Qian Zhao Guang had already collected records of over 300 representative students, with more than 290 detailed investigation records provided free of charge by that senior. Qian Zhao Guang is responsible for recording medical files corresponding to their own situations and ultimately completing the final decision. This senior's hatred for Zhou Yi has reached its peak. As long as he can ensure she receives the appropriate punishment, he doesn't care about anything else. After each physical training class, the soul sage of the Tree of Life would come to treat everyone, which is quite good. However, the Tree of Life martial soul is not omnipotent. Even the most skilled healing martial souls, like the Emerald Swan Clan and healing angels, including those who possess the 9 Hearts Begonia, cannot guarantee complete recovery from the injuries caused by excessive training. A mere soul sage, level Tree of Life, martial soul, it's just a fleeting amusement. It can be said that Zhou Yi has been squeezing the students' talents through nearly exhausting potential training for rapid improvement over the years. Such training is even less direct than the scientific drug use in the Sun Moon Empire. How unfortunate are these students who are kept in the dark? Perhaps they will never know that the old ailment that will accompany them for the rest of their lives, Chun Ku, was caused entirely by their beloved and trusted homeroom teacher when they first entered the Soul Master world. As the list was read to the end, Zhou Yi's old face turned as dark as a pot bottom, almost dripping with gloom. How could she not be aware of what she had done? She just didn't expect that someone could deduce the truth from these medical records. Such reasoning ability is incredibly hard to believe in an academy that has been stagnant in development and blindly confident in its teachers for 10,000 years. Zhou Yi has begun to loathe why the school's medical room retains these useless medical records. Very well, it seems you're well prepared. These words were almost squeezed out from between her teeth, incredibly chilling. Qian Zhao Guang shrugged and said, I don't deserve that. I'm just fulfilling the responsibilities of class monitor, trying to prevent my classmates from following the old paths of the seniors and becoming disabled. You want to threaten me? Do you think the school will believe your nonsense? Zhou Yi sneered, feeling the fluctuations of soul power subtly erupting within her. In her view, as long as she destroyed the records in Qian Zhao Guang's hands and eliminated a large number of medical records, she would still be safe as a Shrek teacher. With Fan Yu, the 3rd in command of the Soul Guidance Department, backing her up, Zhou Yi was not worried about Qian Zhao Guang's threat. Instead, she had already planned how to escalate this situation, intending to expel him for disrespecting the teacher, thus completely getting rid of this useless person who had been hindering her plans. As long as she dealt with both matters thoroughly, she would still be an excellent teacher at Shrek. After all, she had been teaching at Shrek Academy for many years. How could she be outmatched by some inexperienced kid? Just as Zhou Yi was about to erupt, Qian Zhao Guang keenly sensed the fluctuations from the outside world. He instantly withdrew his mental interference, exposing everything to the air, and Zhou Yi regained her perception of external information. However, for someone who was already furious to the point of losing her rationality, it no longer mattered. Zhou Yi was now solely focused on destroying the stack of documents in Qian Zhao Guang's hands, ignoring everyone else. Just as 6 soul rings faintly appeared, a loud roar suddenly erupted in the air above Shrek Square, the sound waves rolling like angry thunder. Zhou Yi, what do you want to do? Boom! A towering figure instantly landed between the two, locking onto them with a fierce, tiger-like gaze. The surrounding restless fluctuations of soul power were enough to prove that this person was also on the edge of fury, ready to explode and cause harm at any moment. It was Qian Duo, called over by Hui Yutong. The best audience for this drama was this powerful member of the Sea God Pavilion from the Soul Guidance Department, who could easily overshadow Fan Yu. Qian Zhao Guang had previously inquired with Bei Bei, and it turned out that Qian Duo had no particularly close personal relationship with Fan Yu. They only worked together for a common goal. Do you really think Shrek will allow you, this tumor, to act as you please? Zhou Yi was stunned by this voice, still not recovering from the roar when another person arrived. This person did not look at Zhou Yi after landing, but instead turned to Qian Zhao Guang. Is what you said true? The man, who would later become a teacher, was over 50, tall, with a dark face and no beard, and wore a stern expression. He was the director of the external college, Du Weilin. Originally, in Qian Zhao Guang's plan, he only intended for Wang Dong to notify his classmates and for Hu Yutong to call Qian Duo, nothing more. He had even confirmed yesterday that Qian Duo would be in the office at noon today. Unexpectedly, when Wang Dong encouraged the classmates to come to Shrek Square to support their class leader, the momentum became a bit overwhelming. Those students who had grievances against Zhou Yi, upon hearing this, volunteered to go, creating a large crowd. People have a tendency to follow the crowd, especially when there is a leader. Hatred had never disappeared. It was merely buried under fear. Now that someone had ignited this fuse, even the most timid would be inspired to muster some courage by the large crowd. P.S. Bad news, just like in this book, I was reminded again because of too many updates. The specific reason was explained in the reader group. Brothers, if you want to speed up the release, please read more. The sooner we complete the recommendation process, the sooner it can be released. PPS, by the way, for each additional steward, fan value 5,000, before the release, there will be an extra update after the release. For a helmsman, 2 extra updates, fan value 1W. For a hall master, for extra updates, fan value 2W, and so on. If a boss rewards the leader, I can add 20 updates too. PPPS. iOS users do not count, and iOS bosses should also try not to reward too much. It's too harsh. If you really want to do it, you can use the web version of Qidian. Chapter 058. The show comes to an end. The cleaner takes the stage. As they walked from the dormitory to Shrek Square, the number of participants grew larger, with hundreds of people gathering around Shrek Square, waiting for the judgment mentioned by Wang Dong. These students maintained a silence and solemnity that would shock anyone, quietly listening to the argument between Qian Zhao Guang and Zhou Yi in the square. A large number of students flocked to Shrek Square during lunchtime, and this unusual behavior naturally attracted Du Weilin's attention. It was only after arriving at the scene that he realized the situation caused by Zhou Yi seemed quite serious and was not the usual small quarrels among a few students. This was a collective riot involving hundreds of students, and if not handled properly, it could lead to major trouble. What made Du Weilin feel incredibly tricky was that he found it impossible to scold them to disperse. There was no school rule in Shrek that prohibited students from silently gathering around Shrek Square during lunch. They did not disrupt any school order nor affect any other students. Under such circumstances, not long after, Qian Duo also arrived. He came at just the right time, coincidentally hearing and seeing the most exciting part. Any normal teacher with even a shred of professional ethics, upon hearing about Zhou Yi's shocking actions, would undoubtedly be furious. The usually good-tempered Qian Duo could hardly contain his rage. He felt as if a fire was about to explode in his chest. He wanted to rush forward several times but forced himself to hold back. It wasn't until he saw Zhou Yi showing signs of wanting to attack Qian Zhao Guang that this usually unassuming vice president of the Soul Guidance Department could no longer contain himself and immediately stepped in between the two. Du Weilin was unwilling to show weakness and rushed over as well. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to deal with Zhou Yi, but previously, Fan Yu had always been mediating for her, making the situation difficult to handle, which was why it had been postponed until now. Moreover, what had that first-year student just said? Zhou Yi's teaching had caused several Shrek students to suffer from illnesses, even leaving them with lifelong disabilities? This was chilling. If this matter were to spread, the glory accumulated by Shrek over the years would be instantly ruined. In the center of the square, Qian Zhao Guang first bowed to Qian Duo before answering Du Weilin's question. To Director Du, I, student Qian Zhao Guang, swear by my life and martial soul that the information I presented comes from the medical records of the external college infirmary and the personal statements of various students, some of which even have their signatures and fingerprints. Yes, signatures and fingerprints. He was well prepared for this. However, not everyone had the courage to face their past nightmares, and the signatories were in the minority. But that was enough. Qian Zhao Guang respectfully handed a thick stack of documents to Du Weilin and took out a stack of copies from his storage bracelet. handing them to Duo amidst Zhou Yi's expression of rage. Qian Zhao Guang did not trust the director of the Foreign Affairs Department. Although the original text did not clarify whether Du Weilin and Zhou Yi were in collusion, he had seen many instances where people appeared to be at odds on the surface but were in cahoots behind the scenes. Qian Zhao Guang even had 2 more copies of the documents in his hands. If Duo was also unreliable, he would directly hand this set of documents over to the ever-silent Muin. If Muin also didn't take action, well, that was unlikely. This old man would not overlook anything, especially when it came to digging up the roots of Shrek. Duo casually flipped through the large stack of materials submitted by Qian Zhao Guang, and the anger that had been forcibly suppressed surged up again. The more he looked, the angrier he became, to the point where his hands started to tremble. The number of students involved in this stack of materials was enormous. Just by casually flipping through a few pages, he had already seen more than 5 students with significant hazards. If these hazards were not treated and nurtured promptly, they would definitely leave lifelong disabilities within 5 years. And all of this was caused by the well-known teacher, Zhou Yi, standing before him. Du Weilin. Duo's voice exploded again, startling Du Weilin. Although this vice dean of the Seoul Guidance Department was theoretically only 1.5 ranks higher than him, he was not someone Du Weilin could afford to offend. What should be done about Zhou Yi's suspected harm to Shrek students? Du Weilin quickly replied. Immediate control should be implemented, all positions should be temporarily revoked, and an investigation team should be established to look into the matter. If the situation is confirmed, after punishment, expulsion should be enforced, and they should never set foot in Shrek City again. Still not executing? Yes. Du Weilin responded, equally furious as he looked at Zhou Yi. Before he could take action, Duo coldly added another remark. Zhao Guang is my disciple. I trust him. You better not have any crooked thoughts. As for Fan Yu, if there are any problems, let him come to me directly. This matter is beyond his control. Zhao Guang, let's go. Qian Zhao Guang followed Duo. As he passed by the crowd around the Shrek Square, everyone erupted in thunderous cheers. Duo maintained the authority of the vice president on the surface, ordering the cheering students to disperse quickly to have their meals, while privately sending a soul power message. You brat, you didn't tell me you're going to create such a big commotion yesterday. Bring Xiao Tong to my office. In the center of the square, listening to the deafening cheers of hundreds of students, Du Weilin and Zhou Yi's expressions grew increasingly grim. However, the reason for their grim expressions was quite different. Let us go. Don't make me take action. Du Weilin shot a cold glance at Zhou Yi. His fists clenched so tightly they creaked, wishing he could travel back a few years and give himself a hard slap. How could he not have had the heart to expel this disaster back then? Damn it. Now he was the one in trouble. If this matter was to be confirmed, he would also have to face punishment. Not just him, but a whole string of people who had been dealt with by Fan Yu would also face serious consequences. If this got out, it would tarnish the glory Shrek had accumulated over thousands of years. No one could bear this responsibility. Zhou Yi snorted coldly, seemingly indifferent, and turned to walk towards the place Du Weilin mentioned. Do you think it's still the same as before? Do you know what kind of trouble you've stirred up? Concealing the injury of a student, distorting the facts, forming cliques. Do you know how serious this incident is? This time, Fan Yu can't save you. Even if he breaks through to become a level 9 soul master now, he can't save you. He can't even protect himself. You don't need to worry about it. Zhou Yi's voice was still as cold as before, but there was a slight tremor at the end. Fear had never left. Is it humans who control fear, or is it fear that controls humans? That's a good question. Chapter 059. Report to the teacher. It was a big shot who asked me to do this. In front of a new student dormitory, Muin, lying on a recliner, slightly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile on his aged face. Interesting kid, I didn't expect you could really achieve this. It's time to clean up the trash that has sullied this house. Shrek's glory must not be trampled. In the Seoul Guidance area, in the dean's office, Duo looked helplessly at the calm-faced boy in front of him, opening his mouth several times without knowing what to say. Long ago, he had heard that Fan Yu's partner was not to be underestimated. Students frequently complained about him for expulsions and excessive punishments, and he was tough as nails. However, all of this had been forcefully suppressed by Fan Yu using his authority. Today, Qian Zhao Guang had revealed everything without reservation, and with hundreds of students as witnesses. It could no longer be suppressed. He had considered that there might be some hidden circumstances, but he never imagined that the hidden circumstances could be this serious. Why didn't you tell me about such a big issue in advance? After hesitating for a long time, Duo finally spoke. Qian Zhao Guang, who had just been in a standoff with Zhou Yi without losing ground, awkwardly smiled. Teacher, I really didn't plan to create such a big scene. My initial plan was simply to unite our class and have you preside over justice. Who would have thought that Zhou Yi would provoke such great anger? Besides, didn't I mention it to you in advance yesterday? But you didn't say you were going to stir up such a big matter, did you? This bastard is making my liver tremble with anger. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. Moreover, I haven't even officially accepted you as my student yet. And you can already incite hundreds of students to revolt and force the director to step in. If I really become your teacher, wouldn't you incite the whole school to impeach the Sea God Pavilion members? Qian Zhao Guang blinked. That won't happen. If I had the ability to incite a riot across the entire school, I would definitely let you be the Sea God Pavilion master first to have some fun. Get lost. Is this something to joke about? Qian Duoduo laughed and scolded, which somewhat eased the anger that Zhou Yi had built up. All right, kid, let's talk business. Soon, Qian Duoduo put away his smile and became serious. Who is supporting you behind the scenes to do this? Supporting behind the scenes? No one is supporting me. Does the senior who provided the information count? Qian Zhao Guang pretended to be clueless, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Qian Duoduo. My sister and I have been relying on each other for so many years. Aside from you, we don't know any other big shots from the academy. Why are you asking this? Qian Duoduo let out a muffled grunt and slammed the table hard. Don't play dumb with me. Do you think your teacher is easy to fool? Although you have a strong spirit, you're not the kind of person who is reckless and acts wantonly. It can be seen from your knife skills. Your strikes are steady, confident, and domineering, but never reckless or arrogant. I've only seen you make one strike, and you can analyze so much from that. Is that for real? Qian Zhao Guang was really taken aback this time. What on earth is this mysterious thing? How come I don't even know about it myself? Can someone really analyze a person's character from a single knife strike? I've read little. You shouldn't be deceiving me. Do you think the title Douluo I hold is just for show? I advise you to honestly confess quickly, or I might have to force you. Qian Duoduo's expression seemed a bit smug, but he hid it well beneath his fierce-looking face. If it weren't for Qian Zhao Guang's keen senses, he might not have noticed it at all. So, should I really say it? Go ahead. It's an old man who supported me in doing this at the entrance of the dormitory building. I vaguely feel that he seems quite powerful, so I went ahead with it. After hearing this, Qian Duoduo's slightly proud expression quickly faded, and he became even more serious than before, sitting up straight. The old man you mentioned, is he a bit hunched over? The one who lies on the recliner by the road in front of the new student dormitory all day? Qian Zhao Guang nodded. Yeah, it's him. I have a good relationship with that old man. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Dong. Hu Yutong also said, yes. Dean Xian, that old grandpa, even told my brother something about a big cleanup before, which didn't make any sense to me. Do you know what that means? My brother never tells me. It's not Dean Xian, it's teacher. Qian Duoduo shot Hu Yutong an annoyed glare, scaring her into a shiver and instinctively grabbing Qian Zhao Guang's hand. All right, since that's the case, I understand now. Hu Yutong still didn't get the answer she wanted and was a bit aggrieved, standing aside. It wasn't until Qian Zhao Guang comforted her a bit that her mood improved. Playing along, after calming down his sister, Qian Zhao Guang tentatively asked, Teacher, is that old man really powerful? Is he also a member of the Haisheng Pavilion? How do you compare with him? Then, Qian Zhao Guang, who had asked a series of soul-searching questions, also received a glare from Qian Duoduo. Don't ask about that. You'll find out who he is later. After we finish eating, just stay in the dormitory. Your afternoon classes will likely be canceled. Someone might come looking for you to understand the situation. So just tell the truth then. Qian Zhao Guang nodded. Okay, teacher. Should Xiao Tong and I come back later? Not for now. You two should focus on your training for the new student competition for the next 3 months. After the competition is over, you can come to me to learn every afternoon after class. Okay, teacher. Then we'll be leaving now. Wait, take this. Qian Zhao Guang took out 2 black necklaces from the storage soul guide, each with a small dark golden tag hanging from it. The front of the tag had some complex patterns, while the back had the character for money. Qian Zhao Guang reached out to take it, knowingly asking, Teacher, what is this? This is the core disciple certificate of the Soul Guidance Department, but it won't take effect until after the freshman competition. I know your abilities. Unless you're confident you can win the championship, just take it easy and aim to pass. Let me remind you, the championship reward will be a soul bone. For Xiaodong, I will win the championship, as long as you allow me to use. Don't even think about it. That knife of yours will only bring death or injury. You don't want to stay in school, do you? All right, then I'll do my best. Qian Duoduo waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough nonsense. Let's go. Just stay out of trouble for now. Xiaodong, keep an eye on him. Hui Yutong grabbed Qian Zhao Guang's hand, her serious little face nodding vigorously. Really ridiculous. I don't know when comments will be displayed normally. Chapter 060. Uprooted after Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong left the office, Qian Duo stood up and walked to the windowsill, looking down at the Shrek Academy campus from a height. Old Grandpa, this brat really dares to call him that. If he has the old man signaling from behind, things will be much easier. It seems this time the Sea God Pavilion meeting will probably not have any controversies. Downstairs, a tall figure rushed through the Soul Guidance Department area, sprinting towards the Outer Academy's instruction office. Fan Yu, I told you long ago not to always focus on experiments and to take care of Zhou. You're in big trouble this time. I hope it doesn't delay the extreme solo soldier plan. Damn it, that bitch, I really want to slap her to death, she. On the other side, after Du Weilin restrained Zhou, he couldn't even eat and directly submitted the matter along with the stack of documents in his hands to the Dean of the Outer Academy. If Zhou Yi's actions were truly exposed, it would be a huge issue, arguably the largest malignant incident in nearly 1,000 years. Du Weilin didn't dare to handle it privately and could only report the incident as it was. The Dean of the Outer Academy, who had been busy dealing with the issue of 5th and 6th graders entering the Inner Academy, felt darkness before his eyes. Trouble has come from the sky. He also dared not delay for a moment and quickly reported the matter again. In less than an hour, the report along with the original documents was submitted to Yan Xiaozhe. According to some rumors, an enraged Yan Xiaozhe smashed the table with a slap. Soon, as Qian Duo expected, the Sea God Pavilion meeting was indeed convened. Many elders who had been in seclusion were awakened from their meditation and arrived in the Golden Tree. Confused. Originally, these elders and deans had been chatting and laughing when they arrived, but with the meeting's commencement and the reading of the report, they quickly stopped smiling. At this moment, the Sea God Pavilion conference hall was filled with noise, filled with a lot of foul language and greetings to Zhou Yi's ancestors. Around an oval long table sat 10 people neatly, with a recliner placed in the main seat where the elder Mu En leaned back. Now, the originally solemn interior of the Golden Tree had turned into a gathering place for those venting their anger. Except for Qian Duo and Mu En, who were already aware of the inside story, everyone else wore furious expressions, especially Xian Zi, who was so irritable that he even forgot to eat his chicken leg. No one could remain calm. What was Zhou Yi doing? This was digging at the roots of Shrek. This was going to destroy the reputation and glory accumulated by Shrek over thousands of years. More importantly, if this information had not been exposed by a student in public, who knows how long it would have been sealed away, or the people below doing. Such a situation basically required no voting. Everyone supported severely punishing Zhou Yi, wishing they could kill her to vent their anger. Ahem. Everyone, please quiet down. The half-reclining Mu En spoke softly, and his not-so-loud voice surprisingly made the noisy conference hall fall silent instantly. Xiaozhe, you personally handle this matter, and Duo will assist. I hope to see results in the shortest time possible. Yan Xiaozhe respectfully replied, Yes, teacher, I will handle it fairly and will not spare her. That's not enough. Mu En shook his head slightly. The roots have rotted. The Zhou Yi incident cannot be managed by just one person. This is a great opportunity. A chance for us to cut out the disease at its root. 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an anthole. We cannot leave such a tumor within the school. Teacher, do you mean? Mu En's gaze sharpened, and the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became oppressive. The pressure from the limit de law affecting the nerves of every titled de law present. Uproot it, leave none behind. As a limit de law nearing the end of his life, Mu En's thoughts were not only simple, but also pure. He wanted to eliminate all hidden dangers within Shrek Academy before his death. Zhou Yi's actions did not escape his eyes. He had maintained a tacit attitude until now to see how many people were entangled in this intricate web, even if sacrificing some students was necessary. But this bone-scraping treatment carried risks. If not handled well, it could cause significant turmoil. Zhou Yi was merely the most conspicuous and most active among these toxins. Expelling Zhou Yi was easy, but digging out the deeper hidden individuals behind her was difficult. Therefore, he had been waiting for an opportunity to strike. In the original story, he did not wait for this opportunity, but encountered Hui Yuhao instead. Hui Yuhao's outstanding performance made this elder abandon all the intense measures he had prepared and instead aim to create another limit de law to support Shrek for the next 500 years. The existence of a limit de law could indeed cover up the temporary ugliness at the base level, but it was only temporary. 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an anthole. This saying is absolutely correct. Just like a small illness can turn into a major disease. and a major disease can become terminal. 10,000 years later, the Spirit Tower and the War God Hall, which had endured Shrek for a full 10,000 years, finally joined forces and launched a god-slaying level fixed spirit cannonball towards Shrek City. An organization that is proud, arrogant, conceited, and has offended the public will have no way out. If it weren't for a certain God King's forced mechanical descent, Shrek would have been destroyed countless times already. Now, everything has taken a turn for the better. A once-in-a-lifetime excellent opportunity has presented itself before Moon. This is not just an opportunity. It is also a hand pushing him from behind. In front of hundreds of students, if he does not ruthlessly eliminate these rotten parts, Shrek will face even greater turmoil, even catastrophe. The wings of the little butterfly, Wang Dong, inadvertently helped Qian Zhao Guang greatly and pushed Moon hard, forcing him to make a firm decision. In the office of the teaching department in the Outer Academy, Du Weilin faced Fan Yu, whom he had always treated cautiously, and for the first time exploded with the temper of a teaching director. He pointed his finger at Fan Yu's nose and scolded him for 10 minutes without repeating himself. Zhou Yi, you still have the face to ask me what happened to Zhou Yi? How dare you mention her? I'm ashamed just looking at you. Disgusting. Nauseating. A thick stack of papers was slammed down on Fan Yu's desk, producing a loud noise. You've fooled me for so many years. Don't you even know what Zhou Yi has done? Fan Yu silently picked up the stack of documents, and the neatly written lines caught his eye, some new and some old. Chapter 61. Fan Yu shame, he only knew that Zhou Yi had a conflict with a student at Shrek Square at noon today. And Qian Duo intervened and was put in confinement by Du Weilin. He really did not know the specific details of what had happened. After hastily reading through the large amount of information, his face turned ashen, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white, and cold sweat began to pour out from his back. This was really caused by Zhou Yi. Fan Yu's voice trembled, showing none of his usual confidence. As one of the top soul masters in Shrek Academy, he hadn't felt panic or shame for a long time. His mind was almost blank. His heart felt as if it was being tightly squeezed by a large hand, and even breathing became increasingly difficult. Du Weilin mocked. You don't even know your own wife? What are you pretending to be stupid for? I've already checked the archives. It's all accurate. I can't wait to cut her into pieces. Fan Yu opened his mouth, wanting to defend himself, or Zhou Yi, but he couldn't get the words out. The evidence was overwhelming. Any defense before this information seemed incredibly pale and powerless. Usually, he was engrossed in research and hardly cared about other matters. If it weren't for his full commitment to the research of soul guides, he wouldn't have been the first person in Shrek Academy to decipher the secrets of fixed soul guides. Over the past 10 years, he had indeed used his position to shield Zhou Yi from criticism multiple times and knew that his wife had expelled many students. But he truly did not know that Zhou Yi could stoop to such a terrible level. Fan Yu slumped into the chair in the office, feeling lost and disheartened. Faced with the sins committed by his beloved, this master who was renowned in the field of soul guides did not know how to repay this bitter fruit. How many students and families would be harmed by this? With such a wife, Fan Yu felt ashamed, even somewhat humiliated. Under Du Weilin's mocking gaze, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The two faced each other in silence, not knowing how much time had passed. Creak. The office door opened. Yin Xiaozha and Qian Duo entered together. Fan Yu hurriedly stood up. Qian Duo glanced at Fan Yu, sighed, said nothing. But Fan Yu felt even more ashamed, not knowing how to face the two directors. Director. Yin Xiaozha's gaze was as cold as ice. Like a sharp knife, he merely shot a sidelong glance at Fan Yu, then looked at Du Weilin. Where is Zhou Yi? In the confinement room. Take me there. Yin Xiaozha followed Du Weilin out, not sparing Fan Yu another glance. Qian Duo sighed once more and patted Fan Yu's shoulder. Director, I. The tall man stammered, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately couldn't get the words out. He couldn't open his mouth to defend himself, let alone plead for Zhou Yi. Fan Yu knew all too well that Zhou Yi was finished. He was also finished. In the end, a low, heavy statement echoed in the office. I will resign from all positions and accept the school's punishment. Qian Duo sighed for the third time. Let's go. In the confinement room, Zhou Yi's human skin mask had been removed, revealing her youthful and beautiful appearance. But obviously this face, which could be considered beautiful in a calm state, was now twisted, completely ruining that sense of beauty. Zhou Yi, at this point, do you still not know how to repent? Fan Yu's eyes were filled with tears, and he endured the pain in his heart to say this. Upon learning what Zhou Yi had done, and realizing what kind of accomplice he had been, Fan Yu did not cry. He did not cry when mocked by Du Weilin, ignored by Yin Xiaozha, or when Qian Zhao Guang expressed deep disappointment in him. But when he saw Zhou Yi, who still showed no signs of repentance in the confinement room, Fan Yu finally couldn't hold back, and blood tears streamed down his face. He felt his heart being torn apart, and all his perseverance over the years crumbled in an instant. The woman he had loved for so many years now seemed so strange to him. I was wrong? What did I do wrong? I was just implementing my own teaching philosophy. What did I do wrong? Zhou Yi looked at the man in front of her, whose face was full of despair, her expression becoming increasingly fierce, almost gritting her teeth. She still firmly believed that she was not in the wrong. How could you harm so many children? This is not teaching. This is murder. You are draining their potential to gain your qualifications. How could you be so heartless? Fan Yu's heart trembled. He didn't understand why the woman he loved had become this way. You are tarnishing the glory of Shrek. Bullshit. I am defending the glory of Shrek in my own way. Even when facing Yin Xiaozhe and Qian Zhao Guang at the same time, Zhou Yi still stubbornly refused to give in. Fan Yu stopped talking. He bit his lip tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palm, causing crimson blood to flow out. This tall man suddenly turned around, his eyes vacant, as if his soul had been drained, lost and disheveled, staggering away from this place. Escaping from a stranger he never wanted to see again. He leaned against the wall and slowly crouched down, his body trembling, covering his face and weeping silently in sorrow. The greatest sorrow is a dead heart. The deepest sadness is silence. In the confinement room, Yin Xiaozhe's gaze was icy and filled with murderous intent. His angry eyes openly stared at the seemingly fierce yet cowardly Zhou Yi, the pressure of a super law unreservedly pouring down on her, causing her bones to creak. I heard that at noon in the square. This is how you treated that child? So what if I did? Zhou Yi's face became increasingly ferocious, blood flowing from her ears and nose like a trickle. Very good, Yin Xiaozhe said flatly, casually slamming a stack of documents given by Du Weilin onto her face. The pristine white pages were stained with speckles of blood, resembling tears of blood. Do you have anything to say about these students? Zhou Yi gritted her teeth, using almost all her strength to barely lift her head. I am not wrong. The main culprit admits to it. Very good. Yin Xiaozhe said again, very good. And his imposing aura suddenly retracted, causing Zhou Yi, who was trying hard to lift her head, to jerk it up sharply and bang it against the wall behind her, blooming a blood-red rose. He glanced at Qian Zhao Guang and took a step back. Thanks. A finger radiating a pitch-black glow shot out like lightning, carrying the immense soul power of a super law into her dantian, instantly shattering all of Zhou Yi's meridians. Chapter 062, Joint Letter. Poof. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out. With Qian Duoduo's finger pointing, Zhou Yi felt intense roaring inside her body, as if even her soul was about to explode. The usually fearless Zhou Yi's expression went blank. Her soul power is gone. The strength she was proud of gone. Fear descended completely at that moment. Qian Duoduo's finger not only destroyed Zhou Yi's meridians, but also shattered her martial soul. Thoroughly shattered. Even if she could rebuild her meridians, she would never be able to walk the path of cultivation again in this lifetime. Unless a god descends to the mortal realm, people must always pay a price for their actions. Qian Duoduo coldly looked at the collapsed Zhou Yi. Did you think of today when you were using your strength to bully my disciple? Did you think of today when you were using your power to oppress those children? From now on, you're no longer a graduate and teacher of Shrek. You are the greatest stain in Shrek's history, forever nailed to the pillar of shame as a warning to future educators. No. Please don't do this. Don't do this. Zhou Yi's eyes seemed to lose focus, her hands flailing in the air, making the specially designed chains clink as if trying to grasp something. I'm a teacher of Shrek. I am a graduate of Shrek. Shrek's glory has my share. You're X of AB. Qian Duoduo couldn't help but curse, turning back and kicking the door. Bang! The heavy door slammed shut, locking all the noise inside that confinement room. The desperate dreams of the madman came to an abrupt halt at that moment. Outside the confinement room, Qian Duoduo walked out and saw Fan Yu, looking like a zombie, and Yin Xiaozhe, who wore an expressionless face. Yin Xiaozhe glanced at Fan Yu, then said to Qian Duoduo, I need to check the progress of the inspection team. Your disciple's reward will be issued along with Zhou Yi's judgment document. I see the data shows his aptitude is not very good. I will find something most suitable for him. Thank that kid for me. He upheld Shrek's honor. After Qian Duoduo responded with an he turned to leave, not even glancing at the person on the ground, until Yin Xiaozhe completely left Qian Duo suddenly kicked Fan Yu, sending him sprawling. Fan Yu looked at Qian Duo in shock, but more so with sadness and despair. The pain in his chest, no matter how intense, couldn't compare to the pain in his heart. The piercing pain. Are you just going to keep crying like this? Dean, your position, power, honor, everything you gained at Shrek has been reclaimed by the Sea God Pavilion. But you still have your mind, your hands, your skills. If you truly care, slowly atone for your sins in the future. Repay the debts you and Zhou have created. For the Academy, and also for those innocent children, I will compile a list of victims later. Fan Yu lay on the ground, listening to Qian Duo's heavy footsteps as he left, staring blankly at the ceiling. Something seemed to be reflected in his vacant eyes. Atone for sins. Fine. When Qian Zhao Guang returned to the dorm after lunch, Wang Dong was rarely not sleeping on the bed. And he wasn't even in the dorm. Just as he sat down to take a sip of water and prepare to start cultivating, suddenly, the dorm door opened. The footsteps outside seemed a bit chaotic and numerous. Qian Zhao Guang raised an eyebrow and instinctively glanced outside the door. The corridor was crowded with people, and the small door was tightly blocked in an instant. The first in line was Wang Dong, followed by several classmates from Class 1. Each face was filled with genuine worry and concern, and the palpable emotional fluctuations were unmistakable. As his consciousness quietly spread out, Qian Zhao Guang was shocked to discover that the first-floor corridor was nearly packed. There were people in every dormitory, on the stairs, at the front door, and even outside the dormitory windows. Everywhere there were people. They all wore the same expression, with some faces showing unabashed admiration, joy, excitement, and even worship. What is this? Being surrounded by so many people for the first time? Qian Zhao Guang felt a bit shy and scratched his head. The few people standing in the dormitory exchanged glances, and finally, it was Wang Dong who spoke up. Everyone is very worried about you. It's all my fault for bringing too many people, making things a bit too big. Everyone is afraid the school will expel you. After all, according to school rules. Under Qian Zhao Guang's astonished gaze, Wang Dong's hesitant voice grew softer, and his head lowered more and more, almost shrinking into his chest. The usual proud demeanor had completely vanished, and he seemed a bit humble, entirely different from the self-satisfied look he had when they argued. It was a male classmate on the side who couldn't bear to watch any longer. He snatched something from Wang Dong's lowered hand and handed it over. Class monitor, you've given us too much. You completely tore your relationship with that mad dog Zhou, and it was witnessed by Director Du and another teacher. Everyone is afraid you might be expelled from school. So after you and Sister Xiaodong were taken away, Wang Dong mobilized our classmates and got the seniors who were present at the time to co-sign this letter, hoping the school would give you a break. Many seniors who couldn't make it earlier also signed their names. Qian Zhao Guang was stunned and instinctively took the bulging envelope from the other person's hand. His classmate left a deep impression on him. He was one of the 8 people he had saved on the first day of school, and he was also one of the few in the class who supported and admired him greatly. Qian Zhao Guang opened the thick cowhide paper envelope and took out the thick stack of letter papers inside. Names, just names, densely packed black names. Handprints, just handprints. Densely packed red handprints. So many that it's hard to count. The letters, which were the main component, contained only a short 2 sentences. We, the undersigned, guarantee that first-year student Qian Zhao Guang has not violated school rules, and we earnestly request the school leaders to see the truth. Furthermore, if the school shelters Zhou, we are willing to withdraw from school to make a stand. A glance revealed that the names of the remaining classmates were neatly written in the most prominent position, with everyone except him and Hui Yutong included. Wang Dong's name was listed first, extremely conspicuous. What are you all doing? Aren't you forcing the school's hand? Don't you fear that the school will really have a heart to expel everyone? Qian Zhao Guang couldn't help but laugh, his nose feeling a bit sour and his eyes slightly moist. Unknowingly, he felt an impulse to cry. He had thought long ago that he had lost the ability to feel such emotions. He had always treated the people and things around him with a seemingly passionate, yet almost indifferent attitude. A frail boy walked out, staggering, and he had to lean against the wall with all his strength to keep from falling. However, his gaze was incredibly resolute as he looked at Qian Zhao Guang. Class monitor, if it weren't for you, I would have been expelled by that lunatic Zhou a long time ago. You stood up for us, so I'm willing to stand up for you. At that moment, his frail body felt as strong as a giant. Qian Zhao Guang looked at him seriously, then carefully folded the letter paper, placed it back into the envelope, and treasured it as he stored it in his storage bracelet. At that moment, it seemed like something in his heart had subtly cracked, breaking through a layer of cold barrier. It felt fulfilling and warm. Faced with these passionate young boys and girls stirred up by his own plan, he even felt a bit ashamed. Chapter 063. Hero. If the academy really intended to shelter Zhou Yi, he and Xiaodong might be able to retreat unscathed, but what about them? What would their fate be? The title of being disrespectful to their elders would likely stick, and there was a great possibility they would be expelled from the academy, with the mildest outcome being severe punishment. Even so, they still stood up without hesitation. For themselves. Suddenly, Qian Zhao Guang remembered a saying from his past life on Blue Star. I am for everyone, and everyone is for me. Thank you all, he said, quietly wiping away the mist from the corners of his eyes. When he looked back at the students before him, Qian Zhao Guang had already returned to his previous demeanor. He blinked and revealed a sly smile. But, who said I would be expelled? Who said the school would cover for Zhou Yi? You all seem a bit too pessimistic. The academy is fair and just. In the past, it was just that Zhou Yi had clouded our eyes. You must believe in the school. Wang Dong and a few others were taken aback. Are you saying, Zhou Yi will be dealt with? Class leader, you won't be expelled either. Qian Zhao Guang nodded with a smile. That's right. Wow. After a brief silence of a few seconds, cheers erupted from the corridor and outside the window, attracting the attention of some passing students in the distance. Most soul masters have good hearing, and in the quiet corridor and outside the window, they could hear Qian Zhao Guang's words clearly. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Inside the room, Qian Zhao Guang looked panicked as he watched the students rushing in towards him, and he turned to escape through the window. However, as soon as he opened the window, the people outside jumped directly in, blocking his escape route. Wang Dong gritted his teeth. You money-grubbing bastard. You made us worry for nothing all afternoon. Get him. The few boys who had previously looked righteous and were about to make a heroic sacrifice suddenly revealed malicious smiles and rushed forward, lifting Qian Zhao Guang high up. Excited students shouted the word hero, calling out Qian Zhao Guang's name, creating a wave that carried him from the first floor to the second floor and back down again. Even out of the dormitory, seeing a large group of enthusiastic senior sisters and female classmates charging at him like hungry wolves, Qian Zhao Guang was frightened and fled in panic. Thus, a strange scene appeared outside the Shrek Academy's outer courtyard at noon today. Qian Zhao Guang was running ahead, while hundreds of students were closely chasing after him. If one didn't know better, they might think he had incurred the wrath of the crowd and was about to be beaten up. Mu In had somehow appeared on his usual lounge chair, watching the scene with a cheerful expression. This kid, he has a promising talent. This time, he has really helped me make a big decision. Young people are so full of energy. From a distance, Beibei and Tanya were also curiously watching Qian Zhao Guang being chased and surrounded by a large group of extremely excited students. Having already learned about the situation from others, Tanya exclaimed, Wow, Brother Zhao Guang is famous in the outer courtyard now. That old lady is finished. I've never liked her. Beibei, however, was more shocked than anything else. Murmuring in disbelief, did Zhao Guang really take down that old lady Zhou Yi? Incredible. Ultimately, this farce ended with the approaching first class of the afternoon and some teachers passing by scolding them. After returning to the dormitory, Qian Zhao Guang sat down with lingering fear and gulped down ice-boiled water. Wang Dong was staring at Qian Zhao Guang with a malicious look, constantly humming to himself. You greedy bastard, turns out you're fine. I wasted so much time and energy trying to get someone to write a joint letter for you. Qian Zhao Guang looked up at her with a smile and retorted, I didn't expect you to have some cute traits. I thought you only knew how to pretend to be arrogant. He really didn't expect Wang Dong to take the initiative to do something like this. It was so unlike her style. Not to mention, she had just apologized to him. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. If there had been a camera and a video recorder, Qian Zhao Guang would have definitely recorded that moment and watched it repeatedly in front of Wang Dong. Wang Dong pounced over with a fierce look, shouting, Who do you look down on? What's wrong with me? What do you mean I only know how to pretend to be arrogant? Isn't that the case? I don't know who came on the first day with a smug face trying to boss me around. Right, little princess? Qian Zhao Guang was afraid of the water spilling and instinctively activated the extreme ice light to freeze it. For some reason, the speed of freezing the water seemed a bit slower than expected, and some water still spilled out. Oh, come on, don't make a fuss, the water is all spilled. Why don't you spill it all over yourself? Serves you right. Oh, give you a bit of sunshine and you shine brightly. Class, one of the new students welcomed a brief moment of free time, while the inspection team, led by Qian Duo and Yin Xiaozhe, was busy kicking their heels against their backs. If it was just about investigating Zhou Yi alone, it would have been easy. The information was readily available, and as long as it was compared, the authenticity could be proven. Moreover, both the mastermind and the accomplices confessed openly, and it would be enough to directly issue a judgment and make the results public. But the real trouble was the long list of people implicated in the Zhou Yi incident, as well as the follow-up work. The investigation speed of high-level soul masters was extremely fast. As report after report was submitted to the inspection team office, Qian Zhao Guang and Fan Yu grew increasingly alarmed. By the end, cold sweat had unknowingly soaked through their clothes. Yin Xiaozhe put down the report, pressing his index fingers against his temples, revealing an expression of great distress. He never expected that in these years, the management of the Outer Academy would be so lax that it had become this rotten. It's not too late to realize it now. Qian Zhao organized the reports into a volume while quickly writing the approval results. His mood was also extremely poor, but at the lowest point, he felt a slight sense of relief. All the teachers found to have problems were from the martial soul department, except for Fan Yu. Obviously, the soul guidance department hadn't had the opportunity to secretly do anything, as they had never been valued in Shrek. Rather than being gloomy and lamenting here, it would be better to think about how to deal with the aftermath. We need to pull out all the students who have studied under Zhou Yi for a unified screening, and we also need to think about how to communicate externally. After glancing at his old partner in silence, Qian Zhao continued, saying that we need to figure out how to give the angry parents of the students an explanation without damaging the Academy's reputation, and reasonably compensate and heal the students who have already been harmed. This could keep us busy. Once this matter is exposed, even the students who previously had great faith in Zhou Yi would definitely turn against him. No one would joke about their own bodies. Yin Xiaozhe shot an annoyed glance at Qian Zhao. Isn't this all your disciple's fault? If it weren't for him being in plain sight. Cut out. Qian Zhao glared back defiantly. If you have a problem, go find a teacher. It was his idea. What is wrong with my disciple? Without my disciple, your martial soul department will be thoroughly rotten. Why do you think so many students' complaints to the teaching department have fallen into deaf ears? If you ask me, you should kneel down and apologize to him. In a sense, Zhao Guang has saved your life. If this matter is exposed by outsiders, you'll be expelled from the soul master community as the dean. Yin Xiaozhe, although he wanted to refute, what he said made a lot of sense. Ahem, Lao Qian, I didn't mean that. I meant, it would have been better if that kid had used a gentler approach. Chapter 064, The New Homeroom Teacher. Are you saying this out of guilt? Do you really think you can be trusted? It seems, not really. Yin Xiaozhe coughed a few times to cover his embarrassment. In the past, he had always had the upper hand in banter with Qian Zhao, whether in cultivation or other aspects. But now the situation was different. The martial soul department had indeed lost a significant figure, and even his confidence in banter had diminished. But Lao Qian, are you sure your disciple has no problems? Yin Xiaozhe's tone shifted, and his gaze became sharp. From not considering health conditions at all, to collecting detailed information from the medical records room, visiting students from various grades to gather solid evidence, uniting everyone's interest to push Zhou Yi to the opposing side of the entire class and even half of the Outer Academy, and finally confronting him publicly, leading to Zhou Yi's disgrace. Moreover, Yu and Du Weilin were both present at the time, with hundreds of students as witnesses. The Academy had to handle Zhou Yi and could not punish him personally. This is not something an 11-year-old child could do. Some students who were not very concerned about external matters didn't even know there was a medical office in the Outer Academy even after years of enrollment, let alone the medical records room, which I've never even been to. How did he think of that? Qian Zhao stopped his work and looked at Yin Xiaozhe with a serious expression. I believe in my disciple, he said firmly. You believe? That can't be used as evidence, nor as a reason. What if he is an undercover agent raised by the Sun Moon Empire? Don't forget, his identity is that of an orphan. And don't forget, there is also the matter of Xiao Tao being inexplicably frozen, which Zhao Guang has a strong suspicion of. An undercover agent of the Sun Moon Empire? If so, then more of such undercover agents will be trouble. Quickly help improve the development of the Soul Guidance Department at Shrek. Qian Zhao wanted to respond like this, but he couldn't. Don't you understand? Not only do I believe in him, but the teacher also thinks he is fine. Otherwise, how could he be allowed to run amok in the Outer Academy? If it weren't for the teacher's consent, he wouldn't even be able to enter the medical records room, even with my badge. You don't think these precious records can be casually browsed by students, do you? Yin Xiaozhe suddenly froze. Habitually, he wanted to refute, but after thinking it over, he realized that Qian Zhao seemed to have a very good point. All right, since it's what the teacher said, then it's settled. Well, then I'll reserve that kid Zhao Guang for our Soul Guidance Department ahead of time. Is that okay? Once the new student competition is over, I'll give him the identity of a core disciple. No problem. After all, he is your disciple. Qian Duo suddenly had a thought and continued. By the way, Zhao Guang has a younger sister who is also my disciple. I plan to bring them both to the soul guidance department. I've already issued core disciple credentials for them. Younger sister? Fine. Am I going to compete with you? Yin Xiaozhe was currently focused on this pile of messy issues, and his mind wasn't quick enough to catch on, so he subconsciously agreed. In fact, he had seen Hui Yutong's information after Xiao Tao was frozen. However, at that time, his main focus was entirely on Qian Zhao Guang, and he had only glanced at Hui Yutong's information. All right, I've already given Zhao Guang's reward to his new homeroom teacher. Just let him pass it directly to that kid. Then I can rest assured. Qian Duo muttered vaguely, not sure which matter he was reassured about. The next morning, the students of Class 1 were seated in the classroom on time before the first class. When Qian Zhao Guang walked into the classroom, the classmates even spontaneously stood up, giving him a warm round of applause and cheers. In their hearts, Qian Zhao Guang was their hero. In a little while, the class bell rang. The person who walked into the classroom was not the subject teacher for that lesson, but rather a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40 years old. This teacher appeared very ordinary in appearance and did not have any imposing presence. He had a smile on his face and carried a scholarly demeanor. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Yin, and I will be taking over from Zhou Yi as your new homeroom teacher. Wang Yin, a trace of curiosity arose in Qian Zhao Guang's heart. Isn't Wang Yin mainly teaching the upper grades? Why did he suddenly come to be the class teacher for the new students? However, curiosity aside, one must still show the necessary politeness. Everyone, please stand up. Qian Zhao Guang spoke loudly, and all the students in the new class stood up in unison, bowing to him. Hello, Teacher Wang. Wang Yin smiled and said, no need for so much formality, quickly sit down. My teaching habit has always been to treat everyone as friends, so from now on, you're all my little friends. And I am your guardian. Studying in the academy is like coming home. Can you still be tense at home? Just relax a bit. His gentle words made the students in the new class feel at ease. The originally tense classroom atmosphere instantly relaxed, becoming warm and harmonious. Now next, let me talk about you. Qian Zhao Guang looked thoughtfully at Wang Yin, who was speaking eloquently. Perhaps Shrek Academy considered the strong sense of unity and rebelliousness sparked by the new students in Class 1, which is why they appointed such a gentle teacher as Wang Yin to be the class advisor. For Qian Zhao Guang, he quite liked Wang Yin, this academically inclined teacher who had a wealth of knowledge. He was one of the few who could recognize the importance of soul-guiding devices in the mire of Shrek, and his vision and foresight were impeccable. Qian Zhao Guang was secretly observing Wang Yin from his seat, while Wang Yin was also secretly watching Qian Zhao Guang while speaking. This warrior, who was willing to risk everything to pull the emperor down from his horse, had already become well known in the outer courtyard. No teacher was unaware of his name and deeds. Qian Zhao Guang's actions have led to a significant polarization among the teachers in the external department. Some teachers scoff at him, even angrily rebuking him for lacking respect for his elders, attributing his low cultivation level to his obsession with studying unorthodox paths. On the other hand, some teachers praise him greatly, eager to shower him with all kinds of compliments. Wang Yin, representing an educational philosophy completely opposite to that of Zhou Yi, leans toward the latter. This is also one of the reasons why he actively requested to be the homeroom teacher for the new students. He wants to see for himself what kind of person this legendary student truly is. All right, students, that's all I have to say. If there are no other matters, you may have free time after class. Please be on time this afternoon. We will conduct a class-wide physical data assessment. Chapter 065, Light Source Liquid. Wang Yin's speech was coming to an end. From the serious expressions of the students in Class 1, it was clear that they quite liked this gentle teacher. Compared to the terrifying Zhou Yi, this is like the difference between heaven and hell. By the way, class monitor, please stay behind. Since it's the teacher's first day, I need you to introduce me to the situation of your class. Qian Zhao Guang was taken aback, looking at Wang Yan's elegant smile, and he instantly understood something. One cannot generalize about people. Emotional intelligence and the art of conversation are even more nuanced. When Qian Zhao Guang finished his conversation with Wang Yin and returned to the dormitory, Wang Dong was, as usual, curled up in a ball, lying on the bed like a corpse. Aren't you supposed to be working hard to win the championship in the new student competition? Why are you napping during the day, intermittently getting pumped up while continuously living off your meals? Upon hearing this, Wang Dong sat up abruptly. What kind of talk is that? Can't you cultivate while lying down? Qian Zhao Guang looked at him with disdain. With your talent, if you could cultivate while lying down, you would have been a soul master long ago. How come you're still only at level 21? Almost 22. Your situation can only be described with one term. What term? An actively useless person. Get lost. Wang Dong picked up a pillow and threw it at him. A blue light formed a hand that emerged from Qian Zhao Guang's body, skillfully catching it before throwing it back at her. Next time you throw it at me, I'll just let it drop to the ground. Don't blame me for not warning you. T-Sich. Wang Dong rolled her eyes in disdain, holding the pillow that had just been thrown back. Hey, wait a minute. Don't you think your martial soul seems to have changed a bit? Changed? Qian Zhao Guang sat on the bed, carefully sensing the current state of the extreme ice light. It seemed. Not as cool as before, right? I told you there was something different about your martial soul. Wang Dong looked pleased, but she didn't delve deeper into the topic. After all, even if she did, she wouldn't understand. It was just casual talk. Instead, she was more interested in some gossip. Hey, by the way, what did the new teacher Wang say to you? Not much. Just asked about our class's overall situation and gave me the reward for reporting Zhou Yi. They said it was inconvenient to publicly commend me for certain special reasons. So they gave me a bit more in terms of reward. Wang Dong asked curiously, reward? What did the academy give you? I don't know. Qian Zhao Guang shrugged and took out a transparent crystal bottle from his storage soul guide. Inside the crystal bottle was a droplet of golden liquid the size of a longan, radiating a holy light. Teacher Wang, Yin said this thing is called source liquid, a top-grade treasure of the light element that can help me refine my essence and transform my body, and advised me to consume it as soon as I returned to the dormitory. Source liquid? Wang Dong widened his eyes in disbelief and even reached out to rub them. Are you sure Teacher Wang didn't make a mistake? Qian Zhao Guang looked bewildered. Is this thing really that precious? Previously, when Wang Yin handed it to him, he only briefly explained a couple of points, and he didn't take it to heart. In fact, it wasn't that Wang Yin didn't value it. It was that he himself was also unclear. Even as a teacher from Shrek's academic faction, limited by his own cultivation and the knowledge reserves of the Outer Academy, he couldn't possibly come into contact with treasures of this level. If it weren't for Yin Xiaozhe giving him a brief introduction when passing this item to him, Qian Zhao Guang would be even more confused now. Wang Dong explained, of course, as Teacher Wang Yin said, this is a treasure worth about 10 times more than the soul-enhancing pill you took before. If it weren't restricted to soul masters with only light attributes, its value could be 100 times greater. Although it may not compare to some stronger top-tier spiritual items in other aspects, it is definitely the most suitable for you. Qian Zhao Guang was somewhat surprised as he twirled the bottle in his hand and asked, so what is the use of this? Can it help me increase my soul power by 10 levels? 10 levels? What nonsense are you thinking in broad daylight? Wang Dong shot him a glance. The source liquid can only be produced after being nurtured in places where the power of light is extremely concentrated for hundreds or thousands of years. Its greatest function is to enhance the martial soul of light attribute soul masters and to gently strengthen a soul master's foundation. Haven't you taken the Qian Shui Dan before? You can think of the source liquid as an upgraded version of the Qian Shui Dan, but specifically for light attribute soul masters. As for me, my bright goddess butterfly is already a top-level light attribute martial soul, so this thing is useless to me. But you are different. Your innate soul power is low, and with the previous Qian Shui Dan, taking the source liquid will at least elevate you to innate level 9 or above, if your physique shows a bit of promise. It's also possible for you to have the talent of reaching the full innate soul power level. This stuff is so amazing. Qian Zhao Guang lifted the crystal bottle filled with luminous liquid. The golden yellow droplet, the size of a longan, reflected an amber glow under the sunlight. Incredibly beautiful. He thought to himself, what a pity. If this thing's greatest use is just to enhance potential, then it probably won't have a particularly obvious effect on him. After all, he wasn't truly low in innate soul power. He just used it up early. Moreover, could his light really be enhanced? Or, to put another way, is the quality of that thing really low? All right, hurry up and take it. Don't delay lunch later. The absorption speed of this thing is quite fast. Wang Dong mumbled and lay back down on the bed, wrapping himself up tightly and even putting on a pink eye mask. Always lucky. Hearing Wang Dong's muttering, Qian Zhao Guang chuckled softly. This guy's contradictory nature is quite amusing. Since the joint letter, their relationship had drawn closer. At least they no longer looked at each other with disdain like before. Qian Zhao Guang took off his shoes and socks, sitting cross-legged on the bed. With a flick of his finger, he opened the bottle cap, and a rich aura of light instantly spread throughout the room, illuminating the entire dormitory in a golden splendor. Without hesitation, he tilted his neck back and the golden liquid poured into his throat. The moment the luminous liquid entered his mouth, a thick and scorching sensation erupted, transforming into a surging heat that flowed through his body. There was no need for Qian Zhao Guang's refinement and guidance. This searing warmth quickly coursed through his limbs and bones, causing his entire body to radiate a faint golden light, resembling the legendary golden body Arhut. Qian Zhao Guang initially tried to control the soul power and blood energy to guide it, but soon he gave up this action. It felt as if the light source liquid was autonomously acting on his body, attempting to merge with it. Chapter 066. Ilex Awakens. In fact, when this thing was spreading, it had already lost its entity on a macro level, and it seemed to have penetrated into some corner of his body. However, at this point, the light source liquid came to a halt. It seemed to have stalled the process, completely failing to take the next step, nor did it provide a return option. Qian Zhao Guang opened his eyes in confusion, frowning as his consciousness scanned his entire body. Right now, he looked like a little Oscar statue, radiating bright golden light all over. The source liquid, which should have been absorbed autonomously by his body and martial soul, was completely stuck here. Little did he know, if the source liquid had intelligence, it would definitely be cursing in anger right now. My job is to enhance martial souls and build foundations, but damn it, I can't even merge with this body, let alone enhance anything. Are you looking for trouble? The essence of the source liquid is an incredibly pure mass of light elements, which reacted with certain components after being extremely concentrated, and infused with a large amount of highly concentrated life energy, ultimately being nurtured by the miraculous nature over time. If it were a soul master with ordinary talent, or even one with innate full soul power, they wouldn't need to do anything. They would just drink it and wait for their body to undergo transformation. After all, above innate full soul power, there is innate level 20 soul power, and above top martial souls are divine level and dragon god level martial souls. But Qian Zhao Guang, setting aside that special martial soul, his physical talent is already maxed out. The talent value is already off the charts, leaving no room for the source liquid to enhance. The extreme ice light has a strong uniqueness and exclusivity, so the source liquid can't merge into it. As a result, it can't enhance the martial soul or be converted into cultivation, so it is directly stuck here. In the sea of consciousness, the disturbed dream ice silkworm complained loudly. I say, Zhao Guang, what have you eaten again? It's too bright in this sea of consciousness. It's blinding. I can't even sleep. After pondering for a moment, Qian Zhao Guang projected a consciousness entity and asked, it's a heavenly treasure called source liquid. But now doesn't T know why it's stuck here? Tianming, do you have any solutions? The dream ice silkworm raised its body, looked around, and said dejectedly, how would I know? You know very well. For all these years, I've either been sleeping under the extreme north or imprisoned beneath the lake of life. How would I have seen this thing? If it were an ice-type heavenly treasure, I might recognize it. Just as the two were at a loss, a cool current suddenly appeared in Qian Zhao Guang's sea of consciousness. Grayness enveloped the entire sea of consciousness in an instant, while the Alex bead that had been accumulating in his mind disappeared. Pure light power and life power. A familiar feeling. An ancient voice echoed clearly in Qian Zhao Guang's sea of consciousness, and even the dream ice silkworm could hear the voice distinctly. 10 clusters of golden light almost simultaneously lit up, trying to rush towards the gray current. However, that streak of gray seemed formless and intangible. No matter how the dream ice silkworm manipulated its essence to charge, it did not affect it at all. Tianming, don't be nervous. In the sea of consciousness, Qian Zhao Guang stopped the excited dream ice silkworm. If this senior had malicious intent towards us, we would have been done for when you and I merged. The dream ice silkworm halted its attack, angrily shouting, old guy, who exactly are you? Why are you trying to take my territory? The form of Alex did not converge, but the voice resonated throughout the sea of consciousness. You? What are you? Just a fleshworm. If it weren't for the fact that I only have a wisp of divine consciousness left, a single thought could send you to your death. The dream ice silkworm was furious. The 10 clusters of essence flickered, and it tried to charge at Alex to fight to the death, but was stopped again. The consciousness projection condensed by Qian Zhao Guang bowed to the gray airflow and respectfully asked, excuse me, senior, I ask who you are? Facing Qian Zhao Guang, Alex's voice became much gentler. Young one, I originally did not belong to this world. I only remember that I seemed to be dying at that time. But perhaps because my soul's power was too strong, I broke through space at the moment of death, and a strand of my consciousness survived, which ended up in your world. At that time, that giant bug was merging with you, creating a strong energy fluctuation that attracted me here. I sensed a peculiar light from you, so out of curiosity, I moved into your sea of consciousness. Rest assured, I have no ill will towards you. If I were to act against you, the first to die would probably be this strand of my remaining soul. Right now, I'm still very weak and need time to gradually repair myself in order to slowly restore all my memories. Just now, I suddenly sensed a pure light and life energy being infused into your body, producing a feeling that I found very familiar, which is what awakened me from my slumber. I must say your sea of consciousness is quite unique, and your mental power is a composition pattern I have never seen before. I can't even perceive your emotions and memories. The source of light dormant within you awakened the sleeping Ilex. Is this considered a fortunate coincidence? Qian Zhao Guang showed a surprised expression that was appropriate for his age and pretended to explain nervously. Senior, this is not a sea of spirit. I call it the sea of consciousness, and the mental power I have condensed is also referred to as divine consciousness in my cultivation methods. Divine consciousness? Sea of consciousness. That's interesting. I feel that the recovery speed within your sea of consciousness is quite fast. The divine consciousness we both refer to doesn't seem to be the same thing. Ilex's voice slightly lifted, sounding a bit pleased, but still had not solidified into a physical form. However, it seems that you are encountering some trouble now. Qian Zhao Guang quickly nodded and said, "Yes, Senior, this trouble was indeed caused by the pure light and life energy you mentioned earlier. Once they fused with my body a bit, they stopped moving. I have no way to continue the fusion, nor can I separate this power from my body. Now I become a glowing torch." He originally wanted to say a glowing light bulb, but after a moment's thought, he figured that Alex probably didn't know what a light bulb was. Alex laughed a few times and said, "You can release your consciousness. I need to examine your body." Qian Zhao Guang followed the instructions and opened a gap in the sea of consciousness. Gray airflow surged out from the sea of consciousness, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Just a few seconds later, the gray airflow retreated back into the sea of consciousness, and once again, the laughter of Ilex echoed from within. "Kid, the light on you is even more peculiar than I imagined. This foreign light cannot coexist with your own light, so it got stuck here. However, this is a very easy problem for me to solve." Before Qian Zhao Guang could respond, he felt his body stiffen, similar to the sensation of sleep paralysis where one cannot control their own body, feeling like an empty shell. Chapter 067. Wang Yan's Scientific Education in an Instant. The gray airflow slightly stirred something. The light derived from the luminous liquid receded like a tide, rolling back into the sea of consciousness, and Qian Zhao Guang curiously used his spiritual sense to perceive, discovering that this bead was completely made up of high-concentration light elements. The voice of Ilex appeared again. "Throwing it away would be a waste. Let's leave this little thing here for now. It might come in handy in the future. I have extracted all the light elements, and now your body only has the life energy left in your limbs and bones. You should be able to handle that yourself." I need to continue repairing my memories. Once my spiritual sense recovers a bit, I will come out to find you again. The gray within the sea of consciousness gradually faded away with Ilex's words, and in just a short while, everything around returned to normal. The bead, representing his spiritual sense, also stayed next to the light element bead. Qian Zhao Guang has regained control over his body again. To be honest, this experience of an old grandpa playing on behalf of someone else feels quite strange and uncomfortable. Bastard! Bastard! This old man is too arrogant. How dare he insult me? I must kill him. Tianming Bankan is so furious in the sea of consciousness that it's practically jumping up and down, even though it doesn't have any feet. Qian Zhao Guang left a strand of projection listening to its resentful murmurs, and his consciousness had returned to his body. The unexpected awakening of Ilex truly helped him a great deal. If the light source liquid could only enhance the potential of soul masters, then the remaining life energy was pure, high-quality energy. The heavenly dream eye silkworm had a lot to say about this. It had been sucked dry by a group of soul beasts in the Stardow forest for a full 10,000 years. And this was what it had been drained of. Those crystal-clear, high-quality energies were now accumulating in Qian Zhao Guang's body, and with a bit of refinement, he could experience a significant leap in his cultivation. Unsurprisingly, when Qian Zhao Guang woke up just before mealtime, his cultivation had skyrocketed from level 15 to level 18. From an outsider's perspective, Qian Zhao Guang was at a loss. A treasure that could enhance the potential of light attribute soul masters had simply boosted his soul power by 3 levels. He was practically losing his pants. But from Qian Zhao Guang's own perspective, I'm making a killing. if he relied solely on hard work. Leveling up 3 or 4 levels in a year would be considered a huge blessing. This infusion of life energy directly saved him a year's worth of hard work. And the refinement of his meridians and blood vessels had reached 40% of his entire body. It was a huge profit. Of course, Wang Dong still knew nothing about this, even though it had just happened right beside her. Qian Zhao Guang only needs to conceal his own aura, and almost no one can see his true strength. In the campus, he generally suppresses his aura to a level that cannot be perceived below the Soul Sect. If those teachers who are generally above Soul King and Soul Emperor cannot sense his true level, then he wouldn't be able to explain it even with 8 mouths. You're awake, how do you feel? Wang Dong, who also woke up just before mealtime, had his hands behind his head, sitting on the bed in a very ungraceful manner with his legs crossed, exuding a lazy and decadent aura all over. Qian Zhao Guang stood up and moved around a bit, feeling the surging power within him. He grinned and said, I feel pretty good. Thanks for the reminder. Did I hear that right? You actually thanked me? Wang Dong mimicked his previous expression, looking very exaggerated. Qian Zhao Guang raised an eyebrow and stepped outside. While walking, he teased her. I was going to wave that debt of 130,000 gold soul coins for you, but now it seems like you don't need it? Hey, I do need it. I need the money. Get it back to me. Wang Dong scrambled off the bed and chased after him out the door. In the afternoon, class, one of the new students was taken by Wang Yin to an area they had never been to before. There were a lot of equipment placed there, the purpose of which was unknown. Several upperclassmen in senior uniforms were already waiting there, seemingly helpers brought in by Wang Yin. Aside from the familiar iron outfits, each piece amazed these unfortunate souls who had been running for a full 2 weeks. Qian Zhao Guang looked at everything in front of him with a strange expression, admiring Wang Yin, who was explaining, and feeling a bit of respect in his heart. The equipment here resembled many fitness devices he had used in his past life, such as weight plates, dumbbells, arm strength trainers, rowing machines, and other simple apparatuses that were almost identical. There were also many bizarre-looking devices that even he, a modern person, couldn't figure out what they were for. One really couldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. Even in the Douluo continent, even in this decaying Shrek Academy, there were still some rebellious and enterprising reformers. Wang Yin proudly introduced, students, the training ground you see now is the result of the teacher's years of dedicated research, just completed recently. The teacher has further developed various different branches of training programs based on the traditional burden running education at Shrek. Your task this afternoon is to cooperate with the teacher and your senior classmates to conduct various physical fitness tests. The teacher will arrange different training subjects based on each of your individual situations. Zhao Guang, come, help the teacher distribute these forms to each student. Qian Zhao Guang's gaze roughly scanned the form in his hand, which roughly listed various types of martial souls: running speed, KMH, running speed, MN, sprinting speed, MS, maximum running distance, lifting strength, maximum strength, striking power, reaction speed, and many other different quantifiable items. This simple form directly led to an increase in his admiration for Wang Yin. To be able to make such detailed classifications in this environment, and even tailor a training program for each student, is what truly makes a knowledgeable, capable, and responsible teacher. Perhaps these testing items are not as accurate as the results produced by the soul guide tests of the Sun and Moon Empire. Perhaps Wang Yin has yet to summarize more suitable and scientific training methods. But all of this is worthy of respect from anyone, because he is on the path to seeking the truth, a genuine pioneer and seeker. Unfortunately, such visionary and intelligent pioneers like Wang Yin are ultimately in the minority and may even be looked down upon by some so-called prodigies at Shrek Academy. In the era of the Dragon King legend, Shrek Academy still only employed the old method of weighted running. Relying solely on one person's strength is ultimately fleeting. Just as the new class students were orderly conducting their tests, Wang Yin approached Qian Zhao Guang, who had been helping maintain order and assist with the tests, and hadn't had the chance to perform the actual tests yet. Mr. Wang, are you looking for me? Qian Zhao Guang asked. It's ridiculous. Why are there so many comments these days? Chapter 068. Decision in front of his teacher. Qian Zhao Guang always maintained a respectful attitude, even using polite language when facing Zhou Yi before they had a falling out, adhering to all the necessary courtesies. Wang Yin gently said, Zhao Guang, there's no need to be so formal. I just want to chat. You say, and I will certainly speak without reservation. You child. Wang Yin chuckled in amusement. He hadn't expected that this legendary student, who had previously been at odds with Zhou Yi, would be so humble and courteous, completely unlike the rumored difficult character. Have you absorbed the light source liquid? Director Yin said that stuff will be very helpful for you. I can sense that your aura has improved. Qian Zhao Guang said, very useful. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Wang Yin quickly waved his hand. Don't thank me. This is a reward given to you by the Academy for clearing out a batch of pests from the external college, saving the Academy's reputation and glory. The judgment results regarding Zhou, Yi, and those people will be released soon. Although, due to certain reasons, most of them will not be made public in the school. You have the right to know. A batch? This. Qian Zhao Guang looked astonished. He simply wanted to get Zhou, Yi out of the way to protect a few students. And yet this had escalated into a major incident? That old man Mu In was really something. Wang Yin encouraged him with a pat on the shoulder, his gaze and words filled with unreserved praise. Yes, a whole batch. Thanks to you, the Academy has dug out over a dozen pests related to Zhou, Yi, and the Martial Soul Department has undergone a major reshuffle in the Outer Academy. If you hadn't discovered this in time, Shrek's glory would have been tarnished by these people. I see. It's nothing, Teacher Wang. This is what I should do. It's all for Shrek. Qian Zhao Guang displayed just the right amount of helplessness and pride, like a real 11-year-old child willing to sacrifice for Shrek. Unfortunately, in the end, he found it difficult to utter the words the glory of Shrek. These 6 words were indeed hard to say. Glory obtained through cheating, disregard for martial ethics, arrogance, and self-satisfaction. Such things are better left to true Shrek people. He is not worthy of it. He was just here to learn knowledge, not to join some MLM organization. By the way, Teacher Wang, there is something I want to discuss with you. After exchanging a few polite words with Wang Yin, Qian Zhao Guang's expression became serious. Wang Yin said solemnly, you speak. I will do my best to help you with what I can. It's not a big deal, just regarding physical training. Has Dean Qian mentioned anything about me and shout on to you? About my background? Qian Zhao Guang began his performance again, bringing out the earlier rhetoric about the hidden family regarding Bei Bei and Tangya. He had already communicated with Hui Yuhao before coming to Shrek, so there was no need to worry about her accidentally letting something slip. Dean Qian had mentioned it to me. Wang Yin nodded, also retracting his smile. The information about Qian Zhao Guang was delivered to the Soul Masters responsible for the matter on the afternoon of the day the Zhou Yi incident broke out. As the homeroom teacher of the involved party, Wang Yin naturally had a copy. He was well aware of the background of the last heir of that secluded family. He restrained his smile, maintaining an appropriate attitude towards Qian Zhao Guang's identity. It was clearly inappropriate to grin and laugh when everyone else's family had been wiped out. Are you asking about the martial soul? I'm really sorry, teacher. I have been reviewing a large amount of martial soul data in the Outer College Library these days and have not found the corresponding results. No, Teacher Wang. I want to discuss the issue of physical training with you. Qian Zhao Guang shook his head. Since you are aware of my background, I will speak frankly with you. From a personal perspective, I have immense respect for the equipment you have developed. It nearly matches the accumulation of our family over thousands of years. You're not implying that. Wang Yan's expression immediately froze. He had already realized something, but he was somewhat reluctant to believe his own conjecture. You guessed correctly. Qian Zhao Guang revealed a sunny smile. Our family has a foundation in forging and places immense importance on both metalwork and physical training. After thousands of years of accumulation, we have also developed a number of training equipment and methods, which happen to align perfectly with your ideas. Although the original blueprints of these devices have been completely destroyed, they're still firmly etched in my mind. Wang Yan's breathing suddenly became much heavier, and his gaze towards Qian Zhao Guang was filled with intense desire. It was as if a labor camp inmate who had been squatting for decades had just come out and seen a whole roasted lamb that was rich in color, aroma, and flavor. Nothing can stop a scholar's thirst for knowledge. Chao Guang Yu. Wang Yin felt a bit dry in the mouth. Impulsively, he thought, hurry up and ask the other party to let you take a look. Rationally, he reminded himself, you are a teacher. You cannot do something so unethical. Qian Zhao Guang had no intention of keeping him in suspense and said straightforwardly, Teacher Wang, I have decided to draw these diagrams and training methods after returning home today and gift them to you. The valuable knowledge summarized by our ancestors should not vanish with the decline of our family. They may not be the best, but they will certainly inspire your research and teaching. Zhou, you once scoffed at this, but I believe you won't. Theoretically speaking, Qian Zhao Guang was not lying. These were indeed the crystallization of wisdom researched by his family's ancestors. It's just that the ancestors were slightly numerous and the family was a bit large. Simply put, the name of this family is Huaxia. If the conditions were a bit broader, it could also be 2 words, Blue Star. No, Xiaoguang. Listen to me. This is the crystallization of wisdom from your family's members over thousands of years. How can you just give it to me? Or even gift it? This is against the rules. I must. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse, and Wang Yin suppressed his inner desire, racking his brains to advise Qian Zhao Guang not to act rashly and do something that goes against his ancestors. In this era, knowledge is monopolized by a very small number of people, especially in the original Douluo continent's 3 kingdoms. No one has ever been so selfless as to share valuable knowledge with others. Even the most basic principles of mechanics, botany, and soul beast illustrations have been hidden for thousands of years. Just like in the Sun and Moon Empire, knowledge sharing to enhance the national technological strength or develop civilian technology is impossible. Just like the Tang Sect, which has been inherited for 10,000 years. Chapter 069. Knowledge needs to be spread. Take the Poison Classic, which records a large number of plant species and medicinal values, and can be regarded as an encyclopedia of botany. He would rather take a wealth of knowledge to the grave, keeping it under wraps, than share it, especially since this thing was originally stolen by Tang San. He didn't even pass it down, and he didn't know what the pure and noble Tang Shenhuang was thinking, hiding things that were stolen and even guarding against his own sect. In contrast, many works by Huaxia's ancient sages, such as Shui Jing Zhu, Agricultural Book, Essential Techniques for the Common People, Book of Winning, Heavenly Crafts and Objects, Shur Star Table, Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases, 1,000 Gold Recipes, Compendium of Materia Medica, and so on, are countless classics that benefit the people. They spent their lifetime, even their lives, verifying the authenticity of this knowledge, all for what? Wasn't it so that future generations could take fewer detours? Compared to those ancient sages of Huaxia, Tang San's perspective is not just a matter of having a small vision. It's basically as if he had no vision at all. Unlike Tang San, who fears others remembering his knowledge, Qian Zhao Guang did just that. Just like those ancient sages of Huaxia, it had never happened before, and could even be considered unorthodox. Even if the knowledge he wanted to give to Wang Yin was so simple and basic. If possible, he even wanted to replicate the cultivation method he practiced, and later let many super Douluos discuss it together to see if they could create more cultivation methods. Unfortunately, he got stuck on the visualization diagrams. He had this thing in his mind, but he couldn't draw it out. Qian Zhao Guang is very clear about his own identity. He is not a science student, nor is he cut out for research. He cannot lead a civilization from the medieval era of swords and magic, gods and churches into an interstellar age with high per capita advancements like Wei Tianjing. However, his mind is filled with the advanced insights and broad perspectives accumulated over thousands of years of Chinese civilization and even Blue Star. As a traveler from another world, he wants to leave something behind in this one. A scientific and systematic approach to exercise and training equipment is one of the things he is most familiar with. So he considers it his first gift to this world. Teacher Wang, please don't refuse. This is just knowledge, not technology. My grandfather once said before he passed away that technology can be kept secret, but knowledge needs to be spread. Only when more people understand knowledge can more technology be created. I don't understand research. If this knowledge stays with me, it will only rot, stink, and eventually be forgotten. But if it is entrusted to you, I believe the results you create will definitely benefit more people. Qian Zhao Guang mischievously blinked. I believe you won't keep anything to yourself, right? It would be inappropriate for him to directly give out this information, and with Qian Zhao Guang's current identity, no one would even pay attention to him. If he could use Wang Yan's help to benefit more people, that would be even better. If it were in his past life, he would never have done something that wasn't even worth it, not even for publicity. However, after experiencing the incident with the joint letter, he didn't even realize that some of his previous thoughts had been unconsciously changed. At least, he could benefit those classmates who bravely stood up for him. Of course, exploring more knowledge and spreading it to more people is exactly why I became a teacher and a scholar. Wang Yin instinctively replied, completely unaware that he had been drawn into a trap. Technology can be kept confidential, but knowledge needs to be spread. That was a great statement. So it's settled then. I'll finish the drawing and give it to you later. Okay. Wang Yin was still a bit dazed, his mind filled with thoughts about the big project his newly acquainted students had set up for him, and for a moment, he couldn't snap back to reality. Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang? Qian Zhao Guang waved his hand in front of Wang Yan's eyes, and only then did the latter return to his senses. Sorry, I lost my composure. I'm a bit too excited and don't know how to thank you properly. Wang Yin scratched his head instinctively, with an apologetic smile on his face. If an outsider were to see this, they might think that Qian Zhao Guang was some big shot worth currying favor with. By the way, Zhao Guang, since you have some knowledge in this area then, the teacher, who had just received a great treasure, was choosing his words carefully, seemingly unsure of how to start. Would you be interested in helping me design a training plan for the students? Even if you aren't deeply involved in this field, you must have insights that are more unique than mine. I've heard that you and Xiaodong have a habit of doing morning exercises together every day. Qian Zhao Guang smiled and said, "You flatter me too much. I have no insights to speak of. I'm just echoing the wisdom of those before me. My little knowledge is not worth mentioning. As the class monitor, it's my duty to help my classmates, so of course, I will do so without hesitation." That's wonderful. The teacher thanks you on behalf of the students. The special test for the new first class came to a successful conclusion with the ringing of the class bell, and everyone participated in the test except for Qian Zhao Guang. The main reason Qian Zhao Guang didn't participate is that he is already very familiar with his own body. The plan designed by Wang Yan is unlikely to promote the transformation and evolution of his body better than the golden body technique, which is specifically used for body tempering. With that time, he might as well practice his swordsmanship and fighting skills, as well as develop his martial soul. Qian Zhao Guang had a strange premonition. He always felt that the light simulation of his first soul ring would be of great use in the future, but for now, it seemed just so. Time passed quickly, and it had been another week since the turmoil caused by Zhou Yi in the world. The punishment results for Zhou Yi had come out. As the biggest stain since the establishment of Shrek, she was stripped of her soul power and placed under house arrest in a secret location within the academy, where only the teacher delivering meals could have contact with her. Shrek ultimately did not dare to expel her directly for fear of damaging the academy's reputation, merely claiming to the outside world that she had been expelled. Fan Yu, as an accomplice, was relieved of all duties and had all honors and rewards revoked, becoming an ordinary researcher in the Soul Engineer department. An 8th-level Soul Engineer is indeed a rare species in the Douluo continent, and Shrek's extreme individual soldier plan still needed him, so he could only be lifted high and gently set down. Physically, he was not shackled and was spared from prison. Mentally, Fan Yu had long shackled himself with a heavy burden, each blood-stained name etched deep in his soul as an indelible mark. The students who had suffered under Zhou Yi would be nightmares he could never shake off for the rest of his life, whether intentionally or unintentionally. He ultimately became an accomplice to the executioner. Chapter 070. The dust settles. Not only were the two of them involved, but also more than 10 former Shrek teachers were brought to light and received varying degrees of punishment. The lightest punishment was the confiscation of all honors and expulsion from the academy. The heaviest punishment, in consideration of protecting the fragile minds of the students. Wang Yin and Qian Duo did not inform Qian Zhao Guang. Du Weilin and the dean of the Outer Academy also could not escape punishment, receiving varying degrees of consequences. Fortunately, they had not been expelled from the academy or had their positions cut. They were merely charged with negligence and supervision. After receiving the verdict, Du Weilin sighed deeply, feeling that his tormented conscience was slightly relieved. The Outer Academy still needed to operate, although it had experienced turmoil and a major reshuffle for a few days. Clearing out these tumors was ultimately a good thing for the long-term benefit. According to some rumors, even Yin Shaozhi himself could not escape blame this time, and was said to have been punished by the legendary Sea God Pavilion Master. This news initially came from Qian Duo, and Qian Zhao Guang thought that the authenticity of this news should be as high as 99%. Well, however, Qian Zhao Guang was not concerned about the handling results of these people. He had long anticipated Zhou Yi's outcome, and the survival of Shrek had nothing to do with him. If it weren't for Zhou Yi being exceedingly troublesome and having already brought disaster upon himself and Hu Yutong, he wouldn't have bothered with this mess at all. Wang Yin had once asked him about his thoughts on the fact that so many people were implicated in the Zhou Yi incident. Qian Zhao Guang had only one sense about this. I just did what I was supposed to do, did what I believed was right. They deserve their fate, and I have no regrets. This statement received high praise from Wang Yin. The Zhou Yi incident was thus settled. The Outer Academy lost a few teachers but also gained some new faces. However, this had nothing to do with Qian Zhao Guang. In the past few days, he had no time to relax. Every evening after dinner, he would go to Wang Yan's office to design new exercise equipment and training programs tailored to each individual's characteristics. In the process of their creative collaboration, both Qian Zhao Guang and Wang Yan gained a lot from each other's ideas, collectively contributing to the training plan. Still, it should be noted that Qian Zhao Guang rarely engaged in activities that required significant effort but offered almost no return. Most of the time, if there was no return on investment, He couldn't be bothered. But for the classmates who had consistently supported him, he was happy to do so. The decades of research results from Wang Yan's mind, combined with the wisdom of the Blue Star people from Qian Zhao Guang's mind, were transformed into exquisite blueprints and heartfelt plans. The efficiency of the Shrek logistics department was high. The blueprints submitted by the two quickly became real equipment and were incorporated into the physical education classes of the new students. These new training subjects received strong praise from Class 1 students, although they had never encountered such innovative tools. No one wanted to run until they dropped while wearing 30 pounds of iron armor every class. Although the training plan, jointly customized by Wang Yan and Qian Zhao Guang, also included weighted runs, these were strictly tailored according to each person's different physique. Depending on different martial souls and physical qualities, the weight, position, and method of running, as well as the duration, varied. The two also created various training equipment based on each person's different training focus, meeting the needs for strengthening different parts and directions. Relying solely on weighted runs to enhance physical fitness was indeed too low level. With the addition of these new training subjects, the new students in Class 1 grew at an astonishing speed, whether in terms of physical fitness, cultivation level, or practical experience. It is worth mentioning that when Wang Yan began to teach the physical education class, Qian Zhao Guang discovered that being treated by the Tree of Life Soul Sage after each class was a fixed program. It happened every time. In these 2 months of classes, the student who progressed the most was not the one who had already become a quasi-soul venerable, Yutong, but rather Wang Dong, who had been slacking off. This guy seemed to have been stimulated by something, even shortening his daily nap time significantly. In just over 2 months, he skyrocketed 2 levels, reaching a point just shy of level 24. Qian Zhao Guang has always suspected that this guy must be secretly taking soul-enhancing pills like the Ascension pills at midnight, especially since she is the little princess of Haotian sect. However, Wang Dong stubbornly denied it, and there was no choice but to let the matter rest. In the past 2 months, Qian Zhao Guang has been the most low-key in the entire class. Ever since the Zhou Yi incident, he has rarely been seen on campus, and when he goes to the library to read, he finds a corner to hide in, trying to reduce the chances of being pursued and surrounded. Morning exercises are fine since most people can't get up early, and those who can are busy cultivating. Too many people who have been tricked by Zhou Yi wanted to treat him to a meal or express their gratitude, especially after the verdict on Zhou Yi came out. During that time, he was so afraid to leave his dorm that all his meals were brought by Hui Yutong. The cafeteria's rule against taking food out was just for fun. In reality, no one cared if he put food in a lunchbox, even though he has been trying to avoid the public eye for over 2 months. His legend is still a hot topic among the students from the Outer Academy. There is even a phrase circulating among some students who hold Qian Zhao Guang in high regard that makes him feel quite embarrassed. You might not know who the principal of the Outer Academy is, but you absolutely cannot not know our leader Qian Zhao Guang, who led us in resistance. This phrase was brought up by a senior who had waited 5 years for his revenge. After telling this to an ancient senior in Shrek City, the latter was so excited that he wanted to bow to Qian Zhao Guang a few times when he learned the good news, and after laughing joyfully 3 times, he advanced to Soul Sage on the spot. The only regret was that he couldn't personally take revenge on his enemy. However, as he himself said, Zhou Yi being stripped of her soul power had already made the pent-up frustration in his heart dissipate completely, feeling extremely refreshing. In the end, after Qian Zhao Guang's strong persuasion, the matter of bowing was finally dropped. But before leaving, this guy generously gave him over 100,000 gold soul coins in cash and a storage soul guide ring with a capacity of 20 cubic meters as a thank you gift. Supposedly left over from the revenge fund, the storage soul guide was to ensure he had a place to store the money, compared to his noisy life. In terms of studies, Qian Zhao Guang could be considered a model student, receiving collective praise from all his teachers. No matter what class it is, Qian Zhao Guang is always the most active one. His class notes not only recorded various knowledge shared by the teachers, but also included supplementary knowledge he found in the library and his own annotations. His various notes were borrowed and copied in turn by the academic underachievers in the class, making him recall how he used to ask the top students for tutoring after sleeping in class in his previous life. Honestly, I could write a lot about specialized training subjects. I could even fill a chapter or 2. I worked part-time in sales at a gym during college, so I have some understanding of this. However, I feel it's unnecessary as it would affect the plot progression, so let's just gloss over it. Chapter 071. The big one is coming. Unfortunately, even after more than 2 months of hard training, Qian Zhao Guang is still some distance away from the threshold of level 19. His foundation is too deep, making breakthroughs naturally more difficult than for others. The refining of meridians and blood vessels, the cultivation of mental power, and the fundamental cultivation of soul power all require him to do more than triple the effort of others. However, the good news is that according to Qian Zhao Guang's own estimate of his cultivation progress, by the end of this academic year, he is certain to break through to level 20, and he might even have a little extra, possibly reaching level 21 if luck is on his side. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to solve the problem of the second soul ring of the extreme ice light at the happy hometown of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. With two big uncles residing in his mind, getting a 10,000-year soul ring shouldn't be too difficult, right? After returning from his morning run and finishing his shower, Qian Zhao Guang was planning his remaining 8 months of training in his room while changing clothes. Compared to when he first arrived at Shrek Academy, he has grown taller. His physique is even more upright and robust, and his muscles, which are incredibly firm yet well-proportioned, contain explosive power that others can hardly imagine. Resembling a finely carved ancient Greek sculpture, Wang Dong, who entered the room, was already used to it and casually said after a few glances, "Hurry up. I need to change after you." All right, who told me I was paid?" Qian Zhao Guang slightly quickened his pace. "Speaking of which, how have you been so diligent these past 2 months? It's simply unbelievable that you've really managed to go out for morning exercises with me every day." Wang Dong grinned and made a face. "Who are you looking down on? I'm going to be the champion of the freshman competition. If it weren't for Teacher Wang's strong recommendation, I wouldn't go. TSK, such at Sundara. Have you finished changing? Hurry up and go out once you're done. Why are you barking like a dog? Why are you barking like a dog? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you looking for a fight? You talk as if you can beat me. Damn money grubber, exkex Douluo curse. Getting anxious. Daily task. Argue with Wang Dong, 11. Qian Zhao Guang's dark humor was satisfied, and he left the house feeling content. Listening to the loud bang of the door that nearly cracked the frame and the faint stomping sounds coming from inside. Today was another beautiful day. In class, one of the new students, Hui Yutong, glanced at her seemingly very happy brother and then at the disgruntled Wang Dong and immediately understood what was going on. Her brother must have gone to tease Wang Dong again. Just like he used to wake up every morning to play with the neighbor's big yellow dog and little white cat when they lived in Xinglua City. The big yellow was a dog and the little white was a cat. However, ever since that night 2 years ago, Qian Zhao Guang had not played with him again. More than 2 months ago, Wang Dong had started joining them for morning exercises. This kind of thing had been happening almost every day, and Hui Yutong had gotten used to it over the past 2 months, feeling happy about her brother's change in character. Although Wang Dong often got annoyed and retorted, her brother, who could now smile, was much better than the gloomy and cold demeanor he had before. After the Zhou Yi incident, the relationships among all the students in class, one of the new students, had greatly improved, becoming more united and friendly. This definitely included Qian Zhao Guang and Wang Dong. Otherwise, Qian Zhao Guang wouldn't have brought this big trouble along for morning exercises. The two people who had previously disliked each other had at least changed their mode of interaction from openly insulting each other every day to a relatively friendly and sarcastic banter. It could probably be considered as a friendship, right? Hui Yutong ran her fingers through her hair and stopped thinking about these trivial matters. Ahem, classmates. Today's physical education class is temporarily paused. Wang Yin had somehow already stood behind the podium, wearing the familiar gentle smile that everyone knew. As he spoke, the students in class 1 quickly hushed, and the classroom instantly fell silent, with everyone sitting up straight and attentive. It turned out that instilling fear is the most basic method to get students to listen, but the key still lies in personal charisma and teaching ability. 3 months had passed since the start of the semester, and you will soon face your first assessment after entering Shrek Academy. Only by passing the assessment can you officially become first-year students. The assessment will begin tomorrow, and today the teacher will explain the key points. There is no need to be nervous. I have great confidence in you. Wang Yan's gaze swept across every student in the class, revealing unreserved pride and encouragement. Although class 1 of the new students might not match the overall cultivation levels of other new student classes, their execution and unity were undoubtedly strong. This was a reflection of Wang Yan's teaching methods and personal charisma, the unconditional trust from the students towards their teacher, the result of Zhou Yi's previous high-pressure backlash, and the leading role played by class leader Qian Zhao Guang. Zhao Guang, please distribute the materials. Here it comes. Qian Zhao Guang stood up and walked toward the podium. He saw a stack of forms in Wang Yan's hand. A brief glance revealed that each form had corresponding names written on it. There were data entries meticulously written by Wang Yin, reflecting each individual's final test results after more than 2 months of training. At the bottom of the forms, there was a blank space where Wang Yin had already written quite a bit of text. The handwriting was also Wang Yin's, outlining recommended training directions based on each person's different performances. This would help these newcomers, who were still in a phase of confusion, find their suitable development paths. One could imagine how much time and effort he must have spent to write appropriate recommendations for everyone without subjectively influencing the student's independent judgment. As a teacher at Shrek Academy, Wang Yin, despite being a senior teacher, was not particularly outstanding in terms of cultivation, even lower than some inner courtyard students. But did that really matter? As a teacher, a leader, and an enlightener, he was undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been promoted to an inner courtyard teacher in the original work. Whether it was his humility and rigor in facing new knowledge or his seriousness and responsibility in teaching. These were the reasons why Qian Zhao Guang and other classmates held Wang Yin in high regard. He had none of the arrogance seen in someone like Zhou Yi. He would patiently guide each student's training methods, clearly and succinctly explaining the reasons and principles behind them, rather than leaving them with a dismissive figure out yourself. Those who can't are worthless. Teaching should be clear, precise, and accurate. Otherwise, what use is a teacher? If Zhou Yi had been able to set aside her unfounded arrogance and communicated more with her students, she would not have ended up in such a situation. Chapter 072. The disdainful duo. After everyone received their forms, Wang Yin spoke again. After the freshman assessment, class divisions will take place. I have provided each of you with simple recommendations for relatively suitable development directions. You need to seriously and carefully consider and establish your future training direction, writing it in the blank space at the bottom, which you will hand in to me shortly. The training directions he referred to were undoubtedly the traditional classifications of soul masters, such as strong attack, control, agility attack, support, etc. After the freshman tests, these novice soul masters, who had undergone 3 months of basic education, would truly begin their learning journey, acquiring the corresponding knowledge and training methods. Qian Zhao Guang reviewed his form while sitting in his seat, which listed various test data, all of which were the results of his training over the past 2 months. As a member of Class 1, Wang Yin naturally wrote him a recommendation direction. Using a soul guiding device for assistance, he leaned towards being a close combat strong attack type, and could serve as a control type when necessary. Qian Zhao Guang grinned and quickly wrote a few big characters in the blank area. You are not wrong. Just as the students in Class 1 were contemplating their future paths of cultivation, Wang Yin gently coughed a few times to attract everyone's attention. While you are considering, let me explain the format of this freshman test. It might help you think about your future paths, to train your practical abilities. This test will be in the form of a 3v3 competition, and each team is limited to 1 strong attack-type soul master. I have temporarily drafted a team formation table for you to refer to shortly. Of course, the rule of having only 1 strong attack-type soul master is not too strict. Most of you currently only have 1 or 2 soul skills, so there isn't that strong of a preference yet. As long as it's not too outrageous, like 3 beast martial soul strong attack types forming a team. The school generally won't interfere, so there's no need to worry about that. Due to the large number of freshmen, there will be over 300 teams participating in this assessment, but only less than half will remain, specifically the top 150 teams, with scores ranked based on points. The opponents will be decided by drawing lots, and each team must participate in at least 10 battles. The top 64 teams in points will compete in the knockout stage. There are different rewards for the top 4 in the knockout stage, and the champion will receive extremely generous rewards. I hope everyone works hard. All the students put down their pens and paper, listening attentively. The freshman assessment is key to whether they can stay. Once eliminated, they would almost be cut off from Shrek forever. They had already removed their biggest obstacle on the path ahead, Zhou Yi. Would they really be eliminated by this freshman test? No, absolutely not. No one would bow down and admit defeat. Wang Yin cheerfully said, "We currently have 87 students in our class, which can be perfectly divided into 29 teams. Originally, each homeroom teacher has the privilege to designate 1 student to directly advance without taking the test. Therefore, I privately asked a student in our class who tends to lean towards the soul guidance system yesterday if he wanted to use this privilege to enter the soul guidance system directly. Without hesitation, he firmly rejected me and expressed his desire to face challenges together with his classmates. This student's name is Song Qinghan. Let us give him a round of applause." A warm round of applause erupted, and everyone turned their attention to a small-statured student, who was none other than Song Qinghan himself. Song Qinghan's face turned red, and he stood up, stammering, ahem, well, don't all look at me. I'm kind of shy. We've all weathered the storms together. If I, old song, just ran off by myself, that wouldn't be fair at all, right? Ha 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 ha. Everyone burst into laughter, and the gloomy atmosphere was instantly broken, becoming incredibly lively. Qian Zhao Guang looked at the highly praised Song Qinghan, unsure of how to evaluate him. In the original work, he had to accept Zhou Yi's force control with no room for choice. Unexpectedly, after moving this mountain aside, he chose to test his own strength and fight for himself. Although he didn't know the final outcome, he still wished him good luck. A person who dares to struggle and is loyal will never achieve little in the future. All right, students, quiet down. You still have forms to fill out. Wang Yin pressed her hands down a few times to stop the noise in the class. Now, I'll briefly announce the temporary groupings. If anyone has objections, come to my office before evening. Once reported, it can't be changed. Group 1, Qian Zhao Guang, Hui Yutong, Wang Dong. Group 2, Qian Zhao Guang, Wang Dong. Wait a minute, Teacher Wang, isn't there something wrong here? Qian Zhao Guang and Wang Dong exchanged a glance, and both of their expressions stiffened at the same time. Damn, how can I end up in a group with you, you lazy dog? Qian Zhao Guang lowered his voice and quietly complained. Wang Dong rolled his eyes. Do you think I want to be in a group with you, that money-grabbing jerk? Oomph. Hui Yutong was amused by the way the two were bickering and said softly, Brother, I think your chemistry with Wang Dong is pretty good, right? Bruce, you two are in the same dorm. Her voice grew softer and softer as two fierce glares fixed on her, making it hard for her to speak. Wow, brother, you're bullying me. Ahem, I didn't, I was wrong. All right, that's it. If you have any objections to the group results, come to me before tonight. After deciding on your future cultivation direction, fill out the form and hand it back, then you can leave. Go back today and eat something good to recharge and prepare for the battle. Since Wang Yin had done a lot of preparatory work in advance, the freshmen quickly decided on their cultivation directions and submitted their forms before leaving. A certain little girl with a twin martial soul had been staring longingly at Wang Dong at the door for a long time, but in the end, she just sighed and didn't apply to switch groups. Soon, the room was empty, leaving only the two bickering individuals and Hui Yutong sitting in her original spot. Qian Zhao Guang urged, Hurry up, there's no one left now. Quickly go apply to Teacher Wang to change teams. I can see that little girl Xiao really wants to be in your group. Her eyes are full of stars when she looks at you. Wang Dong slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, his expression filled with anger and grief. Sister Tang, you said that I can only join the Tang Sect if I get first place in the freshman competition. With you, that money-loving freak with abnormal strength, plus Xiaodong support. How could I possibly win? I'm not stupid. Qian Zhao Guang, what the hell are you calling me? Chapter 073, Bulb Goose. You'd better stop it. The nickname you gave me is getting longer and longer. Before Wang Dong could continue arguing with Qian Zhao Guang, Wang Yin walked over with a smile and took the forms in front of the three, a control system leaning toward support. It seems Xiao Tong has completely figured out her future path, just as the teacher thought. Hui Yutong nodded and obediently said, A few days ago, my brother and I want to see Dean Qian. No, I should call him teacher now. The teacher said my eyes are naturally meant for long-range soul-guided devices. And I think so too. Wang Yin praised her and then looked at Wang Dong's form. A standard strong attack system, no problem at all. Your light goddess butterfly and Hao Yi and Hammer complement each other well, both being top-tier strong attack martial souls. When Wang Yin finally picked up Qian Zhao Guang's form, the few big characters made his mouth twitch a bit. I mean, Zhao Guang, this is a bit too careless, isn't it? Qian Zhao Guang Yao, isn't this already summarized by you? I think what you said is absolutely right. I have no objections. Wang Yin also smiled. So you don't have anything to add? Well, if I had to say something, I feel like calling myself a support-type soul master could be somewhat justified. I just developed a new use for the light mimicry last week. Wang Yin. What the hell? What did he just say? Support type? After Qian Zhao Guang used the light sharing skill, looking at the extreme ice light emerging from his hand, Wang Yin was completely stunned. For others, the light sharing skill is purely useless, basically just a large illumination spell. At most it can lower the temperature a bit. However, if it is applied to Wang Dong, its usefulness becomes significant. At that time, the soul skills Wang Dong unleashes will not only carry their own effects, but also the extreme ice power of the extreme ice light. Qian Zhao Guang can also adjust it with light mimicry from a distance. It's simply incredibly cool. So far, Qian Zhao Guang has conducted many experiments with the light sharing skill, and only the owners of light attribute martial souls can benefit from this enhancement. In other words, right now, only Wang Dong can be amplified. Other soul masters with different martial souls, even if they accept it, cannot transform it into an offensive means, which is very awkward. For example, Huiyutong. After she accepted the connection of light sharing, she could only show off the effects of the extreme ice light, making her close combat attacks and Ghost Shadow Phantom look a bit cooler. This is completely beyond my expectations. You can actually use this skill like this. It's simply amazing. Wang Yan's expression changed several times, from initial shock to now being filled with curiosity. The transition was extremely quick. This is the kind of brilliance that a scholar emits when they see research material. Qian Zhao Guang couldn't help but want to take a step back, but he couldn't succeed as he was sitting on a chair, sandwiched between Wang Dong and Huiyutong, unable to go anywhere. "You little brat, what are you hiding for? Am I going to slice you up or something?" Wang Yan laughed and scolded. "Well, it seems you three don't need to worry. With your skills, I even think you could aim for the championship in the freshman competition. All right, go back and rest as soon as possible, conserve your energy, and let the teachers benefit from your glory." "Yes." The three responded and then got up to leave the classroom. On the way back, Wang Dong glanced at the indifferent Qian Zhao Guang and then at the cute Huiyutong and muttered unhappily, "I mean, we're at least a team. Don't you have anything to say about tomorrow's competition?" The siblings turned back simultaneously, looking at Wang Dong in surprise. Qian Zhao Guang feigned confusion and asked, "Is there really a need for that? I'm just a weak control type and support type soul master, you know. Xiaodong is also a support and control type, but you're our main fighting force. You need to put in some effort to protect the two of us." Wang Dong gave him a glance and said, "Look at your physical quality that can smash rocks with a punch. You're a support type? Weak? Do you even believe that yourself? If you're weak, what does that make everyone else in this world?" Qian Zhao Guang exaggeratedly made a face imitating Wang Dong, making her quite angry. "You, a level 23, soon-to-be level 24 twin martial soul great soul master, with 2 top-tier martial souls. And your second soul ring is 1,000 years old. Xiaodong, a level 30 quasi-soul Zun, equipped with several Tang Sect's ultimate skills, can directly incapacitate someone below 2 rings in just 3 minutes, making them practically a burden on their teammates. Levels 2 and 3 will be significantly weakened in a short time. As for me, I'm an all-rounder at level 18. I'm not bragging. Just by wielding a knife, killing a 100-year-soul beast is as easy as eating and drinking. Do you think we three need to discuss battle strategies against a team of generally level 1? Let us talk about it when we face great soul masters and soul Zuns in the knockout rounds." "It seems to be the case," Wang Dong said reluctantly. Although she was unwilling to admit it, she knew in her heart that Qian Zhao Guang was right. Despite Wang Dong usually appearing like a garrulous, showy goose in front of Qian Zhao Guang, in front of other soul masters, she was undoubtedly a high-cold giant. A divine-level martial soul combined with a 1,000-year second ring. No one would truly think Wang Dong was weak, right? No way, right? Wait, are you planning to use a knife in the freshman competition? Aren't you afraid of killing someone with one swing? Wang Dong exclaimed in shock as she realized. She had seen Qian Zhao Guang practicing with a knife during their morning training over the past 2 months, and they had sparred many times. That forged long knife had left a deep impression on her. It was then that she had given up on the idea that she could beat Qian Zhao Guang. She also realized that the other party had not lied to her. When it came down to it, she truly couldn't win. How was that possible? Huiyutong couldn't help but interject, looking at Wang Dong as if she were foolish. When she first arrived, she thought Qian Zhao Guang was an arrogant, aloof male god, but after getting to know him, she found out he was just a proud, silly deer. What nickname did her brother give him again? All right, the light bulb goose. Not very strong in combat, but always a bit annoying and often hard to tell apart from the crowd, acting as a light bulb. Although the freshman competition didn't prohibit the use of weapons, the teacher forbade her brother from using his favorite knife. It wasn't that it was unfair. It was just too dangerous. Wang Dong then patted her chest, exhaling a breath. "I told you, if that thing comes down with a swing, the teacher will have to hold you down and investigate for 10 or 8 days to see if you're a spy sent from the Sun and Moon continent to assassinate the Academy as freshman." Chapter 074. You just found out we're a couple? Huiyutong. How did things end up like this? The aloof male god was running wildly towards the direction of the silly deer, and it was impossible to pull him back. No, this was no longer a silly deer. It was clearly a runaway husky. The next day was boring, spent in training. Wang Dong, the lazy dog, unusually didn't take a long nap, but meditated for the entire day, claiming it was to quickly break through to level 24. Early the next morning, Qian Zhao Guang unprecedentedly interrupted his morning training with Huiyutong, and the three of them went directly to the teaching building after breakfast. As soon as they entered the class, they felt a fervent atmosphere. Wang Yin's groupings were very appropriate, and no one proposed a change. Now everyone was gathering in threes and twos, enthusiastically discussing the tactical strategies for the afternoon. Just as Wang Dong was sitting in her chair in a daze, Qian Zhao Guang suddenly said, "Do well this afternoon. Shout on, and I will support you mentally." Wang Dong paused. Huh? What do you mean? Are you saying I have to fight alone this afternoon? Qian Zhao Guang spread his hands and replied helplessly, "Then what else? Isn't your goal to become a champion? How can you win in the early stages without hiding some strength? Didn't you say yesterday that just rushing will be fine?" Hui Yutong helplessly covered her eyes, seemingly not wanting to see this very embarrassing guy. Qian Zhao Guang casually flicked Wang Dong on the forehead. "Damn it, do you really think we three can just fight and be invincible? There's a pair from the class next door, a combo from the White Tiger Duke's mansion that can summon a netherworld White Tiger. The guy with the White Tiger martial soul is named Dai Huabin, and he has already advanced to Soul Master. In the class next to that, there's the little princess Ning Tian from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, also a Soul Master. And in the next class, there's a pair of sister Soul Masters who can perform martial soul fusion techniques." Wang Dong covered his forehead where he had been flicked, bewildered as he listened to Qian Zhao Guang recount this information, which should have been highly confidential, as if it were common knowledge. "When did you go asking around for this info? When you were sleeping like a log?" Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, 3 knocks sounded, and the previously noisy classroom quickly fell silent. It was as quiet as a grave. It seemed everyone had rested well last night. There was a lot of energy today. Wang Yin walked in, wearing a familiar smile. "I've submitted the team roster, and the competition officially begins this afternoon. You want to encounter each other during the matches, so no need to worry about internal conflict. The only requirement from me is that after the freshman competition, you can still maintain the teacher-student relationship on campus. That is all I have to say. Don't forget to draw lots at noon, and gather at the respective assessment areas before class in the afternoon. Now, go prepare." With that, Wang Yin gave everyone an encouraging look and turned to leave. Many classmates followed suit, discussing practicing among themselves. Wang Dong nudged Qian Zhao Guang. "Hey, aren't we going to practice, or something?" Before Qian could respond, Hui Yutong interjected. With her delicate brows raised, a faint blue light shimmered in her eyes. "What did you just call me?" Cough, cough. Wang Dong shrank back in fright, quickly moving his chair aside. "Little Tong, you've changed. You used to be so gentle and cute. Why do you turn into a different person when it comes to this guy?" Qian Zhao Guang, who was sitting in the middle, mocked. "Who told you little Tong is my sister?" "Sister? More like a sister-in-love." "Huh?" Wang Dong muttered, his eyes constantly glancing at Hui Yutong's face. "What kind of sibling relationship is like yours?" Hui Yutong's face turned slightly red, and the earlier fierceness instantly deflated. The blue light in her eyes faded, and she shyly hid behind Qian Zhao Guang. She didn't confirm, nor did she refute. Instead, Qian Zhao Guang nodded decisively, even turning around and unabashedly kissing Hui Yutong on the cheek, saying to the dumbfounded Wang Dong, "Yeah, didn't you notice? Other classmates have known for a long time. We've been childhood friends, innocent and naive, living together for many years. Otherwise, why do you think I call you Lightbulb Big Goose? Is it just because you can shine?" Wang Dong. "What? Is this true? What's with the surprise? Single dog, go draw lots later." Until the afternoon of the freshman competition, Wang Dong was still a bit dazed, struggling to accept this fact. After all this time, the light bulb was actually me. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is next to the Fighting Soul area. Compared to this place, which is specifically for charging for fights, the assessment area is much larger. For these new Soul Masters from outside the academy, this is a stage for outstanding students to showcase themselves and a nightmare in the minds of ordinary students. Every year, a large number of students are eliminated because they fail to pass the assessments. Most of the eliminated students, apart from those from the class previously taught by Zhou, come from here. Currently, this area of over 20,000 square meters has been divided into 50 assessment zones, each a square area with a side length of 20 meters, blocked off by temporary wooden walls. For these little guys, who generally only have 1 or 2 rings, a fighting area of 400 square meters is already quite spacious. The afternoon assessment officially began. On the first day, each group of freshmen only needed to compete once before they could leave. This time, the number of participants is significantly higher than in the original, with 317 groups and a total of 951 people. Excluding the 9 students who advanced directly, The number of students expelled by Zhou Yi alone in the past 2 weeks has accounted for more than a third of the total expulsion numbers. Shockingly, in the original work, the proportion of students expelled by Zhou Yi even exceeded half, which was still based on the fact that those people had benefited from a main character's halo, resulting in a loss of only 40 or 50 students. Normally, by this time, if there were more than 10 students left in Zhou Yi's class, that would be considered a lot, except for those with extremely poor performance during the freshman period or special circumstances. Teachers generally do not easily expel students and will give them a chance to take the assessments. The relative elimination of the bottom ranks is intended to inspire students' ambition, and in this turbulent era, it is still within an acceptable range. But that extreme nurturing mode is somewhat questionable. Are we cultivating dead soldiers or students here? Perhaps due to the involvement of the handsome and beautiful readers' powerful figures, even though Qian Zhao Guang personally drew the lots. The 3 of them were still assigned to Area 33. All new students, please note, please enter the assessment area immediately and wait. Those who have not entered after 10 minutes will be considered to have forfeited. A loud announcement rang out, and the expressions of the new students mostly became serious. The first assessment, which would determine their fate in life, was about to begin. Except for a few confident skilled players and one guy with a psychological age of over 20, most of these 11 to 12-year-old kids were quite nervous. Even Hui Yutong unconsciously tightened her grip on Qian Zhao Guang's hand, biting her lip and occasionally touching the dagger she carried at her waist. It was a dagger very similar in height to the White Tiger dagger, but in reality, it was forged by Qian Zhao Guang using tempered gold for Hui Yutong's self-defense when she didn't have any soul power. Fighting humans is completely different from battling soul beasts. Not everyone has a big heart like Qian Zhao Guang. After all, Hui Yutong is just an 11-year-old girl. Wang Dong, however, was no longer nervous. This thick-skinned light bulb had his left hand resting on Qian Zhao Guang's shoulder, leaning against him, and was now looking around at the anxious opponents with a smug expression. Don't be nervous. With me and the money-seeking guy here, it's all easy. Qian Zhao Guang shot her a glance and said nothing. He held Hui Yutong's slightly sweaty little hand and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Feeling the warm temperature in her brother's palm, Hui Yutong's heart, which was beating in a chaotic rhythm, gradually stabilized, and her tense emotions greatly eased. A male teacher, who looked to be in his 40s and was tall and strong, arrived at Area 33 and intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Qian Zhao Guang. He said in a deep voice, "Hello everyone, my surname is Li. For the next few days, I will be responsible for you. I remind you again that harming your opponents during the assessment is strictly prohibited unless there are special circumstances. All right, the assessment is about to begin." As he spoke, he opened the folder in his hand. In the first round, the first match, Class 1 of the new students, Qian Zhao Guang's team, against Class 3 of the new students, Ouyang Junyi's team. After you enter, stand in opposite corners. You can only release your martial souls after I say the match begins. The use of soul-guiding devices is strictly prohibited. Go in. Following the plan the 3 of them had discussed earlier, Wang Dong took the lead and stood firmly in the northwest corner. Hui Yutong and Qian Zhao Guang stood on either side behind her, forming a triangle, while the 3 opponents stood shoulder to shoulder in a line. Seeing that both sides were ready, Teacher Li spoke without hesitation. The assessment begins. Both sides reacted quickly and activated their martial souls simultaneously. However, after Qian Zhao Guang's side activated theirs first, the 3 opponents clearly showed a very confused expression. "There are 3 of you. Where are the martial souls of the other 2? Qian Zhao Guang didn't care about what they were thinking. The soul ring beneath his feet flickered faintly. He raised his hand and patted Wang Dong's shoulder, and the icy blue light instantly spread across her body. The light of extreme ice was shared. The splendid blue-purple wings gradually transformed into a more magnificent and elegant deep blue, while the sharp blades and horns surrounding them added a touch of ferocity to what should have been an extraordinarily beautiful butterfly wing. "You have been strengthened. Hurry and deliver." Qian Zhao Guang cheerfully pushed Wang Dong forward by the waist. With that force, Wang Dong instantly charged ahead, his mouth still twitching slightly. What the hell is this? It doesn't sound like anything good. Whether it was the responsible Teacher Li, the classmates watching from aside, or their 3 opponents, everyone was shocked. What kind of martial soul is this? What kind of soul skill is this? Is this some kind of special martial soul fusion technique? Zhao Haochen, standing in the center, was the first to react, shouting, "Come on, my big, I'll give you a big slap." The food system's soul master with the chicken leg martial soul hadn't finished his soul incantation, but his eyes were already tinged with blood, and he turned around to give his teammate a big slap. Truly, a painful blow to my teammate. Qian Zhao, who had been inexplicably slapped, was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Is there a mole among us? Damn it, what are you doing? Do you know how much damage that slap caused me? That slap made it so I couldn't even summon my martial soul. I was interrupted halfway through by my teammate. Where do I go to argue about this? Ouyang Junyi, who hadn't been attacked, quickly came to his senses. As he controlled his teammate's slap, he also caught a glimpse of Huai Yutong's eyes, which shimmered with a misty glow. Long ago, Qian Zhao Guang had told her, if you have a soul skill that can interrupt the opponent's skill, don't rush to use it at the start. Whenever you encounter a fool who likes to shout their name in battle, just confuse them and let their own soul skill backfire, while also dealing a blow to your own team. Just like this, the soul master with the chicken leg martial soul happened to hit the mark. Remembering her brother's words, Huai Yutong immediately unleashed a full power confusion, not only interrupting the opponent's soul skill release, but also muddling their perception. This was another piece of advice from Qian Zhao Guang. It's better to break one finger than to hurt all 10. When you catch one, beat them to death. Knock them out. This is the enemy's soul skill, which has a mind control effect. Ouyang Junyi shouted, as a sharp spike grew from the front of his right arm, charging forward to confront Wang Dong alone. His cultivation level had already reached level 19, an agility attack type, with the swordbeak hummingbird martial soul, which was quite good among the new students. Meanwhile, Qian Zhao, who had been slapped by his teammate, finally summoned a soft sword and decisively knocked out his unfortunate teammate. An 18-level agility attack system weapon soul master could easily knock out a 17-level food system soul master, especially since this guy's mind wasn't very clear right now. The misty glow shone again in Huai Yutong's eyes, and her second soul ring pulsed up and down, sending an invisible wave from her eyes to Wang Dong. As Wang Dong charged forward, he suddenly felt something added in his mind, and with a glance at the approaching opponent, he gained a strange clarity, as if he could hit the opponent no matter how he attacked. Spirit Eye Lock. Under Huai Yutong's relentless training and development, this ability could not only be used by herself, but also consume double the mental energy to assist her teammates. The swordbeak hummingbird could elevate the soul master's speed to an extremely high level. An ordinary great soul master might not be able to gain an advantage. However, under Huai Yutong's locking soul skill, two invisible yet accurately perceivable guiding lines appeared in Wang Dong's vision. One pointed towards Ouyang Junyi in front, and the other pointed towards Qian Zhao behind, clearly outlining their attack trajectories. Chapter 076. Even a dog can win with output. The blue golden light pattern had already appeared on Wang Dong's wings as she charged forward. Her arms and front wings instantly overlapped, and two blades, shimmering with cold air, appeared in the air. In midair, Wang Dong's position was slightly higher than Ouyang Junyi's. A look of disdain and pride appeared on her face, as if she were the queen of the skies, looking down at her tiny opponent. Facing the opponent's attack, she swung her left blade horizontally, directly meeting Ouyang Junyi's swordbeak. The right blade slashed upwards, colliding with Qian Zhaofeng's sword light that had arrived late, perfectly timed. Swish, swish. Two satisfying cutting sounds rang out in succession. The blades, enhanced by the extreme ice light, were significantly stronger than what Wang Dong could unleash herself. The cold blade easily sliced through the sharp swordbeak and the white sword light. She retracted her blades, her arms and wings flapping together, delivering a piercingly cold and violent attack directly to Ouyang Junyi's chest. The overwhelming force lifted his feet off the ground, sending him flying backward with a bang. On the other side, Qian Zhao fared worse. After his sword light was shattered, before he could react, Huai Yutong's second lock had firmly pinned him down. The beautiful ice-blue butterfly wings fluttered in the air without a pause, and he only felt a flash of blue gold before quickly following his teammate. That was fast. Don't deliver so quickly next time. Wang Dong gracefully spun in midair, using the recoil force to pause in the air, showing a disdainful expression before slowly descending. She had mastered her aura perfectly. When facing Qian Zhao Guang and Huai Yutong, she was like a silly deer and a light bulb goose, purely because she couldn't win in combat and couldn't match wits. Qian Zhao Guang could easily make her furious with just a few words. But when facing these small fry, she would revert to her cold, frosty, proud princess persona, looking down on these mortals with disdain. On the sidelines, Teacher Li couldn't help but praise the power of the light goddess butterfly in his heart, his mouth and hands busy. Class 1. Qian Zhao Guang's team won the match. At this moment, the outside was silent, with the onlookers silently watching the victorious trio. Qian Zhao Guang and Huai Yutong were standing in a corner that they couldn't see clearly from the entrance. In their eyes, It was just Wang Dong who easily swept through the internally conflicted team of Class 3. The three intangible skills of locking, chaos, and shared light were really hard to connect with soul skills. Except for a few smart people who caught a glimpse of the faint glow of the soul rings under the two's feet and guessed that it might be an intangible soul skill. The remaining dozen or so people were still in shock at Wang Dong's strength. They all thought to themselves, no wonder he's a genius with a 1,000-year second soul ring. At this moment, Wang Dong had already retracted his martial soul and was walking towards his teammates with an ecstatic expression. Qian Zhao Guang crossed his arms and teased, "So, how's it going, Big Goose? Feeling good? Do you still want to continue? Damn, it's amazing. If I had known it would be this exhilarating, we wouldn't have wasted time discussing tactics. Let's just play like this for the next 9 matches. It's simply too exciting. All I have to do is charge forward. I don't even need to think." Wang Dong, looking delighted, high-five Hui Yu Tong, completely unconcerned about the term Big Goose. "The target Xiao Tong will be marked for me. The action trajectory will be outlined, the opponent will be weakened, and when I attack, you can also enhance the power of Extreme Ice Light to boost my attack power." It's simply, just as she was racking her brain, trying to find the right words to describe it, Qian Zhao Guang suddenly chimed in. "It's like even a dog on a leash could win. You bastard. You're the dog." Wang Dong shouted angrily, lunging forward with claws out. But Qian Zhao Guang slightly sidestepped and avoided him. Hui Yu Tong couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she said, "My brother told me a name for our tactic, and I think it's very fitting." "What?" Wang Dong, who had paused his actions to argue with Qian Zhao Guang, turned around curiously to listen. "My brother said our way of playing is like gathering the strength of the whole village to raise a pig. The pig will be raised plump. So it's called the pig raising style. Xiao Tong, you've learned bad things from him." Wang Dong shouted in indignation. "You two are teaming up to bully me." Qian Zhao Guang looked at her with a sidelong glance. "So, do you still want to continue enjoying the 9 rounds? Wang Dong immediately declared with righteous fervor, "Yes." A famous philosopher with the surname Wang once said, "No one can escape the law of true fragrance." Clearly, even a third of the daughter of the God King cannot escape this. Ha 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 ha. The three exchanged glances and burst into laughter, filling the scene with a joyful atmosphere. On the other side of the venue, including the unfortunate guy, the three had already recovered and climbed up. They were not feeling too happy over here. Even though Wang Dong and Qian Zhao Guang had intentionally controlled their attack power and didn't actually hurt them, being knocked away still hurt a lot. The unfortunate guy with the chicken leg martial soul rubbed his neck, still a bit dazed, and groggily asked, "What is going on? How do we lose? Ouch, why does my neck hurt so much?" "You still have the face to say that." His two teammates glared at him and quickly dragged him away from the competition scene, knowing he was in for a beating. After teacher Li registered the competition results, he glanced at Qian Zhao Guang again. The legendary student who had toppled Zhou, he left a very deep impression on the teachers from the Foreign Affairs Department, especially those who felt strong disdain and condemnation for Qian Zhao Guang's teaching methods toward Zhou. You were particularly interested in him. However, teacher Li was now deep in thought, wondering why Qian Zhao Guang, clearly an 18th level support soul master, had become the captain of their team. Was it simply because of his strong charisma? Moreover, he registered as a control-type soul master. Where exactly did that control manifest? Isn't that just support? The freshman assessment progressed quickly, and the results of the first round were all out shortly after. Under the scientific training methods developed by Wang Yin and Qian Zhao Guang, the students of Class 1 all passed collectively, with no defeats. Those who had undergone specific enhancements were like wolves on the battlefield. In terms of agility, I'm faster than you. My reflexes are stronger than yours. In terms of brute force, I am stronger than you. My attacks are more powerful than yours. In terms of support, I can run faster than you. When pushed to the limit, I can even jump up and slap you hard. Chapter 077. The joy of the goose, especially after the testing began the next day. Each team had to face 4 battles, which was a significant test of their endurance, mindset, soul power, and combat skills. From today onwards, they could already feel that their endurance and physical strength were much stronger than their counterparts. The further they went into the competition, the more apparent this situation became. In fact, there were 3 first-ring geniuses who, relying on their extraordinary stamina, ran wildly in the 4th match, exhausting 2 second-ring and 1 first-ring opponents, successfully achieving an over-level kill, leaving the audience and supervising teachers stunned. Compared to the bloody battles of other students, Qian Zhao Guang's side was much more comfortable. The basic process of their matches was, close the door, unleash Wang Dong. After fully buffing and debuffing, the light bulb goose charged once, and the match was already over. The 3 of them easily and happily went to the side to eat melon and watch the show. Consequently, the 2 matches in the morning of the next day took less than 5 minutes in total. And that includes the time for Teacher Li to record and announce the results. In such a densely packed competition schedule, the new students in their group, having witnessed the first 3 matches, realized what was happening and directly conceded when facing the 3 of them, saving both stamina and avoiding a beating. Thus, they easily secured 5 consecutive victories. Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong were both very happy, enjoying themselves while sitting on a small stool and munching on sunflower seeds. Only Wang Dong looked regretful, clearly disappointed that they had agreed to have a good time, but after only 3 enjoyable matches, the opponents stopped playing, which was truly unsatisfying. After the day's matches ended, Teacher Li called the 3 of them over and said, "You 3 have achieved an impressive record of 5 wins out of 5 in the first 5 matches. While this is quite good, it also has its downsides for you. There will be a redraw shortly, and in addition to ensuring there are no internal matches within the same class, we will also consider your previous results. This means that you will definitely face strong teams tomorrow, so you cannot afford to be careless like this." Qian Zhao Guang nodded. "Thank you, Teacher Li, for the reminder. We will pay attention." On the way back to the dormitory, Wang Dong was bouncing as he walked, full of excitement. "This is so awesome. Let's do this again tomorrow. I still have my Millennium Soul skill that I haven't used." Hui Yutong showed a worried expression. "How about we play it safe? I'll join you. I have the Spirit Iron Knife that my brother forged for me, and my close combat ability is also quite strong." The Spirit Iron Knife was the 1,000 forged dagger in her hand. Since it was made from 1,000 forged spirit iron, it got such a simple and straightforward name. While speaking, she tapped her upper body with her finger, producing a crisp metallic sound. "I also have this cloud titanium armor, which has decent defense." Wang Dong pouted. "Ugh, you're so spoiled by the money. It's like they hold you in their hands for fear of dropping you, and put you in their mouths for fear of melting you. This cloud titanium armor costs at least 3,000 soul coins. No wonder he's so stingy. Who else would be willing to forge rare metals into armor? Can you stop standing there and talking without feeling any pain?" Qian Zhao Guang looked displeased. "Who do you think has as much money as you? Just casually pulling out 200,000 gold soul coins to buy some peace. Xiao Tong and I are all alone. If we don't find ways to earn more money, where will we get the resources?" Fine. I admit my fault and will reflect on it." Wang Dong quickly raised his hand in surrender. Qian Zhao Guang glared at her again before continuing. "Tomorrow, try to act alone as much as possible. If necessary, throw out the 1,000-year soul skill. It doesn't matter. My and Xiao Tong's melee capabilities are our trump card. Who would have thought that 2 auxiliary and control soul masters, who seem powerless, could take down a bear with a single punch? That was you who took down the bear with 1 punch? I don't believe Xiao Tong is a monster like you," Wang Dong retorted. Hui Yutong silently took out the white tiger dagger from her storage ring and said softly, "Brother said that the biggest difference between humans and monkeys is the ability to use tools. That's why I could hunt bears alone with this dagger when I was 6. Wang Dong. Damn it. Damn soul-guiding devices. The monkey is actually me. I figured it out. You 2 siblings are both monsters." Qian Zhao Guang smiled and said, "All right, Big Goose, you worked the hardest today. Tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. Let's go to the 8 windows." Huh? Did I hear that wrong? Is the sun rising from the west? This stingy iron rooster actually wants a treat? Wang Dong looked as if he had heard something unbelievable, his eyes wide open. Qian Zhao Guang shrugged, pulled out a promissory note with someone's signature and fingerprint and waved it around. "Ah, you reap what you sow. Damn it. Are you going to eat or not?" "Yes." Just as the 3 of them were laughing and walking out of the assessment area, they bumped into a man and a woman. Among them, the man was someone they all recognized, our treasure courier Su Sanshur. The woman, with light pink eyes, a devilishly hot figure, and stunning looks, was Hui Yutong, whom Wang Dong had never seen before. Although they didn't know each other, Qian Zhao Guang recognized the woman as Ma Xiaotao, who was troubled by evil fire. Compared to his previous domineering and spirited demeanor, Su Sanshur now looked pale and unhealthy, like a junkie who had been drained of energy, appearing listless. Ma Xiaotao's captivating face was flushed abnormally, with her light pink eyes showing signs of turning red. "Xiao Su, are you sure it's them?" Ma Xiaotao asked Su Sanshur, but her gaze never left Qian Zhao Guang, constantly sizing him up. She felt a faint coolness emanating from him, which somewhat calmed the fiery heat in her heart. Perhaps it was just psychological? Ma Xiaotao thought to herself. A first-year student with only level 18 soul power couldn't possibly have such great abilities. It must be due to the protector behind him. Su Sanshur said with a, "Sister Xiaotao, I'm not sure. My relationship with Brother Zhao Guang is quite ordinary. If it weren't for Ma Xiaodao glanced at him lightly, making him swallow the rest of his sentence back down, causing his pale face to flush slightly. If it weren't for what? If it weren't for you personally speaking, I wouldn't agree to anyone else. That's more like it. Ma Xiaodao turned her gaze back and nodded. All right, you can go. After Su Sanshi shot a look at Qian Zhao Guang and the others that seemed to say good luck, he turned and left, practically fleeing the scene. He wasn't even this panicked when he was threatened with expulsion. Chapter 078, The Fiery Big Sister, Part 1. Hui Yutong quietly tugged at Qian Zhao Guang's sleeve, her eyes already sparkling with excitement. Ma Xiaodao said lightly, "You two come with me. Junior, you go back first." You. Wang Dong was about to explode, but was stopped by Qian Zhao Guang. Wang Dong, you go back with Xiao Tong first, it's fine. Xiao Tong, you go too. Brother. Hui Yutong called out anxiously, her right hand already on the white tiger dagger, and her left hand poised as if ready to use the numerous hidden weapons that Tanya had given her. Ma Xiaodao raised an eyebrow. I said she can. Enough. Qian Zhao Guang met the gaze without any fear. I know what you want to ask, Senior Ma Xiaodao. Oh, you know me? I don't know you, but I have always been good at gathering information. Ever since the incident at the Sea God Lake, I have started to inquire. You are quite famous in school. It's not difficult. Ma Xiaodao chuckled lightly, her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Qian Zhao Guang. No wonder you're the one who could even trick that crazy guy. In that case, I'll apologize to both of you first. I had some unavoidable reasons that day. Little sister, you can go ahead with that little brother over there. Don't worry, I just want to chat with your brother. I want to eat him. Hui Yutong, feeling unwilling, glanced at Qian Zhao Guang a few times before reluctantly following Wang Dong, looking back 3 times. Shall we go? Qian Zhao Guang glanced at Ma Xiaodao and lifted his leg towards the direction of Haishan Lake. Before long, he arrived at the place where they had met last time. If you have any questions, hurry up and ask. It's almost mealtime, and if we go late, we won't get the good stuff. You're an interesting little guy. At a time like this, you're still just thinking about eating quickly? What else should I think about? Qian Zhao Guang said confidently, people are like iron, and rice is like steel. If you don't eat for a meal, you'll feel anxious. You might have urgent matters, but I don't. So why should I be nervous? Ma Xiaotao's eyes widened, and the pink hue in her gaze deepened suddenly. An indescribable sense of pressure instantly enveloped Qian Zhao Guang, much stronger than the pressure that Zhou he had previously exerted. Aren't you really afraid of me? So what? Can you kill me here? If so, then you can continue to find Su Sanshi to solve your problem with evil fire. Qian Zhao Guang didn't activate his martial soul and just stared back straightly, even taking a few steps forward, closing the distance between him and Ma Xiaodao. A rogue must be dealt with by a rogue. If you act like a rogue, I'm even more of a rogue. Not only am I a rogue, but I also have a flexible moral bottom line. This is how I deal with Wang Dong. And it's the same with Ma Xiaodao, just with different methods. Qian Zhao Guang's impulsive behavior ended up leaving Ma Xiaodao in this situation. She couldn't really kill someone in Shrek Academy, could she? Moreover, her original intention was to solve problems. She was just a bit domineering, a bit rough in her language, and a bit low in her methods. Ma Xiaotao's expression changed. Her imposing aura suddenly retracted, and she asked very seriously, "Do you know about my physical condition?" Qian Zhao Guang spread his hands. As a member of the original Shrek 7 monsters and a descendant of the phoenix Douluo Ma Hongjun, it is only natural that you are troubled by the issue of the evil fire. This is clearly documented in the historical books in the library. Do you have a solution? The legendary celestial grade herb, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, is also clearly mentioned in the books. And she instantly became furious. Are you kidding me? Where am I supposed to find a coxcomb phoenix sunflower? If I could find it, why would I need you? Indeed, where could one find a coxcomb phoenix sunflower? Of course, it would be in the ice and fire Yin well, that big couple pot. Unfortunately, this thing was claimed by Tang San 10,000 years ago, and even after ascending, he set up a strange poison to firmly occupy it. And even the Tang sect has no records left, let alone Shrek. Qian Zhao Guang, without any fear, calmly replied, "You ask me, but who should I ask? You're the one who asked me if there is a solution. I've given you the solution. Can you dare to say it won't work? If you dare to say it won't work, then you're questioning your ancestors, questioning Tang San, questioning the records of the academy." After a moment of confusion, Ma Xiaodao finally realized that her train of thought had been led astray by Qian Zhao Guang. "No, I came to you to ask about that strange ice power from that day. Tell me everything you know, or is he your protector? Be honest with me. I must find him." "Oh, it was me, so what? It was just a coincidence that's hard to replicate," Qian Zhao Guang admitted calmly. "You." Ma Xiaodao saw that Qian Zhao Guang's expression didn't seem to be fake, but there was still a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Then who else could it be? If it's not me, is it you? A faint sense of heat emanated from Ma Xiaotao again as she loudly said, "Impossible. What kind of cultivation do you have? That was a strike that could freeze me, a soul emperor. Quickly call out your protector behind you, or I'll force him out. Then go ahead and look for him. If you find him, you're impressive. If I really had a protector, wouldn't I just call him out to slap you unconscious right here?" Qian Zhao Guang wore an indifferent expression, his consciousness and soul power already connected to the storage bracelet, ready to guard against Ma Xiaotao's sudden violent attack. The madness of this woman made him not want to explain anything to her in a kind manner. "Can you please use your brain a little? If I really had some kind of protector, how powerful would he have to be to hide in Shrek all day just to protect me? What, is he a limit, Douluo? If I had such a protector, I'd be crazy to come to Shrek. I could just train at home, right? I don't believe it. I want to give it a try." A towering flame erupted behind Ma Xiaotao, and the brilliant crimson feathers instantly covered her body, sending waves of scorching heat that raised the surrounding temperature to a terrifying level, targeting Qian Zhao Guang at the center. Damn it, this crazy woman. Qian Zhao Guang's eyes narrowed sharply, and the Qian Duanlong knife was already in his hand as the opponent exploded with power. The blood energy erupted without reservation, forming a heavy blood mist like lead and mercury. The extreme ice light, relying on the power of light imitation, flowed like mercury, completely pouring out and enveloping his entire body in an instant. With the Qian Duanlong knife included, he turned into a blue ice-light figure. The terrifying flame wings closed in from both sides in an instant, turning the surroundings into a sea of fiery red. Ma Xiaotao's expression was solemn as she quietly waited. Just 3 seconds passed, and her expression changed drastically. A crack suddenly opened in the cage formed by the flame wings, and a cold, deep blue blade light burst out from within, leaving a deep gash on the ground. In the next moment, the second and third strikes were unleashed before she could react. A hissing sound was heard, and Qian Zhao Guang, with steam rising from his body, appeared before her with his knife raised. The blood mist had completely vanished, and even the extreme ice light that enveloped his body was gradually retreating to his chest. With his current strength, excluding the assistance from Yilix and Tianming, it was completely impossible to defeat Ma Xiaotao, even if he used all his means. Breaking through the opponent's flames with all-out effort was already an extraordinary achievement. Although the unmatched sharpness could not directly compete with Ma Xiaotao now, it was still remarkable to have broken through her flame created with soul power at level 18. Even if the flame cage was just a casual move, the scene before her was enough to astonish Ma Xiaotao. This was a breakthrough against her blockade, despite a nearly 50-level difference. How could this be possible? There's nothing impossible. Qian Zhao Guang habitually swung his long knife, gripping it tightly with both hands, and once again assumed an offensive stance. A cold chill spread across the blade, revealing a slender white light on the edge. Even though he had exerted all his strength to break through Ma Xiaotao's blockade earlier, so what? Even if his blood, energy, and soul power were nearly depleted, so what? At this moment, Qian Zhao Guang showed no signs of fear. In fact, the blood within him was completely boiling. The warrior's body is unyielding. It had been a long time since he felt this way, fighting against a strong opponent. He still had one last trump card to reveal, and if Ma Xiaotao continued, Qian Zhao Guang would undoubtedly give her a big surprise. "So this is your martial soul, the extreme ice light? An ice attribute light-type martial soul. Indeed peculiar. It seems you really have no one backing you." The magnificent fiery wings behind Ma Xiaotao flapped, stirring up waves of scorching heat, but she did not launch another attack. Instead, she stared at Qian Zhao Guang with an appreciative look. Right now, Ma Xiaotao resembled a hunter who had found a fine prey, licking her lips seductively. "You are much stronger than that useless Su Sanshur. He couldn't even muster a hint of resistance in front of me, only taking a beating. You are not bad. You even have the courage to draw your knife against me." The long knife pointed forward. Qian Zhao Guang said lightly, "In a narrow path, the brave will win. Even knowing I am outmatched, I must draw my sword." Ma Xiaotao seemed to ponder this, and the two stood off against each other for about half a minute. Suddenly, Ma Xiaotao unexpectedly asked, "Isn't that a knife you are using?" At this remark, the sharp aura around Qian Zhao Guang momentarily stalled, and he relaxed slightly. "Well, is this the crux of the matter?" This astonishing statement threw Qian Zhao Guang's thoughts and emotions into disarray. "It's just a metaphor. I know. I was just saying it casually." As her words fell, the flames receded, and the intense heat that had scorched the surrounding plants to a yellow quickly withdrew, disappearing without a trace in just a few seconds. It could be foreseen that Shrek would have to send someone to relay the lawn again. Not fighting anymore? Seeing her like this, Qian Zhao Guang also relaxed a bit, but he did not put away the knife. Instead, he held it in his hand, his muscles still in a state of readiness. Why should I keep fighting if I know you have no one backing you? Ma Xiaotao's expression was solemn, with a clear sense of disappointment mixed in her nonchalance. So last time, was it really just a coincidence as you said? Feeling the gradually calming spiritual waves in her sea of consciousness, Qian Zhao Guang also put away the long knife into his storage bracelet and took out a piece of the frozen food, shaving off the blood ice and crushing the remaining part to rub on his exposed skin to cool down. That crazy woman Ma Xiaotao. The fire she unleashed was way too damn hot. Moreover, he had just forcibly charged out of the flames, almost singeing his hair. Qian Zhao Guang replied while cooling herself down. Yeah, what else could it be? Can I, a level 18 soul master, really suppress your soul emperor's soul power? If I were that amazing, why would I bother with a new student competition? I could just go straight to my teacher and tell him that I, a level 18, can suppress a soul emperor, and he would immediately send me to the inner academy for advanced studies. Who is your teacher? A black pendant appeared in front of her. Duo, the dean. Oh, so it's that stingy old man, huh? I didn't expect you to be his disciple. It seems your understanding of soul tools must be quite high, right? What a pity for such a unique martial soul to be preparing to go into the soul tool department. Qian Zhao Guang retorted with annoyance. What's wrong with the soul guidance department? At least it's fair and just unlike the martial soul department. TSK. It's outrageous that someone like Zhou Yi has been teaching for over a decade without anyone dealing with her. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the temperature around him rising again, and even the ice in his hand was melting much faster. Come on, hurry up and make a move against me. We just happen to have a few teachers and classmates passing by. Let's see if Dean Yin can protect you from the school rules. Or do you want to compensate me with 4 Xian Shui pills and 100,000 gold soul coins like Su Sanshi? The flames rising from Ma Xiaotao had already caught the attention of several passers-by. No matter how arrogant she was, she didn't dare to violate school rules in front of several teachers, so she could only stop reluctantly. She snorted coldly and turned to leave. Wait, do you have something to say? Ma Xiaotao's temper was always explosive, and having suffered a loss for the first time, she naturally had a bad attitude. Qian Zhao Guang flicked the water in her hand and glanced at her. You burn me for no reason, and you think this matter can just be settled like this? You're one of the top students in the inner courtyard, a direct disciple of Dean Yin, and you're causing trouble for the direct disciple of Dean Xian in the outer courtyard, and you just plan to walk away like this? What do you want? Ma Xiaotao turned around and looked directly at Qian Zhao Guang. Qian Zhao Guang shrugged. It's nothing much, just an apology and compensation, as long as you think it matches your identity. If Qian Zhao Guang were really just an ordinary student from the external college, she could indeed just walk away, because the disparity in strength and status was too great, just like how she dealt with Wang Dong and Hua Gua domineeringly in the original work. But now, the person who stopped her was a disciple of Qian Duo, and he held a badge of a core student in the soul guidance department, which put him nearly on the same level as her in terms of status. After all, in this matter, she was at fault both morally and according to school rules. Therefore, unless she wanted to be reprimanded or punished by Yin Xiaojia, who was already angry, she had no choice but to stay and make the appropriate compensation. Qian Zhao Guang was indeed caught by this remark. Ma Xiaotao was such a proud and arrogant person. If she were to lose too little, she wouldn't be able to face herself. Chapter 080. You might not lose, but I definitely profit from this. The ruby ring on her hand, the size of a pigeon egg, glimmered slightly, and a crystalline object with a diameter of at least 2.5 feet appeared in her hand. This crystal-like object looked to have very poor transparency, with large dark yellow, plate-like impurities inside. Ma Xiaotao seemed to think of something amusing, a malicious smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she casually tossed the crystal in the direction of Qian Zhao Guang. Since you're studying soul-guiding devices, you must recognize this, right? This is a top-quality plate crystal from worth no less than 100,000 gold. I obtained it by chance during a mission. So, how about it? Is this enough to compensate you? Of course, I recognize it. Is senior sister planning to use it as compensation? Naturally. In that case, senior sister, let's part ways here. Qian Zhao Guang calmly caught it from air and stored it in his soul guide device before turning to leave. Watching his departing figure, Ma Xiaotao smirked and said, taking advantage of me? You're still too green. Over here. Ma Xiaotao felt she had tricked him, unaware that Qian Zhao Guang was equally beaming with joy. This material, known as hair crystal in modern terms, is the source of the Tang Sect's dragon whisker needles. Although precious and considered a top-grade rare metal, it is quite useless. This thing cannot be used for engraving core magic arrays and is only used in a few high-level soul devices as a conduction medium. However, what Ma Xiaotao did not know is that for today's soul masters, this item is just a useless ornament with inflated prices. But for Qian Zhao Guang, who has mastered spiritual forging, this is an incredibly rare treasure that one would be hard-pressed to find even with a lantern. In the era of the Dragon King legend 1,000 years later, hair crystal and board crystal will have a formal name: titanium crystal. This material is hard, brittle, but has extremely strong compatibility, worth more than 60 times the price of the same weight in silver. As long as it is spiritually forged, after arranging the gold within the titanium crystal and refining it again, it can be upgraded to titanium gold, allowing it to strengthen any item made from spiritual metal without the need for melting and forging. The strengthened item can be enhanced by at least 50% over its original basis. Because of this, titanium gold is also known as strengthening stone, and 1,000 years later, it becomes an incredibly scarce strategic resource, strictly controlled by the Federation. The titanium crystal, which all soul masters in later generations covet, is immensely valuable, even ranking among the top 10 rare metals in the interstellar era 2,000 years later. And it exists in a state where its price is high but hard to find. This shows how valuable it is. A top-grade titanium crystal with a diameter of about 2.5 feet, if forged into titanium gold in later generations, could enhance at least 4 to 5 complete battle armor components. For Qian Zhao Guang, it could strengthen all his and Hu Yutang's 1,000 forged items 3 times over, even including that flame iron frying pan and that flame iron grill. Every time he sensed a large piece of titanium crystal in his storage bracelet, Qian Zhao Guang couldn't help but smile, and even his earlier unpleasant mood felt refreshed. Ma Xiaotao truly brought him a great gift. You might not be losing out, but I am definitely making a killing. That night, incredibly happy, Qian Zhao Guang spent 200 gold soul coins to treat Hu Yutang and Wang Dong to a lavish feast. Wang Dong strongly suspected that he had definitely scammed something expensive back, as this stingy guy who always wanted money wouldn't he be this generous otherwise. The next morning, the three enjoyed another good meal before heading early to the competition site. Since they had performed the best in the previous 5 rounds, they remained in Area 33 and, after a redraw, faced 5 other groups for continued assessment. These newcomers would not be the first place from other regions, so they wouldn't encounter the strongest opponents in the next 5 round-robin matches. This was undoubtedly good news for the 3 who wanted to conserve their strength. Shrek finally did something sensible and separated the seed teams early to avoid having divine battles at the start. Teacher Li, seeing everyone had gathered, announced in a deep voice, "Everyone is here." Due to Qian Zhao Guang's team achieving 5 consecutive victories, they're the seed team for this area and will be the first to compete in order. In the 6th round of Area 33, the first match will be between Qian Zhao Guang's team from Class 1 and Huang Chutian's team from Class 7. Qian Zhao Guang raised an eyebrow and used his spiritual sense to communicate with the 2. Remember the 2 sisters I mentioned last time who can perform the martial soul fusion technique? It's them. Both are control-type soul masters, and their martial souls are hair. I've already informed you about their soul skills in advance. In my judgment, their martial soul fusion technique will greatly limit Wang Dong. Xiaodong should be ready to unleash chaos at any moment. Remember the strategy we agreed upon before the match. The 2 exchanged a subtle gesture, indicating that they understood. The 2 teams entered the arena simultaneously, with the tall Huang Chutian standing in front, followed by the sisters Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu. Qian Zhao Guang is still the same here. Wang Dong is in front, and the 2 siblings are behind. After exchanging greetings, Teacher Li shouted loudly, "The assessment begins." Both sides released their martial souls simultaneously. Huang Chutian let out a furious roar, striking his chest with both fists, and his height instantly swelled from 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters, slightly taller than Qian Zhao Guang. As Huang Chutian's martial soul manifested, his school uniform on the upper body was completely torn apart by his strong muscles, exposing skin that gleamed with a black iron luster. Qian Zhao Guang secretly felt sorry for the beast martial soul great soul master for a second. How many pieces of clothing has this large-sized beast martial soul master wasted over the past year? Moreover, are these people a bit odd? Why do they all like to pound their chests? They all have to do it before launching an attack. The wind baboon, the diamond ape, the evil phantom moon, and this Huang Chutian in front of him all do the same. Meanwhile, the hair of the Lan's sisters began to flutter, spreading in the air and quickly transforming into long blue strands that floated up and down for over 10 meters. In many cases, those soul masters with little combat experience fight with a strong sense of martial ethics. Everyone waits for the opposing martial soul to be fully released, prepares their movements, poses, and lights up their soul rings before launching an attack. It's similar to a turn-based game. But Qian Zhao Guang is different. He doesn't care what you do, charging forward while activating his martial soul. By the time he arrives, his martial soul is already there, and he simply pulls out his knife and attacks. Originally, this was just his personal habit, but now that he's fought more, Wang Dong has become increasingly cunning. He charges straight ahead, releasing his martial soul while sprinting, and in less than a second, he has crossed half the field. At this moment, Huang Chutian had just finished pounding his chest. The dazzling ice-blue wings unfolded, completing the additional effect of light sharing in the air, condensing 2 blades around the front of the butterfly wings, as well as several menacing horns. The moment Huang Chutian fully completed his martial soul embodiment, which was when Qian Zhao Guang began to silently feel sorry for him, Wang Dong had already swung 2 guillotine blades and charged in front of him. As a native and very principled new soul master from Douluo, Huang Chutian was momentarily caught off guard. How is it that I just completed my martial soul embodiment, and you are already in front of me? This isn't right. Chapter 081. No martial ethics, little comrade. No martial ethics, coming to deceive and ambush me, a comrade of similar age. Is this okay? If Qian Zhao Guang could hear this, he would definitely respond with righteous indignation. This is very good. Huang Chutian remained calm under pressure, growling again as he raised his fist to smash towards Wang Dong's wings. He was extremely confident in his physical abilities, believing that Wang Dong would not be able to withstand it. However, during the process of charging and swinging his fists, he suddenly felt a wave of inexplicable dizziness, a sharp pain like being pricked by needles, as if someone was forcefully poking his brain from the back of his head with a fiery chopstick, stirring everything inside. This was the work of Hui Yutong. The instant chaos enveloped Huang Chutian, giving him a debuff. For a second-ring strong attack, Great Soul Master, Hui Yutong's standard chaos, while not confusing his senses, could still effectively weaken him. This caused the powerful impact of his 2 fists to be significantly reduced. With a loud bang, Wang Dong suddenly closed his wings, sending the tall and fierce Huang Chutian off the ground, making him stumble back several steps until he nearly crashed through a temporary wall before barely stopping. Just as Wang Dong prepared to continue his pursuit, the Lan sisters also completed their soul skill preparations. Their 4 hands clasped together, unleashing a wave of soul power far stronger than that of a great soul master. The previously long blue hair instantly transformed into living tendrils, weaving into a large net in the air, heading straight for Wang Dong. Whether it's a goose or a butterfly, using a net to catch them is quite effective. This bizarre scene genuinely felt a bit surreal, almost like a horror movie set. Under Hui Yutong's locked perception, this hair net, spanning over 10 meters in width, completely sealed off the space, leaving no room for escape. Catching a butterfly with a net? But I have a knife. Wang Dong chuckled lightly, the ice-blue guillotine blades shining brightly. Qian Zhao Guang at the back also adjusted the intensity of the light mimicry. He directly maximized the sharpness of the light blades, and the wide horns suddenly retracted, forming a series of specially shaped saw teeth along the edges of the wings. Although it required double the energy to perform light mimicry at a distance, the effect was indeed excellent, capable of catching the opponent completely off guard. With the cooperation of the 3, Wang Dong swung his 2 guillotine blades, instantly breaking the hairnet, and under the guidance of a locked target, charged straight for the still recovering Huang Chutian. The Lan sisters were taken aback. The massive destructive power generated by the combination of extreme ice light and Wang Dong's first soul skill was beyond their expectations, directly disrupting their formation. Huang Chutian roared for the 3rd time, his first soul ring glowing brightly, and his 2 fists suddenly swelled to double their size. The giant fists, gleaming with metallic luster, met Wang Dong's guillotine blades, while the Lan sisters' hair net quickly reformed, rolling back toward Wang Dong. As everyone's attention was focused on Wang Dong, no one, except for the supervising teacher Li, noticed that Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong, who had been watching from the back, were now casually walking forward, at a pace similar to a stroll. Teacher Li had a strange expression, unsure how to describe this absurd scene. You 2 girls holding hands is fine, but at least turn around and take a look behind you. Boom! The guillotine blades collided with the iron fists, once again erupting with a metallic clang. Huang Chutian, with nowhere to retreat, was prepared this time, but Wang Dong's power was even stronger than the previous strike. In the stunned expressions of teacher Li and the other students, Huang Chutian was instantly knocked out of the competition arena by this powerful strike, with bloody cuts appearing on both his fists. This was because Qian Zhao Guang had dulled the blade at the last moment and retracted the saw teeth. Otherwise, such a strike would definitely have injured his bones. We are all classmates. It's fine to win, but there's no need to harm others for personal gain. Just as the Lan sisters were about to embrace and use their martial soul fusion technique to assist their teammate, Lan Susu suddenly clutched her head in pain, and even her floating blue hair began to fall. She had just taken a hit from the epic enhanced and fully powered chaotic attack of the purple extreme demon eyes, coupled with the soul skill backlash, which was not a pleasant experience. Not fainting was already a testament to her strong mental strength and willpower. For at least a minute, Lan Susu would be in an embarrassing state of zero combat effectiveness. Just as Lan Luoluo was about to speak up, a cold Qian forged spirit iron dagger was already pressed against her fair neck. Simultaneously, another dagger was placed at the neck of the downed Lan Susu. Huang Chutian lay on the ground with Wang Dong's two guillotine blades pressed against his chest and throat. Although he was unwilling, with the opponent targeting 2 vital points, he didn't even dare to move. Sister, admit defeat. You have no chance left. Hui Yutong's voice urging surrender was so gentle. Yet, this gentle voice even made Lan Luoluo's cold sweat soak her back. When did they get behind me? Without waiting for Lan Luoluo to speak up, Teacher Li announced, Team Qian Zhao Guang wins. All right, put down your weapons. They have no chance to turn the tables now. A group of people who haven't even started the match are already dumbfounded on the sidelines. Even the head-on clash between Wang Dong and Huang Chutian seems insignificant. The Lan sisters' lack of crisis awareness is just too absurd. How could they so easily expose their backs to their opponents? With their current physical fitness as great spirit masters, being so close without soul skills is dangerous. Even a strong ordinary person could potentially stab one of them to death, let alone 2 spirit masters. A control-type great spirit master is not invulnerable to knives and guns. Qian Zhao Guang and the other 2 obeyed and put away their martial souls and weapons, leaving the arena in an orderly manner. As Hui Yutong cut off the output of her spiritual power, the chaotic effect disappeared, and Lan Luoluo gradually recovered. Still a bit dazed, she stood up and looked at her sisters, only to see deep fear in their eyes. Did they lose without even using their strongest martial soul fusion technique? Relying on the opponent's lack of practical experience, they easily secured a victory in the match. The most exhausted, Hui Yutong immediately began to meditate to recover her soul power and spiritual power. Wang Dong and Qian Zhao Guang, who had not expended much energy, just needed to regain their physical strength while watching the next match, and their naturally recovering soul power was enough to fill the gap before the next match arrived. A total of 6 teams participated in the assessment, and after Qian Zhao Guang's team finished their match, the second round began immediately. The new student assessment had entered a heated phase after being redivided into areas. Each victory increased the chances of staying in the competition. Therefore, aside from powerful teams like Qian Zhao Guang's that wanted to hide some strengths to compete for the championship, everyone else started to give their all. The other 4 teams that had previously witnessed the strange tactics of Qian Zhao Guang and the formidable strength of Wang Dong were incredibly shocked. Anyone with keen eyes could see that whether it was Wang Dong, who could withstand direct attacks, Qian Zhao Guang, who displayed bizarre supportive abilities, or Hui Yutong, who could interrupt soul techniques, they were all incredibly tricky opponents. A message about the new release. Unknowingly, the new book is about to be released. Originally, the editor told me yesterday that it would be released next Friday, and I thought the release date was next Friday. However, I just received a message saying it will be released tomorrow at 12:05 p.m. It seems the editor meant to prepare it for Friday's release. There's not much to say. I appreciate everyone's support during the new book period and hope to continue receiving your support after the release. This book is a first release, and if any friends are reading this book on a browser or elsewhere and find it to their liking, please come to Qidian to support the official version. I will be very grateful. Regarding the female protagonist, don't ask, I don't write harem stories. Currently, the confirmed female protagonist is and only is Hui Yutong. I have already indicated this in the character list. Possibly, I say possibly, there may be another female protagonist later, but the probability is low, and who that is remains to be determined. About the previous title, I mentioned it briefly in the comments before. Originally, I planned to name this book The Giant of Light in the Peerless Tang Sect, but after thinking it over, I felt it wasn't good. And old friends also said it wasn't suitable. After all, I am neither AO and nor is the protagonist's martial soul AO. At most, there are many AO elements. So naming it like this would be misleading, hence the change. I'll post a special chapter later for everyone to see the cover of the previous version, which I spent 10 yuan to have someone make. About additional updates. Monthly ticket benefits do not count. One additional update for every 100 monthly tickets. A one-time reward of 5,000 points grants one additional update, limited to 2 times. Normally, a reward of 10,000 points grants one additional update, no upper limit. Alliance leaders get 12 additional updates. Silver, never mind, I won't dream about that anymore. P.S. Excluding iOS. I also ask iOS users to refrain from rewarding too much. It takes too much. If you really want a reward, you can use the web version of Qian on a computer. Releasing tomorrow at 12:05 p.m. with 15 updates. Basic 3 updates. User 202-1072-420-460-2184. 2 updates for the leader. A bottle of 1982 mineral water. 2 updates for the leader. Miracle 8. 2 updates for the leader. Osiris Obelisk. 2 updates for the leader. Quasar. 1 update for the steward. All good IDs have been registered. 1 update for the steward. 1 sword, 3 lives lotus. 1 update for the steward. Miss Thin Green YYDS. 1 update for the steward. In addition, for the first subscription over 500, every additional 100 adds 1 update. Valid for the day. Bets will be paid in full at once. Absolutely no delays. Lastly, a question. Do you think that after the spirit beast transformation without Tang Wudong's part of the soul, she can still be considered Wang Chioa? Chapter 082. Easily controlled. 116. Especially the ice blue light in front of Qian Zhao Guang's chest seemed to produce an amplification effect similar to a martial soul fusion technique with Wang Dong, greatly enhancing her already formidable strength. They asked themselves, in the face of the opponent being nearly at full strength, they completely lacked the power to win. Therefore, they could only think of ways to score points while facing other teams. This shared strategic abandonment of the idea also made the assessment in Area 33 increasingly intense. Soon, the first round of 3 matches ended, and the second round erupted. Without the powerful weapon of martial soul fusion techniques, even teams of 3 great soul masters appeared increasingly helpless before the trio. At the start of the second match, Hui Yutong merely cast a chaos on the strongest attack type opponent, then sat down on the spot to begin recovering her soul power in front of everyone. This seemingly insulting tactic sparked a strong desire for resistance from the opponent. However, once Wang Dong activated Extreme Ice Light and unleashed her Millennium Second Soul skill, everything was already over. With the effect of the Millennium Soul skill combined with half a martial soul fusion, it was simply bullying children, directly cutting off the opponent's idea of trying to sneak a win with 3 against 2. What the hell was this? If it weren't for the opponent trying to conserve their soul power, Wang Dong alone could probably take them all down, so it was better to just admit defeat. In this familiar situation, the remaining 3 matches were incredibly easy for Qian Zhao Guang and his 2 companions. The opponents had no desire to fight. They just wanted to use the opportunity to stall for time and recover some soul power. This was what everyone hoped for. The longer the match dragged on, the more time they had to rest. Qian Zhao Guang understood immediately, so he personally took the stage, wielding a common small dagger, deliberately acting clumsily to play along with the opponent, who was obviously pleased with this. There was no communication between the 2 sides throughout, yet they both began to tacitly throw in the towel. Teacher Li was well aware of both sides' thoughts, but couldn't say much. After all, Shirlai Ku hadn't stated that throwing in the towel was not allowed during the freshman competition, as long as it didn't cause significant injury to the opponent. Under such circumstances, only the Huang Chutian team suffered injuries. Originally the second strongest team, they didn't want to expose their martial soul fusion skills prematurely. And the main force Huang Chutian was also injured, barely winning 3 matches on the last day, and could only squeeze into the top 64. In the end, the Qian Zhao Guang team, representing the freshman class, won all 10 matches in the round-robin stage, earning the MVP of the entire region. At the central island of Sea God Lake, by the lakeside, Wang Yan, who had finished his invigilation duties, arrived here with a lot of materials, looking respectful. Not far from him sat a disheveled old man. He wore a long robe that had faded from white to gray. With multiple damages, his hair was messy, and he was barefoot in the Sea God Lake, looking utterly filthy. However, This extremely untidy old man was none other than the most embarrassing 98th level super Douluo from the period of the Supreme Tang Sect. The most embarrassing limit Douluo Xuanzi. Without exception, at this moment, Xuanzi was happily eating meat and drinking wine, while the materials Wang Yan had organized were set aside, clearly just flipped through casually. Suan Lao. It's like this. These few students I think need special attention, especially the siblings Qian Zhao Guang and Hui Yutong. After swallowing a mouthful of chicken, Qian Lao turned to look at Wang Yan and grinned. Eyes? My goodness, this is the top-level main body martial soul connected to the brain. Innate soul power level 9. Quasi-soul master cultivation. No matter what, we have to let Xiaozhe take her into our martial soul department for full cultivation. This is a good treasure. If those from the main body sect see her, they will definitely go crazy. That old poison definitely would come to fight us. Ha ha ha. Wang Yan paused, looking awkward. Qian Lao, that's the problem. Before I took over the freshman class, the two siblings had already apprenticed under Vice Dean Qian and received their core disciple badges in advance. The materials are all prepared, just waiting for them to take effect after the freshman competition ends. What do you think about this? Qian Lao laughed heartily again, standing up, and his crimson eyes became clear. So what? Does apprenticeship affect us? So what if they reserved core disciples? Isn't that still the case? Just snatch them back. What is there to be afraid of? Does he dare to control me? Wang Yan couldn't say much about this, only accompanying Qian Lao's reckless behavior with a forced smile while being shocked. Then Qian Lao, what do you think about that child Zhao Guang? I've gone through a lot of books in the Outer Academy library and found no descriptions related to his martial soul. And most importantly, the vitality in Zhao Guang's body is so strong that it's somewhat terrifying, even comparable to soul beasts of the same level, and it's of the more powerful kind. Wang Yan pulled out another sheet of paper, which contained physical data left by Qian Zhao Guang during the last physical test. Qian Zhao Guang. Is that the kid who exposed Zhou Yi? I actually admire his guts. Ha 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 ha. Qian Lao bent down to wash his hands in the sea god lake, then wiped them on his already gray tattered robe before taking the data sheet Wang Yan handed over. So strong? This doesn't seem like a level 18 soul master could have. Even a soul master of a strong attack beast martial soul couldn't achieve this without using their martial soul. Are you sure this record is accurate? Wang Yan respectfully replied, I guarantee with my character and martial soul, it's definitely accurate. All of Zhao Guang's tests were personally overseen by me. That's interesting, Qian Lao mumbled, his eyes scanning the data sheet back and forth, even letting out a somewhat infatuated laugh. But this kid was personally confirmed by Mu Lao to have no issues. The more of a monster, the better. After all, he's one of our sure lie, 'cause little monsters, Wang Yan tentatively asked, then what do you think? Qian Lao waved his hand grandly, saying, he belongs to our martial soul department. A treasure like this must belong to our martial soul department. It's a waste to put him in the soul guide department. You go back and tell Xiao Ning that I want to see the rankings for the freshman assessment, and have him save me a spot. Yes. All right. There's one more thing. What is the recommendation you wrote for this kid, suggesting the use of melee soul guiding devices, mean? Does he like using soul guiding devices? P.S. Unexpectedly, Yihong, Chen Zue's boss, donated 5,000 points, so today there will be a guaranteed 16 updates. Whether there will be more updates depends on everyone's first subscriptions. Thank you. Stepping on the Stars author's note, thanks to 2021072-420-4602184 for a bottle of 1982 mineral water. Book friend 20180922233354463. Book friend 20220324103808308 and Yihong Chenze for the donations. 083 Chapter Xuanzi Shock and Speculation 216 Wang Yan, Qian Lao. The situation is like this. Zhao Guang is very skilled at using a specially forged double-handed long knife for combat. With that long knife, he can exert power far beyond his own. Self-forged? He has that skill. Qian Lao looked surprised and took another sip of wine. All right, I remember now. The materials mentioned that he is the last descendant of some hidden family, right? Their family is skilled in forging. Exactly. I suspect this is also why Vice Dean Qian took notice of Zhao Guang. I've seen that knife of his. How should I describe it? Wang Yan looked a bit